This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In Fengyang Palace, under the maple tree whose leaves have turned golden red, a carved sandalwood rocking chair is rocking gently. On the rocking chair, a girl in a light pink palace dress closes her eyes comfortably, with the corners of her lips slightly raised, as if she is enjoying the quiet beauty of the early autumn afternoon. But only Yunshu herself knows that her consciousness has entered the big villa at this moment, holding a milk tea and laughing at the latest variety show. Princess, princess, wake up! The game on TV was at the most interesting part, but suddenly the familiar voice of the personal maid came to her ears. Yunshu paused the variety show, put down her milk tea, and opened her eyes to see Ting Shui's pretty little round face. Princess, the eunuch Wang beside His Majesty is here, saying that His Majesty wants you to go to the imperial study. Me? Caught off guard by this news, Yunshu was startled, her eyes widened. Why did my father suddenly summon me? This shouldn't be. Before crossing, she had just read the book The Tyrant's Palm Pet not long ago, so she remembered some of the plots in it quite clearly. The male protagonist's half-sister, that is, the fifth princess, was only a cannon fodder in the book, but that one stroke clearly stated that the fifth princess was not favored, and it was not until she was 15 years old and about to come of age that the emperor remembered her and summoned her alone. But now she is only 13 years old. Why did the emperor suddenly summon her? It's impossible that the father and daughter are connected by heart. She has only been here for a few days, and the emperor on the other side has a thought and sensed something is wrong, right? The child who grew up under the red flag suddenly had to meet the supreme ruler of the feudal dynasty, who could kill people with just a casual word. It was impossible for Yunshu, a fake, to say that she was not panicked at all. But Ting Shui was also confused. This eunuch Wang didn't say anything, he just asked me to come to you quickly, so that His Majesty wouldn't be anxious. It was quite urgent. Yunshu was even more uncertain. With a nervous mood, she let Ting Shui change her into a slightly less casual outer robe. On the way from Fengyang Palace to the imperial study, Yunshu was frantically recalling what happened at this time that would cause the emperor to suddenly summon her. In the end, maybe it was because she was thinking too much, which made her spirit a little too tense. When she finally arrived at the imperial study, Yunshu felt a solemn and majestic imperial aura coming at her, as soon as she stepped over the threshold. She didn't dare to look around too blatantly. She just lowered her head, looked at the surrounding environment quietly with her peripheral vision, and made a somewhat unfamiliar greeting. Your son greets the emperor, may the emperor be blessed and safe. Stand up. The majestic voice was deep and powerful. The sense of oppression naturally revealed by those who have been in high positions for a long time is really different from the emperors played in TV dramas. Yunshu stood there with her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, standing straight like a little poplar. The imperial study was quiet for a while. Yunshu didn't know what to say, while Emperor Xuanwu sat behind the dragon table and looked carefully at his daughter, who rarely cared about him. Although the 13-year-old girl inherited the good looks of the Yuan royal family, she was still young and had a tender face. There was even some baby fat on her cheeks. Her slender body was upright, but no matter how you looked at it, she didn't look like she could bear such a heavy burden. But, recalling that today, he was worrying about the fact that there were too many children of noble families in the court, and studying was an extremely expensive thing these days. It was extremely difficult for children from poor families to support a scholar. It was rare that there were a few outstanding ones who made it to the palace examination, but they were often suppressed because the resources they were exposed to were far less superior than those of children from noble families. The sim selection system actually gave the result that as long as he let Yunshu enter the upper study room to study, the number of students from poor families would be greatly increased. 1,000 thoughts flowed through Emperor Xuanwu's mind, but his face did not show it at all. I heard that you and the fourth child just graduated from the upper study room not long ago. Your Majesty, I have indeed graduated. Yunshu's mind moved, but before she could figure out what the emperor suddenly asked her about her homework, the emperor's steady voice came again. Why are the extravagant expenses increasing? Yunshu, ? What do you mean by useless and confusing? Are you saying that she is so useless that it is confusing? No. Perhaps the clear stupidity on her face was too eye-catching, and the emperor snorted coldly without waiting for her to speak. No wonder, when the tutors came to report to me a few days ago, they only mentioned how the fourth child was, and didn't bother to say a word about your homework. Your son is stupid. What can Yunshu do? As a science student, she is also very sorry. Besides, this matter can't be blamed entirely on the original owner. After all, although this dynasty had a female emperor in the early days, the customs were relatively open, and the treatment of women was not as harsh as in other dynasties. Even princesses could enter the Shangshufeng with princes to study the same content. But how could a dignified taifu, an important official in the court, really care about the academic performance of an unpopular princess? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the taifu, his student was only the fourth prince, and the fifth princess was just a bonus. Maybe even the original owner herself thought so. But no one knew what the emperor was crazy about today, and he even thought of controlling her little transparent knowledge. Yuanshu felt that her comfortable salted fish days might be coming to an end soon. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard the emperor slowly say, "Since you haven't learned well, you will continue to study in the Shangshufeng with your sixth brother from tomorrow. Your son obeys your order." Chapter 2. Coming out of the imperial study with a droopy head, Yunshu's eyes were dull, and she looked like she had lost all hope in life. Tingxue, who was waiting outside, almost fell to her knees with her legs weak. "Princess, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Yunshu waved her hands feebly, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. "My father asked me to go back to the study room to study from tomorrow." "Didn't you just?" Tingxue was surprised to hear the news and subconsciously wanted to ask, but when her eyes met the straight look of her master, she lowered her head again. "Then I will pack up your pen, ink, paper and inkstone and bring them out when I go back." "Yes," Yunshu replied perfunctorily. The study room. Before she traveled through time, she accidentally saw the schedules of the ancient royal children listed by netizens on the internet, and she once complained in the comment section that the emperor was not even worthy of being a dog, except for those incompetent emperors who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. The rest all started to roll from childhood until their death. The life experience makes men silent, women cry, and dogs bark at the sky. Now, it's good. Classes start at 5 a.m., and you have to go to the study room at 4:30. If the palace is a little far away, you have to get up at more than 3 a.m. The wealth and luxury finally came to her. Luckily, there is the sixth prince to share her misfortune. Yunshu thought numbly. Wait a minute. Yunshu's already slow pace suddenly stopped. Sixth prince? Oh my god, isn't that the hero in the book, the future tyrant, who has only 6 brothers besides himself, 5 of whom he killed, and the remaining one was Lang Ye, who was lucky enough to survive because he was born not long ago and posed no threat to him at all. The sixth prince is already 8 years old this year, right? I wonder if he has grown crooked now. Princess? Seeing her master walking and suddenly stopped with a serious face, Tingxue asked cautiously, but is there anything else important? It's really important. Yuanshu came back to her senses and quickly ordered, go to the imperial kitchen and tell them that this princess needs some milk and caramel. It would be even better if there is tapioca flour. Then go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get some unsteamed tea leaves. This palace wants to make milk tea. Not only is there the taifu watching in the imperial study, but there is also the sixth prince, a big bomb buried next to him. In front of them, Yuanshu can't close her eyes and rest and let her consciousness enter the villa. She can only think of a way to make the milk tea appear reasonably, so as to barely comfort her fragile heart that is in pain because she has to go to school again after traveling through time. Tingxue's efficiency was quite good. Not long after Yuanshu leisurely strolled back to Fengyang Palace, Tingxue came back with what she wanted. Milk, caramel, tea, but no cassava flour. The chef in the imperial kitchen said he had never heard of cassava flour. He also asked me what cassava looked like and what it tasted like, but I didn't know. Tingxue took out the small jar of milk and placed it in front of Yuanshu, while curiously asking, Princess, what is cassava? No. Yuanshu paused for a moment, then remembered that cassava was not introduced into China from abroad until the 19th century in her original time and space. It's normal that Tianshenko doesn't have it. It's just a pity that her bubble tea can't have pearls. Actually, I haven't seen cassava either. Yuanshu made an excuse. I just accidentally read in a book before that things made with cassava flour taste good, so I want to try it. If I don't have it, forget it. Oh! Tingxue didn't think much about it, and quickly forgot about this question. If there is no cassava flour, can I still make the milk tea you mentioned before? I think so. Yuanshu nodded. You boil the milk first, then put the tea leaves and a little caramel into the pot, and fry them slowly over low heat. Forget it, I do it myself. As she spoke, she stood up in a hurry and walked towards the small kitchen. Bring everything. Leave this little thing to me, princess. Never expected that her master would actually plan to cook herself. Tingxue hurriedly put the things on the table back into the food box and chased after her to try to dispel the little ancestor's sudden idea. Yuanshu was lazy, but she was very particular about food and drink. Especially since there were not many entertainment activities in ancient times, making milk tea by herself was a way to kill time. She waved away the two maids who were originally guarding the small kitchen, leaving only Tingxue to help her watch the fire. She grabbed a handful of tea leaves and threw them into the pot with caramel to stir-fry. Watching the caramel melt slowly, Yunshu picked up the boiled water that had been boiled in advance and poured some into it. The melted syrup and the tea leaves that had already been fried suddenly encountered heat, and the bubbles rolled in the heat wave, and the sweet tea fragrance spread all at once. "Princess, the milk is ready." Tingxue, who came over with the hot milk, sniffed and was surprised. "It smells so good. Can tea be so fragrant?" "The fried tea is indeed more fragrant and tastes better. If you have time later, you can fry some yourself and try it." The tea-making technology in this world is similar to that of Yunshu's original time and space in ancient times. It mainly relies on steam to soften the tea leaves, then crush them, dry them, grind them, and chew them. After taking a bite, your mouth is full of tea residue. It's hard to say how others feel, but Yunshu is definitely not used to it. With one hand holding a spoon, he gently stirred the caramel tea leaves in the pot, and with the other hand took the porcelain bowl from Tingxue's hand and poured the milk into it little by little. The natural fragrance of milk and the mellow fragrance of tea mixed together, the sweet and non-greasy taste attracted many palace maids and eunuchs guarding outside to secretly glance into the small kitchen. Yunshu scooped up a spoonful with a small spoon, tasted it, and thought it was okay. "That's about it. Have you remembered the method and amount?" "Tomorrow." Just when she was about to give instructions and have someone prepare breakfast tomorrow morning and prepare another cup of milk tea for her, she turned around and saw Tingxue's eager expression, and couldn't help laughing. "Pour me a portion later, and divide the rest among you. Remember to make another portion tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Princess." Chapter 3. It was still dark outside in the early morning of the next day. Tingxue came in with a lantern and first lighted the candlesticks in the room. After the whole room was bright, she slowly walked to Yunshu's bed and whispered, "Princess, it's time to get up. You have to go to the study today. Sleep a little longer." The beautiful dream was disturbed by someone, and Yunshu turned over with a quilt in her arms. In ancient times, there was not much exciting nightlife. People generally went to bed early, and it was normal to turn off the lights and go to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. But Yunshu was really not used to it. She sneaked into the villa last night and read novels until after 11 o'clock at night before going to bed. Now she couldn't even open her eyes at this time. But Tingxue was still tugging at her. "Princess, it's getting late. You really can't sleep anymore. It's almost past the middle of the morning." "Doesn't that mean it's not even 4 a.m. yet?" Yunshu buried her head in the quilt, not wanting to hear the turtles chanting. "Princess." Tingxue was helpless. "You're going to be late, but you'll be spanked by the grand tutor." Yunshu, whose mind was gradually clearing up, questioned Mark. "Isn't she a princess? Where's the royal family pampering her?" "Ah." She closed her eyes the whole time, letting Tingxue wash and dress her. Yunshu's inner groundhog scream continued until the familiar scent of milk tea drifted into her nose, and then she calmed down a little. "It smells so good. It's her favorite milk tea. You said yesterday that milk tea can be drunk even if it's cold, so I specially asked someone to prepare some more for you to bring to the study." Seeing that her master finally opened his eyes, Tingxue stuffed one of the still warm teas into Yunshu's hand with a smile. "Drinking more tea can always wake you up. And your new study partner, if you like, you can give some to her." "New study partner?" Yunshu took a small bite of snack with milk tea. "Why haven't I heard of this?" "Your Majesty sent someone to talk about this later yesterday, but you had already gone to bed, so I didn't disturb you." Tingxue explained softly. "The second lady of Dingyuan Marquis' mansion will be coming of age in a few months, and it would be inappropriate for her to be your study partner. The new study partner chosen by His Majesty for you is the legitimate lady of Wen Marquis' mansion, Sini. She just turned 8 this year, although she is younger than you, but she originally returned to the upper study room to study with the 8-year-old 6th prince." Tingxue didn't say the latter part directly out of consideration for her master's face, but Yunshu still understood what she had not said. However, Yunshu's focus at this moment was not on this issue but Marquis Wen Mansion. "Sini, good fellow, isn't that the original heroine, the future wife of the 6th prince? In the original text, the 6th prince became famous for his cruelty soon after he ascended the throne with the power of his mother's family. Anyone who truly loves his daughter is unwilling to send his daughter to the tyrant. However, the palace issued an order that all the unmarried daughters of ministers above the 5th rank in the court who met the age requirements must be sent to the palace to participate in this election. As the heroine, Sunyi certainly could not escape. Although she was born in a family of military generals, because she was the only girl in 3 generations, she was spoiled by her grandfather, father, uncles, brothers, and younger brothers since she was a child. She was completely cultivated into a naive and innocent character, and had never been bullied by anyone. So after entering the palace, the tyrant's face turned cold, and she was frightened and her eyes turned red. The tyrant's voice became deep, and she became as timid as a quail. The tyrant pinched her waist with a little more force, and she seemed like a frightened deer, with 2 bags of tears in her big eyes. The tyrant saw it and thought, "Wow, woman, you have successfully attracted my attention." And then all kinds of indescribable things happened, and finally the heroine's eyes turned red, and the hero gives you my life achievement was successfully achieved. Yunshu, Now, because of her little butterfly's flapping wings, the male and female protagonists have to meet in the study room at the age of 8. Wow, what a large-scale melon-eating scene. In an instant, she suddenly felt that going to school was not so difficult. After stuffing herself with 2 more snacks, Yunshu stood up excitedly. Let's go to school. Won't you eat more?" Not knowing why her master suddenly became so enthusiastic about going to the study room, Tingxue quickly put a small plate of untouched snacks into the book box. Because the original owner was not favored before, the Fengyang Palace where Yunshu lived was also a little off. After walking for half an hour with a lantern, she finally saw the shadow of the study room. When Yunshu arrived, the 6th prince and his companion, the grandson of the left prime minister, Lu Ziming, were already inside talking about the mynah bird he had just acquired yesterday. In the seat farthest from the 2 men in the room sat a little girl with 2 buns on her head. Her eyes and cheeks were all round, and she looked as soft and tender as a doll. It was unknown whether the 2 pink little hands holding the snacks and chewing them attracted the 6th prince, but Yunshu, who had been particularly fond of collecting dolls in the modern era, was definitely impressed. She walked quickly to the little girl with a burning gaze, and took the initiative to greet her. "Are you Sunyi?" The servant greets the princess. Yunshu appeared a little suddenly, and Sunyi was startled. She quickly stood up and saluted. At such a young age, her etiquette movements were impeccable. Unfortunately, she seemed to be unaware that there was still some snack residue on the corner of her mouth, which made her look like a hamster that was caught stealing food. Yunshu was instantly amused. "You don't have to salute in the study room in the future." She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of Sunyi's mouth. The little girl realized what happened, and her cheeks flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Your Highness. Your Highness. It's okay, don't be nervous. I like you very much." Yunshu sat down next to her with a smile, turned around and took out snacks and milk tea from the book box that Tingxue had just placed next to her. "It's just that I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go together." "Yes." Perhaps because she saw that Yunshu, the 5th princess, was really easy to get along with, Sunyi's nervous mood was finally relieved a little. And with this relief, the rich and fragrant taste of the milk tea immediately occupied her whole mind. It smells so good. How could a naive person in childhood know how to hide his true emotions? Sunyi swallowed hard, and her eager look was like she had been thirsty for 3 days without a drop of water. Chapter 4. This is milk tea. Yunshu pushed one of the small cups towards Sunyi. "Would you like to try it?" "Thank you, princess." The delicate and lovely girl carefully held the cup with both hands and took a sip, and a faint circle of milk stains immediately stained her lips. But she herself was completely unaware. Her pair of innocent and pure eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 small dimples bloomed like flowers along with her upturned lips. Sunyi subconsciously hugged the cup in her hand tightly, as if she was holding a peerless treasure, and exclaimed with surprise, "This is too delicious." Gulp. On the other side, Lu Ziming, who had stopped discussing Beijing and looked towards Yunshu and the others, made a very clear swallowing sound. Yunshu raised his eyebrows and looked over, and his sight just happened to meet the 6th prince, who was also looking at this side. "Look at what you have done." The 6th prince was caught by Yunshu unexpectedly, and he seemed a little annoyed, and slapped Lu Ziming on the head. But when he turned back, the little face that looked a bit like Yunshu, with delicate features and a hint of future grace, showed a pleasing smile. "Fifth sister, why has Huaner never heard of milk tea in the palace before? But what good treasure did the emperor get, but he only gave it to you, 5th sister?" "Yunshu? ? Who is this? No way, the future tyrant who was arrogant, cool and arrogant, and who would kill people at the slightest disagreement, was actually so servile when he was a child. If she was not mistaken, the expression on the 6th prince's face was indeed a bit of a coquettish and flattering one, right? Has he not grown crooked yet?" With a little subtle emotion, Yunshu took out another cup of milk tea. I made it myself. Do you want to drink it? Water certainly can't let down the fifth sister's kindness. The sixth prince spoke in a high-sounding manner, but his hands moved faster than anyone else. Smiling, he took the milk tea from Yunshu and drank a sip. The sixth prince, who was quickly conquered by the novel taste, immediately ignored Lu Ziming, who was still staring at him. Looking at his fifth sister, who he had no impression of, the sixth prince's smile became more and more flattering. Fifth sister is really smart. She can make such delicious things. That's nothing. I have a lot of delicious food and drinks. Thinking that if he could kidnap the original hero, even if he didn't get any benefits, at least there would be no harm, and he could eat some melons from time to time, Yunshu threw out the bait. After school today, I plan to go back and ask someone to make fried chicken. Do you want to join me, sixth prince? Fried chicken? Another food he had never heard of. Yunshu curiously asked, how is it compared to roast chicken? It's much more delicious than roast chicken. Yunshu did not hesitate to pull it down. This is not a matter of her personal taste preference. It is just that the seasonings of this dynasty are limited. The salt is not fine enough, but there is no pepper, MSG, chili powder, etc. Under such circumstances, no matter how delicious the roast chicken is, how delicious can it be? With McDonald's and Kin's support, Yunshu was confident. I guarantee you that you will want to eat it again after you have tried it once. Then I must try it today. Yunshu's curiosity has been completely aroused by Yunshu. He wanted to ask a few more questions while holding the milk tea. At the door of the upper study, Cui Taifu, who was dressed in a purple official robe, had already walked in from outside with a serious face, and coughed dryly very deliberately. Cough. Cui Taifu? Yunshu turned his head, and returned to his seat embarrassedly. Why did you come so early today? I heard that there are 2 more students today, so I naturally came to see them. In the upper study, regardless of the monarch and the minister, only the teacher and the student are considered. Cui Taifu is usually very strict with Yunshu, a favored prince, so naturally he is even less likely to be afraid of Yunshu, an unfavored fifth princess. After hearing the news that the emperor ordered him to teach the fifth princess yesterday, he went to several colleagues, who had taught the fifth princess before, to inquire about the news. He was very troubled for a while after learning that this Chun was a fool, 5 years older than the sixth prince, but her knowledge was far inferior to the 8-year-old sixth prince. After all, the emperor sent her to him, and it was obvious that he wanted him to teach her everything she should learn. But if the fifth princess is too stupid? The more Master Cui thought about it, the more upset he felt, and his expression became more severe. Before the class starts today, can Her Highness the fifth princess answer a few questions for me first, so that I can have a general understanding of the princess's learning progress? Yunshu, Sure enough, she still couldn't escape the fate of being humiliated as a poor student. Yunshu, a top science student who had never failed to get out of the first examination room since childhood, wailed in her heart, but on the surface, she had to put on a humble smile. Taifu, please. First question. Taifu Cui glanced at her indifferently, and walked with his hands behind his back, saying, Sincerity and wisdom are called nature. Sincerity and wisdom are called education. Sincerity leads to wisdom, and wisdom leads to sincerity. What do these words mean? Yunshu, ? No. Seeing that she was slow to answer, Taifu Cui was not surprised. He patiently lowered the difficulty. Then the second question, Princess, do you know where this sentence comes from? Yunshu actually wanted to remain silent, but she always felt that Master Cui seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Since not answering would also be an explosion, and guessing wrong would also be an explosion, why not take a gamble? Maybe she could guess it right? Anyway, the sentence pattern sounded like the content of the 4 books and 5 classics, and the probability was 1 in 9. Isn't this much easier than winning the lottery? Yunshu tentatively guessed an answer. From the Great Learning? It seems that the fifth princess not only did not learn the doctrine of the mean well, but also knew nothing about the Great Learning. Unexpectedly, the princess, who has been in the study room for so many years, doesn't even know such basic things. Cui Taifu immediately lost the desire to ask more questions and scolded with a dark face. I can't control how the fifth princess used to spend her time in the study room, but now that she has come to me, she must follow my requirements. Princess, please copy the doctrine of the mean 10 times after you go back today and remember it by heart. After 3 days, I will randomly check your recitation. Yunshu shock. Is this old man crazy? What does it mean to copy a book 10 times and recite the whole text in 3 days? Doesn't he know what time she gets up to go to school every day? Chapter 5. Master Cui, isn't this a bit too much? Yunshu wanted to bargain, but Master Chui had already swung his sleeves and turned away from her angrily. If the princess doesn't want to be my student, just ask His Majesty for permission. Well, he even threatened her cheap father. Yunshu shut up in frustration. Before today's class started, Yunshu put one hand on her forehead and closed her eyes under the pretense of lowering her head to read a book. Her consciousness quickly sank into the big villa, and she used her mobile phone to check the number of words in the whole book of the Doctrine of the Mean. Good news, as a book, it doesn't have many words. Bad news, there are 3,568 words. If you copy it 10 times, that's 35,680 words, on average. You have to copy about 12,000 words a day, and it has to be written in brush style. Old man Chui is really a bad person. In the villa, Yunshu hugged his head and let out a painful wail. Because she was thinking about the 12,000 words she had to copy as punishment, Yunshu was not that interested in the gossip about the future male and female protagonists on the first day of school. After finally making it to 3 p.m., she was finally able to leave the study room. As soon as Master Chui left the room, the sixth prince came up to Yunshu without any tact. Fifth sister, we agreed to eat fried chicken today. Put it aside for 3 days. Yunshu stood up listlessly. I have to go back to copy books. Hey, don't! The fried chicken was about to fly away, and Yunshu quickly stopped him. Isn't it just copying books? Why don't you let Zimming help you? Lu Zimming, who was packing his bookcase for him. ? The big enemy Lu Zimming looked up in confusion, and after receiving the eye signal from the sixth prince, he quickly nodded and agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Isn't it just copying a book? When His Highness the sixth prince was punished to copy a book before, I helped him copy it. Yes, Zimming is very good at imitating other people's handwriting. Yunshu tried his best to promote. With Zimming here, it's nothing to read the Doctrine of the Mean 10 times. Even if it's 20 or 30 times, there won't be any problem if you give it to him. Then, thank you for your hard work. Yunshu didn't expect that the fried chicken meal he casually arranged in the morning could bring her such benefits. She became energetic again, and walked out of the study room with the sixth prince. Seeing Tingxua and others waiting outside, Yunshu waved his hand and said proudly, Go to the imperial kitchen and get 5 chickens. Princess, are 5 a bit too many? Sunny followed Yunshu and said cautiously, We probably can't finish it. We can finish it. There are still a lot of people in my palace. The chubby-faced little girl was really cute, and she was more than a head shorter than her. Yunshu raised his arm and put it comfortably on the girl's shoulder. Also, although every part of this fried chicken can be eaten, I generally like only the drumsticks and wings. 5 chickens only have 10 drumsticks and 10 wings, which is not much. Oh. Sunny nodded obediently and said nothing more. However, when the sixth prince heard this, he turned around and told the eunuch beside him, Xiao Anzi, you also come with us and bring back 2 more chickens. Yes. Xiao Anzi responded and left with Tingxua. The time it takes to go from the upper study to the imperial kitchen, and then back to Fengyang Palace is definitely much longer than going directly from the upper study to Fengyang Palace. Yunshu didn't want to waste the waiting time. After returning to Fengyang Palace, she immediately asked someone to prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Although it was agreed that Lu Zimming would help her copy the paper in the upper study, even if she imitated the handwriting, she had to have an original copy first. Yunshu sat upright in front of the desk and copied 30 words in a formal manner. Then she gave up. No, I can't write it. It's too difficult to write. From the serious look of Master Chui today, Yunshu knew with her toes that if she handed in a bunch of crap, the old man would definitely get angry again. He might even make her copy it 10 times in anger, but the brush is so soft, and she had never practiced in modern times. Her hands were so sore and began to tremble after writing only 30 barely correct characters. Wouldn't it kill her to finish writing 3,000 characters? Putting the brush aside heavily, Yunshu lay on the backrest like a salted fish that had lost its dream. I have to think of another way. If fifth sister really doesn't want to copy, just let someone else copy it 10 times. Yunshu gave a bad idea. Anyway, old man Chui hasn't seen your handwriting before. But he will see it in the future. Sunny mustered up the courage and whispered back, If we are found out, the master will definitely be angry. Then do you have any other good ideas? Yunshu glanced at Sunny disapprovingly, and the latter immediately shrank her neck like a little quail and kept silent. After Yunshu finished speaking, he probably suddenly remembered that the fried chicken was not yet in his mouth. He paused for a moment, raised his leg and kicked Lu Zimming's butt. Go and see, hasn't my fifth sister already written dozens of words? Can you imitate the handwriting based on these words? This This is too little. When Lu Ziming heard that this difficult problem fell on his head again, he immediately made a bitter face. I really can't do it. It's useless. Yuan Chuan glared at him. Aren't there already horizontal, vertical, and dot strokes above? How can you? It's okay, I have an idea. Not at all disturbed by the noise of Yuan Chuan and the others, Yuan Shu sat up straight suddenly, met the curious eyes of several people, and her lips slowly rose, revealing a mysterious smile. An instant stick later, outside the small kitchen in the backyard of Fengyang Palace, Yuan Chuan looked at the 7 lively roosters with interest but confusion. This sister, are you sure plucking the tail feathers of this thing will work? I have never heard that a brush made of chicken feathers can make riding easier. Won't it be known if you pluck a few first? Yuan Shu raised her chin and was about to ask the eunuchs in her palace to do it, but before she could speak, Yuan Chuan stopped her with great interest. No, fifth sister, we are all idle anyway, why don't we have a competition? Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. Compete for what? Who can pluck more tail feathers? Yuan naughty child Chuan has already started to lift his sleeves and direct the eunuchs waiting on the side. I have never seen a chicken alive like this before. You guys, go and untie the ropes tied to the chicken legs and let them run. Chapter 6. Yuan Shu, I didn't expect that she could witness the chaotic childhood of the future tyrant male protagonist. Interesting. Adhering to the mentality of a fun-loving person who would rather watch the fun, Yuan Shu did not remind the naughty kid that catching chickens is not an easy task. While Yuan Chuan was preparing to enter the venue, she took Sunny in her arms and whispered, If you are scared later, just stay away, it's okay. Okay. Sunny nodded obediently, and after a while, she carefully lowered her voice and asked, Princess, will this chicken be fierce? Maybe? Yuan Shu shrugged, maybe these chickens are like people, some have good tempers and some have bad tempers. But no matter good or not, you have to pull the hair on their tails. I understand. Sunny understood instantly, and while stepping back half a step, she did not forget to care about Yuan Shu, the 5th princess. Princess, you have to be careful too. Don't worry. Smiling and rubbing Sunny's head, Yuan Shu leisurely lifted his sleeves. On the other side, Yuan Chuan had already aimed at the target and rushed towards the most majestic-looking red-crowned rooster. Oh! The big rooster, who was walking in the courtyard with his head held high, noticed someone running towards him, and immediately flapped his wings and ran away. Oh! You run pretty fast. Yuan Chuan stretched out his hand but caught nothing, and the one chasing behind seemed to be really aroused by the desire to win, and even said something cruel. Just wait and see how I will pluck all your tails off. Ziming. He began to call his teammates. Flank it from the other side. Yes. An 8-year-old boy is naughty and active. Before Yuan Chuan opened his mouth, Lu Ziming was already eager to move. Now that he got the order, he did not delay for a moment, and immediately surrounded the red-crowned rooster from another direction. Oh! The rooster was startled, flapping its wings and one claw on the railing. The moment it flew into the air, it made a handsome aerial turn. Yuan Chuan, who was chasing after it, and excitedly reaching out to grab its tail hair, only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and then the large tuft of tail hair turned into the sharp beak of the red-crowned rooster. The most important thing is that the sharp beak rushed straight at him. Ah! The excitement on Yuan Chuan's face was instantly replaced by fear. He quickly covered his head and tried to step back, but was accidentally tripped by something and fell on his back. Puff! Sunny couldn't help it, and laughed out loud while covering her mouth while standing on the sidelines. What are you laughing at? On the other side, Yuan Chuan, who had fallen hard, was hurriedly helped up by the eunuchs and palace maids waiting around. After confirming that he was safe, Yuan Chuan's first reaction was to scold Sunny in anger. Who gave you the courage to laugh at this prince? Your servant, I know I was wrong. Sunny was not very courageous to begin with, and after being so fierce by Yuan Chuan, 2 bags of tears suddenly filled her originally curved smiling eyes. However, Yuan Chuan, who was only 8 years old at the time, was not yet the tyrant male protagonist who would give her his life. Sunny's tears could not soften his heart. Yuan Chuan was wantonly showing his dog temper. After scolding Sunny, he continued to scold the maids and eunuchs who were serving around him. And you bunch of rubbish. You can't even protect the safety of this prince. What's the use of you? Come! Drag all these rubbish away and beat them to death. Beat them to death. Yuan Shu, who originally thought that Yuan Chuan was just being face-saving and would just vent his anger and curse a few times, suddenly raised his eyes and stared at the 6th prince, who was not aware that there was anything wrong with his order just now. He felt a chill in his heart. Yes, In the first few years, when online literature was just beginning to develop, many regulations were not perfect, and there were even protagonists who directly violated most of the criminal laws. As an old romance novel, the hero Yin-Chu-Wan in the book Tyrant's Palm Pet is not a person with a miserable life. He was misunderstood as a tyrant in order to better rule the world. He is a real, cruel king. A man who killed all his brothers 10 years later and dragged ministers who did not agree with him to the ground at any time. Outside the court, even the concubines in the harem were people who would kill them if they didn't like them. Why did she think that when he was 8 years old, he would really be as harmless as he looked? No, maybe Yin-Chu-Huan's innocent and obedient side did exist. It's just that the kind of innocence and obedience he had was only when he treated people of the same status as him, or a higher status. As for the eunuchs and maids in the palace, and those who would be killed by him at will in the future, to him, they were no different from the ants on the roadside. If he was unhappy, he would step on them all to death. He didn't think it was a cruel thing, but just thought it was commonplace. He turned his head and forgot everything. Just like now, the crying and begging of the eunuchs and maids in the courtyard didn't even get a look from Yin-Chu-Huan, and even Lu Ziming beside him looked accustomed to it. Stop! Yuan-Shu, who has always been a Buddhist, was rarely angry. People in my palace, why can you kill them just because of your sixth brother? They are just a few lowly servants. Why can't you kill them? I didn't expect that my fifth sister, who seemed to have a good temper, would get angry at me for a few eunuchs and palace maids. Yin-Chu-Huan was angry and aggrieved. I am a prince. Can't I kill a few servants? You are a prince, they are palace maids. You have a higher status than them. You can kill them. In ancient times, it was all bullshit to talk about equality for all. Yuan-Shu was not so naive as to try to make a prince accept such a concept. She directly used Yin-Chu-Huan's own logic to fight back. But father is still the emperor, the most noble person in the world, and his status is also higher than yours. Why doesn't he kill you? Because this prince is father's son. Yin-Chu-Huan naturally fought back. Besides, this prince did not make any mistakes. Why did father kill me? Then did the people in my palace make any mistakes? Speaking quickly, she used Yin-Chu-Huan's own logic to fight back again. Yuan-Shu did not give him a chance to react, and then moved his attention away from the eunuchs and palace maids. 3-year-old children know that there is a reason for every grievance. Aren't you angry because you accidentally fell? This sister will avenge you. Chapter 7. Avenge me? After all, he was still young, and he had been spoiled and used to doing whatever he wanted. He had never been scolded by anyone. Yuan-Shu's series of words, which were as fast as a machine gun, had already slowed Yin-Chu-Huan's reaction. The last sudden turn made the latter even more confused. How do you avenge me? Someone come! Yuan-Shu waved his hand without saying anything, and his expression was quite domineering. Drag the chicken that just offended the sixth prince and kill it. And the dead tree root that tripped the sixth prince, uproot it, and completely kill it. Yin-Chu-Huan, He always felt that he was perfunctory, but he had no evidence. Blinking in confusion, Yin-Chu-Huan had no time to think about what the problem was before he was interrupted by Yuan-Shu again. Sixth brother, do you want to eat fried chicken with cumin, 5-spice, garlic, or spicy flavor? What is that? Yin-Chu-Huan, who had never heard of so many flavors, instantly threw away the little inspiration that he had finally grasped in his mind, and rushed to Yuan-Shu, who had just avenged him, and asked carefully about the differences between these flavors. While Yuan-Shu openly used the excuse that none of the people in the small kitchen knew how to make fried chicken, and sent everyone outside to wait, she took the opportunity to let her consciousness enter the big villa, quickly ordered a lot of fried chicken with her mobile phone, and removed all the packaging, and put them on the porcelain plates in front of her, on the other side, in the imperial study. Emperor Xuanwu had a subtle and slightly distorted expression, and was repeatedly confirming with the dragon shadow guard he sent out. You mean, Yuan-Shu was punished by the Grand Tutor to copy the doctrine of the mean today, but she only wrote 30 words, and then took the sixth prince and others to pluck the chicken's tail feathers? Yes. Emperor Xuanwu. ? As the most secret of secret guard around the emperor, every member of the Dragon Shadow Guard has received the most rigorous training. They will do their best to complete every task assigned by the emperor regardless of life and death, without any personal emotions. In other words, every sentence stated by the Dragon Shadow Guard is extremely objective and true. But the question is, can a 13-year-old girl who still has difficulty writing really help him solve the difficulties of so many poor students in the world, as the sim selection system said? Emperor Xuanwu was puzzled, and could only wave his hand to signal the Dragon Shadow Guard to retreat first. Keep watching, remember not to miss any details. Yes. The Dragon Shadow Guard nodded slightly, and the next moment he saw his figure flash, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared quietly as he came. At that time, Yuanshu had already brought the sixth prince back to the palace, and several plates of golden and crispy fried chicken were neatly placed on the dining table. The overbearing and unique aroma made people salivate, and Yuanshu took the lead in placing a chicken leg in front of Yuanshu. "Here, this is the one that offended you just now. I specially left it out for you." "Thank you, fifth sister." Although Yuanshu was still a little unhappy when the embarrassing incident just now was brought up again, the tempting food in front of him, that he had never seen before, obviously attracted his attention. He couldn't wait to reach out and take the fried chicken leg. After a bite, the golden and crispy skin mixed with the tender and juicy plump chicken meat inside instantly filled his taste buds. Yuanshu's eyes lit up, and the dignified prince couldn't even say a word of praise, and he couldn't stop eating. Cini and Lu Ziming, who started eating after him, did the same thing. They ate all kinds of fried chicken in turn. They grimaced because of the spiciness, but they didn't waste a single bite. In the end, they were all so full that they could only turn over their bulging round bellies and lie on their backs on the chairs, smacking their lips with satisfaction. "Fifth sister, I've decided." "What decision?" Yuanshu, the only one who didn't eat too much, smiled and poured herself a cup of tea to relieve the greasiness. She heard Yuanshu say firmly, "I will follow you from now on." Yuanshu, They are really worthy of being McDonald's and Grandpa Kin, who can successfully conquer the taste buds of thousands of cubs in modern society with such a rich variety of food. After a meal of fried chicken, the child version of the tyrant was willing to be her little brother. Yuanshu raised her eyebrows, but before she could say anything, she saw her new little brother holding his round belly and sitting up straight with difficulty. Leaning towards her, she came over, with the same obedient expression on her face when she asked her for milk tea this morning. "Fifth sister, can you write me a copy of your fried chicken recipe?" Recipe. When she decided to use fried chicken to seduce Yuanshu, Yuanshu thought that the other party would most likely ask her for the recipe after eating. She was not panicked at all at this moment, and just nodded calmly. "It's okay to give it to you, but the key is that there are several ingredients in it that are very rare and most people don't have them at all." "It's expensive?" Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, and soon waved his hand generously. "It's okay, my mother has plenty of money. Even if this fried chicken needs to be added with 500-year-old ginseng, my mother can find a way to get it for me." He really wasn't bragging. Yuanshu's mother, concubine Lu Guifei, was the daughter of the current left Prime Minister Lu Yankun. Before Lu Yankun, the left Prime Minister, was the richest man in Jiangnan for many years. Concubine Lu grew up in a rich and luxurious nest with gold and jade carvings. She has always spent money like water. After entering the palace, because Prime Minister Lu loved his daughter, he never treated her badly in terms of money. Concubine Lu doted on Yuanshu, her only son, to the extreme. It can almost be said that he would respond to any request. If not, Yuanshu's willful and reckless character would not be raised. In fact, Yuanshu saw this point, and threw bait to Yuanshu. After all, her original mother died when she was born. Although her grandfather was still an official in the court, he was also incorruptible and rarely contacted her, the fifth princess. If she wanted some food to appear in this dynasty openly, she still had to rely on Yuanshu. Yuanshu casually took out a small bottle of chili powder prepared in advance, and put it on the table. He raised his chin and said, "Well, it's not about the price. The main thing is that I accidentally got this seasoning powder from a palace maid. It is said that a relative of her family used to sail with someone and brought it back from overseas. We don't have it in Tianshan at all." "Overseas?" Yuanshu pulled out the stopper on the small porcelain bottle and sniffed it curiously. Chapter 8. Achoo. Ah. Achoo. Sneezed several times in a row due to the chili powder. Yuanshu sniffed and said with red eyes, "It's just the sea." Achoo. "Outside? My maternal grandfather's merchant ship goes out to sea once or twice every year. Fifth sister, just tell me the name or its appearance characteristics, and I will ask them to bring it back." "It's different." Yuanshu shook his head. "Even if your merchant ship goes out to sea, it should only go to a few nearby countries, right?" This? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment. As an 8-year-old prince, it is impossible for him to know clearly about the business affairs of his maternal grandfather's side branch. Fortunately, Lu Ziming, the grandson of Prime Minister Lu, was there. He nodded quickly, and took over the conversation for Yuanshu. "Yes, they usually go to the small countries of Luzon and Johor." "That won't work." Yuanshu sighed. "I heard from the palace servant who gave me these seasonings that her relative actually encountered a maritime accident and accidentally lost his way at sea. He sailed for nearly half a year before finally reaching the shore. There are even locals with red hair and green eyes. Red hair and green eyes? Yuan Chuan was stunned. Are they still human? I think so. Lu Ziming scratched his head, a little uncertain. I heard that there are very few red-haired people among the Hu people. Maybe it has something to do with them being in a barbaric land? The blood of the barbarians is really low. Yuan Chuan heard this and snorted disdainfully at first, then raised his head arrogantly and said, in that case, let someone go and look for it. Chili powder is such a delicacy that it can't be wasted in the hands of these barbarians. Since we are looking for it, why don't you let someone pay more attention to it, and see if there are any other species overseas that are not in Tiansheng? Yuan Shu casually mentioned, maybe after I bring it back, I can figure out some new food? This sister is right. Yuan Chuan agreed and made the final decision. Let's do it. Because the palace gate is locked on time at 6 o'clock every night, Lu Ziming and Sini must leave the palace before that, so not long after eating fried chicken, the two hurried away. As for the sixth prince Yuan Chuan, although he has not left the palace to build a mansion because of his young age, and still lives in the palace, according to the work and rest schedule of this dynasty, he should also return to concubine Lu. The four people who were eating chicken just now were left with Yuan Shu alone, in a blink of an eye. But she was not lonely at all. After all, there were more than 3,000 words of the doctrine of the mean to copy. Facing Tingshua's puzzled gaze, Yuan Shu took all the chicken tail feathers that she had specially asked someone to collect into the study. Yuan Shu, who had only written 30 words in 10 minutes before, completed the copying of the entire book's 3,568 words in just 1 hour. Although the font had already reached the level of cursive writing, but Tingxue gathered the copied papers in amazement. Princess, when did you learn such good handwriting? What kind of good handwriting is this? Yuan Shu rubbed her sore wrist, yawned, and stood up. Hurry, hurry, I have to wash up and go to bed. I have to go to school tomorrow. Yes. Tingxue looked at the punishment copy in her hand, and the 30 words that Yuan Shu had written before, which were thrown into the corner. When she went out to ask the maid to bring in hot water, she still didn't understand in her mind. Just changing the writing pen, can the writing be so different? The first 30 words were quite in line with her impression of what a princess should be like. Every stroke showed the efforts and clumsiness of a child, but the ones written later, the difference between them was like a young boy who had just entered school and suddenly became a scholar. Why don't she try it when she has time? The next morning, she was dug out of bed by Tingxue before 4 o'clock as usual. The freshness of the first day of school had passed, and Yuan Shu was even more resentful today than yesterday. In her eyes, the Master Cui, who was full of all kinds of benevolence and morality, was no different from a walking sleeping pill. Yuan Shu forced herself to listen to the words that made her brain dizzy for half an hour. Only the most sincere people in the world can manage the great principles of the world, establish the great foundation of the world, and understand the transformation of heaven and earth. Who can rely on? His benevolence is sincere. His abyss is profound. His heaven is vast. If you are not smart and wise and understand the virtue of heaven, who can know it? Then, in the passionate saliva of Master Cui, her upper and lower eyelids stuck together. Her Highness the Fifth Princess. Her Highness the Fifth Princess. It seemed like someone was calling her. This thought flashed in Yuan Shu's mind for 2 seconds, but she ignored it, because subconsciously, she thought the voice was quite annoying. As a result, the next moment, a thunderclap exploded in the clear sky. Yuan Shu trembled, and suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to see the dark face of Cui Taifu. There was no thunder in the clear sky. The loud noise just now was the sound of Cui Taifu slamming the table in anger after shouting several times, and failing to wake Yuan Shu up. Taifu. Yuan Shu was caught sleeping in class, and he felt a little guilty. Her confused mind suddenly cleared up. She stood up, and was about to apologize, but Master Cui had already said with a cold face, Your Highness the Fifth Princess slept so deeply. Could it be that she stayed up all night yesterday, and copied the doctrine of the mean 10 times? If so, there is no need to wait for 3 days. Your Highness can hand over the punishment copy to me today. She did bring the punishment copy, but there was only one copy, which she intended to let Lu Ziming imitate the handwriting. Why? Seeing that Yuan Shu was silent as he expected, Master Cui's beard jumped twice, and continued to mock. 1 night is not enough for the princess to copy 10 times? Indeed, it is not enough. The punishment of 35,000 in 3 days is unreasonable in itself. Yuan Shu wanted to protest yesterday, but she was too scared to say it. Now that Master Cui had mentioned it himself, she took out the copy she had written last night. I am not good at calligraphy, and finishing 3,000 words in one night is already the limit. 3,000. Master Chui sneered, and was about to open his mouth to scold again, but his eyes accidentally swept across the copybook that Yun Shu had taken out, and his brows suddenly frowned again. He took the copybook and quickly flipped through it from beginning to end, his face becoming more and more angry. It seems that Her Highness the Princess really doesn't take me seriously at all, and even asked someone else to write the copybook for you. Chapter 9. Taifu, do you have any evidence to prove that I asked someone else to write this copy for me? Although she did have the idea of asking Lu Ziming to write it for her. But this copy was clearly copied by her last night with great effort. Yun Shu confidently used the words Taifu said yesterday to suppress her. If Taifu doesn't want to teach Yun Shu, you can just report to your father directly. Why do you have to wrongly accuse someone? When did this, old minister? What do you want to report to me? Just as the atmosphere in the study room became more and more tense, a bright yellow figure suddenly appeared outside the door. It was after Emperor Xuanwu left the court today that he suddenly remembered the news reported by the Dragon Shadow Guard yesterday, and decided to come and see what was so special about his unlearned daughter. He stopped the eunuch on duty outside from passing the message, and planned to observe secretly and leave, but he didn't expect to hear the conversation as soon as he approached. Waving his hand, signaling everyone in the room to excuse themselves, Emperor Xuanwu first glanced at Yun Shu, who had become obedient in an instant, and then looked at Chui Taifu calmly, feeling amused, and then his eyes fell on Chui Taifu. I seem to have heard something just now. Unjust? Your Majesty, when I was assessing the fifth princess's learning progress yesterday, I accidentally discovered that although the princess was already 13 years old, she had never read the Great Learning and the Doctrine of the Mean. I was heartbroken and punished her to copy the Doctrine of the Mean 10 times. Chui Taifu has always been serious and old-fashioned and very stubborn. He looks down on those unlearned and unskilled dandies the most. Unfortunately, Yun Shu now has such an image in his eyes. He wanted to teach Yun Shu a lesson, so when he explained the situation to Emperor Xuanwu, some of his words were also very deliberate. Just now, the princess fell asleep in my class, and she also shirked the responsibility by saying that it was because she copied too late last night. The punishment copy handed in was clearly written by someone else, but the princess refused to admit it. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu took the punishment copy handed over by Chui Taifu, and took a look at it. His eyebrows also frowned slightly. Although the handwriting on this punishment copy is still a long way from the famous masters, this flamboyant brushstroke can never be written without a certain level of skill. After dinner last night, he went to the harem, and did not ask about Yun Shu's situation. But Long Yingwei had clearly said before that Yun Shu had difficulty writing only 30 words. After handing the punishment copy back to Yun Shu, Emperor Xuanwu was also puzzled, but he did not make a direct conclusion like Chui Taifu, but said in a deep voice, "Do you have any explanation?" Replying to father, "It is not difficult to prove that this word was written by your son. Just let your son write a few more words in front of you." But it was rare for the emperor to come at the right time, and it seemed that his attitude towards her was not bad. It would be a pity if she didn't seize this opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. Yun Shu deliberately paused, showing a bit of grievance, a bit of forbearance and stubbornness. "But I can't be wronged in vain. If I can prove that these words are indeed from my hand, Master Chui will be exempted from the remaining 9 times of copying." "Yes." Seeing that Yun Shu's eyes were open, and there was no guilt at all, Emperor Xuanwu was relieved and agreed casually. Master Chui was half a step slower. Of course, it was impossible for him to say anything to refuse at this time. He could only put on a stern face, and took a brush from Sunyi's desk. "Princess, please. I don't need this." Yun Shu stood still and looked at Emperor Xuanwu eagerly. "Father, as long as this copy of the Doctrine of the Mean is copied by me, right? What I copied it with shouldn't matter?" Emperor Xuanwu? From what she said, could it be she copied it with her feet? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while, and it was no wonder that his imagination was so open. After all, according to normal people's thinking, what else can be used for writing if not a pen? The pen cannot be replaced, so the only thing that can be changed is the place where the pen is held. How can a princess of a country take off her shoes and socks in front of so many people? The scene is very suffocating just by flashing in my mind. "You?" Emperor Xuanwu secretly took a deep breath. If this brat dared to say that she would copy with her feet, he would double her punishment to 20 times. "What do you want to copy with?" "Use." Yun Shu took out a chicken feather from the bookcase, another kind of brush. Emperor Xuanwu? Absurd. Teacher Chui, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak out when he saw the chicken tail hair. Reading is an elegant thing. How can you use such a vulgar thing to write? Why is chicken tail hair vulgar? Yunshu was unhappy. Aren't the brushes you use made of wolf hair, rabbit hair, or wool? Do you have to classify the quality of a few hairs? You? Teacher Cui, who hadn't seen a student as deviant as Yunshu for many years, was very angry. How can this be compared? Why can't they be compared? Aren't they both animal hairs, and can both be used to write? When Yunshu said this, the feather in his hand was already stained with ink. To be precise, it was the harder, hollow feather shaft in the middle of the feather that was stained with ink. Nature is the destiny of heaven, following nature is the way, and cultivating the way is teaching. In front of Emperor Xuanwu and Master Cui, Yunshu wrote the first sentence of the doctrine of the mean in 2 strokes. Upon closer inspection, it was actually slightly different from the words written with an ordinary brush, but the strokes were continuous, and the rhythm was smooth, exactly the same as the handwriting on the previous copy of the punishment. Master Cui, what do you think? Humph. Master Cui shook his sleeves with a stern face. Unorthodox ways. Not for a gentleman. According to Master, a gentleman can't do this or that. Is it what a gentleman should do to keep a noble attitude every day? Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu didn't express his opinion immediately and stood on Master Cui's side to scold her, Yunshu also had some confidence. But who can be a gentleman from birth? If you want to be a scholar, you have to read first, right? How many people can afford to read these days? A brush is enough for ordinary people to eat many meals, but chicken tail hair is different. Emperor Xuanwu, well said. Yunshu, ? Although she did raise a big flag when she spoke in order to make Emperor Xuanwu realize that she, a little princess without money from her in-laws, was really poor and didn't even have a few copper coins in her hand, she was a little righteous, but she was embarrassed by her stepfather's support. Chapter 10. Yunshu smiled shyly, and was just guessing how much money the emperor would give her after his father had a change of heart, when he saw Emperor Xuanwu turned his head again, and chatted with Cui Taifu with a smile on his face. My dear Cui, do you know how much the most common brush in the market costs? This. Cui Taifu was stunned for a moment. He was born into a noble family, and had never lacked money since he was a child. The pens, ink, paper, and inkstone he used on a daily basis were all fine products. He really didn't know how much those inferior brushes outside cost. Probably. Cui Taifu guessed carefully. 1 tael of silver? About that. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. A brush, 800 coins. 1 tael of silver is 1,000 coins, and the difference between it and 800 coins is indeed not much. Emperor Xuanwu continued, then Minister Cui, do you know how much money ordinary people can save in a year? An ordinary family of 5 spends about 10 taels of silver a year. This is related to people's livelihood. After all, Cui Taifu is a minister in the court, so he still knows something about this issue. If there is no disaster year and nothing special happens in the family, maybe 1.5 taels of silver can be saved in a year. That's right. Emperor Xuanwu put his hands behind his back, walked to the window, looked at the direction outside the palace, and said in a deep voice, even if an ordinary family of 5 has a smooth year, they can only save 1.5 taels of silver, but a most ordinary brush can spend most of it. This is why it is difficult for poor families to produce noble sons. So what you mean is? Although Cui Taifu is pedantic, he is not a fool. When Emperor Xuanwu said this, he could naturally react. This chicken feather. What chicken feathers? Yunshu complained in a low voice. This is called a feather pen. Ha ha, that's right. A feather pen. Emperor Xuanwu laughed heartily. He turned around and nodded with satisfaction. It's not easy for ordinary people to buy a brush, but it's not difficult to buy a bunch of feather pens. But, Teacher Cui looked a little ugly. Obviously, in the eyes of a pedantic person like him who came from an aristocratic family, it didn't matter whether the people could afford a pen or read a book. What was important was the elegance of reading. And holding a chicken feather. Oh no, writing with a feather pen is a vulgar act in his eyes, and it is simply an insult to scholars. Taifu Cui lowered his head and tried to find an excuse. But when I saw the princess writing just now, the way she held the feather pen was very strange, and the feather shaft was hard, not as soft as an ordinary brush. This is definitely not the way of calligraphy. Shuer's handwriting is not bad in my opinion. The people of the aristocratic families wish that the entire court was filled with their own people. Taifu Cui didn't care whether ordinary people could read, and Emperor Xuanwu didn't care at all. Besides, he dismissed Cui Taifu's words lightly. If you really can't do it, just learn with a feather pen first. If you can pass the examination, you will naturally have enough money to buy a brush. It won't be too late to practice calligraphy then. After saying that, without waiting for Cui Taifu to find any other reasons, Emperor Xuanwu turned his head and praised Yunshu approvingly. Sure has made great contributions this time. Who wants your verbal praise? It's useless. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu was in a very good mood at the moment, Yunshu rubbed over like a flatterer. Father, is there a reward for making contributions? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. What reward does Sure want? Money! Yunshu's wish was very simple. She took out a very dry purse from her sleeve pocket and shook it twice. Father, look, this is all my belongings. If I wasn't so poor that I couldn't even afford a brush, how would I know that chicken tail feathers can also be used for writing? He is the emperor, sitting on the 4 seas. How could his daughter be so poor? Emperor Xuanwu's majestic expression almost didn't hold back, but he quickly came back to his senses. I remember that things like pens, ink, paper and inkstones should not need to be bought by yourself. No matter whether Yunshu was favored before, she was still a princess. Emperor Xuanwu was not an emperor who would treat his children harshly. The daily clothing, food, housing, transportation and daily necessities of the princes and princesses were all taken care of by places such as the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why would she need to buy a brush? The palace only has pens, ink, paper and inkstones when you are 6 years old. Yunshu clenched her purse with only 3 copper coins, hung her head, and began to play the victim. When I was 3 years old, I wanted to learn to write my own name, but there was no pen. Emperor Xuanwu? ? So this kid ran to duel with a big rooster when he was 3 years old? Recalling the scene described by Dragon Shadow Guard yesterday, and then replacing the figure of the 8-year-old 6th prince with the 3-year-old Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu fell into silence again. Father. Yunshu was pitiful. I know. Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his lip. The reward will be sent to you today. Thank you, father. I have money. Great. After seeing off Emperor Xuanwu with a smile on her face, Yunshu was still immersed in the joy of finally getting more money in her pocket. When she turned around, she saw Cui Taifu's face, which looked as if it had been pickled in a toilet. Yunshu's heart suddenly sounded an alarm, and she quickly spoke before him. Taifu, we just agreed that I don't need to copy the remaining 9 copies of the Doctrine of the Mean. Yes. No matter how dissatisfied Cui Taifu was in his heart, he could not be so stupid as to deny what Emperor Xuanwu had just agreed to. He just emphasized in a lukewarm way, you don't have to copy, but you still have to recite what you should recite. Taifu, don't worry, I check it randomly in 2 days. Isn't it just reciting the whole text? She is not really a bad student. It's just 3,000 words. It's not that she can't recite it. Yunshu walked briskly back to her seat. Before she could sit down, she heard the faint voice of Master Cui again. In that case, let's put the matter of the Doctrine of the Mean aside for now. Submit the Great Learning 20 times within 10 days. Yunshu? ? This stinky old man pretends to obey, doesn't he? It's not good to bypass her father and let her continue to copy the Doctrine of the Mean, but he punished her to double the amount of the Great Learning. After copying the Great Learning, do we still have to copy the Analects and Mencius? After copying the 4 books, are there still the 5 classics? He is so outrageous. Yunshu took a deep breath and couldn't bear it. Master Cui, don't you think this is a bit unreasonable? Your Highness the 5th Princess, are you questioning the ability of an old minister to teach students? Master Cui clasped his hands together and held them in his sleeves. The same trick worked every time. If the princess has any opinions, you can just tell His Majesty directly. Use the Emperor to pressure her again. Do you really think she doesn't dare to complain to the parents? She will file this complaint today. Chapter 11. In order to have more arguments when she complained, Yunshu was rarely alert and listened to the whole day's class seriously. Teacher Cui didn't know what she was really thinking, and thought she had given in. When she walked out of the study room in the afternoon, her face was full of pride, as if she had won a victory. But Yunshu turned around and went to the Imperial Study Room. At that time, Emperor Xuanwu had already learned from the Dragon Shadow Guard what happened after he left today. When he heard the Euclidii beside him come in to report that Yunshu really came to him to complain, he was still quite curious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. He is a father, and even more so an emperor. In the study room, if the princes did not ask their mothers to help cover up and deal with the aftermath of the conflict with the Grand Tutor, it would be good enough. How could they take the initiative to bring the matter to him? This Xiaowu is interesting. Putting aside the paper written with a feather pen in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. Let her in. Yes. Lady Hai responded, and soon, he saw the snow-blue figure walking in from outside. He still bowed honestly first, but compared with the first time he came the day before yesterday, he was obviously more lively and vivid. Maybe because she was closer to him. Thinking that he had indeed ignored this daughter for many years before, Emperor Xuanwu's expression could not help but become more gentle. Of course, he still had to pretend not to know. Why, are you so impatient to come and get the reward? Father said that the reward would be sent directly to the sun's palace, so why do I need to take it myself? Yuanshu was also a person who was very good at taking advantage of the situation. After several times of getting along, she knew that Emperor Xuanwu was indeed as described in the book, a relatively lenient emperor to his children. Generally, as long as they did not make principled mistakes, he would not lose his temper. While the tension was relieved a lot, the tricks that made her particularly popular with the elders in the past were naturally used skillfully again by her. Father, I don't like Master Cui. Don't like? Emperor Xuanwu laughed. He thought this kid was going to complain. I didn't expect him to be so childish, without even a little bit of roundabout words, and just said straight up that he didn't like it. On weekdays, she had to go around 10 bends to say a word to those old foxes in the court. Even when she returned to the harem, those seemingly gentle concubines had their own little thoughts. It was rare to have such a person, who was so easy to talk to, so Emperor Xuanwu was naturally very tolerant. When he spoke, there was even a hint of teasing in his tone. Is it because he punished you to copy the doctrine of the mean? No, if it was just because of this, I should have come to complain to my father yesterday. Yuanshu looked aggrieved. I just think that Master Cui is narrow-minded. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu was once again amused by her straightforward words. Why is he narrow-minded? Just. She twisted her fingers around her belt, as if she finally realized that her complaint seemed a little childish until this moment, but since she was already here, she could only continue with a little embarrassment. Today he wrongly accused me of hiring someone to write for me. Didn't you promise to exempt me from the remaining 9 times of copying? Cui Taifu turned around and punished me to copy the Great Learning 20 times. This was obviously intentional, and the matter of the feather pen, Taifu seemed to really hate this thing. When he was teaching today, he always extended it to say that a gentleman should behave elegantly and decently, and every time he said it, he would look at me. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I always felt that he was scolding me for being vulgar with his eyes. The most important thing is. Yuanshu paused, as if she was hesitating whether to continue. In the end, she still plucked up the courage and continued. The most important thing is that I think Cui Taifu looks down on the people. He is vulgar all the time, and every word and sentence reveals his disdain for vulgar people. But I heard from Taifu that the people in this world are probably all the vulgar people. He said, Father, you don't look down on the people, so why does Cui Taifu? No one in power likes aristocratic families with deep roots and huge roots. It can be said that in history, every emperor was cautious and repressive towards the aristocratic families. Yuanshu was not sure if the double copying punishment would make Emperor Xuanwu agree to replace Cui Taifu, so she used a childish way to reveal the side of Cui Taifu that Emperor Xuanwu disliked the most. Sure enough, Emperor Xuanwu, who had been laughing when she accused Cui Taifu of scolding her with his eyes, gradually flattened the curve of his lips after hearing the latter part. Cui Taifu was born in an aristocratic family, so his heart was naturally on the side of the aristocratic family. Emperor Xuanwu was very clear about this. But he should not try to pass on such a concept to the princes and princesses through the opportunity of teaching. Even Xiaowu, who is uneducated and has only been there for 2 days, can hear that Cui Taifu despises the people and admires the so-called gentleman. It is conceivable how obvious Cui Taifu's performance is. Emperor Xuanwu frowned and was about to ask someone to summon Cui Xiota, the old man, when the familiar light curtain suddenly unfolded in front of him. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Summon Cui Taifu, scold him, and replace the Taifu for Yuanshu and Yuanshu. B. Scold Yuanshu and let her study in the study room honestly and not think about it all day. C. Find a way to appease Yuanshu and do not deal with this matter for the time being. Is there anything else worth worrying about? Emperor Xuanwu decisively chose the first one in his mind. You chose A and got Yuanshu's gratitude. Emperor Xuanwu? ? That's it? That's it? Knowing that the sim selection system would never pop up such meaningless things, Emperor Xuanwu hesitated and clicked on it. You chose B. Yuanshu was angry and aggrieved, secretly scolded you in his heart, and would never get close to you again. Emperor Xuanwu? He knew this option was unreliable. The little brat is quite angry. Glancing at Yuanshu calmly, Emperor Xuanwu quickly clicked on the third option. You chose C. The number of poor students has been greatly improved. What? Emperor Xuanwu was stunned. Before, he asked Yushu to return to the study room to study because of this matter. He thought that Yushu had responded to this sentence by taking out the feather pen today. But he didn't expect that it was not. Chapter 12. Father? Yunshu could not see the light curtain, but could see that the originally angry emperor suddenly thought of something. Looking into the void, his expression inexplicably became subtle. Until she called him back to his senses, Emperor Xuanwu's expression became much kinder again. Xiaowu. Oh no! From this expression and tone, it was clear that what he was going to say next would not be what she wanted to hear. Yunshu took a step back reflexively. Emperor Xuanwu? ? The alertness in the kid's eyes was too conspicuous, and it was difficult for him to pretend not to see it, but it was good that she saw through it, so that he wouldn't have to know how to speak. Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment, and then he spoke calmly. Father has already made arrangements for this matter. I will replace Master Cui, but not now. What is that? Yunshu didn't ask what the specific arrangements were. Was it something that a useless princess like her should ask about the emperor's thoughts? She only cared about one thing. Can it be within 10 days? Master Cui asked me to hand in the punishment within 10 days. 10 days. Emperor Xuanwu coughed a little with a guilty conscience. It shouldn't be possible. What about the punishment for me to copy? Sure enough, the bad premonition came true, and Yunshu's mouth dropped instantly. Master Cui is simply blatantly taking revenge on me. I can only let Shure down for the time being. Emperor Xuanwu nodded seriously. As compensation, I will have someone send you an extra copy when I send you the reward today. Then. That's fine. Just sell her handwriting for money. It's still quite cost-effective. Before crossing over, she had never lacked money. Although she had not yet encountered the need to spend money after crossing over, she was always particularly uneasy with an empty pocket. Her cheap father was an emperor after all, so he must have given her a lot of rewards. She left the imperial study room contentedly. When she went down the stairs, Yunshu even jumped twice briskly, then turned around, and was caught off guard by 3 heads that were piled up in the corner and stuck out. Yunshu, why are you here? We are worried about you, fifth sister. Yunshuan was caught peeking in the fun, but he didn't feel guilty at all, and he lied. If the emperor gets angry, we can help him with our presents? Yunshu snorted and laughed. You are secretly speaking for me in this corner? You didn't need us just now. The fabricated excuse was exposed before it lasted a second, but Yunshuan still didn't feel embarrassed, and still had that playful smile. Huaner saw that fifth sister seemed to be in a good mood when she came out of the imperial study just now. Could it be that the emperor promised fifth sister that she didn't have to copy the university 20 times? You still have to copy it. She has taken the money, so how can she not copy it? But her eyes fell on Yunshuan, and Yunshu curled the corners of her lips, revealing a not-so-simple smile. Yunshuan, He shrank his neck and sold out his teammates in a very tactful way. Fifth sister, don't worry. I promise to let Ziming help you copy the doctrine of the mean. Now that you don't need to copy the doctrine of the mean, it's the same if I let him help you copy the great learning. No, I can't. The anger burned on him again without him noticing, and Lu Ziming waved his hands in fear. Fifth princess, sixth prince, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that there are some differences between the words written with a feather pen and ordinary brushes. I can only write with ordinary brushes, and I can't write with a feather pen like the princess. It's okay, I don't want you to help me copy this time. Yunshu nodded calmly. I want you to help me do another thing. Come here. She waved her hand, and several little heads immediately gathered together. The dragon shadow guards hidden in the dark almost stood up their ears, and they couldn't hear what they were mumbling. So, when he appeared in front of Emperor Xuanwu again, he could only retell the whole process and the few words he vaguely heard. Emperor Xuanwu, Did he guess wrong again? The first thing that Xiaowu did after leaving him was not to find a way to solve the 20 times of punishment, but to ask Laolu to buy a lot of radishes, and find a few more people to come back together. Fried radish balls? Are these fried radish balls so delicious? His thoughts were distracted for a moment, and Emperor Xuanwu, who realized what he was thinking, helplessly held his chin. Okay, I know, you must keep a close eye on her these few days. Once there is any unusual behavior from Princess Wu, you must report it as soon as possible. Yes. I didn't know that when he was whispering with Yunshuan and others that day, because of the deviation of the thinking of a foodie, and the words that were accidentally leaked out without controlling the volume in the middle, Emperor Xuanwu was almost fooled. In the following days, Yunshu behaved very honestly in the study room every day. She listened to the class carefully, did her homework carefully, didn't doze off or talk nonsense, and Master Cui couldn't find any fault with her. He could only comfort himself in his heart that the fifth princess, This troublemaker must be really afraid of him, so she didn't dare to offend him again. But he didn't know that Yunshu had been hanging out with Yun Chuan and others after class recently, and the content reported to Emperor Xuanwu by the Dragon Shadow Guard every day was always varied. The princess finished copying the Great Learning today, and handed the copy to the young master of the Lu family. The sixth prince told the princess that the radishes had been bought, and the people had been found, but they were all arranged outside the palace. The princess asked people to make a lot of fried radish balls, and the sixth prince and others were very happy, and said they were delicious. The princess led the sixth prince and others to carve carrots. Mist's craftsmanship was not good, so she was laughed at by the sixth prince. Then, the sixth prince was laughed at by the princess. The sixth prince was not convinced, and said that the one outside the palace. Some people are even better than the princess, and can carve dragons and phoenixes with radishes. The young master of the Lu family brought a basket of carved radishes into the palace, and the basket of radishes was delivered to the princess. There were exquisite radish carvings such as dragons and phoenixes, Chang'e flying to the moon, and flying horses pulling a carriage. Emperor Xuanwu, So, in these 10 days, his daughter was just messing around with radishes, and even those people she found outside the palace were to carve radishes for her. This is really strange. Could it be that carving a dragon and phoenix radish can greatly increase the number of poor students in the world? Seeing that the 10-day deadline was coming in a blink of an eye, Emperor Xuanwu, who had never been able to figure out the connection between them, finally couldn't sit still. Chapter 13. So after the court session that day, Emperor Xuanwu came to the study room again. He was lucky that he arrived just in time to see Cui Taifu asking Yunshu to copy as punishment. According to the information obtained from the Dragon Shadow Guard, Yunshu had only copied the Great Learning once in the past 10 days, but now in front of Cui Taifu and Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu actually took out a thick stack, 20 copies, not one more, not one less, and the handwriting was all from her hand, and there were also some traces of feather pen writing that were not very obvious. Emperor Xuanwu? ? Hasn't she been playing with carrots recently? Where did she find the time to copy such a thick stack? Could it be that there is another palace maid in her palace who has learned to write with a feather pen at an early age with her, and even the handwriting is exactly the same, but the Dragon Shadow Guard didn't say anything, and this handwriting is too similar. Emperor Xuanwu quickly flipped through the 20 copies of the punishment that Yunshu handed in, trying to find the mistakes of the imitator. But there was not a single mistake. This was a perfect imitation. Every stroke, even down to the mistake Yunshu made when his wrist was sore at the end, were exactly the same. Wait, the mistakes were exactly the same. Finally realizing where the real problem was coming from, Emperor Xuanwu came to his senses and turned to the front again, taking out the first page of each copy for comparison. Same, too much the same. If you say this was written by two people, Emperor Xuanwu would be the first to disagree, but the problem is, he still doesn't believe it was written by the same person. Who can guarantee that every stroke he writes will always be perfectly consistent? This is simply impossible. Realizing that this might be the answer he has been waiting for these days, Emperor Xuanwu's hands holding the copybook trembled slightly, but with so many people watching, he still habitually maintained his majestic temperament, except for the pair of eyes staring at Yunshu, which he couldn't move away. What's going on? Yunshu. Very good. Her heart, which had been pounding since Emperor Xuanwu pulled out the first page of each copy, finally died. She never expected that she would spend a lot of money this time. The 20 times of copying for 3 taels of silver were done without Cui Taifu finding any clues, but in the end, it was exposed by her beloved father. Is this cheap father still capable? She accepted his bribe, and agreed to temporarily put up with Cui Taifu's daily teaching torture. He didn't seize the time to deal with Cui Taifu, but actually had time to come and expose her little harmless trick. Back. Stab. Dog. Yun Shushin felt strongly betrayed. She cursed loudly, but looked very cowardly. It's just printing technology. Her voice was very low, but Emperor Xuanwu still heard it clearly. He continued to ask eagerly, what printing technology? Yunshu? ? No way. There is no printing technology in the great Tiansheng dynasty, then. Hasn't she made another contribution? Good guy. Yunshu immediately stood up and answered with super confidence. It's the printing technology that allows me to copy 100 copies of the Great Learning within an hour. She alone, in 1 hour, copied 100 copies of the Great Learning. What's the concept? Think about why books are so expensive nowadays, because they are scarce. Why are they scarce? Because up to now, all the books in the world have been copied stroke by scholars with good handwriting. And scholars themselves are also a scarce resource. Excluding the majority of aristocratic children who don't need to make money by copying books, the remaining handful of people who make money by copying books, even if they copy books all the time when they have free time, how many books can they copy in a year? In this process, we have to remove the books that are accidentally damaged or too old to read every year. After adding up the layers, can this book be something that ordinary people can afford? But now it's different. His Xiaowu can make 100 books in 1 hour. Emperor Xuanwu even subconsciously lightened his breathing, as if he was afraid that his voice would. If the sound is a little louder, the printing technology will be scared out of its wits. What is printing technology? It's... Yuanshu thought for a while, and thought of the easiest way to understand. Father, what is engraved under Jade's seal? Emperor Xuanwu, mandated by heaven, long life and prosperity. If you want, can you print these 8 words everywhere in a short time? Yuanshu stretched out his hand, and made a big gesture in front of him. Then if there is a seal as big as a piece of paper, with a whole page of book content engraved on it, can you print a book in a few clicks? I see. Emperor Xuanwu suddenly realized, this is printing. It's so simple, but before this, no one in the court, including the emperor, had thought of it. Is it difficult? No, it's not difficult, but no one would think about it. Emperor Xuanwu was ecstatic and wanted to immediately order the craftsman to print 100,000 books as quickly as possible, but just when he was about to turn around, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly thought of another question. But I don't seem to have heard when you asked someone to carve the seal of the great learning. Isn't it because you couldn't bear to do it? Yuanshu lowered his head shyly. I finally got some money in my pocket, and the seal is too expensive, so I let people use it. Although it can't be kept for long, but it was replaced by a radish that was cheaper and easier to carve. Emperor Xuanwu. ? Why does this sentence sound so familiar? It seems that when she told him to pay last time, it was also in a similar tone. Forget it, give it to him. How can a princess of a country be so poor that she even uses a radish to carve a seal? Perhaps because Yunshu's intention to ask for money was too obvious, Emperor Xuanwu first convinced himself to give her more money. And then realized that the second half of her words seemed to reveal a new question. What kind of radish can be so big? It's not big radishes. Yunshu was a little amused. My son had people carve the radishes one by one, and then put them together according to the content to be printed. Oh. Then he knew. At this moment, the strange things he heard from the Dragon Shadow Guard in the past 10 days also had answers. That day, after leaving his imperial study, Xiaowu and Laolu gathered together to discuss what was indeed about the punishment of copying. Chapter 14. Emperor Xuanwu could even roughly imagine the scene at that time. Xiaowu should have directly said that he wanted the boy from the Lu family to help buy radishes and find craftsmen. But the useless Laolu only wanted to eat, so Xiaowu said casually that he could make fried radish balls to perfunctorily deal with him. After that, Laolu ran to Xiaowu's palace to eat fried radish balls. After eating, several kids got together to chat. Laolu might have casually mentioned the question of whether radish carving was possible, so Xiaowu took them to carve flowers with radishes. After that, it must be that the fool Laolu was not convinced, and secretly told Lu Ziming to let the craftsman outside the palace carve more fancy things for Xiaowu to see. So, when the carrot carvings that Xiaowu wanted were finally sent to the palace, the Dragon Shadow Guard he sent could not see the words at the bottom, but only saw the dragon and phoenix on the top. It makes sense, everything makes sense. Okay, it turns out that he didn't find out anything serious in the past 10 days. It was all because of Lao Lu stirring up trouble. In this case, the reward for Xiaowu this time will come from Lao Lu. Get out of here, Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly. Li Dihai, do you remember when I entered the room just now? Did the sixth brother stand up and salute with his left foot or right foot first? This? Unable to understand why the emperor suddenly asked such a question, Eunuch Li was almost sweating on his forehead. He quickly recalled in his mind whether he had done something to offend the emperor recently, so that the emperor decided to find a random reason to punish him, and cautiously tentatively answered, Your Majesty, please forgive me, I was carefully following your instructions just now, and didn't pay much attention to other things. But judging from the position where the sixth prince is standing, His Highness may have stepped out with his left foot first. Left foot? Emperor Xuanwu's face suddenly darkened. This dynasty respects the right. Sixth prince, you are so bold that you dare to step out with your left foot first. Do you think that I, your father, am not worthy of your respect? Father, I am wronged. The big wrong Yunshu Huan was confused, and he couldn't understand why he was just watching the fun, and how could the fire burn him? Especially this reason is so outrageous. who would pay attention to whether he stepped out with his left foot or right foot first when he stood up. Yuan had a sad face and wanted to defend himself, but Emperor Xuanwu had already frowned and spoke before him. Since this is just your first offense, I will only fine you 100 taels of gold. If there is a next time, I will not let you off easily. Yuan, your son obeys your order. Eunuchly, It turns out that the one who offended His Majesty was the sixth prince, not him. I'm relieved. Eunuchly breathed a sigh of relief. But Emperor Xuanwu's inexplicable anger was obviously not over yet. After dealing with Yuan, he snorted coldly and suddenly pointed his spearhead at Cui Taifu. I heard that last time you wrongly accused the fifth princess for no reason, and I exempted her from 9 times of copying, but you immediately punished the fifth princess to copy the great learning 20 times? Cui Taifu, are you dissatisfied with my decision or my Xiaowu? This old minister is terrified. No matter what Cui Taifu thought in his heart, he could not and dared not respond to this. Faced with Emperor Xuanwu's accusation, Cui Taifu knelt down in fear. This old minister just felt that the princess had been slack in her studies before, and she was neither familiar with the doctrine of the mean nor the great learning. After the problem of the doctrine of the mean was solved, it would naturally be the turn of the great learning. So you doubled the penalty for the great learning? Emperor Xuanwu slammed the table and shouted, After the great learning, are there the Analects and Mencius? After the 4 books, are there the 5 classics? I don't know when it became so easy to be a tutor in the Tiansheng dynasty. If you teach students by making them copy, what use do I have for you? Your Majesty, calm down. Teacher Cui cowed out hurriedly. I was too hasty, your old minister. I don't think you were too hasty. You are clearly unworthy of being a teacher. As a minister of the Tiansheng dynasty, he only cared about the interests of the aristocratic families, and didn't care about the people at all. As a teacher of princesses and princes, he does not teach carefully, but acts according to his own likes and dislikes. How can such a person teach students well, and help him govern the world? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at Cui Taifu with disgust. Cui Taifu should go back and think about it. When you think it through, come out again. Cui Taifu was shocked, and felt very unwilling, but he could only swallow it all, and finally turned it into a deep kowtow. Old minister, obey the order. In just a few words, Cui Taifu seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He knew that he was finished. The emperor said in person that he was unworthy of being a teacher. How could his mortal enemies in the court let him go easily? This retreat should be for life. Cui Taifu closed his eyes, his forehead touched the ground, and he stood up staggeringly and left in embarrassment until Emperor Xuanwu left with his sleeves. In the study room, which was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, Yuan finally cried out in disbelief at this moment, Oh my goodness! Fifth sister, you are really amazing. When I was punished by that old man Cui Taifu before, it was useless to go back to my mother and cry. When you, fifth sister, took action, Cui Taifu went home directly. What does this have to do with me? This is not a good thing to say. Yunshu refused to admit. Cui Taifu was sent home because he made my father unhappy. How long ago did I complain? My father didn't do anything at that time. She, Yunshu, is just a weak and helpless good baby who wants to lie down. The old foxes of Cui Taifu's faction in the court are so. Don't misunderstand her because of this. After packing up her bookcase, Yunshu reservedly invited, There shouldn't be a new Taifu today. It's still early. Why don't we have cake today? Cake? After hearing a new word from Yuan didn't care whether Taifu Cui was in trouble because of Yunshu's complaint. He kicked his bookcase to Lu Ziming and asked excitedly, What is that? A delicious pastry, sweet and soft, crispy and tempting. Yunshu said with a heavy face. It is said that it has special meanings at some special moments. For example, to send off Cui Laoding to retire early. Well, I could also send a copy to my father later. She decided to forgive her cheap father for backstabbing today. Father, trust me, Chapter 15. The conditions in ancient times were limited, and using a steamer to make cakes was always more troublesome than using an oven. Fortunately, there were already experienced people in Fengyang Palace, who were responsible for making various snacks. Although they had never touched cakes before, they soon learned how to make them after getting the complete method from Yunshu. Yuan was a little impatient at first because he thought the cake-making time was too long, but when the cake was served, the overbearing sweet fragrance instantly spread, and the impatience on Yuan's face was instantly replaced by surprise. Fifth sister, your cake has such an overbearing fragrance. It smells even more tempting than the snacks on the 2 floors of Liangxintai combined. Liangxintai? Yunshu paused as he put the grapes in his mouth. Outside the palace? Yes. Yuan Chuan couldn't wait to personally grab a huge piece of cake for himself. That's the most famous pastry shop in the capital. I haven't eaten in Wu. Sister, before you come here, my favorite is the golden leaf crisp. From what I hear, you have been out of the palace. Slapping the other's hand that wanted to continue to pick the cake, Yunshu gave a piece to Tsini, who was waiting obediently on the side. Do you go there often? How can it be often? Most of the time, I ask Ziming to bring it to the palace for me. Withdrawing his hand embarrassedly, Yuan Chuan lowered his head and took a bite of the cake. The taste was as light and delicate as clouds, with a unique sweetness and rich fruity aroma. Yuan Chuan was stunned for a moment, decisively shut up, and began to eat. The aristocratic and elegant eating habits cultivated by concubine Lu in the past 8 years were more completely broken than when he was eating fried chicken before, and even the tip of his nose was accidentally stained with a ball of cream. Yun Shu, If she continues like this, the future tyrant will be fed into a fat boy by her, right? I hope concubine Lu won't come to settle accounts with her then. TSK. Yun Shu shoved a handkerchief on Yun Chuan's face without looking at him, and then asked, Then how did you leave the palace last time? Tell my mother, and ask her to say a few words for me, and get my father's permission. While wiping his face, Yun Chuan replied vaguely, threw away the handkerchief, and was about to finish eating the cake, but suddenly a long and shrill voice came from outside. The imperial edict has arrived. When the imperial edict arrived, all the people present had to go out to greet it. No matter how much Yun Chuan wanted to eat cake, he couldn't be willful at this time, and could only follow Yun Shu to greet it. The emperor, in accordance with the will of heaven, proclaims that the 5th princess Yun Shu has made contributions to the art of printing, and is hereby awarded a pair of jade rui, a pearl mountain and river fan, a sea dragon and east pearl crown, 10,000 taels of silver. After a long list of rewards was read out, the dazzling treasures were delivered to Fengyang Palace by the eunuchs and palace maids following eunuchly. With a warm smile on his face, Li Dihai handed the imperial edict to Yun Shu with both hands. I congratulate your highness the princess. Thank you for your hard work, eunuchly. After receiving several rewards from Emperor Xuanwu, Yun Shu would certainly not be stingy with some necessary expenses. She turned her head and glanced at Tingxue lightly, and the latter immediately gave her a small purse. Eunuchly, this is a little gift from our princess. Then I would like to thank the 5th princess. The relationships in the palace are always very complicated. Just like now, if Li Dihai chooses to refuse, it would be bad. He happily took the small purse, and his heart was full of emotion. He has been with Emperor Xuanwu for more than 20 years. How can I not see that the 5th princess is now in the favor of the emperor, and has completely caught the emperor's eye? In just half a month, she went from being ignored to turning into a dragon when she encountered wind and clouds. This 5th princess is not simple. Relying on his years of practiced ability to observe words and expressions, he coaxed Yun Shu into a smile in just a few words. It is estimated that today, he should be able to leave a good impression on the 5th princess. Li Dihai opened his mouth to say goodbye. The slave has been out for a while, and his majesty is still waiting to serve. 5th princess, then the slave. Wait a minute, eunuchly. Thinking of the way Yun Chuan just told her to leave the palace, Yun Shu hurriedly called him back. I just made some fresh cakes here, and I want to send them to my father in person. I wonder. The princess is filial, and his majesty is so happy. Li Dihai smiled knowingly. If the princess doesn't mind, please go with me. Then please wait for a moment, eunuchly. After saying that, Yun Shu hurriedly turned around and entered the palace. She originally planned to take the cake and leave, but she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the door, she saw Yun Chuan with his back to her, squatting sneakily next to the 10,000 taels of silver she had just received. Yun Shu? ? What does this naughty kid want to do with her silver? She walked over quietly, watching Yun Chuan touching her silver. Her mouth twitched, and she raised her hand to pat the naughty boy on the shoulder. What are you doing? No, nothing. Yun Chuan didn't hear the footsteps in front of him, and was startled. He stood up with an unnatural look. I'm just taking a look. Who asked his father to reward his 5th sister with 10,000 taels of silver? 10,000 taels of silver? Isn't that 100 taels of gold? When he saw this, he couldn't help but think of the 100 taels of gold he was fined for taking the left foot first today. Could it be that his father punished him today on purpose just to give the money to his 5th sister? Ha ha, impossible. Although it is said that his father's private treasury does not have much money, that is absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha, laugh. Even if that is true, it doesn't matter. His grandparents are rich, and he is rich too. He doesn't care at all. Ha ha ha, isn't it just 10,000 taels of silver? Who needs that little bit? Ha ha woo woo. The cake is so delicious woo woo woo. Not knowing that a naughty kid with cake all over his mouth was quietly breaking the defense, after confirming that his silver was safe, Yuan-shu carried the cake and went to the imperial study with Uniqli. When she arrived, Emperor Xuanwu should have just finished discussing the printing technology with the ministers. When several important officials in the court came out, they deliberately looked at her twice. The official, who was about 50 years old and wearing a green official robe at the back, even stood in front of her with a look of emotion and relief. Old minister, see the princess. Yuan-shu, ? This is not someone you know? Chapter 16. Li Dihai had already entered the imperial study to report to Emperor Xuanwu on her behalf, while Ting Xue stood behind her silently, with no intention of reminding her of the other party's identity. Yuan-shu quickly thought about the other party's possible identity in her mind, but before she could speak, the visitor had already chuckled helplessly. Princess, don't you recognize me? That's right, the last time we met, the princess was only 5 years old, a delicate little ball, and now she has almost grown into a big girl. The alarm was lifted. Yuan-shu, who finally guessed the other party's identity, breathed a sigh of relief. You are grandfather? Why are you here? You know, in the original owner's vague memory, her grandfather was just a small official of the 6th rank. On weekdays, he didn't even have to go to court, let alone be called to the imperial study by Emperor Xuanwu to discuss political affairs. It's all thanks to your highness the princess. Looking kindly at Yuan-shu, whose features resembled his youngest daughter who died young, Tang Yuanlin said in a gentle voice, Your Majesty is now interested in vigorously promoting printing. It just so happens that this old minister was promoted to the Minister of Works this year. Your Majesty, for your highness's sake, handed this matter over to me. Minister of Works, this is a 4th rank official position. Her grandfather was so powerful that he was promoted so many levels in just 8 years. Was he almost about to enter the core circle of the Tiansheng dynasty? Yuan-shu was filled with emotion, but she didn't know that Tang Yuanlin, who was standing opposite her, was more emotional than her. Over the years, he worked so hard to climb up. Wasn't it just to be able to support this granddaughter one day and let her live a better life in the palace? Unexpectedly, before he had fully established himself, the little girl had already won the favor of His Majesty with her intelligence and talent. If Xinxue knew about this, she would be proud of having a daughter like the 5th princess. 5th princess. Not far away, Li Dihai had actually come out for a while. But he also knew that the 2 grandparents and grandchildren in front of him rarely met each other, and they must have a lot to say, so he waited for a while. Until the 2 fell silent, he walked up and reminded softly, Your Majesty, please go in. Then, Yuan-shu subconsciously glanced at Tang Yuanlin again. I go in first. Tang Yuanlin slightly turned sideways and bowed his head. Princess, please. When Yuan-shu walked into the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu was drinking tea. Seeing her enter with the food box, Emperor Xuanwu put down his teacup and raised his eyebrows knowingly. Have you met Lord Tang? Yes, we chatted for a while. Yuan-shu replied casually, and happily sent the food box to the emperor's table. Father, look at this. I asked someone to make a new pastry called cake. It's delicious. It looks good. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at the cake pushed in front of him. The fragrance of the unique and exquisite little thing was indeed something he had never smelled before. He took the spoon handed by Yuan-shu and tasted it. The taste was not bad, but it was a little sweet for him. In general, it was not quite to his liking, but perhaps because the little guy in front of him was only thinking about giving him, his father, cake, and obviously regarded him as more important than the old guy Tang Yuanlin, he felt a little secret joy in his heart. Emperor Xuanwu took the initiative to taste a second bite for the first time. Well, it's still sweet. Then he will reluctantly say a few words for old man Tang because the cake is so sweet. Putting the spoon aside, Emperor Xuanwu took out a memorial from the table and handed it to Yuan-shu. Take a look. Wouldn't it be bad? Although Yuan-shu didn't understand it very well, it seemed that it was mentioned in novels and TV dramas that memorials were not something that everyone could read. No problem, I ask you to read it, so you can read it. Putting the memorial directly into Yuan-shu's hands, Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed. It's a coincidence. Your grandfather just submitted a memorial yesterday, hoping to enter the palace to meet you, and today you two just happened to meet. Lord Tang has few children in his life, only 1 son and 1 daughter. So far, except for a granddaughter who is married, there is only 1 grandson left, plus a granddaughter like you. He must really want to talk to you for a while. If you are willing, I can arrange for Lord Tang to come to the palace again in the next few days. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Quickly looking at the contents of the memorial, It was indeed just a few words about wanting to visit her in the palace. Yuan-shu clasped his hands together and approached Emperor Xuanwu with expectation. "Father, I heard from my sixth brother that he had gone out of the palace to play several times before. Do you also want to go out of the palace to play?" Emperor Xuanwu understood what she meant in an instant and threw out a token happily. "Remember to bring more guards and come back before the palace gates are locked." "Thank you, father. I didn't expect to get what I wanted so easily." Yuan-shu caught the token with both hands and kept saying rainbow farts. "Father is the best. You are the best father in the world. This time when I go out of the palace, I will definitely remember to bring gifts for you." "Daddy," this is the first time a child has called him that. A certain emotion called warmth and fatherly love slowly fermented in his heart. Emperor Xuanwu was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his lips began to curl up uncontrollably. However, his habit of being an emperor for many years still made him subconsciously want to hold back his expression. "Don't flatter me. Remember to ask Li Dihai to take you to my private storehouse when you leave. You can't go back to your maternal grandparents' home empty-handed for the first time since you grew up. If it gets out, others will think I'm treating you badly." "Father is so thoughtful." He smiled and delivered another set of rainbow farts. When Yuan-shu finally followed uniquely to the emperor's private storehouse to pick treasures with satisfaction, Emperor Xuanwu, who was still alone in the imperial study, had his mouth curled up harder than AK. "Your Highness, please come this way." The Emperor Xuanwu, who was immersed in it, might not have realized anything yet, but Li Dihai, who was a bystander, had already secretly raised Yuan-shu's level in his heart. "You're kidding, this is His Majesty's private treasury." Even the most favored concubine Lu in the palace had never received the special treatment of choosing rewards from His Majesty's private treasury. This fifth princess is really soaring to the sky. Thinking so, Li Dihai glanced at Yuan-shu inconspicuously. However, the fifth princess, who was extremely intelligent and resourceful in his eyes, seemed to have no awareness of her soaring to the sky. At this moment, she was concentrating on the treasures collected by Emperor Xuanwu, and secretly swallowing her saliva. Chapter 17. Of course, the Emperor's private vault is not short of treasures. The accumulation and inheritance of the emperors over the centuries are dazzling. Even if someone who doesn't know the value of things walks in, he should know that the things here are absolutely priceless. After all, even the half-human high pure gold Buddha statue is only placed in the corner against the wall. But why are there so few gold and silver ingots here? The treasures bestowed by the emperor cannot be sold casually. After the extremely pragmatic Yuan-shu came back to her senses from the shock of the room full of treasures, the first thing she did was to look around to see how much money her emperor father had, and whether he had already piled up a mountain of gold and silver. After searching around, she found that there was only a money box at the entrance that contained more than 5,000 taels of gold and more than 100,000 taels of silver. Inadvertently, Yuan-shu suddenly remembered Yun Chehuan's crying face before, and the 100 taels of gold that the unlucky guy was fined for taking the left foot first, and the 10,000 taels of silver she received later. His. Impossible. It must be because gold, silver and other things are too vulgar in her father's eyes, so he didn't store much in this private vault. Yes, it must be like this. Refusing to think about it further, she hurriedly picked a painting in the private vault of Emperor Xuanwu that looked very elegant and matched her grandfather's elegant temperament. Yuan-shu decisively stopped and turned around and walked out of the private vault. "Your Highness, won't you pick one or two more pieces?" Uniquely wanted to give her a good deal, and smiled and stepped forward to remind her. "Since His Majesty wants to give you face, he doesn't mind you taking two more." "No, this painting is enough." Although Yuan-shu was a little tempted, she still refused. "Thank you, uniquely." After returning to Fengyang Palace with the scroll, Yuan-shu thought that Yun Chehuan and the others, who should have left long ago, were still there. When Yuan-shu came in, Yun Chehuan was the first to jump up. "Fifth sister, did you go to see the emperor just now and tell him that you wanted to go out of the palace to play? How did you know?" Yuan-shu was a little surprised. "Fifth sister, you just asked me about leaving the palace, and then turned around and went to see the emperor. If not to leave the palace, what else could it be for?" With such a big temptation to go out of the palace to play in front of him, Yun Chehuan immediately completely forgot about the previous breach of defense. He patted his chest, and was 100% sure of convincing Yuan-shu. "Will fifth sister take me with her when she leaves the palace tomorrow? Huaner is rich. As long as fifth sister is willing to take Huaner with her, Huaner will cover all of fifth sister's expenses outside tomorrow." Yuan-shu. "Okay. Just consider it, because he was punished today, which might be related to her. Well, it's definitely not because Lao Lu said he was willing to cover all the expenses." The next morning, before 8 o'clock, a high-profile and luxurious carriage carried Yuan-shu and Yun Chehuan out of the palace gate. In the novel, the luxurious description of hanging a night pearl on the roof as a light bulb has become a reality. Yuan-Shu looked at the pure gold box next to Yuan-Shu like a bumpkin, and repeated the sentence she just heard with some uncertainty. You mean, this golden box is the gift you prepared for my grandfather? What golden box? Who are you insulting by giving such a Philistine and tacky thing? Yuan-Shu pouted proudly, opened the box, and revealed the items inside. This is the latest top-quality Xin paper from Zuxuantang. It is said that only a few hundred or thousands of sheets can be made in a year, and ordinary people can't even buy it. Yuan-Shu, It's pretty good. It looks like it's almost catching up with the modern industrial paper that costs 19.9 yuan a pack, and it's very evenly white. Yuan-Shu, who was trying hard to find advantages for this stack of Xin paper, fell into silence because he was at a loss for words. But Yuan-Shu was still trying to take credit for it. If it weren't for your face, fifth sister, I wouldn't have spent so much energy preparing this. Maybe I would have just given him a broken golden box to get rid of him. Yuan-Shu, ? Shut up. You keep calling it a Philistine and tacky broken golden box. No wonder the emperor took money from him when he ran out of money. Who wouldn't want to give this rich man a couple of slaps after hearing his speech? Fortunately, the Tang mansion was not too far from the imperial palace, and Yuan-Shu's golden enamel-carved carriage soon stopped outside the gate of the Tang mansion. Because he was just coming here to sit around and didn't want to cause too much trouble to his grandfather and his family, Yuan-Shu didn't let anyone pass on the message before coming. Tang Yuanlin had just returned from court at this time, and he hadn't even had time to change his court clothes. Hearing the servants at the door hurriedly report that the 5th princess and the 6th prince had already arrived at the door, Tang Yuanlin quickly tied the belt he had just untied back, and strode towards the front yard, while ordering, "Go and call Mu Ji to the front yard." "I go right away." The servant bowed his head and responded, then turned around and trotted towards the other side of the yard. Tang Yuanlin stepped into the front yard first. "I'm here to see you." "Grandfather, no need to be polite." Yuan-Shu stopped the other person before he could salute, and personally handed the painting she had chosen yesterday to Tang Yuanlin. "This is also my first time to go out of the palace to play. My father specially asked me to pick a gift for you in his private storehouse. Do you like it? If it can be favored by your majesty and the princess, it must be a good thing." How could this old minister not like it? When Tang Yuanlin heard this, he knew that Emperor Xuanwu was really concerned about his daughter Yuan-Shu, and the smile on his face became more cheerful. "I wonder if the two princes have had breakfast when they come here at this time?" "Why not? I've already had it. No need to bother." Yuan-Shu waved her hand. "We go today. I came here to see you, and I have an appointment with someone else later. It's rare for me to leave the palace, so I have to go around and have a look." Tang Yuanlin nodded in understanding. Just at this time, Tang Muji came in from outside to greet him. He introduced him. "This is Muji, your uncle's son. Your uncle is now on duty in the Hanlin Academy, and is not at home during the day. I will also go to the Ministry of Works later. Let Muji take you around Beijing today." The Tang family has a clean and upright family tradition. Even though Tang Muji is only 16 years old, and is in the most likely stage to enter the middle second period, he looks very gentle, like a green bamboo that has experienced the precipitation of time. His eyebrows are sparse, and he only wears the simplest green robe and stands there quietly, which can make people feel good. Yuan-Shu's eyebrows curved and agreed happily. "Then I trouble my cousin." Chapter 18. After leaving Tang's house, Yuan-Shu's whole state was obviously not right. Specifically, it seemed like there were needles under his buttocks, and he kept moving around when sitting on the cushion, and his sneaky eyes kept glancing at Tang Muji. "What are you doing?" After catching the other party several times in a row and confirming that this naughty kid really has problems, Yuan-Shu finally couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "What bad things have you done?" Who has done bad things?" The little action that he thought was secret was unexpectedly exposed. Yuan-Shu raised his voice and performed a cover-up on the spot. "What's wrong with me? Is there anything wrong with me?" "Well, you're fine." Yuan-Shu chuckled. "You just got stung by bees on your butt and eyes when you got on the car just now." Yuan-Shu Is he really that obvious? A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Yuan-Shu cleared his throat and began to change the subject. "Fifth sister, why did you ask Sunny out today? You usually meet in the upper study every day. Aren't you tired of seeing each other? Then why don't you get tired of being with Lu Ziming every day?" Speaking of this, Yuan-Shu was also strange. Although in the original book, Yuan-Shu did not fall in love at first sight when he first met Sunny 10 years later. But at least according to the description in the book, he definitely did not hate Sunny. Unlike now, This naughty kid always looks at Sunny with a strange look, and not only does he look particularly disgusted, but he also bullies her from time to time and makes her cry. Could it be that this guy's preferences when he was a child are different from when he grew up? Yunshu stared at Yunchu-wan thoughtfully. Yunchu-wan saw the thoughtful expression on his face. He didn't know what he imagined. Anyway, the little ancestor was furious again. How can it be the same? That Sunny is so annoying, timid, and always likes to cry. If you talk to her with a slightly louder voice, her eyes will turn red as if you did something to her. Who would like this? Any man would find it annoying. When he said the last sentence, Yunchu-wan subconsciously glanced at Tang Muji, which earned Yunshu's unceremonious ridicule. What does it have to do with you whether a man finds it annoying or not? How many years have you put down the pacifier? I'm already 8 years old. Yunshu-wan's cheeks flushed instantly at Yunshu's words, and he said angrily. And this is not the point. The point is that Sunny is not likable. I think it's you who is not likable. Yunshu curled her lips. He is so well behaved, you bully her every day and blame her for being timid. Why didn't I see her crying when she was bullied by Zimming? When did I bully her? Yunshu-wan first retorted unconvinced, then turned his head to look at Tang Muji, trying to win an alliance. Mr. Tang, do you think that kind of girl who cries all the time is annoying? I have never seen the young lady of this mansion before, and I don't know what her habits are. Tang Muji was originally just sitting quietly in the corner listening to the two bickering, and was suddenly dragged into the battle and remained calm, not panicking at all. But everyone is born different. There are brave people and timid people. This should not be the reason why a person is hated. That's right. Yunshu agreed. Everyone has the right to be timid. What's wrong with her being timid? She didn't hurt anyone. But you are so brave. Why don't you bully those who are stronger than you? What's the point of bullying a little girl? Yunshu-wan couldn't argue with her, and shut up angrily. Soon, the carriage stopped at the door of Liangxintai. Yunshu-wan jumped off the carriage first. Sunny and Lu Zimming, who had already booked a window seat on the second floor in advance, lay on the railing and greeted the people below, but Yunshu-wan gave them an angry glare. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Sunny was so scared that she shrank her neck, and the bright smile on her face instantly became helpless. Is His Highness the Sixth Prince angry again? Maybe? Lu Zimming was also confused, and had no idea where someone got so angry this early in the morning. But soon, his eyes were attracted by Tang Muji, who got off the carriage right after him. Isn't this the one from the Tang family? Why is he here too? Tang family? Perhaps because Yunshu-wan had already walked into Liangxintai, and could not be seen for the time being. After hearing Lu Zimming's surprised voice, Sunny boldly poked her head out again. Which Tang family? Who else? Of course, it's the fifth princess's maternal family. Lu Zimming rested his chin on the railing, looking at Tang Muji, who was turning around to help Yunshu get off the carriage downstairs, and couldn't help but curled his lips sourly. This man is a famous young talent in Beijing. Especially this year, he won the first place in the imperial examination, and he is in the limelight. Even my father keeps telling me to learn a lot from him in the future. Amazing. Sunny, who was very serious in class, but always did mediocre homework, sighed sincerely. I wish I could be as good as Mr. Tang. Just you? Yunshu-wan went up to the second floor, and heard this sentence as soon as he came over. He couldn't help but sneer. I have never seen anyone dumber than you. You are not smart, but you have beautiful dreams. I was just talking casually. Sunny lowered her head in grievance and kept silent. Yunshu-wan was still unyielding, as if he wanted to transfer all the frustration he had suffered from Yunshu to Sunny. Who are you pretending to be wronged for? What did I say wrong? If you get one good thing, you will keep it firmly in mind and never lose it. Such an easy-to-understand sentence can be understood by you, as if you meet a kind and easy-to-believe person, just beat him up with one punch after another, so that you won't lose it. With your brain, do you still want to compete with Mr. Tang? Maybe in the next life. Sunny tightened her hands around her sleeves, and was about to say something, when a seemingly harmless chuckle suddenly came from the side. She paused and her soft cheeks instantly flushed. At the same time, Yunshu-wan raised his eyebrows smugly. See? Young Master Tang was laughing at your stupidity. The sixth prince misunderstood. Tang Muji, who was believed to be mocking Sunny, explained in a gentle voice. The reason why I laughed just now was because I actually said the same thing when I was young. Chapter 19. Really? When Tang Muji said this, not to mention Yunshu-wan, Sunny, and the others, even Yunshu was shocked. The ancient version of the super student's ability to understand ancient texts when he was a child was actually at the same level as hers? Doesn't that mean that if she works hard, she can also hope to pass the imperial examination? For pairs of eyes looked at Tang Muji in unison. Tang Muji stood still with that calm and indifferent attitude. I was also 8 years old at that time. My father had not yet entered the officialdom, and my grandfather's official position was not as high as it is now. There are many people in the academy who are more noble than me. One of them thinks that I am easy to bully, so he often does bad things to me. For example, threatening me to help him complete the homework left by the teacher. Then what? Yunshu asked curiously, how do you understand? It just so happened that on that day, the teacher's homework was to annotate a certain passage in the Doctrine of the Mean, and one of the sentences was the one that the sixth prince had just mentioned. Tang Muji glanced at Sunny with a smile. So I left the same wrong annotation as Missed in that person's homework. Then yours is different. Yuan Chuan, who had not yet realized what Tang Muji's purpose was in saying this, sneered. You are obviously doing it on purpose, but Sunny is just stupid. The stupid person is obviously you. Yuan Shu, who understood it, couldn't help rolling his eyes. I said why I didn't know when he had such an understanding. Zimming, you tell me, when did he say that wrong understanding? Lu Zimming, who also understood, glanced at Yuan Chuan awkwardly and whispered, just before, when we were in the study room, you were called out by the teacher to recite the book. The sixth prince and I had some disagreements about the interpretation of a word in this sentence, so I asked Yi casually, and then, did you understand? Yuan Shu snorted and poked Yuan Chuan's forehead. You didn't even know that you were ridiculed in person, and you still have the nerve to laugh at someone stupid? Yuan Chuan, ? What does it mean? It means that the idiot Sun Yi actually implied that he was the kind of person who would punch anyone who was easy to bully. No, when did he hit her? The sixth prince, who finally realized it after a while, was furious. He turned his head fiercely, wanting to ask Sun Yi for an explanation, but the latter had already predicted his anger and shrank directly behind Tang Muji. Not even half of her bun could be seen. You? Yeah. Maya? Get out of the way. The sudden chaos and exclamations on the street downstairs interrupted Yuan Chuan's words. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl with the same bun as Sunny, about 4 or 5 years old, standing in the middle of the road with a bamboo ball in her arms, and not far from her, a man and a horse were galloping. The little girl's mother was a little far away, and when she saw the scene, she wanted to rush forward in panic, but was held tightly by the people next to her. At this distance, letting her rush over would only cause more casualties. The sound of the horse's hooves falling seemed particularly clear at this moment, and Yuan Shu's heart was hanging high. At the critical moment, she felt a breeze blowing by her side, and then her eyes blurred. When she looked again, Tang Muji, who was supposed to be by her side, had appeared on the other side of the street, and the girl in his arms was the one who was almost trampled by the horse just now. Yuan Shu, shock. No, this guy can actually fly? She actually saw a real Qigong. Yuan Shu stood up in shock. At the same time, the people who had witnessed the thrilling scene just now came to their senses and cheered for relief. Brother Tang Muji is really amazing. Sunny leaned on the railing, whispering with admiration. Yuan Chuan wanted to refute subconsciously, but he opened his mouth and finally hummed awkwardly. It's just like that. When I'm as old as him, I can do it too. Your Highness, are you practicing martial arts? Sunny held back for a moment, but couldn't help asking. I'm not talking about riding and shooting, but real martial arts. Yuan Chuan, have you practiced martial arts? Of course not. He has been spoiled since he was a child. How could concubine Lu let him suffer the hardship of practicing martial arts? But isn't Tang Muji also a scholar? How can he practice martial arts? Yuan Chuan frowned and fell into deep thought. Yuan Shu was also thinking about this question. The difference is that after the initial shock, she finally remembered the part about Tang Muji in the original book. Tang Wenqing, courtesy name Muji. Because every time he was mentioned in the original book, the name used was Tang Wenqing, so she couldn't remember it before. The timeline of him in the book is 12 years later. At that time, the tyrant had been on the throne for 2 years. The court was in turmoil, and Beixiang took the opportunity to invade. Unfortunately, the Tiansheng dynasty was in urgent need of military generals. At the critical moment, Tang Muji stepped forward and abandoned civil service to turn the tide. Oh, by the way, he seems to be the white moonlight in the heroine's heart. In the original book, before Sunny entered the palace, she accidentally met Tang Muji once, and then fell in love with him. Later, this matter was discovered by the tyrant, and it created another heart-wrenching and bloody plot. Yuan Shu, silently glancing at Sunny, and Yuan Chuan, who were leaning on the railing and looking down, and then glancing at the beautiful Tang Muji downstairs, Yuanshu closed her eyes and couldn't bear to look. Just now, for a moment, she actually put the three people in front of her into the original plot. What a sin! Just when Yuanshu began to reflect deeply on herself, downstairs, the man riding a horse in the street finally stopped his galloping horse, turned over with a pale face, and apologized to Tang Muji. Muji, you. And this little girl, are you okay? Luckily this time, but it's impossible for me to do it every time. You can be so lucky every time. Tang Muji, who had always been very gentle and good-tempered before, now frowned. Why did you ride a horse in the street? Brother-in-law, isn't that what brother-in-law means? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment. Downstairs, Chao Wenbin had already started to explain with an apologetic face. I know I was wrong, but I was too anxious. Your sister caught a cold last night, and got up this morning with a cough. I thought the servants in the mansion were too slow, so I rode out to buy medicine for your sister. I didn't expect. Luckily, you are here today, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Chapter 20. Tang Muji and Tang Xinhua have had a very good relationship since childhood. When he heard that his sister had caught a cold, the coldness in his eyes was replaced by worry. Sister is sick? Is it serious? Not too serious, but I am a little worried. Chao Wenbin looked at the young woman who staggered over from not far away, and hugged the little girl tightly in his arms. After hesitating for a moment, he still led the horse over. Madam, it was indeed Chao's fault for what happened just now. Chao would like to apologize to you two here first. Because I was in a hurry to go out this time, Chao didn't bring much cash with me. But since it was this horse that almost hurt the little girl just now, if Madam doesn't mind, Chao would compensate you with this horse. It will also prevent Chao from causing other troubles in a hurry later. The young woman was actually just an ordinary citizen. She had never met even slightly wealthy businessmen on weekdays. It was incredible to her that a young man like Chao Wenbin, who was obviously born in a noble family, could lower himself to apologize to her. She didn't expect that after apologizing, he would even offer to compensate her with a horse. You know, the price of a horse these days is something that ordinary people can't save up even if they don't eat or drink for a year. Madam, don't feel burdened. Aware of the young woman's confusion, Chao Wenbin behaved more humbly and politely. Chao is just trying to make up for the mistake I made just now. Please don't refuse, madam. Thank you very much, young master. The woman stuttered as she took the reins. Seeing that Chao Wenbin really had no intention of going back on his word, she held her daughter in one hand and the horse in the other, and soon disappeared at the end of the street. Tang Muji saw that the parties had reconciled, so naturally he couldn't say anything more. He was thinking about his sick sister and wanted to go to Chao's house to see her. But when he was about to speak, he remembered that he was with the 5th princess and the 6th prince today, so he subconsciously looked up in the direction of the 2nd floor of Liangxintai. Cousin, do you want to go to Chao's house to visit your cousin? Yuanshu realized what Tang Muji was thinking, and said very considerately, then let's go together. Cousin, cousin. Chao Wenbin listened to this title, and thought about the cousin of the Tang family in his mind. After realizing Yuanshu's identity, he was shocked and bowed quickly. Chao greets. Enough, why so many etiquette? This is the imperial city, not the palace. If Chao Wenbin really bowed down, wouldn't so many people around him kneel down? Yuanshu interrupted him before he could reveal his identity. He glanced at him lightly. Mr. Chao, you don't mind if we go to the Chao mansion together? Chao doesn't mind. Chao Wenbin bowed his hands and said, it's just that my wife has always been the most polite. If there are guests, as long as she can get up, she will definitely greet them in person. Chao, I am worried about my wife's health, and I am even more worried that the guests might be infected with the disease, which is not good. This is a polite refusal. And the reason for his refusal was irrefutable. After all, Chao Wenbin made it clear that he was not only worried about their health, but also about his wife. Once this was said, not to mention Yuanshu, the cousin, even Tang Muji, the brother, could not force anything, and could only say worriedly, then I trouble you to bear more. Muji, this is a bit awkward. Xinhua is not only your sister, but also my wife. As a husband, it is my duty to take care of her. Raising his hand and patting Tang Muji's shoulder, Chao Wenbin chuckled helplessly. I'd better go buy medicine first. Watching Chao Wenbin's back slowly walking away, Yuanshu sat by the window, and could even hear someone whispering, that Chao. The young master is really a good person. He cares so much about his wife. Who says not? Madame Chao is really blessed. If my wife can be half as good as young Master Chao, I am afraid I can wake up with laughter in my dreams. Amidst the praises, only Yuanshu slowly lowered his face. Is there a secret guard following the 6th brother? Yes, there is. Yuan Chuan was stunned for a moment. Why did the fifth sister suddenly ask this? Can you send one to follow Qiao Wenbin? Why? Why? Two questioning voices sounded at the same time. Yuan Shu turned her head and saw Tang Muji just coming up from downstairs again. At this moment, he was frowning slightly and walked slowly to her. Your Highness, did you find something? If you must say. Can you understand it as intuition? Yuan Shu picked up a piece of golden leaf pastry. It was obviously a very irrelevant statement, but it sounded inexplicably certain. My intuition is very accurate. Qiao Wenbin is not a good person. But Tang Muji hesitated for a moment, and before he could finish the words after but Yuan Chuan, who had the same doubts as him a second ago, suddenly snapped his fingers. Ingy, go and follow the Qiao guy. Nothing changed in the compartment of Liang Xintai, but everyone knew that Yuan Chuan's secret guards had already taken action. Yuan Shu lowered his eyes and took a bite of the golden leaf pastry. He reluctantly put his heart back to where it was because he remembered another part of the plot. In the original book, the character Tang Xinhua never appeared from beginning to end. The only time this name was mentioned was as a background to introduce Tang Muji. Tang Xinhua, the elder sister, who was tortured to death by her husband's family, is a pain that Tang Muji can never erase from his heart. The key point is that she was tortured to death by her husband's family. Would a man who could torture his wife to death be so anxious to buy medicine on the street just because his wife caught a cold? Yuan Shu would never believe this anyway. After finishing the golden leaf crisp in his hand, Yuan Shu looked up and saw Tang Muji still frowning. He paused for a moment, then smiled again. Cousin, please sit down and have some snacks first. The secret guards around my sixth brother are not useless. What kind of person Qiao Wenbin is will be revealed later. If my intuition is wrong, it would be the best. But if my intuition is right, it would be a good thing to detect this earlier and rescue my cousin. Since it is not a bad thing anyway, why do you have to be so sad? Your Highness is right. Tang Muji sat down with a heavy heart. Chapter 21. The secret guards that concubine Lu had the Lu family spend a lot of money to train to protect the sixth prince during his absence from the palace are indeed not to be underestimated. Ingyi's actions were very fast. Almost as soon as Yuan Shu and the others finished their snacks, Ingyi came back with the news he had found out. Qiao Wenbin was indeed not going to buy medicine for Tang Xinhua today. He rode his horse hurriedly this morning, but in fact he was rushing to see a concubine he had hidden in the south of the city. The concubine was diagnosed with pregnancy last night, and she sent a maid to the Qiao mansion to tell Qiao Wenbin the news before dawn this morning. Qiao Wenbin was ecstatic when he learned about this, and even promised the concubine that he would marry her and make her his concubine. That's too much. I never thought that my vision was so bad that I couldn't find Qiao Wenbin's true face in 2 years. In the end, I had to rely on the fifth princess to identify the scumbag at a glance. Tang Muji slammed the table angrily. I will go back and report to my father and grandfather, and let my sister divorce the Qiao man. Shouldn't you tell your sister first? Yuan Shu held his chin with one hand, and couldn't help complaining. What if your sister doesn't know about this? You directly brought your grandfather and uncle to ask for a divorce, and your cousin, who is the party involved, was the last to know what happened. I always feel that it will be a bit embarrassing. Muji actually considered this point, Your Highness. The most critical issue was pointed out by Yuan Shu directly. Tang Muji's anger froze on his face. After a while, he sat down a little dejectedly. But if I tell my sister about this in advance, I'm afraid she won't be willing to divorce. Why? This touched upon a topic Yuan Shu could not understand. Qiao Wenbin's mind is obviously not on her. His mistress and illegitimate child are about to take over her head. Why not keep her for the new year? Sister, she values her reputation. Tang Muji sighed deeply. It was obvious that he was quite helpless about this. Sister has been married for 2 years, and has not given birth yet. This has already caused some gossip. If she divorces the man surnamed Qiao, people outside will probably only accuse her of not being able to give birth and being jealous. A question mark slowly appeared in Yuan Shu's head. Shouldn't the man surnamed Qiao be blamed for this? In this world, it is normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It is certainly wrong for Qiao Wenbin to keep a mistress, but most people will just talk about it after dinner. But women are different. Tang Muji shook his head. Let's not talk about the past. When the Empress was in power, many corrupt scholars denounced the rooster crowing at dawn. Now more than 100 years have passed since the Empress's era, and the so-called female virtues and female precepts have long been brought up again, becoming ropes that imprison women. It's just that so far, no emperor has explicitly overturned the ancestral precepts left by the ancestor who ascended to the throne as a woman, so these people dare not bring those dregs to the table openly. But in fact, Such thoughts have long been quietly deeply rooted in people's hearts. Nowadays, almost all the ladies and young ladies of these noble families are trapped in such imprisonment. Are you like this too? After hearing this outrageous statement, Yunshu's first reaction was to ask the young lady of the noble family who was beside him, "Do you also think that my cousin should not divorce that Chow?" Of course not. Xin was almost angry as a pufferfish when she heard the news reported by Yi. However, she didn't know the sister of the Tang family, so she had no right to speak. So she pouted and sulked quietly by herself. Now that Yunshu took the initiative to ask her, Xin said without hesitation, "My parents, my eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and even my second uncle, third uncle and grandfather have all told me that if someone wants to use the content of the female virtue ring to accuse me, I must not take it to heart, because the person who is wrong is not me at all. If the other party is a woman, it means she is very pitiful, and if the other party is a man, it means he is very shameless. If I meet such a man one day, I must stay away from him. If I can't stay away from him by my own strength, I will tell this matter to my father, my grandfather, and my brothers and uncles." Yun Chuan, I felt a chill on my back for no reason. What's going on? Say. Well done. Yun Shu, whose attention was all on Xin, didn't care about the slightly weird expression of a certain naughty child at that moment. She nodded her head in approval. Isn't it still sober? Miss Sin's family is very good. I didn't expect that Xin, who was only 8 years old, could say such a thing. Tang Muji was stunned for a moment, and lowered his eyes in shame. If I could often say such things to my sister before, everything might be different. Can't you start to reason from now on? Seeing that Tang Muji's mood was getting lower and lower, and it was because of herself, Xin clumsily helped to give advice. Let everyone know that it is wrong, it should be okay, right? TSK. Yun Chuan habitually sneered before speaking. What? You're going to go door to talk? No. Xin pursed her lips, and now she obviously realized that her idea was not reliable at all. It's not impossible. What? Xin expression was confused, and when she suddenly turned her head to look at Yunshu, she almost bit her tongue. Really have to go door to talk? That's about right. Yunshu shrugged, because she had already thought of a solution. Her tone became obviously lighter. Anyway, I know how to deal with this matter. Although it may take a little more time, it won't take too long. Cousin, if you are really worried, you can secretly. Tong cousin, let her calm down, I take care of everything. Then I trouble you, your highness. Tang Muji hesitated. I just don't know what your highness plans to do. Keep it secret for now. Yunshu didn't want to say more and stood up. It's rare for me to come out of the palace. I've tried the snacks at Lian Xinjai. It's time to go shopping somewhere else. I promised my father that I would bring him some gifts. Gifts for my father? Yun Chuan reflexively went through all the most famous shops in the capital in his mind, and then he quickly caught up with Yun Shu with his 2 short legs. It's not the one-show festival recently. Why did you suddenly buy gifts? Fifth sister, how much do you budget? I may not have enough money. Chapter 22. The wealthy 6th prince promised to cover all the expenses for Yunshu's trip out of the palace today, and he never thought of breaking his promise. Although Yunshu didn't think about buying expensive things from the beginning, she couldn't help asking out of curiosity about the rich man. How much did you bring? Not much. Yun Chuan said a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect you to buy a gift for your father, and you just took 10,000 taels of silver notes when you came out. Yunshu, ? She is really rude, really. Why ask such questions? Yunshu, who was deeply hurt, stretched out his hand angrily, and said confidently, Give me 5 taels of silver. Yun Chuan, ? What kind of junk can be bought with 5 taels of silver? With a skeptical and curious attitude, Yun Chuan handed over 5 taels of silver, and then he saw his 5th sister buy a basket of junk with the 5 taels of silver. Yun Chuan, TSK, he just didn't believe it. How could the emperor not be angry when he saw this pile of rubbish? When the time comes, he will give a good treasure. Compared with the 2, maybe the emperor will be so angry that he will find the 5th sister 200 taels of gold, and then turn around and reward him? Not knowing that a certain naughty child who deserves to be punished has already revealed a gloating smile in advance because of imagining the scene of her being punished, Yunshu brought the basket of gifts bought for Emperor Xuanwu back to the palace before the palace gate was locked, but she did not send them to Emperor Xuanwu's bedroom immediately. Instead, she returned to Fengyang Palace and lit candles all night. She fell asleep on the table until it was almost dawn outside. So after returning to the imperial study room after the court session that morning, Emperor Xuanwu learned from the Dragon Shadow Guard about the bizarre incident of his daughter writing furiously all night last night. It was not someone else, but his daughter who could invent such a magical thing as printing in order to avoid being punished for copying. What kind of words did she have to write for so long? Emperor Xuanwu was really curious. Just at this time, Lady Hai came in again to report that the fifth princess wanted to see him. Emperor Xuanwu immediately waved his hand and said impatiently, "Let her in." "Father!" Before the person arrived, a cheerful voice came in first. It should be said that this was actually a very rude thing, but Emperor Xuanwu really liked her unique and vivid rudeness. He even leaned down a little, as if this would allow him to see his daughter earlier. As a result, the daughter did not see it, but saw a basket first. Emperor Xuanwu? ? It's so heavy. Holding the big basket in both hands, Yunshu walked a few more steps in with great effort. With a clang, he placed the basket, which looked extremely simple and out of place in the imperial study, in the center of the room. Emperor Xuanwu, these are all the gifts that your son has chosen for your father. Yunshu took out a chubby little pottery figurine from it, curved his eyes, and smiled at the little pottery figurine. "Father, look, does it look like my son when he was a child?" A heart-wrenching blow. If it weren't for the life choice simulation system that reminded him of Yunshu more than half a month ago, he would have almost forgotten that he had such a daughter. How could he remember what Yunshu looked like when she was a child? Emperor Xuanwu, who cared about the country and worked hard to govern, took the little pottery figurine with a guilty conscience. A strange feeling of guilt emerged in his heart. Father, you can put it on the table. Even if I am always with you, father." Yunshu, who was picking up the second gift in the basket, didn't seem to notice her father's strangeness at all. She quickly took out the second little thing. "And this piece knot, I learned to weave it from an old woman yesterday. I also give it to you. I wish you good health and peace." The first piece knot that the fifth princess made by herself was not perfect, but that little flaw made people feel her slightly clumsy seriousness. Emperor Xuanwu felt relieved and took off the dragon pattern jade pendant worth thousands of gold on his waist, and replaced it with Yunshu's piece knot with a cost of 5 copper coins. "Father, look at this." Yunshu took out the third, the fourth, and more than 20 small gifts, which added up to only a few pieces of silver, but each of them touched people's hearts. Emperor Xuanwu was so pleased that he almost forgot what he was most curious about before Yunshu came in. Yunshu finally took out the last gift she prepared, a booklet. In an instant, Emperor Xuanwu guessed that this must be what Yunshu had written all night last night. Beijing Weekly? He read the 4 huge words on the cover word by word, and Emperor Xuanwu took the booklet with interest. "What is this?" "Father, you will know after you read it." Yunshu kept it a secret. "Very interesting. I want to see how interesting it can be." Emperor Xuanwu chuckled and turned to the first page, and found a big title inside, "Surprise." A flying man appeared outside Liang Xintai. Emperor Xuanwu? ? He quickly followed the title, and looked at the small words behind it, and then he realized that it was the young master of the Tang family who flew down from the 2nd floor of Liang Xintai yesterday, and saved a child, who was almost trampled by a horse. There was also a painting in the corner, and the painting skills could not be said to be rough, but they could only be said to be completely lacking. But even with such a sloppy style, it was unexpectedly vivid, and people could imagine the thrilling scene at that time in their minds at once. If Emperor Xuanwu knew that there was a word called soul painter in later generations, he would definitely agree with it. Unfortunately, he didn't know it now. He quickly turned to the second page, unveiling the interior of the 6th prince's luxurious carriage. Emperor Xuanwu, Okay, the 6th prince uses a fist-sized night-shining pearl for lighting, right? He would enjoy it more than the emperor, right? Just wait for him. Turn to the 3rd page, the most affectionate man in the capital. He loves Mr. Chao so much. Emperor Xuanwu, shock. What does it mean? As a husband, taking care of his wife, what is there to brag about? When his wife is sick, isn't it normal for a husband to go out to buy medicine? Why did his daughter write this? She is only 13 years old. He wants to stay with him for a few more years. Could she want to get married so early? Page 4, page 5. Emperor Xuanwu's mood kept fluctuating with each page he turned. After turning the last page, Emperor Xuanwu was dumbfounded. Why did you only write half of this story? What happened to the princess after she got married? Was the consort sincere to her? Chapter 23. I haven't finished writing the rest of the story yet. Yunshu explained with a smile. The last one is different from the previous ones. The previous ones are all real events that I saw with my own eyes after leaving the palace yesterday. But the last one is a storybook written by me. How can you make up such a story? Emperor Xuanwu was a little dissatisfied. Combined with the previous article, the most affectionate in the capital. He loves Mr. Chow so much, the worried old father couldn't help but test it implicitly. Does she or like the prince consort in the story? How is it possible? Yuan Shu denied it without even thinking about it. But before Emperor Xuanwu could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, that consort is not a good man. Emperor Xuanwu, shock. If he is not a good man, why did you let the princess marry? The heart that had just been relieved was lifted up again. Emperor Xuanwu was really a little disappointed. A princess of a country should be matched with the best man. But some people just know the face, but not the heart. Yuan Shu sat on the side of the dragon table, holding her face with both hands, and analyzed seriously. The princess may also be deceived. The veins on Emperor Xuanwu's forehead jumped twice, and he couldn't help but start to put himself in the shoes of the emperor. Why would you be deceived? Can't you check the other party's ancestors before marrying? How can a princess have such great power? Yuan Shu seemed to be amused. She shook her head and decided to skip this topic. Oh, it's all made up anyway. This question is not important. The important thing is, father, do you think this Beijing weekly written by your son is interesting? If a new one appears every few days, would you like to read it? From what you said, do you have that idea? Emperor Xuanwu's eyebrows moved, a little unbelievable. The number of words in this book is not small. Besides, the new tutor I found for you will start teaching you tomorrow. You can't leave the palace, and don't have time to write so much. How can you finish a book every few days? It is precisely because I have to go to the study room to study, and can't leave the palace that I need this more. Yuan Shu said reasonably, if there is no this, I have to go out of the palace in person to see these things. But if there is the capital weekly, even if I stay in Fengyang Palace, I can still know what fun and interesting things have happened recently. I think that it is not just me. There may be many people in a similar situation as me who would like to see these contents. You mean, let others write the capital weekly? Emperor Xuanwu understood what she meant. This is actually not a big deal. Emperor Xuanwu only hesitated for a moment and agreed very happily. Sure, have you thought of a suitable candidate? I haven't thought of a specific candidate, but I have a complete plan for the specific process. After the first battle, Yuan Shu actively pushed forward. Regarding the question of what should be written in each capital weekly, I think that in addition to sending special people to visit the capital every now and then, we can actually receive tips from others. That is, set up a special tip-off point, and anyone can bring real news to tip off, and then a special person will screen it to see if these tips can be written into the capital weekly. Once the tip is confirmed to be adopted, the tipster can also get a certain amount of compensation. Yes. This is also not a difficult task. Emperor Xuanwu nodded, and was about to agree, but he didn't expect Yuan Shu to not finish her words at all. She continued to speak. In addition, we have to prepare a small farm to arrange people for printing work. Printing? Emperor Xuanwu was certainly not unfamiliar with these two words. After all, he himself was urging the Ministry of Industry to promote printing technology recently. But there is a huge difference between printing books and printing this Beijing Weekly. The content of your Beijing Weekly is completely different every time. Do you have to carve the plate again every time? Do you know how long it takes to carve these things? Or do you plan to continue to let people carve with radishes? Radishes are not durable. It's almost the same after carving and printing a few times. It's better to use lead blocks. Yuan Shu had obviously considered this question, but as my father said, the content of the Capital Weekly is different from the 4 books and 5 classics. It is different every time, so the engraving cannot be a whole page of content, but must be carved into separate characters one by one. In this way, each time you only need to find the characters and rearrange them according to the content to be printed. Do you know how many Chinese characters there are in the world? Emperor Xuanwu wanted to laugh when he heard this, but he just thought she was a child who was not thoughtful, and immediately pointed out the problem. There are so many characters, it is time-consuming and laborious to find them one by one. Unless you can offer a very high price, there is no way that literate scholars are willing to do this kind of thing. Scholars are precious these days, and scholars from ordinary families are the hope of the whole family. Even if they occasionally find time to do some work to supplement their family income, they will mostly only find jobs like copying books. After all, while copying books, they are actually reading. But the job of finding words for the Beijing Weekly is different. After a lot of hard work, time is wasted, and in the end, at best, they just know one more interesting thing about the capital, which is of no use to them. It would be strange if there were scholars willing to do this. Emperor Xuanwu was not optimistic about this, but what he did not expect was that Yuan Shu had also thought of a solution for this problem. In fact, I never thought of asking scholars to do this from the beginning. I thought that it was not important to hire ordinary women from the folk to know how to read or not. Anyway, there were samples. They could follow the samples, and find the same words, like finding patterns, and put them in the right place. As for the problem of too many words, you can first classify all these words according to radicals, and put them in different areas, and then make more detailed distinctions according to the number of strokes. After the division, it should be much easier to find them. Radicals, strokes. According to her classification method, the problem that was originally a headache just by listening to it has become much easier. I didn't expect this kid to be unexpectedly thoughtful. Emperor Xuanwu was relieved, and there was only one last question left. Why only hire women? Chapter 24. Because I speak up for them. When faced with the Emperor's inquiries, the fifth princess's answers always seemed particularly frank. She seemed to have no intention of trying to cover up anything. She said what she thought in her heart. When I left the palace yesterday, I happened to see a young woman holding her daughter in her arms, carrying her son on her back, and holding a little boy in her hand. She was scolded by her mother-in-law because she came back late from washing clothes by the river. The mother-in-law disliked her daughter-in-law for eating, drinking, and using her son's things. She just took care of the children, and did some housework at home every day, but she couldn't do it well. But I saw that the young woman was obviously very tired. She was always. The work she does at home may not be less than that of her husband working outside. The only difference is that she doesn't make any money. I thought, if that woman can also make money, will her mother-in-law's attitude towards her be different? But later, I found that no matter whether it was a restaurant, tea house, or pastry shop, all the waiters there were men, and they didn't hire women at all. Father, why do you think this is? Why else could it be? Of course, it's because the idea of men being superior to women, and men being in charge of the outside, and women being in charge of the inside has been passed down for a long time. In many people's minds, women should stay in the back house to take care of their husbands and children, and they can only do these things in the inner house. To put it bluntly, they look down on her. Yunshu knew this truth in her heart without Emperor Xuanwu saying it. Some things always have to be done slowly, and she didn't expect to be able to accomplish them all at once. But this does not mean that she cannot willfully fire the first shot. Although I am a princess, I cannot put a knife to the necks of those shopkeepers and force them to recruit women, but I can always make the decision for the people I pay for, right? Women are careful, and this job is just suitable for them. Since you have already thought about it, let's do as you say. Emperor Xuanwu didn't really care whether the people doing the work were men or women. He just asked this question out of curiosity. Now that he got the answer, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Thank you, Father. Yunshu cheered. Father, don't worry, I will give you every copy of the Capital Weekly first. As she said this, she reached out her hand slyly to take the Capital Weekly that Emperor Xuanwu had just read. Then I will take this first copy to print. No. Are you saying that this book is a gift for me? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her coldly. How can a gift that has been given be taken back? Who said that only this book is a gift? It is clear that every book after that is a gift. Yunshu said confidently. But you know, Father, I don't have much money on hand. It costs money to buy a farm, buy explosives, print books, and recruit people. I want to print the first book as soon as possible, and send a copy to the ladies and young ladies in the capital. If they like it, they will spend money to buy the next one. If they spend money, I can have money to continue to give you this gift. Slippery tongue. He picked up the booklet on the table, and threw it lightly into Yunshu's arms. Emperor Xuanwu laughed and scolded, Take it and get out. Okay. Yunshu smiled and performed a very unstandard salute. I leave. The last word retreat had not even fallen, and the person had already run away. The impatient look made Emperor Xuanwu so angry that he gritted his teeth. The little brat ran so fast. Did I treat her badly or what? Li Dihai lowered his head and dared not answer. Didn't you tell Her Royal Highness to get out of here? After Yunshu left the imperial study, she began to prepare for the Beijing Weekly. On the other hand, Yunshu once estimated the time and felt that Yunshu should have delivered the pile of junk she bought yesterday to her father. So he happily ran to the door of the imperial study. With the gift, he spent more than 5,000 taels of silver to ask for an audience. The moment he lifted his leg to enter the room, he remembered the 100 taels of gold he was fined for stepping with his left foot first last time. This time, Yunshu specially changed his right foot to enter the room first to ensure that everything was safe. He was really smart. Silently giving himself a thumbs up in his heart, Yunshu honestly saluted Emperor Xuanwu. Your son greets the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Get up. Behind the dragon case, Emperor Xuanwu's red pen in his hand was still writing memorials, and he just glanced at his youngest son casually. Why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? My son, when I went out of the palace with my fifth sister yesterday, I bought a small gift for you. Yuan Chuan held an exquisite carved wooden box in his hands, and his mind was full of beautiful dreams of Emperor Xuanwu punishing Yuan Shu and then rewarding him. He didn't notice that there was a cheap little pottery figurine on his father's desk that was very out of place in the imperial study. He happily handed the wooden box to Emperor Xuanwu, smiling very sweetly. I hope you like it. It's rare that you still have this kind of thought. Emperor Xuanwu put down his pen in surprise. Old Six had gone out of the palace to play several times before, but he had never brought him a gift. I think this time it was because Xiaowu had set a good example for him. Emperor Xuanwu opened the wooden box with relief, and then his relief came to an abrupt end. Night shining pearls, right? Night shining pearls the size of a thumb. Think of his Xiaowu, who was so poor that he only had 3 copper coins left before. He finally had some money on hand. He didn't spend it carelessly when he went out of the palace for the first time, and he carefully collected so many gifts for his father. Look at this brat again. The night shining pearls he hung in the carriage as candles were as big as fists, but he turned around and gave his biological father a night shining pearl the size of a thumb. Should he thank this rebellious son for taking the time to perfunctorily treat his father? Emperor Xuanwu slammed the lid shut. His tone was cold, his smile was kind. Which foot did you step with first when you entered the imperial study just now? Yuan Chuan, ? Why, what is this question? Wasn't the father happy to receive his gift? Yuan Chuan panicked reflexively at first, but soon, he calmed down. It's okay. He paid special attention when he entered the door just now. Today, he stepped with his right foot first. He is really smart. Yuan Chuan grinned proudly. Father, I will follow your instructions and step with my right foot first this time. Heh. Emperor Xuanwu sneered. In the Tiansheng dynasty, the right is respected. As a prince, you dare to step with your right leg first when you come to see me in the imperial study. Do you think you are more noble than me? Chapter 25. Yuan Chuan, who was fined another 100 gold, was mentally broken. He really didn't understand why the rags given by his fifth sister could be placed on the dragon table by his father, while the night shining pearl he bought for 5,000 taels of silver was only fined 100 gold. Yes, after his dream in the imperial study was shattered, he finally noticed the familiar little pottery figurine on his father's table. That was what he saw his fifth sister bargaining with the stall owner for a long time yesterday, and finally spent 25 copper coins to successfully buy it. Could it be that he made a mistake, and the 100 gold fine he was fined, and the 10,000 taels of silver rewarded by his fifth sister were purely coincidental, and his father really cared about which leg he took the first step? But it was clearly the left foot last time. It doesn't work for the left or the right. Is there any mystery hidden here? No, he has to ask his fifth sister. The fifth sister has never been fined. Yuan Chuan, who couldn't figure it out by himself, immediately turned around and headed towards Fengyang Palace. Fifth sister. You're just in time. When Yuan Chuan arrived, Yuan Shu was just coming out of Fengyang Palace with the people given to her by Emperor Xuanwu. Seeing another free laborer coming to her door, she grabbed the other person's sleeve and took him away. Father said that the newly invited tutor will come to teach tomorrow. Let's go out of the palace again, while we are still free today. The sixth prince, who is 5 years younger than Yuan Shu and has not yet started to grow in height, was dragged and swung around on the spot. He was stunned for a moment. But I don't have any money on me, how about I? No need, you treated us yesterday, today it's fifth sister's turn. The palace is large, and has many rules. The palaces are separated by a long distance, and people are not allowed to ride horses. Yuan Shu had to do something that took a little time today, so she didn't have time to wait for Yuan Chuan to slowly go back to get the silver. She patted her sixth brother's shoulder generously, and her promise sounded very reassuring. I guarantee that you will have a fulfilling and unforgettable day. The 8-year-old and inexperienced sixth prince was fooled by her into sitting in a standard carriage. The sixth prince, who had never suffered from poverty, said, Yuan Shu, who also did not expect that without Yuan Chuan's luxurious carriage and the silk cushions more than 10 centimeters thick underneath, the ordinary carriage would be so uncomfortable on the relatively flat bluestone road in the capital. Fifth sister. The sixth prince's voice was sad and seemed to break in the bumpy carriage. Where are we going now? To buy a farm. Yuan Shu glanced at him with a guilty conscience. For the purpose of comforting him, she took out the Beijing Weekly that she had shown Emperor Xuanwu before. Take a look at this first. How can you read it when the carriage is so bumpy? Yuan Chuan pouted in disdain, but couldn't help but open the booklet. Shock, a flying man appeared outside Lian Xianzhai. The sixth prince, who had only read various serious articles, had obviously not experienced the shocking news of modern times. At first glance, he was aroused by the title. Even though he knew from the following content that this was actually what he had witnessed yesterday, Yun-Chu still read the article with great interest because Yun-Chu's wording was very novel and interesting, and the picture was full of it. Interesting. The person who wrote this booklet is quite to my liking. Nodding with a curious look on his face, Yun-Chu wanted to read on, but Yun-Chu suddenly remembered something and snatched the booklet back before he saw the title on the second page unveiling the interior of the sixth prince's luxurious carriage. The carriage is too bumpy, and it's bad for your eyes if you look at it for a long time. Yun-Chu question mark. He had just been aroused, and now he was not allowed to read it. Is this what a human being would do? Yun-Chu was unhappy on the spot, then stopped the carriage. Wait until I finish reading before leaving. Are you sure? Yun-Chu didn't argue with him, and just lightly presented the options to him. Now, if you park the car, you can finish reading this volume, but there is only this volume. But if you are willing to honestly go with me to buy the manor, you can read new content every few days. You can choose. What do you mean? Yun-Chu was stunned for a moment, and finally realized something. Fifth sister, you bought the manor for to print these things. She told Yun-Chu about the plan for the Capital Weekly that she had told Emperor Xuanwu before. Yun-Chu paused, and suddenly curved her lips into a slightly coaxing smile. Huaner, do you want to participate? Participate? What? Yun-Chu didn't understand. Participate in the shares means that you and I will invest money to establish this Capital Weekly. When the Capital Weekly becomes popular, people ask who owns it, and you can tell them that it is jointly owned by the two of us. Yun-Chu patiently explained. In addition, the money earned by the Capital Weekly will be divided between the two of us according to the proportion of shares in the future. Is that so? Yun-Chu suddenly realized, understood, but not completely. But it doesn't matter, after all, he doesn't care about money at all. How much money can he make from such a small booklet? What he cares more about is that when others ask about it in the future, he can tell them loudly that such an interesting thing is his. Thinking of this, Yun-Chu agreed without hesitation. How much? I pay. In the early stage, because it is only issued in the capital, and the target audience is aristocratic families, the number of copies printed in each issue will not be too large, so the investment amount will not be very high for the time being. But at least it should be. Yun-Chu hesitated for a moment, and slowly stretched out a finger. 100,000 taels? Yun-Chu nodded simply. Okay, if I return to the palace too late today, I will bring you the banknotes tomorrow when I go to the study. Yun-Chu, question mark. At least 1,000 taels. These words were stuck in her throat. Yun-Chu, who felt a little bit of pain in her conscience, couldn't help but remind her implicitly. Are you sure? 100,000 taels is not a small amount after all. What's uncertain? Thinking that Yun-Chu was going to regret and didn't want him to participate in the shares, Yun-Chu agreed more decisively than anyone else. What's a mere 100,000 taels? It's just a little change. Yun-Chu, Okay, her remaining conscience flew away. This damn gap between the rich and the poor. She is just making a reasonable contribution to the redistribution of social resources. Yun-Chu nodded modestly. Well, okay. Chapter 26. The person that Emperor Xuanwu sent to Yun-Chu to help her go out of the palace regularly to collect information was Eunuch Wang, who was in charge of purchasing for his palace in the past. Eunuch Wang had been in and out of the palace frequently in recent years, and was very familiar with all parts of the capital. However, because he had grown old in the past 2 years, he was always unable to move heavy objects, so he just happened to be idle. Hearing that Yun-Chu wanted to buy a cheap and spacious manor, but had no idea yet, he volunteered to take Yun-Chu and the others to a very simple manor in the southern suburbs of the capital. Your Highness, please. What kind of shabby place is this? After sitting in a bumpy carriage all the way, Yun-Chu finally heard that the place had arrived. He originally thought it would be a royal villa, a hot spring villa, or something like that. As a result, when he lifted the curtain, he saw that there was no carved beams and painted pillars, small bridges and flowing water, and the rooms looked similar to the houses where the common people lived in the city. The noble sixth prince frowned after only one look. Is there no other manor to choose from? To reply to the sixth prince, there are other manors, but they are either too far from the city, too small and not spacious enough, or too expensive. Eunuch Wang said respectfully, only this one is the most suitable for the princess's requirements. The one with the high price. I think this one is pretty good. Yun-Chu knew what Yun-Chu wanted to say when she saw his ostentatious expression. She interrupted him before he finished speaking. After all, this manor is just a slightly larger workshop. It's not for you to come and play and stay. Why does it need to be so exquisite? Well, okay. Hearing that he didn't need to stay, Yun Chuan reluctantly agreed. You guys continue to read Zhuangzi, I stay in the carriage, just in time to finish reading the booklet just now. No! What if this kid insists on asking her to remove the second article after reading it? That article was placed there with a purpose. Yuan Shu grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him down. What founder doesn't even look at his future industry? Then if you tell people that the Capital Weekly is yours, and someone asks you about this Zhuangzi, and you can't answer anything, people will think you are bragging. Who would ask about this broken Zhuangzi for no reason? Yun Chuan muttered reluctantly, but it must be said that Yun Shu's words really touched his heart, after all. He actually spent 100,000 taels of silver without blinking an eye. Wasn't it just so that he could show off to others that the Beijing Weekly was his? If he was considered to be bragging because of a small broken farm, he would be really angry to death. Humming and following Yun Shu's strength, Yun Chuan got off the carriage, raised his chin slightly, and paced like a master. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. Seeing that the ancestor finally moved, Eunuch Wang hurriedly bowed and led the way. This farm was actually a place bought by a foreign merchant to make wine, and they wanted to open their winery in the capital. But later, it was probably because the wine brewed was not outstanding compared to the original old brands in the capital, and everyone was still used to buying the wine from those old brands, so it failed, and now they plan to sell the farm. At present, there are only a few temporary workers left to take care of the farm. When your highness decides to buy this place, you can replace all the people with your own. Temporary workers? Yuan Shu didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. If it's temporary workers, they should be the people living near the capital, right? Yes. Eunuch Wang confirmed her thoughts. There are people in the city and nearby villages. That's great. Please help me gather all the temporary workers. I have something to say to them. Yes, I go get them right away. The master gave the order, and Eunuch Wang naturally didn't dare to delay. After a while, he brought all the people in the manor here. There were a total of 10 people. At the beginning, they didn't know the identities of Yun Shu and Yun Chuan, but listening to Eunuch Wang's shrill voice with a very court-like style, they could guess that the two young masters in front of them, dressed in luxurious clothes, must have a great background. But even so, they didn't dare to guess too high until Eunuch Wang respectfully said, "Fifth princess." Sixth prince shouted out, shocking a group of people to kneel down instantly. "Chow Chowman, I greet the princess and the prince." Your Highness, Your Highness." They were all honest and ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary officials were already very important figures. They didn't expect that one day, they would be able to meet such noble beings as the princess and the prince. They didn't even know what the correct words were when they greeted these two. They pressed their foreheads to the ground and stammered for fear of being punished. Everyone, get up, don't be nervous. In the era of imperial power, the people's awe of the royal family was almost engraved in their bones. Yuan Shu told them not to be nervous, but she knew in her heart that this was useless nonsense. She simply got straight to the point and said, "I heard that you all live nearby. It just so happens that I plan to open a small workshop on this farm in the future. I need to recruit a group of female workers. They can come at the beginning of the C hour every day and go home at the beginning of the U hour. The working hours are 4 hours, and the food is provided. You can get 1.5 taels of silver every month. The requirements are carefulness and good eyesight. If there are people in your family or around you who are willing to come, you can ask them to come to the farm to sign up and try. Female workers? Only need to work 4 hours a day? Food is provided? Even 1.5 taels of silver per month? These conditions are really..." Each one was more shocking than the other. If it weren't for the fact that Princess Yunshu's identity did have some deterrent power, these people would have exploded on the spot. Such a good job. Why only recruit women, could it be? The slightly braver one struggled for a moment, and finally couldn't help but be the first to speak. "May I ask, Your Highness, what kind of work does this female worker do? Is it a place like a brothel where people sell their bodies?" Of course, no one dared to ask the latter sentence out loud, but the subtle expressions on their faces almost exposed their true thoughts. Yuan Shu glanced at them lightly, and was very disgusted with such malicious speculation, but she understood that this was due to the limitations of the times. In the end, she just pulled the corner of her lip sarcastically. "It's to print books." Chapter 27. These days, the people admire scholars the most. If a family can produce a scholar, they will beat the gongs and drums to let everyone in the 10-mile radius know. Although these temporary workers on the farm don't understand what printing is, they understand the word books. How can a group of women have access to such precious books? The shocked group of people didn't even care about being afraid of Yunshu's identity, and they rushed to ask, "Your Highness, do you have to have female workers? Can't men?" "Your Highness, my son is 14 years old this year, and everyone in the village praises him for being smart. He will definitely do better than female workers." "Your Highness." Enough. Although Yunshu often lacks the consciousness of a superior, it doesn't mean that she has no temper. "Do you have the final say in this farm, or do I have the final say? Only female workers. Do you understand?" "Your Highness, calm down." The group of people immediately lay on the ground again, as quiet as chickens. But Yunshu was too lazy to deal with them at this time. She stood up and said with a hint of coldness in her tone, "Madam Lu, I leave the matter of recruiting female workers to you these days." "Yes." Madam Lu was convinced. The two people assigned to Yunshu by Emperor Xuanwu this time were Eunuch Wang and Madam Lu. Madam Lu used to manage so many palace maids in an orderly manner when she was in the palace. Now she only has to manage dozens of female workers. For her, it's like living in a farm and enjoying her retirement. Yunshu followed Yunshu in amazement. When he passed by the temporary worker, who had previously shouted that men could definitely do better than women, he secretly kicked him. "I would be scolded if I said this to my fifth sister." "You are very brave." The day laborer, shock. Sweating all over. "TSK, why are you scared again?" Glancing at the day laborer, who was trembling with fear at his words, Yunshu contentedly strolled and caught up with Yunshu's back. "Fifth sister, where are we going now?" "Eat." Yunshu took the lead in lifting the curtain of the carriage. "Aren't you hungry?" "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Finally, he didn't have to wander around in this broken manner, and Yunshu jumped up in a second. "Where should we go to eat? Fu Manlu or Qin Feng Pavilion?" The taste of the lion head in Fu Manlu. Not bad, but the steamed fish in Qin Feng Pavilion tastes better. "I won't go there." Yunshu slowly kept the secret. "Today, let's eat something we haven't eaten before." "I haven't eaten it before." Yunshu's eyes lit up, and his first reaction was that his fifth sister had come up with new delicious food. That was indeed incomparable to Fu Manlu and Qin Feng Pavilion. With the expectation of new delicacies, Yunshu even endured the bumps of the carriage on the way back to the city, and didn't complain. Until the carriage stopped at the gate of Tang Mansion, he was still happy and thought that his fifth sister was here to borrow the small kitchen. Unfortunately, the fact was obviously not the case. Every dish of lunch was made by the chef of Tang Mansion. Although the taste was good, they were all common dishes. In Yunshu's opinion, they were not as good as the imperial chef in the palace. The expectations before coming here were too high. Now, Yunshu even felt that he couldn't swallow the ordinary vegetable leaves. He stared at Yunshu with resentment, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Fifth sister, you lied to me." "Where did I lie to you?" Yunshu picked up a piece of fresh fish meat without bones on the belly with chopsticks, and said frankly and confidently, "Have you eaten food from the Tang Mansion before?" Yunshu question mark. He really wanted to say that it shouldn't be like this, but Yunshu had indeed just told him that he was brought here today to eat something he had never eaten before, but he misunderstood. The 8-year-old sixth prince was obviously still too young, and he had never met anyone who dared to cheat him before. When he encountered such a thing of being fooled, he really didn't know how to react for a while. Tang Muji, who was having lunch with the two of them, couldn't help but curl his lips. However, he had obviously learned the rules of not talking while eating and sleeping very well. He waited until Yunshu and the others had finished eating before asking in a gentle voice, "Your Highness said before the meal that he came to me today to discuss something important." "What is it?" "Actually, it's about my cousin." Yunshu smiled and raised his hand to support his chin. "I wonder if my cousin can act?" "Acting?" The word itself is not difficult to understand. Tang Muji hesitated. "What role does your Highness want Muji to play?" "Play the role of a person who is kept in the dark." Yunshu did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Cousin, if you are free recently, try to visit your cousin more often when the Chow is here. Chow Wenbin pretends to be affectionate, and will naturally show that he is very attentive to your cousin in front of you. I need you to write down Chow Wenbin's performance, and tell all of it to Eunuch Wang." Tang Muji, who is Eunuch Wang? Eunuch Wang is the man given to me by my father. He will help me collect information about what happened in the capital. Tang Muji will naturally understand the specifics after the Beijing Weekly is published. Yunshu did not want to say more at this moment, and took the opportunity to bring up another urgent problem. "Speaking of collecting information, cousin, I wonder if the Tang family has any shops in the capital?" "Yes, there are. The salaries of court officials these days seem not low at first glance, but such a large mansion requires money for daily repairs, daily expenses for the family, and many slaves to support. In addition, officials visit each other, and occasionally someone holds a wedding banquet or birthday banquet, so they cannot be stingy. There are too many places to spend money, and if you count them all, the salary may not be enough. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these ministers will have someone to manage some shops in their homes to obtain some industrial income. The Tang family is of course no exception. However, the Tang family is not wealthy. Mr. Tang's father was born in a poor family and became a county magistrate through the imperial examination. The assets were accumulated from this generation. The family was honest and incorruptible. After 3 generations, they only accumulated 2 small shops in the capital, which was just enough to maintain the operation of the Tang family. Yunshu suddenly asked about the shops at this moment. Tang Muji didn't know her purpose, so he hesitated for a moment when answering. But there is only a small bookstore and a ready-made clothing store. Bookstores and ready-made clothing stores are good. The former can sell the Beijing Weekly in the future, and the latter has more contact with the people. They are both the partners she needs now. Win-win, no loss. Chapter 28. With a plan in mind, Yunshu immediately waved his hand. Come on, bring the pen and ink. Her Highness sat still, and the Tang family servant certainly didn't have the courage to ask her to move. So for the first time, the table that had just been cleaned up had pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and someone even thoughtfully prepared an extra feather pen on the pen holder. However, it was somewhat surprising that Yunshu chose an ordinary brush, that she was not good at this time. High price for fun. 5 big characters that were not good-looking but eye-catching enough filled the entire piece of rice paper. At the end, Yunshu didn't forget to draw a few ingots and copper coins next to it. What is this? Tang Muji was silent for a while. He could understand the words and the paintings, but he just couldn't figure out why she made such a piece of paper. This is what I want to post in your 2 shops. After writing the first one, Yunshu drew the second one. Didn't I just say that my father sent Eunuch Wang to help me collect information? What I want to collect is the latest interesting things that happened in the capital. But Eunuch Wang is only one person, and he can't know everything. So I thought of setting up a small table outside your 2 shops, making a place to receive people's tips, collecting information in one place, and then letting Eunuch Wang go there every now and then to get it. After roughly explaining his idea, Yunshu continued, as long as you say a little interesting information you may get a windfall. Most people in the city should be willing to try. When more people go to your ready-made clothing shop, maybe it can drive business to get better. Your Highness is right. Tang Muji nodded, but still had doubts. But what kind of information can be passed, and what kind of information cannot be passed? This standard seems to be difficult to grasp. Your Highness, do you have people to screen the information? I really don't have that. I have to trouble my cousin to help find 2 smart people who can write. In the early stages of a business, there will always be a shortage of manpower. Yunshu shrugged. As for the standard, this is not difficult. It's still early today. We can go and collect around in person later. Then let the people my cousin find look at a few more, and we will know the general standard. Collect information? Yunshu Wan, who was depressed because he couldn't eat the new dishes, finally got a little interested after hearing this. I go too. Of course you have to go. Yunshu smiled slightly. Yunshu Wan, What's the matter with not wanting to go suddenly? I always feel a little chill on my back. Tang Muji was quick to find someone. His former book boy was smart and could write. In addition, there is the grandson of the manager of the Tang Mansion, Wan Zhanping. This man failed to pass the exam for the scholar 3 times in a row a few years ago. Now he has completely realized that he does not have the talent. He has not yet decided what to do in the future, and this happened. Speaking of which, although Wan Zhanping is not good at studying, he is first class in dealing with people. When he was studying in the academy, there was no one in the academy who didn't know him. He can even call the name of the boy who is responsible for sweeping the academy. Such a talent is perfect for gossiping with others. Yunshu is very optimistic about him, and he really lived up to Yunshu's confidence. Before he even arrived at the shop, he followed outside the carriage and provided Yunshu with a lot of gossip on the way there. Your Highness, you may not believe it. Fumanlu and Qi Feng Pavilion have been competing for so many years. They seem to be incompatible, but in fact, the 2 owners are brothers and have a good relationship. And the Wang family in the south of the city is so chaotic. By the way, do you know our son-in-law, Mr. Chow? He can't eat roast duck. Not only can he not eat it, but he will even get a rash on his body if he touches the duck meat. But because the eldest lady loves to eat it, the son-in-law will go to Fumanlu to buy a roast duck every now and then. Oh, isn't the news about Chow go here? An article for the next weekly report is scheduled in advance. But in a moment, Yunshu has even thought of the title of the article in his mind. Tang Muji, who was standing by, heard the news and couldn't help but frown. Are you sure that Chow, he often goes to Fumanlu to buy roast duck for the eldest lady? Sure. Wan Zhanping thought Tang Muji didn't believe it, and hurriedly said, I met the uncle twice in Fumanlu before. The first time, the uncle seemed to have met Mr. Chen from the family of the Ministry of Personnel. I heard Mr. Chen ask the uncle why he bought roast duck when he was not allowed to touch it. The uncle said it was because our eldest lady liked it. After hearing it, Mr. Chen said that our eldest lady didn't know how to feel sorry for others, and the uncle was still speaking for the eldest lady. Crack. Tang Muji's right hand was crushed by him. Yun Shu, will she have to pay for the carriage later? Damn Chow go, he's finished. About 20 minutes later, the carriage finally stopped in front of Tang's clothing store. The store was not big, only about 30 square meters, and there were not many customers at this time. Tang Muji asked someone to move a set of tables and chairs out, and hung the paper Yun Shu had written before in front of the table. Although the people coming and going could not understand the big words on the paper, they could still understand the patterns of ingots and copper coins. Those who were a little free couldn't help but slow down their pace out of curiosity. What is this for? Writing letters for people? How is it possible? These people are dressed like nobles. How could they lack the money for writing letters for them? But what do the gold ingots and copper coins drawn on the paper mean? If it's not for making money, could it be for giving money? Everyone. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Wan Zhanping quickly stepped forward at Yun Shu's eyes and shouted loudly, Don't miss it if you pass by. Tang's clothing shop pays to buy interesting stories, as long as you have your hands. There is real and interesting information in it. Tell us, and you will have a chance to get at least 50 coins and up to 200 coins. What? Did I hear it right? Tell them an interesting story, and you will get money? Wan Zhanping's loud voice quickly attracted many passers-by, but because such a thing had never been heard before, everyone just gathered around and talked to each other, and did not come forward immediately. Is it true? How can there be such easy money in this world? Is there any trap? Chapter 29. Brother, I don't like what you said. Accurately picking out the voice of concern, Wan Zhanping shouted, Do you know who is the one who paid for the anecdotes? They are the 5th princess and the 6th prince of the dynasty. The 2 princes are the sons of the emperor. How could they cheat us ordinary people for a few dozen or 100 coins? Since we have put the table and chairs for collecting anecdotes on the street, we are open and above board, and we are not afraid of doing something wrong and being seen by you. Besides, the anecdotes themselves are not worth much elsewhere, you said. Come, even if you are not selected, you will not lose anything, but if you are lucky enough to be selected, won't you get the money? It's actually a prince or princess. Is this true? I think what this person said makes sense. It's just an interesting and new thing. Even if we don't get the money if we tell it out, we won't lose anything. Originally, spending money to buy interesting things is already a new thing that attracts attention. Now that we know that the people who do this are actually noble figures, like princesses and princes, the people's voices of discussion are naturally getting louder. Not long after, someone who wanted to give it a try walked up to Wan Zhanping first, rubbing his hands and saying excitedly, Take a look at me. Didn't the Wanhua Tower select a courtesan a few days ago? I happened to have some extra money in my hand, so I went in to take a look. That peony girl is really beautiful. Her little hands are so tender. Stop! Wan Zhanping's face turned black. The 5th princess and the 6th prince are still watching. How could such indecent words fall into the ears of the 2 princes? Wan Zhanping lowered his voice and scolded in a low voice. I asked you to say something new and interesting, not to insult people's ears. No, that's not what I want to say. The man also realized that he had unconsciously gone off topic, and quickly apologized in a flattering manner. That many wealthy businessmen and young masters who went there that day were willing to spend all their money and empty their savings for Miss Mutin, but the one who bid the highest was Mr. Wu from the family of the Ministry of Revenue. When he offered 20,000 taels of silver, he scared away all the other bidders. At that time, those who envied Mr. Wu for winning the first place looked at him with green eyes. But before Master Wu had time to be happy, the official personally led people into the Wanhua Tower, grabbed Master Wu's ears, and took him away. The people who were closer to him couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard the last part. Wan Zhanping quietly glanced at Yun Shu, and saw that the latter calmly raised a finger to him. He immediately understood and counted out 100 copper coins from the box next to him, and handed them to the man. Okay, you passed. 100 coins, not one less, count them yourself. It was actually given. The whistleblower was overjoyed, And the onlookers exclaimed. With such a good start, many people soon lined up to try it out. Wan Zhanping and Tang Muji's servants were too busy to handle it, so Yun Chu Wan and Tang Muji were pushed over by Yun Shu to help write down the interesting stories that passed. This stall has been set up for more than 2 hours. Although the majority of the revelations were rejected, there are still quite a few that were successfully passed. After informing everyone that there would be people collecting interesting news here, and at the entrance of Tongjiaqingsong bookstore every day, Wan Zhanping happily packed up the tables and chairs. Yun Chu Wan rubbed his sore wrist, and came back to his senses from the joy of listening to gossip. Now he finally realized that he seemed to have been fooled by his fifth sister to work as a coolie. Yun Chu Wan, what a full and unforgettable day. It turned out that she had planned everything from the beginning. Okay, I treat you to sweet and sour pork when I get back. Seeing that the sixth prince's little emotions were brewing, Yun Shu leaned over and put her arm around his shoulder. You were obviously riding happily just now. Yun Chu Wan turned his head and glanced at her faintly. Yun Shu changed his words in an instant and coaxed her very smoothly. Okay, I will cook today's sweet and sour pork myself. In addition, I will add a dish of fried pork ribs for you. Don't be angry, sixth prince, okay? Humph. Yun Chu Wan moved his eyes away proudly. After a while, he couldn't help asking, are those 2 dishes delicious? TSK. Yun Shu suppressed his smile and raised his eyebrows. When has your fifth sister ever been bad? That's right. If the fifth sister wasn't his fifth sister, but just a little imperial chef, it would be great. He could lock her up in the small kitchen every day and order her to cook delicious food for him. Not knowing what kind of treasonous and bastard idea came up in the mind of this cheap brother, Yun Shu returned to Fengyang Palace and cooked the 2 dishes she promised. After successfully sending Yun Chu Wan away, she went back to the study to write part of the content that she had to publish in the Beijing Weekly. It was not until Ting Xue came in with a lamp and reminded her to rest early, as it was time to go back to the study room for class tomorrow, that she put down her feather pen. The next day was the first day she met the new tutor. Yun Shu, who arrived at the study room at around 4 in the morning as usual, was propped up with his head and felt drowsy, while Cindy was obediently reciting books silently by herself. On the other side, Yun Chu Wan must have met Lu Ziming on the way to the study room. When the two entered the door, Yun Chu Wan was still telling Lu Ziming about the gossip he heard yesterday. Seeing that Yun Shu, who usually arrived on time, arrived a little earlier than them today, Yun Chu Wan stared at her for 2 seconds in surprise, then suddenly realized and took out a thick stack of banknotes, strode to Yun Shu, and slapped her with one hand. Fifth sister money. Bang! Yun Shu's hand that was supporting her head suddenly slipped, and her forehead almost hit the table directly. She suddenly raised her head, and just as she was feeling dissatisfied, her eyes accidentally caught sight of the thick stack of banknotes, and she instantly became sober and happy. Good morning, sixth brother. Who said that people who are grumpy when they wake up can't be disturbed when they sleep? If it were always her brother who disturbed her in this way, she would even be willing to be woken up twice a day. In a very good mood, Yun Shu picked up the 100,000 taels of banknotes and counted them. Yun Shu patted Yun Chu Huan's shoulder lovingly. I promise that you will be the 3rd person to get every copy of the Beijing Weekly in the future. The 3rd one? Yun Chu Huan was unhappy when he heard it. Why am I ranked 3rd? I am one of the founders of the Beijing Weekly. Why am I only ranked 3rd? Chapter 30. Because I am the final reviewer. Yun Shu calmly explained, that is to say, before each issue of Beijing Weekly is put into printing, it must be reviewed by me first, so I must be the first. You are the first, so you are the first. Yun Chu Huan reluctantly accepted the fact that she was ranked ahead of him. What about the 2nd? Why can't the 2nd be given to me? Because the 2nd has been promised to be given to the emperor. Yun Shu seriously suggested, if the 6th brother insists on getting the 2nd one, maybe he can discuss it with the emperor first. Maybe the emperor will agree? Yun Chu Huan, He was not so obsessed with getting the 2nd one. The angry 6th prince subsided in a second, and at this time, the new tutor also came in from the door. Yun Chu Huan hurriedly returned to his seat and sat down, just as if he had said nothing just now. Your humble servant greets the 5th princess and the 6th prince. To everyone's surprise, the new tutor was not an old man with a big beard and a look of great learning like Shui, but a young man in his 20s, with a delicate and handsome appearance. Although he had already entered the court as an official, he still had a sense of freedom and ease that was incompatible with the officialdom, as if he was a person who indulged in the mountains and rivers. Yun Shu recalled the content of the original book, but found that there should have never been such a character in the book. But this should not be the case. Unless this person has changed 10 years later and become indistinguishable, or 10 years later, This person is no longer in the officialdom. Yunshu instinctively ruled out the first possibility. After all, she couldn't imagine what it would be like for this new tutor with a distinguished temperament to become a seasoned official. The tutor looks very young. Just as Yunshu was thinking about it, Yunchuan, who had also looked the new tutor up and down, couldn't help but say, "This prince seems to have never seen you before. I am the top scholar in the imperial examination in the 15th year of Xuanwu. I have only been in the court for 2 years. I was transferred to the Ministry of Works not long ago this year. My official position is low and I can't even reach the threshold of court, so I rarely go in and out of the palace. It is natural that the 6th prince has never seen me." Speaking of the fact that his official position is low, the young tutor looked calm and without any shame. Yuan Chuan couldn't help but frown after hearing this, not giving the other party any face. "You are not even worthy of attending the court, so you are not that powerful. How could the emperor let you be the tutor of this prince and my 5th sister? To be favored by your majesty, I believe that I have my own outstanding qualities that can be favored by your majesty." On the first day of working in the study, he was questioned by the students in person. Yi Qing'an responded calmly and neither servilely nor arrogantly. "6th prince, do you not believe in your majesty's vision? When did I not believe in my father? I don't believe you." Yuan Chuan didn't say the last few words. After all, according to what the other party said just now, there is no difference between not believing in him and not believing in Emperor Xuanwu. Yuan Chuan closed his mouth in frustration, and Yi Qing'an slowly said, "Your humble servant Yi Qing'an, don't listen to the sound of leaves hitting the forest. Don't talk about Sui, your heart is clear and peaceful. I wonder if the 2 princes have anything else to ask." Yuan Chuan didn't say anything, and Yunshu also just sat there lazily, with no intention of speaking. The young tutor's eyes swept over Yuan Chuan, then fell on Yunshu, and slowly raised a smile. "Since the 2 princes have no questions for the time being, I wonder if I can ask the 5th princess a question?" Yunshu, Why do these tutors like to stare at her on the first day they met? It's okay for Chui tutor, that one just doesn't like her. But what about this He tutor? Is her excellence really no longer hidden? Yunshu helplessly put down the hand that was supporting her head, sitting up straighter. "What does master you want to ask?" "I want to ask what the 5th princess thinks reading is for." This question sounds so familiar. I have learned it in elementary school. It's a pity that she doesn't have a broad mind. If she says such passionate words, it will be inappropriate for her to be a salted fish in the future. It's better to find a standard answer that can't be faulted. Reading. Yunshu began to recall some very reasonable nonsense. It can make people understand the truth, absorb the wisdom of the ancients, gain spiritual comfort, and cultivate people's character cultivation, broaden their horizons, inspire thinking, and break through innovation. Breakthrough innovation? Yi Qing'an suddenly interrupted her. "So the feather pen and printing are the results of breakthrough innovation?" "I guess so." Yunshu paused. Why did Master Yi suddenly ask this? Because of curiosity. Yi Qing'an chuckled. The feather pen and printing technology are of great and far-reaching significance, and the rare thing is that they are not difficult to make. But such a simple thing has never been thought of before, so I have been thinking about why this is the case recently. Now that I have heard what Her Royal Highness the Princess said, I know that what the world lacks is the breakthrough and innovative way of thinking. The princess may not be familiar with the scriptures, but she is far better than us in this field, which is really shameful to think about. Oh no, Her Excellence has really been discovered. Can't this Master Yi be like others, and simply think that she is a naughty child who accidentally invented the feather pen and printing technology while playing and being clever? You have to see the essence through the appearance. Yunshu was silent for a moment, and was about to say something to make the other party doubt his cognition, and not think too much of her, but before he could speak. And then the Master Yi continued, I think that for Tiansheng today, even if there are 10 more great scholars, it may not be as good as having a young talent, who can constantly break through and innovate. It is rare for the princess to have such a great talent, and it must not be buried in the hands of this humble minister. Therefore, if the princess has any breakthrough and innovative ideas in the future, she can tell this humble minister, and then the ordinary schoolwork can be temporarily put aside. Yunshu, as long as she tinkers with new inventions, she doesn't have to do homework or anything. This temptation is really irresistible to her. At worst, she can say that the new invention is more difficult, and she has been trying to think about it, but she has never thought of any results. Yunshu, who felt that she had found a perfect way to break the deadlock, showed a sincere smile. Then it's settled. Yi Qing'an responded with the same sincere wishes. I am waiting for good news. Chapter 31. What breakthrough and innovation, what importance, Yunshu actually didn't quite understand what Yi Qing'an said before. But he understood the last key sentence very clearly, that is, his fifth sister can openly not do homework. How could he be left out of such a good thing? Yun Chuan couldn't sit still on the spot, and hurriedly asked to join in. Master Yi, can I do it too? If the sixth prince can prove your breakthrough and innovation ability, it is naturally possible. But before that, Yi Qinan smiled slightly, walked to the front with his hands behind his back. Let's go to class. Just when the familiar Zihazhai began to lull people to sleep in the upper study room, on the other side, the first issue of the Beijing Weekly, which was neatly bound, was also sent to the major mansions in Beijing one by one. Of course, because it was the first issue that was rushed out, this batch of weekly newspapers was still copied by hand by Wang Gonggang overnight, not printed versions. Even the people who went to deliver the goods to the various mansions were just civilians hired temporarily from the streets. This led to the gatekeepers of the various mansions almost kicking people out when they heard that someone was going to deliver something to their ladies. Fortunately, these people had memorized a unified line of speech before they came to deliver the goods. This is what the fifth princess and the sixth prince asked me to deliver. The servant, shock. With 2 heavyweights in support, the Capital Weekly was finally successfully delivered to the ladies of the various mansions. So on this day, when the ladies who had good relationships with each other from all over the capital gathered together again, the content of their conversation changed. Have you received the Capital Weekly in your mansion? The content on it is really interesting. I have never seen such a thing before. Who says it's not true? I always heard my father use Mr. Tang as an example to teach my brother, saying how good Mr. Tang's knowledge is. I didn't know that Mr. Tang's kung fu is so good. If I remember correctly, Mr. Tang should have arranged a marriage in the past 2 years, right? I don't know which noble lady can be so lucky to find a good match like Mr. Tang. Speaking of a good match, I think Mr. Chow is the real good match. After all, there are many talented people in the world, but it is rare to find a man who loves his wife as deeply as Mr. Chow, who is considerate and does everything for his wife. That's true. Miss Tang is too lucky. I don't know which article in the end will be about the princess marrying. Can the top scholar be better than Mr. Chow? It must be better. Don't you think about it? The Beijing Weekly is all about the fifth princess and the sixth prince, and the protagonist of the last article happens to be a princess. Put yourself in their shoes. Even if you are just writing a storybook, would you make yourself miserable in the storybook? Oh, I really want to see the next issue. What does this better match than Mr. Chow look like? Didn't they say that the next issue will be sold in Tang's bookstore in a few days? Wouldn't it be enough to send someone to wait in advance? Outside the palace, the discussion about the Beijing Weekly has spread rapidly among the noble women of the capital. Inside the palace, it was finally time for lunch. Watching Tingxue put out several of her favorite dishes one by one, Yunshu hadn't even picked up her chopsticks when she saw Xiao Anzi beside Yin Chuan trotting over from the other side. Your Highness, the first issue of the Beijing Weekly you asked for has arrived. Yunshu? ? Although she said yesterday that she would rush the first issue, she didn't ask them to rush it so fast, right? Seeing Yin Chuan excitedly taking the booklet and turning directly to the second page, Yunshu even began to wonder if she should go out and hide for a while, at least until Yin Chuan's excitement was over. As soon as she stood up, Yin Chuan's excited voice came over. This second article is about me. Zimming, you should read it too. Yunshu, His reaction seemed a little different from what she imagined. Not sure. Let's wait and see. Silently, she sat back at the table and picked up her chopsticks. After a moment, she heard Yin Chuan muttering, "Why only write about my carriage? Why not write about me?" After a while, Yin Chuan told Xiao Anzi to move his food to Yunshu's side and sit at the same table with her. He came over first and said, "Fifth sister, can I discuss something with you?" Yunshu raised her eyebrows. Just? Yin Chuan was shy for a moment. Can you put an article I wrote in the next issue of the Beijing Weekly? That depends on whether the content of your article is good enough. Yunshu knew how to control the other party's psychology, and even said the rejection in a way that people could not refute. After all, this Beijing Weekly is for so many people in the city to read. You don't want your writing to be disliked by others, right? Who dares to dislike this prince? Yin Chuan, who just wanted to praise himself and didn't think so much, said it firmly, but he still hesitated. Wait, let me think about it. I will definitely write a good article. Well, before he starts writing, he can finish reading the current issue first, so that he can learn. Thinking of this, Yin Chuan lowered his head again and opened the third article, the most affectionate person in the capital. He loves Mr. Chow so much. Yin Chuan, ? Yin Chuan, shock. Fifth sister. The sixth prince, who was not praised by Yuan Shu in the article, was furious. You actually praised that Chao guy. You knew that Chao guy was not a good guy, but you actually spoke well of him. Don't get excited, eat some food. Cut a piece of meat into Yuan Shu's bowl, Yuan Shu said calmly. You should know that sometimes being praised is not a good thing. What do you mean? Yuan Shu frowned and read the article carefully from beginning to end, because he couldn't think of anything. Why did he come up with this? He turned around and stuffed it back to Lu Ziming. Take a look, is there anything bad about Chao here? This? Lu Ziming, who had already started eating, had to put down his chopsticks and read it carefully word by word, then showed the same confused expression as the sixth prince. I don't know either. Then there is nothing. After confirming that it was not his problem, Yuan Shu turned his attention to Yuan Shu again. Fifth sister, what is this? Really don't understand. Yuan Shu sighed. It's fun to not understand it. You might as well wait for a while, and you will understand it naturally. Chapter 32. Because Yuan Shu was mysterious and refused to tell him the answer directly, after school that day, Yuan Shu did not follow Yuan Shu to Fengyang Palace to eat and drink as usual, but rushed back to Yahua Palace with the Beijing Weekly. Mother! Mother! No one was seen, but the noisy voice spread throughout the palace. Emperor Xuanwu, who had been lying on concubine Lu's lap with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, revealing some dissatisfaction after being disturbed. Why is this kid becoming more and more unstable? Water is only 8 years old, he is still a child. What's wrong with being lively and cute? Since her only precious child was criticized, concubine Lu defended him dissatisfiedly. Does your majesty want Water to be like those old men in the court at such a young age? Then do you want me to ask someone to find some fake beards for Water to stick on? You are getting more and more outrageous. Emperor Xuanwu sat up helplessly. I just said one sentence to him. Your majesty has so many children, of course you don't care, but I am different. I only have Water as a child, so I naturally have to pamper and protect him. Concubine Lu snorted. She grew up in a rich family. Before she got married, she was spoiled by her family. After she entered the palace, she was spoiled by the emperor. Now she is almost 30 years old, but she still looks like a girl in her 20s. Her eyebrows are beautiful, her eyes are affectionate, and her luxurious temperament makes her look like a peony in full bloom, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. Even if she occasionally has a little temper, Emperor Xuanwu is willing to tolerate it. Just like at this moment, she stopped massaging Emperor Xuanwu's head without hesitation, and stood up to catch the little bastard running towards her. Emperor Xuanwu just sat on the couch and watched helplessly. Mother! Run slower. Fearing that he would fall accidentally if he ran too fast, concubine Lu complained without any reprimand. You are running so fast. Is there someone chasing you? I want to see you soon. At this time, Yuan Shu finally ran into the palace. After acting cute and obedient to concubine Lu, he accidentally saw that Emperor Xuanwu was also here. His heart skipped a beat, and he began to think about which foot he stepped into the palace first. It could be the left or the right, but considering that he was running all the way, and the threshold was quite high, maybe. He jumped in with both feet? Forget it, it's only about 100 taels of gold, it's not a big deal. Yuan Shu, who could be short of anything except money, only hesitated for less than 2 seconds and put the problem behind him. Your son greets you, father? Yes. Emperor Xuanwu responded coldly, not really wanting to deal with this little bastard, who was competing with him for the imperial concubine. Yuan Shu didn't care, or he was so thick-skinned that he didn't even notice his father's dissatisfaction. After the ceremony, he couldn't wait to hand the Capital Weekly to imperial concubine Lu. Mother, please take a look at this. This was co-founded by my fifth sister and me. When did the Capital Weekly become a co-founded by you and Xiaowu? Emperor Xuanwu, who was ignored on the side, couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Which word here was written by you? Yuan Shu said confidently. Your son didn't write it, but your son paid 100,000 taels of silver. Emperor Xuanwu, This brat. He spent money so lavishly, but it seems that he was fined too little. Mother, look here. Not knowing that his casual remark of 100,000 taels of silver had irritated his petty father, Yuan Shu directly helped concubine Lu turn to the third article in the Capital Weekly, and then exaggerated the encounter with Chao Wenbin that day. At the end, he looked up and asked concubine Lu with an unhappy face, Mother, you said that fifth sister knew that Chao Wenbin was not a good person. Why did she write such an article? Recently, I have heard your fifth sister come and go every day, but your fifth sister didn't tell you why? The precious son, who used to stick to her the most, has been running to Fengyang Palace every day for nearly half a month, and he always mentioned fifth sister. Concubine Lu was a little jealous before. Until she read this Capital Weekly today, she knew that Yunshu could become famous in the harem in such a short time. And it was not just luck. He does have some real skills. Fifth sister only said that sometimes being praised is not a good thing. But I looked left and right, and didn't see anything bad. Hearing Concubine Lu's question, Yunshu became even more depressed. Later, Fifth sister said that there is also fun in not understanding, so I might as well wait for a while, and then I will understand. But I don't want to wait. He began to act like a spoiled child. Mother, just tell me. But mother thinks your fifth sister is right. Concubine Lu stretched out a finger and poked Yunshu eyebrows lightly. You have to learn to be more careful. Although she wanted Huaner to live an easier life, do whatever he wanted, and not fight for a position that was destined to be bloody. But she couldn't be so blind that she couldn't see such an obvious plot. You'd better wait until the next few issues of the Capital Weekly come out. Mother, how can you be like this too? Yunshu stamped his feet in anger and turned around to try his father again, but Emperor Xuanwu was even more ruthless. He didn't even give him a chance to speak and directly blocked the topic for him. If you can't figure out such a simple question, don't read the Capital Weekly in the future, and study hard with the Grand Tutor. Yunshu, shock. What Grand Tutor? He's just a guy who hasn't even stepped through the threshold of the morning court. No one has told him the answer he has been thinking about, and the two people in front of him are his mother and his father, neither of whom can vent his anger. In the end, only one Taifu he could barely get him to say a few words. I heard that he just entered the court 2 years ago. What do you like about him, father? You don't even know why your fifth sister praised Qiao Wenbin, but you still have the nerve to criticize Yi Aiqing? Emperor Xuanwu was almost amused by him. Yi Aiqing was born in a poor family, but he was chosen by a hidden scholar as his apprentice. He won 2 first prizes at the age of 15. If his father had not passed away that year, and he was unable to participate in the palace examination, he would have become the youngest top scholar in the court. You are secretly happy to have such a great talent as Yi Qing as your Taifu, but how can you be so shameless to look down on him? Chapter 33. Master Yi is very good. When he was a teenager, he had the talent of a top scholar. But what does that have to do with him? He is the 6th prince. Does he have to take the imperial examination? Yunshu ignored all the words of Emperor Xuanwu. He counted the days when the 2nd issue of the Beijing Weekly was published almost every day. There were many ladies in the city who were like him. Among them, the 2nd daughter of Zhao Yusha was the best. This 2nd daughter Zhao was the girl who had previously determined that Qiao Wenbin was the best match. She was 14 years old this year, and would be coming of age in less than a year. During this period, her family was looking for a suitable husband for her. It was the time when the girl was in love. She happened to see Qiao Wenbin, who was written by Yunshu. Although he was already married, it did not prevent the girl from imagining the image of her future husband based on him. Maybe there is more content that can improve her imagination in the unfinished story of the princess and the top scholar in the 1st issue? With full expectations, as soon as the 2nd issue of the Beijing Weekly was published, Miss Zhao Er immediately asked someone to buy a copy for 1 or 2 taels of silver. What was surprising was that there was another story about Qiao Wenbin in this issue of the weekly. For you, I can do anything. Mr. Qiao is really good to his wife. Reading the article word by word at the slowest speed, because she was still at home and there were no other sisters who could share the weekly with her, Miss Zhao Er, holding her handkerchief, could not help but complain to the maid next to her. The miss of the Tang family married such a good husband, but she didn't know how to cherish him, and she was so arrogant. It's just a roast duck. Can't you send the maids around to buy it? Why do you have to embarrass Mr. Qiao? Really too spoiled. But the maidservant around had not read the article, and could only roughly guess what happened from the few words of her young lady. Young lady, we seem to have met the young lady of the Tang family a few years ago. She doesn't look like a spoiled person. That's because you can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. You can tell what kind of person she is after meeting her once. Miss Zhao threw her handkerchief on the table angrily. It was Mr. Chen from the family of the Ministry of Personnel, who said that Mr. Qiao couldn't touch duck meat. Countless people have seen that Mr. Qiao often went to Fumanlu to buy roast duck for Miss Tang. This is the indisputable fact. Oh. The maidservant scratched her head, and was soon convinced. As for Miss Zhao, after venting, she continued to read the following article. On weekdays, they are always in the deep courtyard, and occasionally get together with their sisters. It is impossible for everyone to reveal the embarrassing things at home. How could she have enjoyed such a happiness as if she had fallen into a melon field? Miss Zhao Er, who was still complaining for Qiao Wenbin the moment before, was soon amused again. until she saw the sequel to the last story of The Princess Marries the #1 Scholar. It turned out that the so-called tenderness and affection were just a false appearance pretended by the #1 Scholar, and even the hero saving the beauty when they first met was arranged by the #1 Scholar himself. In fact, the #1 Scholar's family was poor, and he married a peasant girl in his hometown early. The peasant girl gave birth to 3 children for him, worked from day to night every day, and all the money she earned was used to support the #1 Scholar's studies. Unexpectedly, after the success, the top scholar wanted to climb up the social ladder. He despised his illiterate wife and planned to marry the princess of the royal family. In everyone's eyes, he was an extremely perfect son-in-law. He was gentle and handsome, and he loved the princess deeply. No matter how unreasonable and arrogant the princess was, he could tolerate it one by one. But in fact, only the princess knew that this son-in-law was a bastard with a human face and a beast heart. He had too many concubines to count. He often used cold violence against the princess, and even hit her occasionally. The princess tried to expose the true face of the son-in-law to others, but no one believed it. She asked her father to grant her and the son-in-law a divorce, but in the end, she only received a scolding from the emperor. Everyone thought it was the princess's problem, because the son-in-law was really pretending too well. The princess was desperate. She obviously did nothing wrong, but everyone was blaming her. She was blamed so much that sometimes she even felt dazed, and thought that she was really wrong. The princess became silent day by day. She never mentioned the idea of divorce again. Later, she even stopped talking to people. She was trapped in her own world and gradually became thinner. The husband only told the outside world that the princess was sick. He often acted as if he was exhausted from taking care of the princess, but in fact, he never brought a bowl of medicine to the princess. Not only that, he would deliberately bring his concubine into the princess's room when the princess was too sick to get up, and have sex with her in front of the princess. Without good care and often being stimulated by the husband, even the most delicate flowers are destined to wither. Seeing that the princess was about to die, God finally couldn't bear it anymore, and let the prince consort reveal his flaws in his complacency. The emperor realized that something was wrong and immediately ordered a thorough investigation. The truth was finally revealed to the world, and the princess finally got the divorce letter she had been thinking about. That day, the sun was shining brightly, and the princess, who was finally freed, died with a smile on her lips. Surprisingly, he passed away, just because of the beastly bastard, the prince consort. Why? Miss Zhao Er looked at this ending in disbelief, and felt a nameless fire rising suddenly. She wiped the tears from her eyes, and walked out angrily with a weekly report. Prepare the car. Go to Yu Mansion. She couldn't stand it anymore, and she had to find her good sisters to curse the prince consort together. And those who didn't allow the princess to divorce, are they all fools? What do you mean that a woman who proposes divorce is not a woman's virtue? It's a shame. What do they know? If there was no other way, how could the princess have the idea of wanting to divorce? These people are almost pissing her off. Miss Zhao Er was so angry that her breathing was unstable. She gritted her teeth and cursed the prince consort, while constantly comforting herself. Fortunately, the prince consort was fake, but Mr. Chow was real. I don't know what the 5th princess was thinking. Why did she write such an infuriating article? Can't she write more about men like Mr. Chow? Chapter 34. On this day, many people were angered by the story of the princess and her husband. In contrast, Chow Wenbin's reputation was rising. Almost everyone who read the weekly newspaper hoped that in the next issue, there would be no more disgusting people like the husband, and it would be best if they were all ideal husbands like Mr. Chow. But I don't know if the 5th princess really has any special preferences. In the following issues of the Beijing Weekly, Chow Wenbin still performed steadily, as usual, and firmly sat on the title of the ideal husband, but the stories written by Yun Shu were more and more abusive. What kind of gentle and quiet lady married a gentle and elegant young man from a noble family, who was tortured every day? And the young man from the noble family had to pretend to be hypocritical outside to ruin her reputation, so that the lady dared not say a bad word about him to the outside world. What about the first talented woman in Beijing who was unhappy after marriage, and her family couldn't stand it, so they asked her to divorce her husband, but she was afraid of the secular eyes, afraid that others would look at her differently, and finally affected her family's reputation, so they dared not and were unwilling to propose a divorce, and were finally tortured to death. There was also a husband who seemed to be in love with his beloved concubine, because his beloved concubine gave birth to a son, so he secretly poisoned his wife to make her unable to have children, and then demoted his wife to a concubine on the grounds that they had been married for many years, but had no children. In order not to bear the reputation of a divorced woman, the wife of the main wife swallowed such humiliation. In short, it was a variety of abuses. The husband was not a human being in all kinds of ways, but the wife refused to divorce because of her reputation. After reading the whole story, the first story of the princess and the prince consort became the most annoying one. At least the princess had been thinking about divorce and tried hard for it, and finally she successfully got rid of the scumbag. No matter how you look at it, she is much better than those stubborn people. Why can't women file for divorce? Finally, after being tortured by Yun Shu with her melodramatic love story for more than a month, Miss Zhao Er couldn't help but raise this question when she met with her sisters. Aren't women human beings? If you follow the rules of being a woman, you will be humiliated and tortured to death in your husband's house. It's better not to follow the rules of being a woman. Keep your voice down. The sisters were shocked by Miss Zhao Er's words, but perhaps they themselves had more or less been influenced by some of them these days. The inherent concept was shaken, so when listening to Miss Zhao's rebellious speech, she couldn't say anything to refute it, but just reminded softly, it would be bad if others heard it. Why is it bad? Miss Zhao said angrily. Are you afraid that someone will not dare to marry me after hearing what I said? If so, it can only mean that the other party happens to be the bad guy in the story. It's really a great thing that such a person doesn't dare to marry me. The sisters looked at each other and didn't say anything. A group of young girls who are still waiting to be married can be so angry that they wake up on the spot just by reading a few more articles written by Yun Shu. Those ladies who are really married and have similar experiences, so they can especially empathize with them, naturally have a lot of people's moods changed. So, after the 6th issue of Beijing Weekly was published, several wives began to make a fuss about divorce. So the next day, Yun Shu, who wrote these articles, was impeached. Emperor Xuanwu, Yun Shu, No, how dare these people? In the imperial study, after reading the impeachment letter thrown by his chief father, Yun Shu looked innocent. Father, didn't you scold them? After being the emperor for so many years, it was the first time that Emperor Xuanwu saw an impeached person with no fear on his face, and asked him if he scolded the person who submitted the impeachment letter. He almost laughed out of anger. Did you not understand, or did you pretend to be confused? The person impeached in the letter is you. Of course I know that they are impeaching me. Yun Shu raised his head with confidence. But it's not because they treated their wives badly at home that their wives looked at me. After reading your article, don't you want to endure it anymore? In the final analysis, this is all their own fault. What did I do wrong? Is it because I wrote about what they did? Emperor Xuanwu, ? Yun Shu, ? The father and daughter stared at each other for a moment, and Emperor Xuanwu spoke first in a bad mood. Have you heard that it is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs? How can you guarantee that every lady who wants to divorce will be like what you wrote in your article? I can't guarantee it. Yun Shu pouted, but since she wants to divorce, she must not want to continue living together. If you don't want to live together, why don't you divorce? You? Emperor Xuanwu was choked. He really didn't understand why his own daughter, who was raised in the deep palace and had never been hurt by anyone's love, could suddenly say that she couldn't get a divorce, but he couldn't say anything. After all, this kid was very smart. Didn't he secretly point out him in the first article he wrote? If he really wanted to punish her for those impeachment papers today, I'm afraid that all those who have read the Capital Weekly will replace him, and this brat with the princess and emperor in the first and second issues of the story. Anyway, this trouble is caused by you. If you don't want to make the problem worse, quickly solve this mess for me. Glancing at Yun Shu with a gloomy face, Emperor Xuanwu snorted. It's just a small member of the Chao family. Is it worth your trouble? Father is right. I will take care of it in the next issue of the Capital Weekly. Yun Shu obviously also understands what it means to stop when you are ahead. Smilingly responding to Emperor Xuanwu's request, Yun Shu vowed, Then I will never write this kind of sad drama again. I will write something I haven't written before. Emperor Xuanwu, I always feel that what this brat said is like digging another new pit. But she has been staying in the palace these days, and has not gone out. She has not encountered anything else. Even if there is another trouble, it should not be more outrageous than this time. Thinking of this, Emperor Xuanwu did not ask more questions, but just mentioned another thing. I heard that you have not done your homework for a long time recently, saying that you were thinking about how to make low-cost paper? Did Master Yi tell you? Yun Shu analyzed the attitude revealed in Emperor Xuanwu's tone, and seriously defended himself. Then Master should have told you that he agreed to this, right? Chapter 35. Emperor Xuanwu replied indifferently. How did you think of thinking about that? Didn't Master Yi promise me that as long as I can figure out something new, I don't have to do homework? Yunshu lowered her head shyly. Father, I really don't like doing homework. Emperor Xuanwu, He did know. But he wished that this kid could give him another answer today. Obviously, he has been diligent since he was young, and the children in front of him never need him to worry about their studies. Even the youngest, Lao Lu, although he is a little playful, has never fallen behind in his homework. Why is it that learning is so difficult for her? In order to avoid doing homework, she can make anything. This is the first time that Emperor Xuanwu has met such a child who doesn't like to study. He couldn't help but want to hold his forehead. Have you figured it out? Not yet. Yunshu was even more embarrassed. I only have a little clue now, and there is definitely a long way to go before I can really make something. You mean, you won't be able to do homework for a long time? Emperor Xuanwu exposed her expressionlessly. You have a long way to go. Is it possible that the day when I leave the study room will come when I am on the road of life? How can I decide this? Yunshu touched her nose, pretending that she didn't understand the sarcasm in Emperor Xuanwu's words. If the cheap paper is really that easy to make, someone must have made it before. You are right. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xuanwu seemed to be convinced by her, and nodded seriously. There were so many people in the past who never figured out the reason in their lifetime. Sure, as a princess, you can't be like those people, thinking about this problem all your life. Yunshu, She seemed to know what this cheap father was going to say next. No wonder he could be the emperor. It's really hard to trick him. Yunshu secretly gritted her teeth, and sure enough, she heard Emperor Xuanwu continue. Let's limit it to 2 months. If you still don't make any progress within 2 months, it means that homework is probably more suitable for you. Your son obeys your order. To improve the paper-making technology in 2 months, modern capitalists are not as outrageous as him. Yunshu left depressedly and turned around. In front of the dragon case, Emperor Xuanwu looked at her drooping back, and couldn't help laughing. If there was no life choice simulation system, he probably wouldn't have thought that his daughter would have such ability. A low-cost paper-making technique that has stumped so many people. If left alone, she would not be able to produce results in 3 years, but she was only given a 2-month deadline, and she was able to make some progress in order to avoid doing homework. The little bastard really deserves to be punished. She didn't know that her father had no martial ethics, and was completely relying on cheating to punish her. Because she promised Emperor Xuanwu to finish the matter of Chao Wenbin as soon as possible, Yunshu left the upper study and returned to Fengyang Palace. The first thing she did was to write a note and ask Eunuch Wang to send it to Tang Muji. Immediately afterwards, that afternoon, it was reported that Tang Xinhua, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, proposed a divorce to Chao Wenbin, the son of the Chao family. What did you say? Are you sure it was Miss Tang who proposed the divorce, not Mr. Chao? When Miss Chao from the Imperial Censor's family heard the news, she was chatting with her sisters about which ladies in the capital had been seeking divorce in recent days. Suddenly, she heard the new news brought back by a maid, and she was so shocked that she almost swallowed a whole grape. Is she crazy? Other ladies have reasons for divorce. Why does she? Is Mr. Chao not good to her? I don't know the details. The maid shook her head. I just heard from others that after Miss Tang proposed divorce, Mr. Chao seemed unwilling, but Mr. Tang went directly to Chao's house to pick her up. How could this be? Miss Zhao frowned and murmured. Mr. Chao likes her so much, but she still wants to divorce. Mr. Chao must be very sad. What do you think she is thinking? Maybe. Next to her, a little sister was silent for a moment, and hesitated to speak. Don't you think this plot sounds a bit familiar? How familiar? Everyone in the capital knows that Mr. Chao has a deep affection for Miss Tang, but Miss Tang, being spoiled and arrogant, not considerate. Speaking of the latter part, Miss Zhao's angry voice suddenly weakened. Yes. Doesn't this plot sound familiar? In the past few issues of Beijing Weekly, the articles written by the 5th princess herself all start with this routine. The hypocrite, with a beastly heart, said one thing in front of others, and another behind their backs. The gentle and weak woman was burdened with everyone's misunderstanding, and silently endured all the suffering. No way. Miss Zhao, who had been so angry that she stood up, fell back to her original position with a plop. Mr. Chao doesn't seem like that kind of person. Every hypocrite written by the 5th princess doesn't look like that kind of person on the surface. The little sister whispered, if Mr. Chao is really as good as he behaves, why did Miss Tang suddenly ask for a divorce? But if Mr. Chao is also that kind of person, why are there often articles praising Mr. Chao in the Beijing Weekly? In fact, in recent times, every time she was so angry at Yunshu's abusive articles, she would use Mr. Chao to comfort herself, saying that there are still only a few scumbags in the world. If in the end, It turns out that Mr. Chow is no different from the scumbag described by the fifth princess. No, it's impossible. Miss Zhao Er refused to accept this fact. She was like grabbing the last straw, struggling to make excuses for Chow Wenbin. Look at the articles written by Her Royal Highness the fifth princess. She hates hypocrites the most. Imagine, if it were you, would you be willing to write good things about the person you hate the most in your own Beijing weekly? Under normal circumstances, it is indeed not. But what if Her Royal Highness the fifth princess had the idea of flattering and killing from the beginning? Oh, maybe it's not just flattering and killing. Maybe the ultimate purpose of Her Royal Highness the fifth princess's series of operations is actually to help the eldest lady of the Tang family successfully divorce Mr. Chow without having to face any accusations or strange eyes. But this is just a guess. After all, the fifth princess is only 13 years old. Maybe she can't think so much. Everything is just a coincidence? Without evidence, it's hard to say anything. The only lady who thought of this hesitated for a moment, but finally didn't say her guess. Chapter 36. No matter what, the answer should be found in the next issue of Beijing Weekly. In the end, it was Miss Zhao Er who made the final decision and told her sisters that no one should discuss this issue before the next issue of Beijing Weekly. She wanted to give herself a few days of buffer time. She thought that after a few days of calming down, she would be able to accept Mr. Chow's true face. But Yunshu didn't expect her to have this buffer time at all. The next morning, the Beijing Weekly, which was supposed to be published a few days later, was published in advance. After learning the news, Miss Zhao Er asked someone to buy a copy of the weekly as soon as possible, but unlike every time she read it with expectation and joy, this time, she felt her hands trembling. Calm down, the articles about Mr. Chow are usually on the third page. She can read the first two articles to ease her mood. Miss Zhao took a deep breath, and then on the first page she opened, she saw a huge headline, Surprise! Mr. Chow loves someone else so much. Miss Zhao, surprise! The deep breath she just took was stuck in her throat, and Miss Zhao coughed so hard that tears almost came out. After a lot of effort, she took another look at the stickman illustration in the lower right corner. The little man on the left waved a piece of paper with the words Beijing Weekly Issue 1 written on it, grinning. Have you read this article? Beijing's most affectionate, Mr. Chow loves him so much. Mr. Chow is really a role model for men in Beijing. The little man on the right waved Beijing Weekly Issue 7 with a look of contempt. When was that news? Take a look at this, shock. It turns out that Mr. Chow loves someone else. The fonts of the two titles were specially enlarged and placed side by side. It's really insulting. Miss Zhao covered her chest and didn't bother to think about why the article was placed on the first page. She gritted her teeth and began to read the main text carefully. The fifth princess actually apologized. The fifth princess was also deceived by Chow Wenbin's disguise. This time, the weekly report was published in advance to expose Chow Wenbin's true face. It turned out that when Mr. Chow almost rode his horse to hurt someone on the street, he was not in a hurry to buy medicine for Miss Tang, he was in a hurry to see his pregnant concubine. It turned out that the roast duck that Chow Wenbin would rather get a rash to buy was also sent to the concubine. Although Miss Tang also loved to eat it, she married into the Chow family. Because Chow Wenbin told him that he couldn't touch roast duck, she hadn't touched roast duck for 2 years. It turned out that Mrs. Chow also knew about the existence of the concubine. Every time Miss Tang found something unusual and wanted to investigate, she would pretend to be sick and let Miss Tang take care of her. She would do everything she could to torture Miss Tang. When Miss Tang fell down, Chow Go would make a false excuse to go out to buy medicine, and then accidentally meet another young master, and then tell the truth after drinking to drown his sorrows. He stammered and led others to believe that Miss Tang pretended to be sick in order not to take care of her, and let people blame Miss Tang. It turned out that the guy surnamed Chow was really a bastard. It's probably just like modern star chasers, who turn from true fans to invincible haters when their idols collapse. How much Miss Zhao Er admired Chow Wenbin in the past, how much she hates the guy now. Whenever she thought about how she had been looking forward to finding a man like Chow Go, she would be so angry. Bang! She slapped the latest issue of the Capital Weekly on the table. The unbearable Miss Zhao stood up and rushed out. Is my father back? The master just came back from the court and is still in the study. He must have official business to deal with. Miss, why don't you wait? The maid chased after her and tried to stop her, but Miss Zhao walked faster. Isn't the father of Chow also in the court? My father is an imperial censor, and his job is to supervise all officials. Mr. Chow should be severely reported for his poor parenting. What I want to tell my father is also an official business. The maid, Similar situations obviously did not only happen in the home of Imperial Censor Zhao. So, that morning, in the imperial study, a long row of ministers who came to the palace with impeachment memorials stood in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, Li Dihai walked in from the outer room quietly. Li Xianyun, the doctor of the Ministry of Rites. Lord Li wants to see you. Okay, here comes another one. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand, signaling the other party to bring the person in. Are you here to impeach Chao Rongxing for not educating his son well? Your Majesty, the person I want to impeach today is the 5th princess, Yun Shu. Emperor Xuanwu. Li Xianyun is so good. Yesterday, he came to impeach his 5th daughter because his wife was getting divorced, and today he comes again. This guy is not done yet, right? Emperor Xuanwu lowered his lips, and his tone was obviously a little unhappy. Oh. What did the 5th princess do that you are so persistent about? The Emperor Xuanwu was almost saying that he was making a mountain out of a molehill, and was being unreasonable, but Li Xianyun pretended that he didn't hear it, and continued with a tense face. I want to impeach the 5th princess for making irresponsible comments on court officials and leaking important court events. This is a serious crime. The Emperor Xuanwu's expression, which was originally not very concerned, became a little more serious. What evidence do you have for saying so, Li Aiqing? Your Majesty, please read it. Li Xianyun presented a copy of the latest issue of the Beijing Weekly with both hands. The Emperor Xuanwu actually had this thing himself. After all, Yun Shu had promised him a long time ago that he would be the first to be sent to him after each issue of the weekly report came out. It's just that after the court session today, he was busy reviewing the memorials, and before he could rest, this group of careless people ran into the palace one by one to hand in the impeachment memorials, and he really didn't have time to see what was written in the latest issue of the weekly report. Now, looking at the last article that Li Xianyun opened, Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment, and suddenly regretted why he didn't ask that one question when he talked to Yun Shu yesterday. No wonder he felt that the boy's attitude was inexplicably strange at that time. She promised him that she would not write those sad dramas again, and she would write something she had never written before, so it was like this, right? Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath and ordered Li Dihai, who was waiting beside him. Go, invite the 5th princess to me. Yes. Eunuch Li was secretly shocked. Listening to the tone of Your Majesty, when he said the last word invite, it was clear that he was gritting his teeth. Could it be that the 5th princess really got into trouble this time? Chapter 37. The emperor wanted to summon someone, so Master Yi naturally couldn't keep anyone. Yun Shu quickly rushed from the upper study to the imperial study. But she didn't come alone. This time, she brought Yun Chuan with her. Inside the room, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes moved when he heard that Yun Chuan had also come with him. He seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say anything else and directly let the two of them into the imperial study. Your son pays homage to your father. Get up. Emperor Xuanwu's indifferent voice came from the top. I summon you here today because Lord Li has something to ask you clearly. It was clearly an impeachment, but when he said it, it became something that needed to be clarified. Emperor Xuanwu's attitude was obviously biased, which made the other ministers around him silent. Only Li Xianyun was still indignant. If it wasn't the 5th princess, his wife had endured it for so many years. Why did she suddenly want to divorce? If it wasn't the 5th princess, he wouldn't have to suffer the ridicule and mockery of others. It's all thanks to the 5th princess, but now His Majesty wants to protect the 5th princess? That depends on whether he agrees or not. Didn't he say that he had something to ask clearly? Oh. Then let him ask in front of all the ministers so that the emperor can't continue to be partial. Thinking of this, Li Xianyun couldn't help but take a step forward. I do have one thing I don't understand. Please answer it, Your Highness. If you have any questions, Lord Li, please speak up. Yun Shu looked innocent and nodded readily. I will tell you everything I know. Then I thank you first. Li Xianyun sneered in his heart and slowly said, A question, Your Highness the 5th princess. Was the Capital Weekly founded by you? Lord Li is wrong. The Capital Weekly was co-founded by this prince and my 5th sister. When Yun Chuan heard this question, he immediately became anxious. You know, he originally agreed to partner with Yun Shu to do this thing in order to have a name in it. As a result, over the past month, because of the Mr. Chao's love series written by Yun Shu himself, and the bitter and sad articles that attracted enough attention, when it comes to the Capital Weekly, almost everyone only remembers the 5th princess, and doesn't know that there is also a 6th prince. Yun Chuan was worrying about how to get his name out, and now Li Xianyun actually asked such a question in front of him. Of course he couldn't help it. On the other side, Li Xianyun, who originally thought that today's matter was a sure thing, was startled when he saw the 6th prince suddenly appear. After a while, he spoke again and changed his words. Then, The content printed in the weekly report is always decided by Her Royal Highness the 5th Princess, right? That was also decided by this prince and the 5th sister together. Yuan Chuan raised his chin proudly and continued, although it was the 5th sister who decided it alone before, but starting from today's issue, including every issue in the future, this prince and the 5th sister will review it in advance. Li Xianyun, shock. Is this 6th prince crazy? It's not a good thing that falls from the sky. Why is he rushing to get involved? If it was just the emperor who favored him, he would still think he had some chances of winning. After all, as long as he is not a tyrant who is willful and incompetent, even if he is an emperor, he cannot ignore the opinions of his ministers and act according to his own wishes. But now that the 6th prince has also been involved, it is very different. Who doesn't know that the old fox, the left prime minister, is standing behind the 6th prince? The left prime minister, Liu Yankun, has been immersed in the court for decades, with a huge and complex power, and his scheming is even more unfathomable, with him leading the left prime minister's faction to protect him. Plus an emperor who is already biased, it would be strange if his impeachment could succeed this time. It's one thing to understand it in your heart, but it's still unwilling for him to give up in such a disgraceful way. Li Xianyun had a stern face, gritted his teeth, and continued, "Then, your highnesses, do you know that the last article in this weekly newspaper is suspected of making irresponsible comments on court officials and leaking important matters in the court? Is Lord Li too harsh?" Since Yuan Chuan interrupted to help her answer Li Xianyun's question, Yuan Shu, who had been silent until she heard this sentence, finally suppressed the 6th prince, who was about to get angry, and tilted her head slightly, as if she was really a naive little princess. "Responsible comments on court officials. Did I comment on any minister in that article?" "No." Li Xianyun's expression froze. "But you wrote about important matters in the court, and it was related to court officials, and therefore caused countless people to discuss court officials. So Lord Li, your impeachment of me is actually a court secret?" Yuan Shu's face was more at a loss, and she turned her head to find her father. "Father, did your son really accidentally leak a secret?" "No." The corner of Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched, and he cursed the little brat in his heart for being so good at acting, but his face was still majestic. "What kind of secret is this?" "It turns out it's not." Yuan Shu's tense expression instantly relaxed, and she looked relieved. "It doesn't matter. It's not a secret that can't be passed on. Lord Li, when you impeached me, didn't you all come to the palace to submit the memorial openly? At that time, you were not afraid of being known by others. Why is it not possible now? Speaking of which, this matter is also related to me, right? By the way, I also wrote about the 6th prince before. According to Lord Li's statement, did I also make false comments on the princes and princesses?" As she said, she also glanced at Yuan Chuan beside her, asking very seriously, "6th prince, do you mind?" "Of course I don't mind." Yuan Chuan was smart for once, and then asked Yuan Shu, "5th princess, do you mind?" Yuan Shu shrugged, "I don't mind either." "Then we don't mind." Yuan Chuan dragged out his tone, and learned the trick his father used to punish him with 100 taels of gold. "Lord Li, are you more noble than the princes and princesses?" "This is serious again." Li Xianyun hurriedly bowed. "Your Highness, I dare not." "Then why can't you write it?" Yuan Shu whispered in a voice that everyone present could hear. "Did you do something bad and are afraid that too many people will know about it?" Li Xianyun, Emperor Xuanwu and the ministers, Isn't it a bad thing? He favored his concubine and killed his wife, and caused his wife to divorce him. After that, he didn't reflect on his own problems, but blamed the 5th princess. Unexpectedly, the 5th princess was not someone to be trifled with, and she exposed him again. TSK. This time he really lost all his face. Chapter 38. "Okay, isn't there something urgent to deal with at home recently, Li Aiqing? Since it is not true that you are talking about court officials and leaking important court events, then Li Aiqing should go back quickly." The emperor at the top spoke slowly, and made the final decision. The final sentence, "There are some urgent matters to deal with at home recently," almost made some ministers present unable to hold their mouths tight. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu didn't care about the expressions of these people who were trying to hold back their laughter, and then waved his hand, and asked them to leave together. In the huge imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu, Yuan Shu and Yuan Chuan were the only 3 people left soon. Emperor Xuanwu sat in front of the dragon case and suddenly sneered, "You are smart. Father, you are too kind." Yuan Shu smiled modestly. "I am just a little bit smart." Emperor Xuanwu, Well, a little bit smart, and a lot of shamelessness. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her unhappily, and his eyes accidentally saw Yuan Chuan, who was looking around and seemed to be hesitant to speak, and he became even more angry. What do you want to say? Father. Yuan Chuan was already feeling uncomfortable, and now that Emperor Xuanwu asked him, he immediately showed a flattering smile. How can you only praise the fifth sister? This son of yours also has a share in the capital weekly. Isn't your son smart? Emperor Xuanwu. ? It's so stupid that it gives him a headache. Has this sixth brother never thought about why his fifth sister asked him to review the manuscript just before the publication of this issue of the weekly, and why she brought him to the imperial study today? Emperor Xuanwu closed his eyes. He really didn't want to discuss this issue any further. He simply changed the topic. It's almost time for the autumn hunt. Do you two want to go together? I go. Yuan Chuan never refused anyone's opportunity to eat, drink and have fun. He nodded decisively. Father, you always said that I was too young to go. This year I must go. Yes. I'm 8 years old. I could have gone. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, and looked at Yunshu again. What about you? Yunshu hesitated. If it were before, she would definitely agree without hesitation like Yuan Chuan. After all, she had never seen the ancient royal autumn hunt. But since she and Yuan Chuan rode out of the palace in a normal carriage last time, Yunshu had a psychological shadow on the carriage. But this was even on the relatively flat road in the capital. That hunting ground. With the attitude of being responsible for her own, but Yunshu still asked, Father, how far is it from the palace to the hunting ground? The royal enclosure is not far from the capital. It's probably only 5 days away. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. Why? Nothing. 5 days. It would take 10 days to ride in a carriage to go back and forth. Wouldn't it break her apart? Yunshu laughed dryly. I just suddenly remembered that I seem to have a little idea about the manufacturing method of that low-cost paper. Why don't we forget about the autumn hunt this time? Anyway, I can't ride or shoot, so why not stay in the palace and try to make some progress? That's fine. It's just an autumn hunt. If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself. Emperor Xuanwu was about to nod and agree, but the familiar light screen appeared in front of him again. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Agree to Yunshu's request to stay in the palace. B. Insist on taking Yunshu to participate in the autumn hunt. Emperor Xuanwu tentatively clicked on the first option. You chose A. The crown prince was deposed, and the eldest prince was exiled to the imperial mausoleum. What? Emperor Xuanwu's face changed. He stared closely at the short but informative text on the screen, and his hands covering the table slowly tightened. Because of too much force on his fingertips, the edges turned white. How could this happen? What happened during the autumn hunt that caused such serious consequences? Emperor Xuanwu's breathing became rapid. Fortunately, he still remembered that Yunshu and Yunchuan were still standing in front of him. After a brief moment of anger, Emperor Xuanwu forced himself to calm down and chose the second option. You chose B, and lost your favorite incense cauldron. Emperor Xuanwu, He was in a complicated mood now. The future of the crown prince being deposed and his eldest son being exiled to guard the imperial mausoleum could be changed. Of course, he was extremely grateful. But between the two options, the only variable was whether to take Yunshu, the little kid, with her. How could she have the ability to turn such a serious consequence into this weird thing behind? What does it mean to lose a favorite incense cauldron? What does this have to do with the cauldron? The emotions in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes kept changing, and Yunshu was confused. She really didn't understand why her cheap father reacted so strongly, when she just didn't want to go to the autumn hunt. She cautiously asked again, Son, can I not go? Yes. The Emperor Xuanwu's emotions had just calmed down. He looked at Yunshu deeply and said slowly, I just thought about it carefully. You must go to this autumn hunt. Why? Unexpectedly, she actually guessed it right. Yunshu was resistant, but I really want to stay in the palace to study the manufacturing method of low-cost paper. Father, don't you also want me to make results as soon as possible? On the way back and forth, or even after arriving at the enclosure, if there is nothing else, you can use it to slowly figure out your manufacturing method of low-cost paper. Knowing Yunshu's importance in this autumn hunt, Emperor Xuanwu certainly couldn't be persuaded by her. He tried to persuade her in return. The entourage of the autumn hunting every year, to some extent, also represents my attitude towards some people. You have just been impeached twice, and now it is reported that you are not on the list of entourage for this year's autumn hunting. If someone knows about it, they may mistakenly think that you have lost your heart and do something unfavorable to you. Xiaowu, do you really not mind getting into trouble? Yunshu, She really cares too much. She just wants to lie down comfortably. Who is she provoking? Do I have to go? Yuanshu struggled for a while, and finally couldn't help but say what he really thought. Father, I really can't stand the bumpy carriage all the way. You see, my little arms and legs, if I feel uncomfortable or sick on the road, I can't continue to travel, not to mention wasting time. Wouldn't it also disturb your hunting interest? Chapter 39. So this is the real reason why you don't want to go? Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his mouth. He said that this little brat was so active in thinking about the low-cost paper manufacturing method. When he set a 2-month deadline yesterday, she was still unhappy. She is really spoiled. Emperor Xuanwu looked down on her and thought of a solution for her. If you can't stand the bumps, take Lao Lu's carriage. His carriage is very comfortable. It's probably no worse than the dragon chariot. That's right. Yuanshu was also happy to ride in the same carriage with Yuanshu. After all, the journey took 10 days, and it was boring for him and his mother to sit in the carriage alone. But it would be different if Yuanshu was added. After all, Yuanshu had never seen anyone who knew more strange things than his fifth sister. You know my carriage, fifth sister? It's big and comfortable. It's no problem for us to sit together. Then, looking at Emperor Xuanwu's attitude, it was known that there was probably no room for refusal. Yuanshu could only agree helplessly. Your son obeys your order. Coming out of the imperial study, Yuanshu hadn't decided where to go yet, and Yuanshu excitedly suggested, Fifth sister, let's go out of the palace today. Out of the palace? Yuanshu was stunned. Yes. We finally got out of the study room. Are you planning to go back to class, fifth sister? Yuanshu said, as a matter of course. Didn't the token that the emperor gave you to leave the palace have never been taken back? It's just right. Let's practice riding and shooting today. Maybe we can hunt something to eat during the autumn hunting season? What kind of horse riding and archery can be mastered in one day? Hearing his outrageous speech, Yuanshu didn't know what to say. You are the prince. Are you afraid of not having food when the time comes? Then the prey you catch yourself is definitely different from the prey that others bring to your mouth. If it's just for food, isn't it the same if I eat in the capital? Of course, Yuanshu also knew that horse riding and hunting can't be mastered in one day. He was just a little envious. I heard that my eldest brother and the second prince even hunted bears before. If I can hunt one, it will be so impressive. My eldest brother and the second prince? Yeah, what's wrong? Yuanshu looked at her with some confusion. Fifth sister, why do you look so weird? Nothing. Don't you just want to catch some prey yourself? That's not difficult. Yuanshu came back to her senses and walked towards Fengyang Palace, saying casually, I draw a few drawings for you in a few days. You can take them to someone to make them. And remember to bring more people when you go hunting in autumn, so they can be used at that time. I knew that you, fifth sister, would definitely have a way. After getting Yuanshu's promise, Yuanshu stopped pestering her, fearing that he would delay Yuanshu's drawing. Yuanshu was totally unaware that what he was thinking about at this time was something more important. She hadn't really thought about it when she heard the news of the autumn hunt before, until Yuanshu mentioned the eldest prince and the crown prince just now. She suddenly remembered that the autumn hunt was actually mentioned in the original book. It was during the autumn hunt of that year that the eldest prince designed to lure the crown prince to the edge of the cliff with a pure white deer that symbolized auspiciousness, and then sent assassins to assassinate him, causing the crown prince to limp in the accident and withdraw from the battle for the throne early. However, the eldest prince himself was exiled to guard the imperial mausoleum because he failed to clean up his mess. Of course, if it was just that, Yuanshu might not be interested in intervening. After all, since ancient times, the fight for the throne is bound to be accompanied by various calculations. There will always be people who fall on the road to the fight for the throne. But the problem is that the subsequent impact of this incident is too great. The eldest prince had stayed in the border for 2 years, and there are many powerful generals among his supporters. After the eldest prince was exiled to the imperial mausoleum, the deposed prince sent all his remaining men to deal with the important figures of the eldest prince's faction in order to relieve his hatred. After a crazy counterattack that can be said to be completely reckless, the strongest backing of the eldest prince's faction, General Wei Yuan, was directly gone. So 2 years later, Baixiang sent troops, and Tiansheng sent a young new general to replace General Wei Yuan, but he lost. In the following year, the two countries were exhausted by the long-lasting tug-of-war. The neighboring Jin kingdom may have felt that the opportunity had come, and joined the war in the second year of the war, hoping to take advantage of the situation. The Tiansheng dynasty had sent out all the generals it could, but it was a disadvantage to fight 2 against 1. In the end, there was no choice but to rely on Emperor Xuanwu to lead the army in person, and it took another year to quell the war. And it was this year's personal expedition that dragged down Emperor Xuanwu's health. He came back and held on for a few years, and before the new crown prince was established, he died. In short, under this series of chain effects, the consequences were too serious. Yuanshu wanted to be a comfortable and carefree princess, but if the Tiansheng dynasty was about to be destroyed, then she, as a princess, would certainly not be comfortable. So, Yuanshu sighed heavily and asked her to think about it again. What were the specific descriptions of the arrangements made by the eldest prince in this autumn hunt? Half a month passed in a flash. Finally, it was the day to set off for the royal enclosure. All the luggage had been loaded on the car in advance. Yuanshu took Tingxue and a small bag to the gate of the palace, and saw Yun Shihuan's particularly flashy and conspicuous carriage from a distance. "Fifth sister, this way." Even though Yun Shihuan deliberately lowered his voice at a distance of dozens of meters, his shout still successfully attracted the attention of several people around him. The first person to come up to Yuanshu was a guy who was about 15 or 16 years old, with a playful face, and didn't look serious. He was more than a head taller than Yuanshu. When he spoke to her, he deliberately leaned down and put his face directly in front of her less than 20 centimeters away. "You are Xiao Wu. Come on, call me third brother." Yuanshu, I understand. This is the unlucky third prince in the original book, Yuanchua, who thought that if Lao Lu could do it, then he would definitely do it too after Yun Shuhuan ascended the throne. He rebelled, but quickly failed and was tortured by Yun Shuhuan and roasted like a duck. Yuanshu silently stepped back and honestly called him third brother. "TSK, why call me third brother? That's so awkward." Yuanshu was a little unhappy. "Start over, call me third brother." Chapter 40. "This sister, and you are not that familiar with each other, third brother. Please don't make things difficult for her." A taller, stronger but not burly young man walked slowly over from behind. He didn't even look at the third prince, but showed a relatively gentle smile to Yuanshu. In a blink of an eye, "Fifth sister has grown up so much. Is this your first time to participate in the autumn hunt? If there is anything you are not used to, just ask big brother for help." "Oh, this is the eldest prince, Yuanshu, who is going to cause trouble in the hunting ground." Yuanshu nodded obediently. "Thank you, big brother." The moment the voice fell, a light sneer floated from the side. Yuanshu subconsciously looked over, and saw a young man wearing a four-clawed python robe and looking noble and arrogant. He met her eyes indifferently. After a pause, he looked at the eldest prince casually, but still said to Yuanshu, "Your eldest brother is not someone who can take care of people. What's the point of looking for him?" "Your Highness, what you said is interesting. Taking care of younger brothers and sisters is what we should do as brothers. Even if you are not good at it, you can try to learn it." The eldest prince started to confront the prince skillfully. "Your Highness is busy with affairs, and disdains such trivial matters. We can understand it, but your Highness does not do it himself, and wants to stop the fifth sister from looking for me. Isn't it a bit too much?" Yuanshu, If you want to quarrel, can you go somewhere else? It's really annoying to be caught in the middle. She is not a group favorite." Yuanshu still has this self-awareness. Why did the eldest prince, the crown prince, and the third prince all come to her today? Isn't it because she had invented feather pens, printing technology, and the capital weekly newspaper before, and now she has the emperor's favor, so they think she is still useful, so they want to win her over? But she really has no interest in taking sides. While the eldest prince and the crown prince were confronting each other again, Yuanshu seized the opportunity and found an excuse. Just as she slipped out a few steps, she met a young man who looked particularly gentlemanly. He nodded slightly at her from a distance of several meters. "Fifth sister. Fourth brother." Yuanshu also responded with a simple greeting. When she passed by this fourth brother, she sighed in her heart. Unlike the other princes who fought for the throne, this fourth prince was the only one who showed no interest in the throne from beginning to end. The book said that he was polite, upright, particular, and preachy to the point of being old-fashioned. In the original text, after Yun Shuhuan ascended the throne, the fourth prince, who could not stand Yun Shuhuan's tyrannical behavior, frankly listed Yun Shuhuan's crimes in the court, and then was directly dragged out and beheaded by the tyrant Yun Shuhuan. How cruel! Thinking of this, Yuanshu had just walked to the side of Yun Shuhuan's carriage. Facing the excited eyes of the child version of Yun Shuhuan, Yuanshu's mouth twitched. Argue with the imperial concubine? My mother is still with my father, and she will come over later. Yun Shuhuan poked his head, looked over Yuanshu's shoulder, and looked at the prince and others behind her, and whispered gossiping, "Fifth sister, are you familiar with the prince and the second brother? Do you think it's possible? When the princes of the Tiansheng dynasty turned 15, they could leave the palace and open their own residences. The original owner was a nobody in the palace before. The eldest prince had already moved out of the palace 5 years ago, so naturally he had no contact with her. The prince had always lived in the East Palace, but the East Palace was far away from Fengyang Palace and Shangshufeng. With the prince's character of looking down on everyone equally, it was naturally impossible for him to go out of his way to see her. The third prince opened his own residence a year ago, and he also had no contact with her. The only one was the fourth prince, who had studied with her in Shangshufeng before, and had just moved out of the palace this year. But with the fourth prince's character, the two of them certainly couldn't get together. Yun Chuan thought about it, and found that he and his fifth sister were the best in the world, and he smiled again. I think it's impossible. While the two were talking, Emperor Xuanwu finally arrived late at the palace gate with the queen, concubine Lu and others. Yuan Shu quickly mixed in with the crowd and saluted. Long live the father, Emperor, long live the mother, Empress, 1,000 years. Stand up. Perhaps because he was going to the hunting ground today, Emperor Xuanwu also changed into a military uniform, which made him look more heroic than usual. Even the tone of his speech to the crowd was more casual, as if he had turned into a military general. He led his people to the front of the team quickly, while concubine Lu and the others lagged behind a few steps and walked to their respective carriages. Mother! Seeing concubine Lu coming, Yun Chuan quickly greeted her, and Yun Shu followed behind and saluted. Good morning, concubine. You must be sure. When concubine Lu saw her, a smile immediately spread across her beautiful eyes. The rich and beautiful woman in the original book, who was still a spoiled lady even after becoming the Empress Dowager, was surprisingly easy to get along with Yun Shu, who was on good terms with her own precious son. I've heard Huaner talking about you every day recently, and today I finally get to see the real person. I also love reading the Beijing Weekly you made. This time, I was bored on the road, so I saved 2 issues and didn't read them. Sixth brother also said before the concubine, you especially like the serialized stories in the weekly, so... Yun Shu tilted her head slightly and stretched out her hand. Ting Xue, who was standing behind her, quickly handed over a booklet with understanding. I'm sorry to bother you these days. I don't know what else you like, so I just wrote a story that hasn't been published in this weekly newspaper. I hope you like it. Sure, thank you for your trouble. Concubine Lu was bored in the harem every day. She said she liked reading the Beijing Weekly, and that was not a polite remark. Especially Yun Shu's recent serialized novel about the useless lady's counterattack to cultivate immortality in the Beijing Weekly. She couldn't stop reading every issue. If Huaner hadn't said that his fifth sister had a procrastination syndrome and didn't write until the deadline every day and didn't have a single word saved, I'm afraid she would have asked her son to go directly to Fengyang Palace to steal all the subsequent content for her. At this moment, Yun Shu handed over a story that had not been published in the weekly magazine. She was so surprised that her eyes lit up. What trouble is it? Sure, I hope you can bother me more like this in the future. Chapter 41. The team heading to the royal paddock quickly got ready to set off. Concubine Lu was obsessed with a fantasy novel about a loser's counterattack, while Yun Chuan was no different from a primary school student on his first spring outing, chatting excitedly with Yun Shu all the time. After the team left the city and walked a little further, concubine Lu put down the novel. Yun Chuan retracted his chin that was resting on the window frame, and Yun Shu also silently closed his eyes. The 3 of them put on masks of pain at the same time. Why is this road so bumpy? Yun Chuan, who thought that the luxurious carriage could solve everything, touched his chin that had just been hit, and was about to cry. Can't it be filled up completely? The cost of road construction is not a small amount of money. Concubine Lu held up Yun Chuan's chin with heartache and took out a jar of good ointment. It's all blue. Does it hurt? Mother will apply some medicine for you. Don't lean your head and chin on the carriage anymore. What if you get knocked silly? Your son wants to see the outside. The excitement of participating in the autumn hunt for the first time is not small. After just 1 hour, they were defeated by the bumps along the way. It was only the first day of the trip, and Yun Chuan had already begun to regret. It's so boring to sit in the carriage and bump around. I wouldn't have come if I had known. If you don't want to participate in the autumn hunt next year, can mother find a reason for you? Lu Guifei coaxed him patiently. The notebook your fifth sister gave you is so beautiful, but mother hasn't read it yet, right? Wouldn't it be better for mother to chat with you more? But it's really boring. Yun Chuan started to get upset. It's not 5 hours, it's 5 days. How can there be so much to talk about? That's not the case. Want to play cards? Yun Shu suddenly interrupted, and Yun Chuan, who was crouching in concubine Lu's arms and groaning, sat up straight. What are cards? How to play? The rules are not difficult. Let me show you the cards first. Turning around and taking out an inconspicuous little wooden box from the small bag, Yunshu took out the ancient version of playing cards that she had made yesterday. Because there were no Arabic numerals and letters in this dynasty, Yunshu changed the content on the cards into text and other patterns according to local conditions, which was very convenient to recognize. Look, 3 is the smallest, this big flower is the largest, and there is a small flower. The big and small flowers together are the king bomb. The basic rules of landlord are not difficult. Yunshu only briefly introduced them, and concubine Lu and Yunshu 1 started playing with great interest and quickly became addicted to them. So, when the autumn hunting team stopped to rest, Emperor Xuanwu remembered Yunshu, his spoiled daughter, and asked Li Dihai to come over to check the situation. At a distance, Eunuch heard concubine Lu's excited voice, "King bomb." Then 1 on 3. No, 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 why are my cards always so bad? It's not 3, 4, 5, 6, but no 7, or 1 on 3. The latter voice, that sounded a little frustrated, was Yunshu Huan's. But the strange thing is that concubine Lu, who has always spoiled her son without limit, and would worry if the 6th prince frowned a little, did not mean to comfort him this time. Instead, she became more excited. Then I will play another 1 on 10. Do you want it? I only have 1 card left. Wait. Yunshu, who had been silent before, said calmly, 4 eighths, it exploded. There was another exclamation in the carriage. Although Li Dihai did not understand a word, it did not prevent him from clearly realizing that the 5th princess was not as uncomfortable and unaccustomed as His Majesty worried. He asked the guards beside the carriage to understand the situation in a low voice, and did not disturb Yunshu and the others. He soon returned to Emperor Xuanwu to report. Knowing that Yunshu was not only living a happy life, but also earned nearly 1,000 taels of silver from concubine Lu and her son, in one morning, Emperor Xuanwu said, Well, I was hoping that concubine Lu could teach that silly boy Lao Lu a lesson, so that he could become a little smarter in front of his 5th sister in the future. Now even the imperial concubine is involved, that brat dares to cheat anyone. The Emperor Xuanwu was so amused by Yunshu's operation that he said, Go again and bring Yunshu to me. Yes. It can be seen that the emperor was not really angry. Eunuch turned around and ran again happily. Not long after, Yunshu came over with a small wooden box. Father, you are looking for me. What are you holding? Seeing the little thing in Yunshu's arms, Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. For me. It is indeed for father. Yunshu nodded with a smile and handed the small box over. This is called playing cards. If father has free time, you can find 2 people to use it to relax and take a rest. Playing cards. Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed. You use this thing to cheat concubine Lu and others out of 1,000 taels of silver? How can this be called a trap? Yunshu was a little unhappy when he heard his words. It's just like playing chess, there are wins and losses. The son and the imperial concubine just think it's boring without a prize, so we use silver as a prize. All that silver was won by the son with his own ability. Whatever you say makes sense. Emperor Xuanwu opened the box, took out the cards and took a look at them. The curve of his lips became more and more smiling. If I remember correctly, this 100 taels of silver is a piece of bamboo paper with cloud pattern. You said before that you wanted to use it to study papermaking methods, and you specifically asked me for it? The papermaking technology of this era is in the hands of the Kai and Wu families, and has a history of more than 700 years. Even if it is the emperor, there is no reason to ask for the ancestral technology. The tyrant Yunshu 1 in the original book was very unreasonable, and asked for it directly after he ascended the throne. As a result, a group of aristocratic families knew the truth that the emperor dared to take action against the Kai and Wu families today, and he would dare to take action against us tomorrow, and they directly united to rebel. Although Yunshu had a plug-in in his hand, his consciousness entered the villa, picked up his mobile phone, and searched for any papermaking technology, but even if it was just for show, he had to find a bunch of different types of paper to study it a little. Of course, because the price of some papers was really outrageous, Yunshu asked Emperor Xuanwu directly with confidence. I didn't expect to have a slight overturn here. Fortunately, Yunshu's mind worked quickly, and she found an excuse to make excuses in the next second. Chapter 42. I have studied this kind of paper before, so there are only a few scraps left. Yunshu put his arms on the window frame of the dragon chariot, raised his head and said without any guilt, Speaking of which, I really feel sorry for these expensive scraps, so I tried every means to use them. So, should I praise you for being thrifty? Putting the cards back into the box, Emperor Xuanwu didn't know whether he believed it or not. After all, he didn't bother about this issue anymore. He just asked again indifferently. Didn't you say before that you had some ideas about how to make low-cost paper? Have you come up with any results? Not yet. Thinking of the excuses he had used before, Yunshu touched his nose. This road is too bumpy. The carriage driven by the sixth prince can only make me sit on it without feeling uncomfortable. But the unstable places are still unstable. I can't concentrate on thinking about the problem while sitting in it. I can only play some cards to relax my mind. Father, if you don't believe it, you can try it. This card is really suitable for leisure and entertainment. I am relaxing and entertaining. So do you want to review those memorials? Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly. Yunshu followed his line of sight, and saw the thick pile of memorials inside. He took a deep breath on the spot. Father, you are busy with all kinds of affairs. I won't waste your time. I take my leave. It's terrible. No wonder they say that the emperor is the king of. Yunshu turned around and wanted to run away, but unexpectedly, Emperor Xuanwu did not give her a chance to run away. Stop. Father. Yunshu turned around bitterly, and showed a flattering smile. Do you have any other instructions? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her, but did not speak immediately. In fact, he was busy looking at the options that popped up on the light screen at this moment. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Let Yunshu return to concubine Lu's carriage. B. Keep Yunshu to accompany you to review the memorials. Although Emperor Xuanwu knew that the light screen would pop up such an option, it probably meant that he should choose the second one. But accompanying him to review the memorials was something that even the crown prince had never done. So he still chose the first option with a try. You chose A. A year later, the ministers requested to depose the crown prince on the grounds that the heavens had sent down a warning. How could this happen? Is it the eldest prince who did this again? Emperor Xuanwu frowned and quickly chose the second option. You chose B. In the next 100 years of Tiansheng dynasty, the number of people with disabilities will decrease by nearly 1 million. People with disabilities, as the name suggests, are born with imperfect health. Usually, such children can hardly be raised. They are either thrown away at birth or die while being raised. There are not a few such children in Tiansheng dynasty every year, and even the royal family has seen such a situation. However, in the royal family, as soon as such children appear, they will be secretly dealt with, including Emperor Xuanwu. Everyone previously believed that the birth of such a child must be because the child's parents were morally deficient and were punished by heaven. But now, that's nearly 1 million people. Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yunshu with a different look in his eyes. You. He paused, then said slowly, aren't you asking me to have a good rest? I mean, I want you to relax in your spare time. Not sure what Emperor Xuanwu meant by this, Yunshu carefully considered her words. But if it's the affairs of the court. There are indeed a lot of affairs in the court, but not all of them need my personal review. Emperor Xuanwu interrupted her. Then you will help me sort these memorials according to their urgency and importance. Yunshu, ? Has my cheap father finally gone crazy? He actually asked her, a student who was repeating a grade in the study room, to sort out memorials for him? Father, I don't know how to do this. Yunshu decisively said. Lon, you know, I just memorized the doctrine of the mean and the great learning a few days ago. My knowledge level is not even as good as that of my sixth brother. How can I distinguish which memorials are important and which are not? If I accidentally miss something, I will not be able to bear the responsibility. Then you can read it to me. Emperor Xuanwu did not make it difficult for her. My eyes are a little tired from reading on the way just now. Let you help me. His eyes are eyes, and others' eyes are nothing, right? With the wicked mentality of I would rather die than die with my friends, Yunshu still wanted to struggle to pass this job to others, but just as she turned her head, she had not found a scapegoat yet, and heard Emperor Xuanwu speak again. Why, are you so anxious to go back and earn money from your sixth brother? Yunshu, I understand. No wonder he suddenly went crazy, and asked her to read the memorial. He was trying to save his wife and children. When he cheated his son before, he even said nonsense like whether to step first with the left foot or the right foot. Now she just earned less than 1,000 taels of silver with her own ability, and he is not happy? Yunshu was angry in her heart, but her face was very well behaved. I just feel that I am not suitable. After all, memorials are nothing else. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Emperor Xuanwu raised his chin slightly, signaling her to get on the car quickly, and not to stand outside and think about running away. Lady Hai can do things like distributing memorials. So why can't you, the fifth princess and my daughter, do it? It's different. Yunshu muttered reluctantly, and finally climbed onto the dragon chariot. Unlike Yunshuan's carriage, which was extremely luxurious. Emperor Xuanwu's dragon chariot did not have fist-sized night pearls as light bulbs, nor was it so exaggerated that a bunch of gems were embedded in the carved parts of the carriage, but with a lot of top-grade items and specifications that only emperors could enjoy. Its comfort level was actually higher. If she hadn't come to work, Yunshu would have been very happy. What a pity. Slowly opening a memorial, Yunshu, who had forced herself to be energetic, tried to read out all the extremely gorgeous words on the memorial word by word at first. Because she didn't know a few rare words in the middle, she was even scolded by Emperor Xuanwu with his eyes several times. As a result, after reading the whole thing, she found that it was a memorial to pay respects. Chapter 43. Yunshu, If the guy who wrote this memorial stood in front of her now, she guaranteed that she could use her eyes to curse him more dirty than Emperor Xuanwu. How unsaturated is this job? She, a princess, is working hard here, while some people, as important officials in the court, can only talk nonsense. Is this reasonable? The psychologically unbalanced fifth princess put down the memorial and started to complain. Father, I think this memorial is not reasonable. Emperor Xuanwu, who had freed his hands and eyes, and was enjoying the fun of making tea while the convoy was resting, raised his eyes. Why is it unreasonable? It's too inefficient. Yunshu said indignantly. Take the memorial just now for example, the words were piled up, and the writer took half a day to write, and the reader also took half a day to read. Both sides wasted a lot of time, but in fact it can be summarized as, Greetings to your majesty. These 5 words. Father, you have to review so many memorials every day. If every one of them is like this, how much time will be wasted? If these unnecessary parts can be removed, I believe you will be much more relaxed. It sounds like it makes sense. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, lowered his eyes, and poured himself a cup of tea, then just read it to me directly after the omissions. Okay. Anyway, I can't escape this memorial today, it's good to protect my throat. Yunshu agreed straightforwardly, and the content, he said later, was indeed a simplified version, with at least 80% deleted. Father, Lord Lin, the governor of Liaodong, said that it has started snowing in Liaodong, so the price of grain has now risen to 18 coins per bucket. Emperor Xuanwu took a sip of tea, put it in the pile on the left. A dough of rice weighs 10 jin, and 18 when is not too expensive, but it has indeed increased a lot compared to the previous 13 when per dough. This kind of memorial is just to report the situation, and let the emperor know the situation in various places among the people. It is not something that needs to be dealt with urgently. After Yunshu put down the memorial according to Emperor Xuanwu's instructions, he quickly picked up another one. Father, Governor Yue. After all, Yunshu has done reading comprehension questions in modern schools for many years, and his ability to summarize is still quite good. At the beginning, Emperor Xuanwu did not take Yunshu's words that these memorials are too complicated to write and too inefficient to handle to heart. After all, since he first came into contact with memorials in his life, the memorials he saw have always been like this. Once you get used to it, you will naturally not think there is any problem. But now with Yunshu's concise version for comparison, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly realized that if all the memorials were really like what his daughter dictated, it seemed it would be a lot easier. So he had been diligent every day, but he was actually reading a lot of nonsense? Emperor Xuanwu fell into deep thought. How about after returning from this autumn hunt, he ordered the ministers to only write the key points in the memorials in the future. Father. The tall pile of memorials was finally reduced by half with Yunshu's efforts. Yunshu took a deep breath and successfully summarized another one. The right prime minister said that the prince is already 18 years old this year, and it's time for him to have a princess. Princess? After waiting for a long time, he finally got the content related to the prince. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at Yunshu calmly and began to think hard about how this topic could be developed. Well, the prince should also get married. I remember the queen mentioned it many times before, saying that the right prime minister's granddaughter seems pretty good. Yunshu? ? Shouldn't he tell her directly which pile to put this memorial in? Why did he suddenly start talking to her? She is not familiar with the cheap second brother, the crown prince, so how can she control who the second sister-in-law is? What right prime minister's granddaughter? She doesn't even know if she is round or flat. Wait, the right prime minister's granddaughter? If she remembers correctly, the crown prince is the queen's biological child, right? The queen is the right prime minister's biological child, right? Then the crown prince and the right prime minister's granddaughter. This damn cousin relationship. Yunshu closed the memorial with a snap and began to consider and test. Actually, I seem to have seen a piece of news in a somewhat tattered travel book before. Here it comes. Is the hint from the life choice simulation system really here? Emperor Xuanwu was a little excited, but his face showed no flaws. What news? It's just... The author of the travelogue seems to have been to many places and met many people. This includes many people with disabilities. Pretending to have a vague memory and slowing down his speech, Yuanshu secretly observed the expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face and confirmed that he was not unhappy or angry. Then he slowly continued. He found that most of the parents of these people with disabilities were married to close relatives. Are you sure? Emperor Xuanwu's face, which had been tense for a long time, finally changed slightly. The main reason was that he had never expected that the real reason for the appearance of people with disabilities was because of this. Now thinking carefully, the few examples of disabled children he knew seemed to be just as Yunshu said. Basically, they were all children born after cousins got married. So, the life choice simulation system said that 1 year later, the ministers used the reason that the heavens sent a warning, and Qi Jian requested to depose the prince, because the prince married the granddaughter of the right prime minister, and the result was a disabled child. I will have someone find out whether this matter is true. You go back to concubine Lu and their carriage first. Emperor Xuanwu was no longer in the mood to listen to Yunshu's summary of other memorials. He stopped the carriage and asked Li Dihai to send Yunshu back to concubine Lu. He sat alone in the dragon chariot and suddenly thought of concubine De. Concubine De, and he were also cousins. When concubine De first entered the palace, she was very favored for a while. She was pregnant with the dragon heir twice, but in the end, she slipped because she could not stabilize the fetus. Maybe this is also because of the close relative's marriage? Many things are like this. When you don't know, you don't feel it. When you think about it again after knowing the truth, you feel that there are traces everywhere. Emperor Xuanwu sighed for a long time. Speaking of which, Xiaowu is already 13 years old. He originally thought that the young man named Tang Muji from the Tang family looked very good. In 2 years, when Xiaowu is coming of age, it would be a good thing if the two children can get married. Now it seems that it is not possible. As for the others, after thinking about all the young men left in the capital, Emperor Xuanwu said with disdain, "Forget it, they are not worthy. The royal princess will not have trouble getting married, so it is okay to stay for a few more years." It just so happens that he is reluctant to marry Xiaowu off early. Chapter 44. The answer he wanted was already there. In the next few days, Emperor Xuanwu did not bother to ask Yunshu to give him memorials or anything like that. 5 days passed in a flash. When Yunshu successfully won 10,000 taels of silver from concubine Lu, and Yunshu won with his Dediza skills, the royal enclosure finally arrived. Emperor Xuanwu took the lead in leading people into the tent that belonged to him. At first glance, he saw the incense tripod placed in the center. You chose B and lost your favorite incense tripod. The sentence that popped up in the life choice simulation system before suddenly appeared in Emperor Xuanwu's mind again. He subconsciously took another look at the tripod. This Shangyun tripod, which was held up by 3 flying golden dragons, was said to have been fired by a famous master 500 years ago and took 8 years to make. Its exquisite craftsmanship has not been surpassed so far. It has a very high collection value. This is indeed his favorite incense cauldron. If it is gone, it seems a pity. If Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment. In order to prevent other changes after replacing the incense cauldron, he waited for a moment. After confirming that the system selection would not pop up, he called Li Dihai with confidence. Have someone put this incense cauldron in an inconspicuous place first, and then replace it with an ordinary cauldron and put it here. Yes. Although Li Dihai was a little confused when he heard this order, he quickly asked someone to do it. It was just that when the little palace maid who moved the Shangyun cauldron asked him where to put the cauldron, Li Dihai hesitated for a moment, and then he thought of a great idea. Put it in a place where miscellaneous items are piled. It's better to put it in a place closer to the inside, so that people can't see it easily. The autumn wind was howling, and the deep sound of the horn could be heard from far away in the enclosure. All the people who had just settled down in their respective tents returned to the wide and flat open space where they had gotten off the carriage before, with the sound of the horn. Because the tents were relatively close to this side, Yunshu and Yunshu arrived quite quickly, but even so, when they arrived, the eldest prince and the crown prince and others had already stood on both sides of the platform. The emperor put on the armor he wore on the day of departure, and stood in the center of the platform amid the cheers of the crowd. There was no complicated process as Yunshu had imagined. After a simple sacrifice to the heaven, the emperor took the lead in drawing the bow and shooting the first arrow, and the autumn hunt officially began. Perhaps because it only happened once a year, the emperor was very generous in giving the prize, and made a promise directly. The crown prince and the eldest prince looked at each other from a distance, and they saw the booming ambition in each other's eyes. Remember last year, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince almost hunted a tiger. The eldest prince deliberately emphasized the word almost, and it was obvious that he was very good at yin yang. I am really worried that I will lose to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince this year. Then it seems that my eldest brother has really neglected practice this year. The Crown Prince blocked it with a fake smile. I don't have such worries. What are you worried about? The third prince, who always likes to watch the fun, saw the opportunity to smile and came over and said, speaking of which, this is the first time for the fifth sister and the sixth brother to participate in the autumn hunt. Why don't we each offer a prize, and the top three can get treasures, so that the fifth sister and the others can feel more involved? How about it? Yuan Shu, who was suddenly named, said, ? Shame on you. Even if you are in the top three, what does it have to do with her? It's obviously the treasure he wants, but he has to use the name of seeking benefits for her and Yun Chuan. Is there one of her and Yun Chuan who can pull the bowstring? Silently rolling her eyes in her heart, Yun Shu was about to refuse, but Yun Chuan beside her agreed with great interest. No problem. I can offer a flower and bird painting by Mr. Meng Shan. Yun Shu, What kind of stupid and rich teammate is this? Mr. Meng Shan's flower and bird paintings are worth 1,000 gold. When Yun Chuan threw out the prize, the third prince was obviously more excited. Sixth brother is so generous, so I, as a brother, naturally can't be too stingy. How about this? I offer a Yalan jade flute. Since everyone is so interested, then I will. Give me a dragon skin fan. The eldest prince had won the first place in the autumn hunt twice in a row before. He was very confident in his own strength. After all, it would be a treasure that would return to his pocket in the end. He naturally didn't mind showing off the most precious one and squeezing the prince. I wonder what kind of prize the prince is going to take out. It's rare that the eldest brother is willing to spend a lot of money, so I will naturally accompany you. The prince glanced at the eldest prince coldly, and said in a low voice, I will give you a bell-shaped golden pagoda inlaid with turquoise. Wow! The third prince, who started to stir up trouble first, couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard these two treasures. The prince and the eldest brother are really generous. He is really ashamed of himself. While he said he was ashamed, he turned around and dragged the fourth prince Yun Chushi, who was about to pass by on the other side, into the water. Fourth brother, where is your prize? The fourth prince, The fourth prince stopped helplessly. I will give you a Shishan ink stone. Shishan ink stone, one of the 4 famous ink stones, costs about 5,000 taels of silver. It's very expensive, but compared with the things given by the other princes, it's a bit worse. The third prince nodded reluctantly. Okay, what about the fifth sister? Quickly shifting his gaze from the fourth prince to Yun Shu, the third prince posed a posture that he thought was very romantic. Father loves the fifth sister so much, I'm afraid the fifth sister has a lot of treasures in her hands, right? Indeed, there are a lot. The sword tip circled around, and finally pointed at himself. Yun Shu raised a bright smile, and said innocently and happily, I will give you a set of first edition printing templates that are of great significance and far-reaching influence. Isn't it just better than not wanting? Face? As if everyone wouldn't, Yun Shu said with a smile. Father said before that this thing is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. The eldest prince and others? ? The third prince? Shock. I have met my match. What is of great significance? What is far-reaching influence? What is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history? No matter how much they say, they can't cover up the fact that the so-called first edition printing template is actually just a pile of rotten carrots. But they really can't refuse. After all, those exaggerated words are really not wrong at all. Chapter 45. The prize was already in place, and the crown prince and the first prince were too lazy to waste time on minor characters like Yun Shu, so they quickly mounted their horses one after another and officially began the hunt. Yun Shu looked at their graceful backs as they walked away, and was a little envious. I want to ride a horse too. Ride. Yun Chuan raised his chin proudly. I've already told my mother about this. My mother said she had someone find 2 docile ponies for us. I heard they run very steadily, so we don't have to worry about falling even if we run a little faster. Really? Yun Shu's eyes lit up. Where are the horses? Where are they? With my people. It was a rare moment for him to stand up in front of Yun Shu. Yun Chuan put his hands behind his back and took a step without recognizing his relatives. Let's go hunting on horseback. Horseback hunting. She can actually be so handsome? Yun Shu followed Yun Chuan with expectation. Not long after, he saw 2 short-legged horses that ran very steadily. That round belly, those short legs. What a corgi among horses. How can riding this have anything to do with being handsome? She thought that with Yun Shu-wan's becoming character, he could walk so arrogantly just now, and these two ponies must be majestic. Who knew? Yun Shu couldn't help but glance at Yun Shu-wan, but saw that the other party's face, which couldn't hide the truth, also showed shock and disappointment, and suddenly realized. It seems that Yun Shu-wan had never seen these two horses that concubine Lu had someone get. Actually, this pony is pretty cute after looking at it for a long time. After the initial silence, Yun Shu took the reins. Well, if the imperial concubine really brings two tall horses, we can't control them. Hurry up and get on the horse. Don't you want to hunt something yourself? Oh. Yun Shu-wan was still a little reluctant. If the third brother and his friends see us riding such horses, they will definitely laugh at us. Then if we ride such horses and catch more prey than him, will he be embarrassed to laugh at us again? That's right. Yun Shu-wan was coaxed in an instant. He turned over excitedly and sat on the horse's back, and the arrogance he had before all came back. Fifth sister, what do you think we should do now? First, divide these people into 10 teams. When Yun Shu told Yun Shu-wan to bring more people this time, he didn't expect that he could bring 50 people at once. Yun Shu was surprised and said seriously, you 10 teams will go separately in a while. You can first look for cliffs, and then start from the cliff to see if you can find a path that can only go in one direction, and is blocked by branches, dead trees, or other things. If you find it, set up 2 or 3 more traps on this path that I drew and taught you before. After setting it up, you must remember to insert the sign of the trap next to it, so as not to accidentally hurt someone. Yes. The guards all followed orders, and of course did not ask why. But Yun Shu-wan was different. Before the 50 guards had even gone far, he had already ridden his chubby little horse towards Yun Shu. Fifth sister, I understand that you asked people to find a small path with only one way to go to set the trap, because if there is a prey path, it has no other direction to choose, and will definitely step into the trap. But why do you have to find a cliff first? Because, of course, in the original plot, the eldest prince wanted to use the white divine deer to lead the prince to the edge of the cliff to fight, but this real reason could not be told to Yun Shu. I can only make up an excuse. Because this place is too big, it's hard to find a path without any forks along the way. It's very difficult to search aimlessly. But if there is a cliff, it is a natural starting point. So that's how it is, I understand. Yun Shu-wan suddenly realized. Then fifth sister, let's go and find it together. Yes. The current Yun Shu-wan poses no threat to the eldest prince at all. Even if he accidentally encounters the eldest prince's people, the other party should not attack them. After all, Lu Xiang's faction has a huge influence in the court, and even the eldest prince would not want to easily become an enemy of them. Yun Shu is still relatively relieved about the safety of herself and Yun Shu-wan. She slightly loosened the reins in her hand, and let the small horse trot all the way to the woods with a brisk pace. At the beginning, they could occasionally meet 1 or 2 groups of people and horses passing by, but as Yun Shu and his companions slowly went deeper into the forest, the only sound they could hear around them was the rustling sound of horses' hooves stepping on the weeds. Fifth sister, there is a small hill over there. Should we go up and take a look? The group did not deliberately choose any road from beginning to end. They just let the dwarf horse go wherever it wanted. This small hill in front of them was not very high. It was the first mountain that Yun Shu and his friends encountered after entering the forest. Yun Shu-wan felt that it was quite predestined. There should be a cliff on this mountain, right? Sixth prince, there is. The guard who had been following silently by his side, and had not spoken a word all the way suddenly responded. And under the cliff on this mountain, there is a very lush tree. The crown of the tree is right on the edge of the cliff, and it is connected with the surrounding weeds and shrubs. At first glance, it is not easy to find the existence of the cliff. If the horse rides too fast and the reins are not pulled in time, it is easy to have an accident. Tree crown? This is what the old saying means, that it is easy to get something without any effort. In the original plot, the prince fell off the cliff, but was saved by a big tree, and only his leg was limped. Could it be that it was on this mountain? After riding for so long, Yun Shu, who was already a little tired, instantly perked up. It sounds quite dangerous. Why didn't you just cut down the tree? The roots of the tree are rooted in the side of the cliff, and people can't get down at all. The guard said respectfully. So we, the guides who are more familiar with the hunting ground, will inform you of this when you arrive at the foot of this mountain. Is that so? No wonder the guard didn't say a word all the way before, but spoke here. Yun Shu nodded. Then let's go up slowly. Chapter 46. Because they knew about the existence of the cliff in advance, Yun Shu and his group deliberately paid more attention to the small roads without forks when they were climbing the mountain. As for Yunshu himself, he continued to ask the guard, "You just said that you are familiar with this hunting ground?" "Yes," the guard said honestly. "The hunting ground is large, and there are always many dangerous places. On weekdays, when the masters are not here, our task is to walk through every part of the hunting ground and memorize it by heart. When the masters come, we will be assigned to the masters and lead the way for them." "I see." Looking around the surrounding environment casually, Yunshu asked casually as if on a whim, "What is there on this mountain? Is there a more secret cave? I read in the storybook before that many protagonists accidentally fell off the cliff and fell into a cave, and then found a very powerful martial arts secret book." "How powerful?" Before the guard opened his mouth to answer, Yunshu, who accidentally picked up an ear, got excited first. "Can I be Tang Muji?" "Yunshu?" ? She turned her head in confusion. "Does your cousin have a grudge against you?" "No." It was just a casual question, but she didn't expect Yunshu to be so hesitant, as if he really had some secret thoughts that she didn't know. Yunshu raised her eyebrows slightly, and skillfully used the move of 100% temptation to His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince. "Want to eat hot pot? It's very delicious." Yunshu, It's nothing." Yunshu, who usually looks like a spoiled brat, looks particularly shy now. His shy look gave Yunshu goosebumps, but she suddenly had an idea. Could it be because Sunny praised my cousin's kung fu last time? "No," Yunshu subconsciously retorted, and after he said it, he probably realized that he was too excited and exposed himself. He pounded the saddle in annoyance, his face full of unhappiness. "I just feel that Sunny, that idiot, always praises everyone he meets, but never says anything good about me, and I feel a little unhappy." Puff. Originally, I wanted to save some face for the child, and not show it too obviously, but Yunshu had not received any special training, and her ability to hold back laughter was quite poor, so she laughed out loud on the spot. "What's so funny?" Yunshu was even more unhappy. "I am the son of my father, a dignified prince. How can I be worse than others? Then Sunny has no taste at all." "Yes, you are right." Yunshu nodded seriously. I didn't expect that Yunshu would be so annoying to Sunny every day when he was in the study. It turned out that it was because she praised everyone, but not him. TSK, according to Yunshu's arrogant and hypocritical personality, if things continue like this, I am afraid that the plot of chasing his wife to the crematorium 10 years later will be even more difficult than the original plot. She can reserve a seat for the best melons in advance. The malicious man didn't speak to wake up the little fool. Yunshu happily skipped the topic and looked at the guard again. "So is there any cave on this mountain?" "Yes." The guard didn't expect that the fifth princess topic would go around in circles, and finally come back. He scratched his head, and pointed in a direction honestly. "There is a small cave over there, but we have been there many times before. It is certain that there is absolutely no martial arts secret book in it." "That's right. I forgot that you have been everywhere." Pretending to sigh with regret, Yunshu's hand holding the reins quietly turned to control the pony under him to move towards the direction of the cave. In the original plot, the white divine deer used to lure the prince was originally hidden in a cave. That is to say, in the original book, the path that the divine deer will lead the prince to run through must be near the cave. "Fifth princess, the cave is over there." After walking forward for about a quarter of an hour, the guard suddenly said, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" "No need. Isn't it said that there are no martial arts secrets in there at all?" "Just kidding. If we go over now, what if we run into the eldest prince's people inside? Wouldn't that be forcing them to attack them?" Yunshu shook his head decisively. "Let's continue to look for the path without forks. If we find it, we can prepare 2 more traps. Maybe we can catch some brown bears or tigers? Then won't we be able to directly win the first place in this autumn hunt?" Guard, That must be impossible. Fierce beasts like brown bears and tigers have long been driven to the wild beast area. Only those who are very confident in their hunting skills will go there. If such a beast can appear in any place, what if it accidentally hurts the noble? But he should not say such a disappointing thing. He lowered his head honestly, and continued to look for the path that Yunshu said. After another quarter of an hour, he couldn't help but say, "Fifth prince, sixth prince, the path we are walking now seems to be the kind without forks." "Really?" Yunshu recalled. "It seems to be true." "Then are we going to dig a trap?" Yunshu pulled the reins, and turned around excitedly to call the other guards. "Hurry up and get off the horse with your things. Dig one here first." "Yes." Several guards hurriedly got off the horse, and started to work with shovels. In just a few moments, a pit more than 1 meter deep was dug. "Fifth princess, is this big enough?" It needs to be deeper and bigger. It is a deer anyway. Yuanshu's impression of deer is that they have thin and long legs and can jump a long distance with a light jump. You want to catch a deer in such a small pit? What a joke. Yuanshu shook her head. Before she could say anything else, Yuanshu-wan on the side scolded her with a sullen face. Didn't you hear what my fifth sister just said? This is a pit for catching brown bears and tigers. It's such a small place. Do you think you can fit a bear's butt in it or what? Guards, There is really no way there will be brown bears and tigers here. But what can they do? The young masters insist, so they have to keep digging. Chapter 47. A bunch of martial arts masters are much stronger than ordinary people. Now they gathered together and put all their strength together. Soon, they expanded the half-meter long and 1-meter deep pit into a 3-meter long and 2-meter deep pit. Then, they spread a piece of cloth, sprinkled some thin soil and dead branches and leaves, and a simple trap was ready. Yuanshu-wan personally carried the "there is a trap here" sign that Yuanshu had made before and inserted it to the side. It was only this one action, but after finishing the job, he put his hands on his waist with a full sense of accomplishment, as if the trap in front of him was all his masterpiece. I have a hunch. He confidently made a big statement. This trap will definitely catch a big one. Guards, But there is really no big one here. Yuanshu. It will be really big. If she remembered correctly, the prince's incident happened on the first day of the autumn hunt. I also think this trap will yield something today. Following Yuanshu-wan's meaning, Yuanshu nodded in agreement and suggested, we have been riding for so long and are a little tired. Why don't we leave this path first and go around to a more secluded place nearby, eat something and rest there, and wait and see if we can really catch prey? I agree. Yuanshu-wan nodded without hesitation and agreed, turned around and found the guard who led the way. You should know where the most suitable hidden place is nearby. Yes. The guard hurriedly bowed. Your Highnesses, please follow me. The group turned back along the path and followed the guard who led the way, and soon entered a natural barrier formed by dense vines. If people outside don't look carefully, they can't find the existence of Yuanshu and his people at all. But Yuanshu and his people can easily see the situation outside from a high position. Yuanshu-wan sat beside Yuanshu and ate dried meat with satisfaction. On the other side, in the cave, the people of the eldest prince finally relaxed. Are you sure that the fifth princess and the sixth prince have left this mountain? I am sure. The man in black who was asked said firmly, just now, the sixth prince and his people came up the mountain from that road. I didn't dare to follow too closely, for fear of exposing my tracks and causing trouble for the master. In addition, I expected that the group would definitely return by the same route, so I waited near the exit of that road. Just now, I saw the sixth prince and his people come out of that path with my own eyes. Yes. The leader of the black-clothed people nodded when he heard it. This mountain is actually not big. The fifth princess and the sixth prince have been up for so long, they must have reached the cliff on the top of the mountain. Now that they have returned by the same route, they must be leaving. It is impossible that they returned the same way and then climbed up again from another place. Who would be so bored? Quickly putting this little episode behind their minds, a group of men in black continued to lie dormant in the cave, waiting for the arrival of the prince. And the prince did not disappoint these people. Under the silent guidance of the spy planted by the eldest prince in the team, the prince soon led his men to the foot of the mountain. This mountain seems a little small. Your Highness, this mountain is indeed not big, but foxes and deer often appear on the mountain. The spy leader bowed his head and flattered. Your Highness is a true child of destiny, and you must have extraordinary luck. Maybe you can even encounter a pair of deer this time. Oh! The prince was really interested. He had participated in the autumn hunt for several years before, and naturally knew that the beasts had been penned in another area. Last year, he was ambitious to hunt a tiger and beat the eldest prince, so that his father would look at him with admiration. As a result, he did not hunt the tiger, but lost 2 guards. The situation at that time was too dangerous, and even left him with some shadows. This year, he did not plan to venture into the beast area again unless it was necessary. And if those beasts were excluded, the deer could be considered a pretty good prey. Looking up at the quiet hill in front of him, the prince's eyes flashed with a light of determination. He whipped his horsewhip and headed for the mountain first. Go! Go! The guards behind him also rode their horses to catch up, only the spy deliberately fell behind, and when no one was paying attention, he pulled out a special bone flute from his collar and blew it hard. There was no sound. Or rather, people could not hear any sound. But at the same time, in the cave, a trained black dog suddenly ran to the entrance of the cave, straightened its neck and looked far away in a certain direction. Here it comes! The black-clothed men in the cave looked at each other and clenched their swords. The leader of the black-clothed men pulled the rope on the white divine deer with one hand, walked quickly to the entrance of the cave, and stared at the direction of the mountain. About 3 minutes later, he took out a dagger and cut the rope, and the divine deer regained its freedom and ran towards the path without stopping. It's the divine deer! Beside the prince, a sharp-eyed guard exclaimed, "This is a sign from heaven. We congratulate His Royal Highness the Prince." "Ha ha, great!" The prince also saw the divine deer jumping lightly in the jungle at this moment, and was very happy. "You all will follow me to bring this auspicious sign back to present it to my father. Remember, do not hurt the divine deer at all." A sign from heaven. Now he wants to see how the eldest prince can compete with him. The prince rushed out first, not realizing that he had inadvertently stepped onto a path without any forks. Crack! A dead branch was broken by the horse's hoof that happened to pass by. Behind the vines, Yunshu stopped drinking water and whispered, "Is anyone coming?" "Princess, there is a small group of people coming up the mountain." The guard beside him listened carefully for a moment, and also lowered his voice. "About 10 people. 10 people. That should be the prince and his friends, right?" Yunshu thoughtfully handed the water bag to the guard, stood up and walked to the vines. Yunshu also stood up and said in a very arrogant tone, "Who is it? Isn't it obvious that you are trying to steal our prey by coming here at this time? One of you should go quickly and drive all the people away. Just say that this mountain has been contracted by this prince. Don't listen to him." Yunshu glanced at him speechlessly. "Hunting is based on your own ability. Besides, haven't you ever thought about what if the people who come are the eldest brother or the second brother of the prince? Can they be driven away?" Chapter 48. They are not fools. After being taught a lesson by Yunshu was still a little unconvinced. "If it is really my eldest brother and his group that are coming, why don't we just go back the same way? As for the others, are they worthy of snatching things from this prince?" "You?" The arrogance of the naughty child came out again. Yunshu was about to say something, but suddenly he pulled Yunshu over and covered his mouth tightly. "Shh, there is prey coming." "Mm. What?" "There is prey." Yunshu struggled to look through the gap in the vines, and sure enough, he saw a light white light looming in the woods. "It looks like the divine deer." "That's a divine deer. He said he could hunt a big one today." Yunshu was so excited that he jumped several times on the spot. If Yunshu hadn't covered his mouth in advance, he would have definitely shouted on the spot. "Da-da, da-da." As the divine deer got closer and closer, the prince and others who followed closely on horseback also appeared in Yunshu's sight. "Mm. It's the prince." Yunshu couldn't jump anymore. He stared at the divine deer with nervous eyes, then at the prince, and finally, he patted Yunshu's arm. "Mm. These two sounds were also very light. Yunshu understood his gesture, and finally moved the hand covering the other's mouth away. "What are you doing? If the divine deer falls into our trap first, we will rush out." Yunshu whispered to her. "Otherwise, the second prince will definitely take the divine deer away." "Do you think that if we rush out, the deer will be ours?" Yunshu felt that he was a little naive. Doesn't the white deer symbolize good fortune? The prince must want to take it back to present it to his father, and it is impossible for him to give it to us. But if it falls into the trap, then we will catch it. It has always been him who robs others' things, and no one else robs him. Yunshu was a little unhappy. "At worst, we will send the deer back with the prince and brother. Let's talk about it later." Yunshu shook his head slightly. The eldest prince had worked hard to find such a magic deer as bait. Although now, because of her intervention, the prince should not chase to the cliff again, but who knows if the eldest prince's people will take action in advance when they see the situation has changed. She didn't want to rush out to deliver the food herself. Thinking about what might happen later, Yunshu covered Yunshu mouth again. "Yunshu question mark. "No, let's talk about it later. There's no need to cover him again, right? He has calmed down and won't scream anymore." Yunshu groaned in grievance, and at the same time, the divine deer on the trail finally ran to the trap. The sign with the words "There is a trap here" standing next to it was particularly conspicuous, and even the prince, who was still a long way away, subconsciously pulled the reins and slowed down a bit. But the divine deer obviously couldn't read. It jumped hard without being affected, and then successfully entered the pit. The prince, who was still conspiring, question mark. There really is a trap. He thought someone knew something in advance, so they put up a sign to remind him. It seems that the flattery of the guard before was not all nonsense. This prince is really extraordinary. Even God is helping him. relying on imagination, the self-confidence inexplicably swelled a lot. The prince had a proud smile on his face, "I am worthy of it," and rode his horse slowly to the side of the trap to confirm that there were no spikes or anything like that in the trap, and the divine deer seemed to be fine. After that, the smile became even more smug. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and rescue this God-given deer for me." "Yes." The guards behind him hurried forward, but the spy frowned, and couldn't understand why such a big trap suddenly appeared here, and his companions seemed to be unaware of it. What is going on? The spy was confused, and in order not to be detected, he had to jump into the pit to help the prince's men carry the divine deer out. On the other side, the black-clothed people who were flying towards the cliff on the top of the mountain finally passed by here. Looking at the scene that was totally unexpected, the leader of the black-clad men's face turned as black as a veil. "What's going on? Didn't we check this road this morning? When I came here this morning, there was indeed no problem." The black-clad man in charge of the inspection was also dumbfounded. "I can guarantee that this is definitely a trap that appeared after I checked it. After this morning, apart from our people, only the 5th princess and the 6th prince have been here. Do you want to say that they asked people to dig?" The leader of the men in black paused, and suddenly began to think. Could it be that those two really did this? Did they dig holes everywhere because they can't ride and shoot? This is fucking it. The leader of the men in black was so angry that he cursed wildly in his heart. But now that things have come to this, no matter how angry he is, it's useless. The divine deer that the master has finally obtained must not be given to the prince. There is no cliff, and this place is not impossible. The leader of the men in black drew out his long sword and rushed towards the prince. "There is an assassin! Protect the prince!" I didn't expect that an assassin would suddenly appear at this time. The scene was in chaos. Behind the vines, Yun Chuan, who was originally clamoring to share a piece of the pie with his second brother, the prince, saw this scene and instantly became as quiet as a chicken. He even shrank and took the initiative to squeeze towards Yun Shu. "5th princess, 6th prince, should we?" After all, they witnessed the assassination of the crown prince, and these guards were worried that if they did not help, if something happened to the crown prince, and people knew that they were also at the scene, they would all die. "Are you crazy? What good will it do us to rush out now?" It happened that Yun Shu also let go of Yun Chuan's mouth at this time. He lowered his voice and scolded on the spot. "You just need to protect this prince. And the 5th sister, and don't care about the prince or not. Are you a guard beside the prince?" "But..." The guard choked and looked at Yun Shu subconsciously. But Yun Shu was looking at the direction of the prince with serious eyes. Most of the people the prince brought this time were ordinary guards. Although a few assassins who were hiding in the dark appeared, their number was not large. Compared with the well-prepared people of the eldest prince, the prince was already at a disadvantage. Chapter 49. In the original plot, the series of events that followed all started when the crown prince was deposed and the eldest prince was punished to guard the imperial mausoleum. She had finally stopped the prince from falling off the cliff. If something happened here again, wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? This man still needs to be saved. Yun Shu subconsciously clenched his hands at his sides into fists, and said in a deep voice, "Leave one person here, send another person down the mountain to find helpers, and the rest of you go to help the prince." "Yes." "No." The guards moved too quickly. Almost the moment they agreed, they all used Qigong to rush towards the prince's location. Yun Chuan's hand that was blocking him froze in midair. After a long while, he shook his sleeves anxiously. "It's okay if we win, but if we lose, what if someone finds our location? We are not that familiar with the prince. Is it worth taking risks for him? If the prince really has an accident, it will not be a trivial matter. We are not taking risks for the prince, but for the entire Tiansheng dynasty." Yun Shu slowly exhaled. It has been a while since she came to Tiansheng dynasty, but it is the first time for her to face life and death like this. Even if she is 99% sure that the people of the eldest prince will not attack them, even if they guess that she and Yun Chuan are here, it is impossible to say that she is not nervous at all. Now she can only hope that the guard who went down the mountain to ask for help can move faster, after all. After she and Yun Chuan's guards joined the battle, they only relieved a little pressure on the prince's side. The advantage is still occupied by the eldest prince's people. Even Yun Chuan noticed this. He stared at the outside with a resentful look. "5th sister, if we run away on horseback now, will those assassins chase us?" "Probably not." Before the last word came out, something unexpected happened outside, and a third party of black-clad men joined the battle. Yun Shu's heart tightened, fearing that this was another force that wanted the prince's life. Fortunately, the next moment, she saw the last black-clad man who joined in and killed the eldest prince's men with a single knife. Blood splattered, Yunshu subconsciously turned away, not wanting to see the frightening scene. On the contrary, Yunchuan, who had just been talking about riding a horse to escape, opened his eyes wide in surprise after seeing this scene. My goodness! The second brother of the prince actually hid such a powerful person. This knife is no different from cutting a melon. If these people are the prince's men, they should have shown up when the assassin just appeared. Yunshu shook his head, and was also confused. Where did these people come from? In the original plot, did these people exist? If they did, why did the prince fall off the cliff? If they didn't, why did they suddenly appear now? There are too many things that I can't figure out. Yunshu's head is still full of question marks, and the third party in black, who seemed to be a divine soldier, has already left without a trace. Just like when they came. A fight that should have been thrilling and dangerous ended unexpectedly because of their intervention. This felt like the son of the plane, who had appeared in the history of Yunshu's world. He only had 10,000 or 20,000 soldiers, while his opponent had an army of 400,000. It looked like they were going to be beaten, but a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky and destroyed the 400,000 strong army. This is too strong. Yunshu was fascinated. The black-clad men in front looked so powerful before. They were suppressing the prince and our people, but when these black-clad men in the back appeared, they solved them all in a few moves. Fifth sister, do you think it is possible for me to find these people and let them teach me martial arts? Maybe. Yunshu came back to his senses, nodded calmly, but I heard that martial arts must be practiced from the basics. Will you take at least 2 hours every day to squat in the horse stance? Yunshu question mark. The longing expression on his face disappeared instantly. Yunshu put his hands behind his back and turned to walk out. This prince just suddenly remembered that my father and mother still have very high requirements for my studies. This prince has no time to practice martial arts. Yunshu hooked his lips, and this time he finally gave face and didn't laugh out loud. The prince was assassinated, and the fifth princess and the sixth prince happened to see it. Such a big thing, of course, can't be hidden from Emperor Xuanwu. The three of them quickly returned to the camp and appeared in front of the emperor with the white divine deer and the two captured assassins. At that time, Emperor Xuanwu had actually heard the whole story from the Dragon Shadow Guard, who had rushed back one step ahead, but because the life choice simulation system could not be exposed, he did not want to let people know that he had made arrangements in advance, so he still had to ask all the questions. His angry eyes swept over the people present one by one, and the first people Emperor Xuanwu asked were naturally Yunshu and Yunchu. I heard that you put up a sign in advance on the road where the prince was assassinated, and it also said there was a trap here? Father, I did have people put up signs like that, but in fact, we also put up signs not only at the place where the prince was assassinated, but also in many other places. Yunshu opened his big eyes, and the clear stupidity of a college student was revealed in his eyes again. We just want to hunt, but we are afraid that someone will step on the trap by mistake, so we prepared such signs. That's right. Yunshu was afraid of missing his contribution, so he quickly added, this divine deer. We caught it with a trap. It's so late, and there's still a divine deer there. Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that his head hurt. He just pretended that he didn't hear what his youngest son said, and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, you two have nothing to do here, go down first. But, I take my leave. Yunshu, who wanted to say something more, was pulled out of the emperor's tent. Yunshu was really impressed by him. What were you thinking just now? The prince was assassinated, and the emperor was furious. Who has time to care about the divine deer? Even if we don't mention the divine deer, we took the risk to help the prince, right? Yunshu was still a little unhappy. Isn't there any reward for this? Yes. Why not? Anyway, Yunshu also made a lot of efforts to solve today's problem smoothly. Chapter 50. Yunshu hooked his neck and walked towards their own tent with a smile. Do you want to eat the hot pot I told you about before? Yes. As expected, Yunshu no longer bothered about Emperor Xuanwu's reward. When Yunshu first mentioned hot pot, he was already madly moved, but he didn't dare to speak at that time. After waiting for Yunshu to bring it up again, Yunshu immediately became active. Then do we have to go to the cooking tent and bring back the pot? Is the hot pot the same as the ordinary pot? Not quite. Yunshu pondered for a moment. Although the ordinary pot can also be used, if you have to say, the tripod is more suitable. Tripod? Yunshu scratched his head. He has always used the best things within his ability, no matter what he has done, since he was a child. Since Yunshu said that hot pot is better made with a tripod, The option of an ordinary iron pot was directly excluded by him. The people in the kitchen probably don't have a tripod. My mother and I didn't bring one this time. Now we have it. Yun Chuhuan's eyes lit up. I remember when I first arrived in the morning, when my mother ordered the palace servants to pack up, I walked around nearby and saw a tent where all kinds of sundries were piled up. We can go there and look for it. Okay. Yun Chu agreed happily. The two of them had nothing to do, so they went to the tent in person. Just as Yun Chuhuan said, there were a lot of sundries piled up in this tent. The further you go in, the more dust there is on the things. You can tell at a glance which items were thrown in today, and which items have been forgotten here for many years. This sister, look at this. A sharp-eyed Yun Chuhuan found a not-too-big porcelain tripod with cloud patterns in a gap. Relying on his small stature, Yun Chuhuan crouched down and squeezed in, and excitedly took out the beautiful cloud-pattern tripod. This should work, right? Porcelain tripod? It's a little small, but it's okay. Yun Chu nodded. On the other side, Emperor Xuanwu had already let the prince leave. The two assassins were escorted down for interrogation, and there would definitely be no results for a while, and it is very likely that no results would be obtained forever. After all, the two were obviously specially trained assassins. Emperor Xuanwu sat in front of the table with a gloomy expression, and suddenly said, "Go and find the eldest prince for me." Yes. Li Dihai retreated from the tent in fear, and he didn't even dare to think deeply about what the emperor's search for the eldest prince at this time meant. About half an hour later, the eldest prince came. He looked like he had hurried back after receiving the news while hunting. He hadn't taken off his light armor yet, and when he entered the tent, he even had a hearty smile on his face. "Father, you suddenly summoned me here, is it? Kneel down for me." The sudden shout from Emperor Xuanwu made the eldest prince's face change instantly. He fell to his knees with a plop, and his eyes were full of panic. "Father, did I do something wrong?" Still pretending. Look at the expression of his eldest son, how sincere he looks. If he hadn't known the truth long ago, I'm afraid he would have been hiding it today. Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that he picked up the paperweight on the table and threw it at the eldest prince. The eldest prince was startled and subconsciously turned his head to avoid it. Bang! The paperweight hit the ceramic incense burner behind him. The ceramic fragments were scattered all over the floor, and one of the fragments even splashed on the back of the eldest prince's hand, leaving a long bloody wound. But the eldest prince didn't care about this little injury at all. He touched his head to the ground in panic. "Father, calm down. I really don't know what I did wrong. You still dare to be stubborn at this time." The moment the paperweight was thrown out, Emperor Xuanwu actually had a flash of panic in his heart. Fortunately, the eldest prince dodged it. Emperor Xuanwu had just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the other party's words without any guilt, he was immediately furious. "Okay, you don't admit it, right? Then I ask you, where is the white sacred deer that you secretly found a few days ago?" Father actually knew it. The panic in his heart reached its peak at this moment, and the eldest prince closed his eyes fiercely. "Son, I know my mistake. It is a serious crime to murder the crown prince, and he cannot admit it. So?" The eldest prince slowly stood up and said palely, "Son is just too scared, afraid that he will lose to the prince in the autumn hunt and make you disappointed in him. So he secretly found a sacred deer and wanted to pretend that it was caught by him in the autumn hunt. After the sacred deer disappeared, I was worried every day, afraid that you would know about this, but I was a little relieved in my heart. Fortunately, the sacred deer disappeared, and I couldn't deceive my father anymore. Admit a minor crime and deny a major crime. His eldest son is very smart. It seems that he has estimated that he does not have sufficient evidence, or he knows that even if he has evidence, he will not really be cruel to this bastard if the prince is not hurt. Are you still very proud?" Emperor Xuanwu stared coldly at the eldest prince kneeling in front of him, and suddenly sneered. "Come here, pass the order. General Cheng Weihan of Ningyuan intends to collude with the eldest prince to deceive the emperor, and will be thrown into prison immediately. Concubine Shu is demoted to concubine Shu for not educating her son strictly. The eldest prince will be dismissed from the Ministry of War, fined for 3 years, and ordered to go to Longhua Temple to pray for Tiansheng for half a year." "Father!" The eldest prince was shocked. General Ningyuan Cheng Weihan was his uncle. He was deprived of his position and thrown into prison, which was a great loss. His mother demoted him for humiliation, and he was dismissed from his post in the Ministry of War, and asked to go to Longhua Temple to pray for Tiansheng. This was clearly to keep him away from the court for half a year. The old foxes in the court were all like spirits. If he really left for half a year, how could he compete with the prince when he came back? I didn't expect that Emperor Xuanwu would punish the prince so severely this time when the prince was fine. The eldest prince was panicked and wanted to plead for himself again, but Emperor Xuanwu was determined to teach him a lesson this time and didn't give him any chance to speak. You should be grateful that Xiaowu and Laolu were here today, and they messed up your plan by mistake. If the prince really got into trouble today, I would never let him off so easily. Let him off easily. Haha, my father actually thought this was a let-off. The eldest prince was completely desperate. He slowly bowed his head and said dejectedly, "Thank you, father, for your mercy." Chapter 51. When facing the eldest prince, Emperor Xuanwu looked really ruthless. But after the eldest prince left, Emperor Xuanwu sat alone in the tent. His expression suddenly became desolate. He himself had walked the road of succession paved with dead bones, and he understood the cruelty and ruthlessness of the royal family the most. The previous emperor was good at imperial power tactics, and when he was older, he was even more afraid of his young and outstanding sons. So he was like raising a poison, supporting one today, suppressing the other tomorrow, and finally provoked everyone to oppose. 13 brothers, except for the youngest 2 who really had no competitiveness, the remaining 11 only Emperor Xuanwu survived. Because he had experienced it personally, he didn't want his sons to go through the same old path he had walked. Not long after the second son, the legitimate son of the central palace, was born, he overruled all the opposition and directly made the second son the crown prince. In the following 10 years, he never showed the slightest intention of shaking the crown prince in front of the princes and court officials. I thought that since I had done this, the other children would not have any inappropriate thoughts. But I didn't expect that the eldest prince would eventually attack the crown prince. Emperor Xuanwu maintained a posture and stayed alone in the tent for a long time. Until he felt that his body was a little stiff, he finally gathered his mind and called Li Dihai in. "Pick these up, and by the way..." Looking at the broken ceramic incense cauldron on the ground, Emperor Xuanwu paused and then said, "By the way, replace the previous incense cauldron." "Yes." Although Emperor Xuanwu looked calm now, Li Dihai was still very careful when he was cleaning up the debris, fearing that he would offend the emperor if he was not careful. He wanted to do everything the emperor ordered perfectly, so that the emperor would not find any mistakes. But, "What did you say?" Listening to the news brought back by the maid, Li Dihai's deliberately lowered voice almost broke. "Didn't I ask you to put the incense tripod in the place where the sundries were placed? Why would the 5th princess and the others take things away from that place?" "I don't know." The little maid was just a rough maid, and she had never encountered such a thing before, so she naturally lacked some experience in dealing with it. After learning that the incense tripod was taken away by the 5th princess and the 6th prince, her first reaction was to come back and report to Li Dihai. Seeing that she didn't know anything, Li Dihai had no choice but to go back to the tent. "Your Majesty, the servant I sent to get the incense cauldron just now came back and said that the incense cauldron had been taken away by the 5th princess and the 6th prince." "You see? What did Xiaowu and the others do with my incense cauldron?" Emperor Xuanwu was also stunned when he heard the news. The sim selection system told him that he would lose his favorite incense cauldron. In order to avoid this, he specially asked someone to replace it. The one he replaced was broken now, so it should be fine. Is the system really so accurate that even if he deliberately made changes, it would still be useless? Anyway, he was in no mood to read those unimportant memorials, so Emperor Xuanwu suddenly became interested and decided to go to Yunshu and the others to have a look. The distance between the 2 tents was not far. Emperor Xuanwu walked over and stopped the eunuch, who was about to pass on the message. The moment he opened the door curtain and went in, a strange smell of food suddenly hit his nose. His youngest son was sitting at the table eating with sweat all over his forehead, and his daughter's chopsticks were also moving very fast. But this was not the most important thing. The key point was that the big round table was actually full of raw meat. How do you do things? How can you bring raw meat to the dining table of the 5th princess and the 6th prince? Emperor Xuanwu frowned, and Tingxue and the others were so scared that they knelt down on the ground. Yunshu and Yunshuwan, who only realized their father had come after hearing the voice, also quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and stood up. "Father, why are you here?" Subconsciously asking this question first, seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's eyes were still on the table of raw meat, Yunshu, who reacted, quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with them. It's me and my 6th brother who are eating hot pot. Hot pot is delicious only when fresh raw meat is put into the pot on the spot." Hot pot. When Emperor Xuanwu heard a strange word suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, and finally moved his eyes away from the raw meat, and slowly looked at the steaming pot next to the table. After seeing this, he immediately fell silent. The pot that was originally white and clean, but now the bottom was roasted black by the fire. What else could it be but the incense tripod he was looking for? He finally managed to save the tripod from being smashed, but when he turned his head, it was not only roasted, but also roasted with broth. It would be better to let him smash it directly. Whose decent incense cauldron would be used for hot pot? For the first time in his life, Emperor Xuanwu wanted to say something but had no way to speak. Perhaps because he had been silent for a long time, even Yunchuan, who was a little bit stupid, noticed that his father seemed to be a little bit abnormal. Looking at Yunshu silently, Yunchuan secretly rubbed Yunshu with his shoulder and signaled with his eyes. Fifth sister, say something quickly. Yunshu. What? Yunchuan. If I knew, I would have said it myself. Yunshu. Forget it. Let her come. She is actually embarrassed that Yunchuan always takes the blame. Who made her have a conscience? Silently praising herself in her heart, Yunshu tentatively said, Father, how about? You try it too? Emperor Xuanwu. What to taste? Try the meat she cooked in his favorite incense cauldron? Emperor Xuanwu looked at her expressionlessly, then walked to the dining table and sat down. Seeing this, Yunshu quickly fished out the food that she and Yunchuan had put in before, but had not had time to eat, and personally presented it to the emperor. Father, try this first. What is this? To be honest, when Emperor Xuanwu first saw the food in the bowl, he actually felt a little disgusted. After all, every dish in the palace that could be presented to him might not taste the most delicious, but it must be the most exquisite, and he couldn't even tell what Yunshu was handing over now, but it smelled pretty good. Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Chapter 52. Tender, smooth, fresh, spicy and refreshing. And this spicy taste does not have the slightly bitter taste of dogwood, which is even more delicious than the dishes carefully prepared by the imperial chef in the palace. Emperor Xuanwu unconsciously ate up the small bowl that Yunshu served him. Not bad. Emperor Xuanwu, who has never paid much attention to his appetite, rarely praised, What did I just eat? Yunshu, She silently stepped back and glanced at him with a wandering look. You must promise that you will not be angry before I dare to tell you. Emperor Xuanwu. ? What? Did she not only use his favorite incense cauldron to make this hot pot, but also stole some other treasures from him when he didn't know, and put them in the pot to cook together? It's impossible that she threw the only 1,000-year-old ginseng in his private storehouse into the pot to stew it. Emperor Xuanwu had a bad premonition in his heart, and he laid a plan for himself in advance. After countless mental preparations, he slowly opened his mouth for a long while. You speak first. He wanted to see how much trouble this kid could cause. You first promise me. Yunshu bargained with him eagerly. Didn't you also say it was delicious? I promise you that some ingredients are actually very good, but many people don't know how to cook them, so they have a strange stereotype about those ingredients. What do you mean some ingredients are actually very good? Could he be wrong? She didn't take something particularly precious, but something particularly bad? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment, and looked directly at Yunchuan, who couldn't hide his words. You speak. Ah? Yunchuan was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment. I don't know either. Emperor Xuanwu. ? I didn't know you were eating so happily just now. Okay, I'm not angry. Glancing at Yunshu unhappily, seeing her guilty and innocent expression, Emperor Xuanwu finally let go. Tell me, what exactly did you make? It's duck intestines. So it's duck intestines. Yunchuan suddenly realized, if it's duck intestines. Duck intestines? Wait. Fifth sister, you just said duck intestines? It's not what I thought, right? The wise little eyes gradually turned into fear. Yunchuan covered his mouth and looked at the empty porcelain plate on the table. His expression was about to crack. I almost ate that plate just now. Because it is really delicious. Being stared at by Emperor Xuanwu and Yunchuan, the father and son, Yunshu looked at the sky, the ground, and herself, but didn't meet their eyes. These days, people's perception of animal organs is still disgusting, inedible, and only suitable for feeding dogs. To put it bluntly, if someone wants to accuse Yunshu at this moment, even if they say that she is so bold as to feed the emperor and the sixth prince like dogs, that's not impossible. I eat a lot myself. Yunshu defended himself guiltily. In fact, in addition to duck intestines, duck blood, duck tongue, pig liver, chicken heart, and so on are also very delicious. I have eaten them all. How could those things be? Thinking of the taste he just tasted, Yunchuan swallowed the words, how could it be delicious, and opened his mouth, but finally changed it to how could it be possible that I have eaten them all? Who would try this kind of thing for no reason? Yunshu, Of course, it's because these things are very common in her original world. But how should she say this? Emperor Xuanwu. Could it be that during the time when he ignored her, his daughter had been so embarrassed that she needed to eat those things? The two of them fell silent, and Emperor Xuanwu fell into a strange annoyance because of his imagination. After a long time, Yunshu spoke first. Actually, this should be considered a good thing, right? I heard that ordinary people can hardly eat meat a few times a year. And these things were almost all wasted in the past. If their production methods can be promoted, the people's food can be more abundant. Huh? Just now, Emperor Xuanwu was only shocked that he was eating duck intestines, and that his daughter was wrong to eat so many animal organs. He really didn't expect this. The Tiansheng dynasty is not yet a good time for everyone to eat, and food is still very precious. If from now on, all the animal organs, and even animal blood in the world can be used as food, wouldn't it solve the problem of a group of people having no food to eat? Thinking of this, Emperor Xuanwu, who was a little absent-minded, looked at the food on the table again, and his eyes suddenly became eager. Do you still have the ones you just mentioned? Yes. When Yunshu heard what Emperor Xuanwu said, she knew that the matter was settled. She changed her timid look just now, and skillfully put some of the ingredients on the table into the boiling pot, and said with a smile, "But in order to prevent you from having preconceived ideas and prejudices against those ingredients, I also put some of the ordinary ingredients in. You will know when you all taste them together later. Do you really want to eat?" Emperor Xuanwu had no objection, but Yunshu Huan was still a little hesitant, feeling uncomfortable. Or you just don't eat. Knowing what he wanted to say, Yunshu simply spoke before him. It just so happens that there are not many ingredients left. You are such a big eater, I am afraid it is not enough. Yunshu Huan, ? Why don't you let me eat? Obviously, he was actually unwilling to eat before, but after Yunshu said that, he refused to do it. Sitting down next to Yunshu with a huff, Yunshu Huan deliberately approached Yunshu and snorted, "I want to eat, I want to eat." Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu, So stupid, is he really his son? Emperor Xuanwu was a little suspicious, but fortunately, the hot pot ingredients were cooked very quickly, and Yunshu did not give him too much time to think about this problem. He quickly served him another small bowl of food. Because we are eating hot pot today, their own characteristics are not fully brought out, and they are more or less affected by the soup. However, you can try it first. If there is no problem, I will send a few recipes to the kitchen later. The taste will be better than hot pot. Can it be better? Yunshu Huan couldn't wait to take a bite of the pig intestines, and was completely satisfied. Then I want some. Chapter 53. Yours is indispensable. Choose a chopstick of duck blood and stuff it into Yunshu Huan's mouth, blocking his shouting. Yunshu looked at Emperor Xuanwu expectantly. "Father, how does it taste?" "Not bad." Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, and when his eyes inadvertently swept over his incense cauldron, for a moment he was still thinking if he asked for the cauldron back, would it change the result given by the life choice simulation system. But when his eyes moved down a little bit, and saw the dark lower part of the incense cauldron, he decisively gave up this idea. Forget it, incense should be a quiet and elegant thing, but now when he sees the cauldron, his mind is full of pig intestines and duck tongues. Even if the cauldron can be cleaned, it can't go back to the past. With this time, he might as well think about how to spread the news that animal organs can be eaten. If he says it directly, the people are afraid that they will not believe it. Maybe he can first. The Sims life choice system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Let the prince be in charge of this matter. B. Let the Ministry of Revenue be in charge of this matter. C. Let Yushu be in charge of this matter. Is this matter worth a separate choice from the system? Emperor Xuanwu was slightly surprised, and chose the first one while eating. Well, if this matter can be done well, it can also make the prince more prestigious in the hearts of the people, right? If you choose A, 3 years later, the people of the world finally believe that animal organs can be eaten. Emperor Xuanwu's face darkened. Can such a small matter be done for 3 years? I'm afraid the prince dislikes animal organs and thinks these things are disgusting. So he didn't do this job properly at all. Emperor Xuanwu was a little annoyed by the prince's stubbornness, and chose the second option. You chose B. 1 year later, people all over the world believe that animal organs can be eaten. Although Tiansheng dynasty is vast, and has many people, it shouldn't take more than a year for a piece of news to spread to everyone, right? The speed of the Ministry of Revenue is much faster than that of the prince, but Emperor Xuanwu is still not satisfied. He slowly moved his eyes down to the last option, and his mood was a little complicated. Speaking of which, his daughter's name has appeared in the sim selection system a little too frequently recently. You chose C. Half a year later, people all over the world believe that animal organs can be eaten, and 2 years later, the money in your private treasury exceeds that of the national treasury. Emperor Xuanwu, shock. He almost threw the chopsticks in his hand. Although the national treasury is not very rich now, it is still much better than his private treasury with no more than 1 million taels of silver. But now the sim selection system actually said that he would have more money in his pocket than the national treasury in 2 years? What is there to hesitate about? Resisting the excitement in his heart, Emperor Xuanwu said lightly. Since these dishes are all made by you, then you can also do it to promote them to the people. Leave it to your son? Yunshu pointed at herself in astonishment. She just made a hot pot because she was greedy. Why did she take on the job? Yunshu didn't want to do it, but after I go back, I have to continue studying in the upper study room, so I may not have much time. Specific matters can be handed over to the people below. You just need to come up with a set of rules. Emperor Xuanwu still expected Yunshu to make him rich, so of course he couldn't really let her refuse. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore, let's eat. Your son obeys your order. She has to go to school and work part-time. What kind of princess is she? Tingxue has an easier life than her. Fortunately, this matter is not difficult to handle. Yunshu came up with a great idea in just one meal. Father. Yunshu put down his chopsticks and showed the obedient expression that Emperor Xuanwu was very familiar with. Since you have handed this matter over to your son, you must not mind letting your son do it, right? Yes. If you don't let it go, how can you achieve success in just 2 years? Let his private treasury exceed the national treasury within a few days? Emperor Xuanwu responded straightforwardly. Just ask for whatever you want. Then I need money. Emperor Xuanwu. ? Didn't she make money for him? Why is he asking for money now, when he hasn't made a penny yet? Emperor Xuanwu paused while eating, and finally looked up at Yunshu again. Money? To be precise, it's investment. Yunshu corrected her words. I plan to open a restaurant, but this restaurant is a little special, so the people behind it must be calm. Although I am a princess, I have no real power, and this title will definitely not be as effective as my father's. So you want to open a restaurant in my name? The emperor opening a restaurant is not a good thing. Who knows? As soon as the news gets out today, the memorial from the censorate accusing him of competing with the people for profits will be presented to his desk overnight. Emperor Xuanwu frowned, but because the sim selection system had never made a mistake, he did not express his dissatisfaction directly. What does this have to do with asking for money? Because of course, I can't really open a restaurant in your name. No matter how unreliable Yunshu was, she would not come up with such a bad idea. She explained seriously, this restaurant will definitely be opened by me, but because I want to open it all over Tiansheng, the money I have to spend may be a bit too much. So I need you to invest, so that the restaurant can also have the support of you. Of course, if you make money in the future, I will share the profits with you in proportion. Profits. Could it be that 2 years later, he became richer than the national treasury by relying on this restaurant that was opened all over the country? What kind of restaurant can make so much money? Emperor Xuanwu kept thinking in his heart, but his face was still indifferent. How to run your restaurant? How many people do you need? How much money? After all the calculations, write a memorial and hand it to me. I always want to see where my money is spent. Your son obeys your order. If you want to get the investors' money, you must submit a project plan first. She still knows this. Yunshu didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and immediately agreed. Yunshu, who was still trying to eat, paused in confusion. Memorials, isn't that something that can only be written after entering the court? Fifth sister was clearly studying with him in the upper study room. Why did she suddenly write a memorial? Fifth sister entered the court in the upper study room? Chapter 54. With delicious food in front of him, Yunshu's brain, which was not enough to work, became even more and more unable to work. He was confused for a while, but he didn't figure it out. He simply put the problem behind him, and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Although the assassination of the prince was suppressed by the emperor, and did not make a big fuss, those who really stood at the core of the court were willing to find out, and naturally knew about it. Perhaps it was because of this that everyone's interest in autumn hunting seemed to be much lower in the next few days. The eldest prince left early, and the prince lost his biggest competitor. The pressure was suddenly relieved, and he did catch a lot of prey. But he was still not as good as Yunshu and Yunshu, who were digging traps all over the place. Before, Yunshu was not sure where the eldest prince's people attacked the prince, so he had people dig a lot of traps on the first day. Later, although the matter was resolved, because the reason she dug traps in the first place was just for hunting, she couldn't stop immediately. As a result, almost everyone has seen the sign there is a trap here in the hunting grounds in the past few days. The more traps there are, the more prey they catch. In the end, even if the prey caught by the traps were divided equally between Yunshu and Yunchuan, it would still be more than the prince alone. I didn't expect that this year's first place really surprised me. It has been several days since the incident with the eldest prince, and Emperor Xuanwu's mood has long calmed down. After learning the final result of the autumn hunt, he couldn't help laughing. Since the idea of digging traps was proposed by Xiaowu, the first place prize should also belong to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, he called Yunshu, have you thought about it? What conditions do you want me to agree to? Father, I have thought about it. It's a good opportunity, don't miss it. Yunshu said in front of everyone present. I hope that I can make my own decision in the future. Huh? She only made this one request for the conditions he promised in person. Does this little brat think that he will force her to marry someone she doesn't like? Forget it. Considering that the little brat has made many contributions, he will give her another chance to speak again. Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed, not hiding his preference for Yunshu. My princess has the right to freely choose her husband. So why do you need to waste a condition? But father, what I mean by letting you make your own decisions is not just the freedom to choose your husband. Yunshu raised her head and looked at Emperor Xuanwu seriously. What I want is that no matter how old I am, I can marry if I want to, and not if I don't want to. If I want to marry, the other party must be my husband. The one you choose yourself is fine. And after the marriage, if there is something that does not suit my son's heart, I can always propose a divorce or even divorce her husband. Ridiculous. Before the emperor could speak, the people from the imperial censorate could not help but say, how can a woman divorce her husband? Men can divorce their wives. Why can't women divorce their husbands? Yunshu did not tolerate this stinky old man at all. In my opinion, if you meet a scum like Xiao Wenbin, divorcing his husband is still a light punishment. He should even be punished. Nonsense. The old man surnamed Wang, the chief censor, was so angry that his beard stood up. The fifth princess was born in the royal family, so she should be a role model for women in the world. If all women in the world act as recklessly as the princess, wouldn't the world be in chaos? It's you who is being reckless, right? Yunshu looked at the old man strangely. You said that I am reckless? Okay, then I ask you, if your wife dislikes your age and not washing your feet, and falls in love with other men who are younger, more handsome, cleaner, and more reasonable than you, what will you do? When will this old minister? Wang Zhongchen was so angry that he didn't know whether to refute that he didn't wash his feet first, or to refute the series of contents that implicitly belittled him first. He covered his chest and glared at Yunshu for a moment, and finally realized the real question Yunshu was asking. If a wife does not observe the virtuous code of conduct, she should be divorced and expelled from the family. Yunshu spoke quickly and aggressively. Then why can't a husband who does not observe the virtuous code of conduct be divorced and expelled from the family? How can a woman be compared with a man? After Wang Zhongqing blurted out this thought subconsciously, he immediately realized that it was not good. Sure enough, Yunshu seized the opportunity and shouted on the spot, How dare you? From what you said, my status is not as noble as yours? Then does it mean that even Emperor Tianxue is not worthy of your high regard? Emperor Tianxue is the empress, who appeared in this dynasty more than 100 years ago. It is precisely because of the existence of this empress, that the rubbish such as female virtues and female precepts cannot be brought to the surface. Yunshu's hat was big enough that Wang Zhongqing knew he had said something wrong, and he immediately knelt down on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, this old minister never meant that. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu glanced at him indifferently. What does Lord Wang mean? This old minister just made a slip of the tongue. Wang Zhongqing was sweating profusely, and in the end, he could only come up with this unconvincing explanation. However, Emperor Xuanwu seemed not to notice, and continued to ask, Slip of the tongue? What did Lord Wang originally want to say? What I originally meant was, according to the laws of this dynasty, it is reasonable for a man to have one wife and multiple concubines. But women cannot marry multiple times, so men and women are different. He stuttered and barely found some words that could make it go away. Before Wang Zhongqing could figure out how to continue, he heard Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting at the top, ask again, Does the laws of this dynasty say that a wife is not allowed to divorce her husband? Wang Zhongqing bowed his head helplessly. No. Did you hear it? Finally, the old man Wang Zhongqing was forced to say the last two words. Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yunshu. Are you satisfied now? Yunshu bowed with a smile. Thank you, father. The censor Zhongqing admitted in front of everyone that it was not impossible for his wife to divorce her husband. At the very least, if she really wanted to divorce her husband one day, no one would say anything to her. At the most, this could even be seen as a statement of the court. As long as someone opened this door, divorce would no longer be something that women dared not even think about. This would also invisibly promote the improvement of the status of women in the Tiansheng dynasty. Chapter 55. Such a good thing, of course, can't be known only to the princes, nobles and ministers present. The next issue of the Beijing Weekly, arrange it, the price of the weekly is too expensive. Before, only the nobles bought it. Now, only some wealthy merchants in Beijing buy it. It doesn't matter. The storyteller in the tea house, arrange it, Yuan Shu's letter was quickly sent back to the capital by a special person. So, when the autumn hunting team finally returned to the capital, Wang Zhongqing heard a lot of discussions outside before he returned to the mansion. Have you heard it? The current emperor actually promised the fifth princess that if the fifth princess's future husband is not to her liking, the fifth princess can decide whether to divorce or divorce her husband. What? Divorce? Is it true? Where did you hear this news from? Where else can it be from? Isn't there a storyteller in the Yuanlai tea house in front? He didn't tell a story today, but read an article from a Beijing weekly. It is said that the Beijing Weekly was founded by the fifth princess and the sixth prince. It not only contains all kinds of interesting news and novel stories, but also many aristocratic families, and even real events that happened in the palace. As for the news I just told you, it is said that it was written by Her Royal Highness the fifth princess herself. It is definitely not false. Oh my god! Otherwise, it's all fate. The person who spoke at the back was a woman, in her 40s, but her hair was already gray. While sorting out the leftover embroidery in the basket, she sighed quietly. Only a noble person like a princess can have the right to divorce her husband. Who said that? Perhaps because she was the only one who had set up a stall next to the tea house among the people around her, she overheard the man who had spoken earlier, puffed out his chest, and acted somewhat proud. Wang Zhongqing of the censorate said it himself. The laws of this dynasty never said that women can't divorce their husbands. Do you know what the censorate is? The censorate is responsible for supervising affairs and supervising all officials. If you encounter someone who doesn't abide by the laws of this dynasty, even if the other party is a prince or princess, it won't work. So, the woman paused while arranging the embroidery. She stared at the embroidery in a daze, but her eyes were clearly not focused. Can women really divorce their husbands? Absurd. A pedantic scholar passing by heard this, and couldn't help but scold it. How can women divorce their husbands? Do they understand what women's virtues are? Such women are also worthy of being wives and mothers? What a joke. This is simply against the will of heaven and against human ethics. That's right. That's how you should scold. Wang Zhongqing was happy to hear it. He just didn't believe it. If the fifth princess could make him shut up, could she make everyone in the world shut up? The whole world should know how ridiculous the fifth princess is. The corners of Wang Zhongqing's lips curled up little by little, but the next moment, he heard the scholar angrily continue. What a bullshit censorate. I think Wang Zhongqing is just a sycophantic villain. Wang Zhongqing? ? The smile that just rose on his face froze on his face in an instant. He didn't know how to vent his anger in his heart. Outside, the scholar had been dumped on the spot with a bamboo basket with a bang. Are you crazy? The scholar was passionately criticizing Wang Zhongqing, making what he thought was the right remarks, when he was caught off guard by someone who put a basket on his head. He was in pain and annoyed, and was about to see who was so crazy, but before he could take off the basket, he was beaten again. The fifth princess and that Lord Wang have clearly said that the laws of the court have never prohibited women from divorcing their husbands. It's all because of you bastards. If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't have been beaten to death by her man at such a young age. What a shitty scholar. Bah! You only speak for your own selfishness, but don't care about the life and death of women. I think your sage books are just dog stomachs. If I were your mother, I would be ashamed of you. Wang Zhongqing, He silently retracted his neck. It was so scary. Fortunately, the fifth princess only talked and didn't do anything that day. Why did that woman suddenly start to act like a tyrant? Wang Zhongqing felt that the woman was really fierce and hateful, but he couldn't help but lift the curtain and secretly look out through the gap. At that time, the woman who beat the scholar had been grabbed by her companions. She struggled twice, but couldn't break free. Her legs softened, and finally she sat on the ground and cried, "My poor daughter. She married a drunkard and gambler, and was beaten every day. She can't even get a divorce. The gambler refused to let my daughter leave, and asked the police for help. The police just said that they didn't care about family affairs. My daughter is still pregnant. It's 7 months old. My poor daughter was beaten to death, and she was still trying to protect her belly. If I knew I could divorce my husband earlier, I, an old woman, Would definitely help my daughter divorce that vicious husband even if I risked my life. The gray-haired woman cried heartbreakingly, and the content of her words made anyone who heard it cry. Even Wang Zhongqing, who had previously thought that this woman was unreasonable, froze his hand that was lifting the curtain. He actually had a daughter at home. If his daughter also... Stop! Don't think about it. Wang Zhongqing's chest rose and fell violently for a few times. The resentment and depression that had been hanging in his heart for the past few days suddenly dispersed a lot at this moment. Maybe. Wang Zhongqing pursed his lips and didn't think about it anymore. He just told the driver in a deep voice, "This road is blocked, just go around it." "Why are you stopping here?" "Yes." The carriage slowly turned around, and some of Wang Zhongqing's insistence in his heart for decades seemed to be gradually thrown behind him. The woman's wailing gradually deviated. Yuan Shu, who had already returned to the palace, didn't know what happened to Wang Zhongqing, and didn't care. She was dealing with Yun Chuan, the energetic brat. "Fifth sister, you must leave the palace tomorrow, right?" After returning from the autumn hunt, there is a day of rest, so you don't have to go back to the study room to study immediately, but Yun Shu has something to do when she leaves the palace, and she doesn't want to bring Yun Chuan with her. But I have to go to the Tang Mansion first tomorrow, and then look at the location of the restaurant. Even if you come with me, it won't be fun. That's easy. Yun Chuan had already thought about it. "Fifth sister, you only need to take me out of the palace. After leaving the palace, I will go to find Zimming to play by myself, so as not to delay your work." Chapter 56. Okay. Anyway, the Lu Mansion and the Tang Mansion were only separated by a street. If it didn't interfere with her work, she would be happy to take a ride in Yun Chuan's luxurious carriage. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, because Yun Shu had called in advance, when she arrived at the Tang Mansion, Cini, Tang Xinhua, and Tang Muji had already been sitting in the front hall chatting for a while. Seeing Yun Shu coming in from the door without the familiar figure of Yun Chuan behind her, Cini's expression was obviously a little more relaxed. "Your servant greets the fifth princess." The two girls, one tall and one short, one gentle and one cute, knelt down and saluted. Yun Shu paused and laughed helplessly. "Why do you have to be so particular in private? It's strange that you feel uncomfortable. Sister knows that it was you, Your Highness, who helped her get out of the Chow family. She has been thinking about thanking Your Highness for her kindness these days when she returned to the mansion." Tang Muji also laughed and teased. "This is the first time we meet today. If I don't let her salute, I'm afraid she will regret her lack of courtesy 10 years later. If it weren't for the help of Your Highness, Xinhua would have been trapped in the Chow mansion for the rest of her life." Tang Xinhua is actually not even 18 years old this year. It's just because of the times that she experienced those unpleasant things too early, taking away the innocence she once had, but also precipitating a restrained and mature gentleness for her. Like her brother Tang Muji, the two siblings are the type that are extremely easy to be fond of. Yun Shu came to the Tang Mansion today just for her. Although I had a plan for what happened that day, if my cousin was not willing to take this step bravely, this matter would not have been accomplished. Being able to escape from a place like Chow's house is indeed a blessing for my cousin, but I wonder what plans my cousin has for the future. Plans? Tang Xinhua was slightly startled. To be honest, she was indeed a little confused these days, after returning from Chow's house, not knowing what to do in the future. She had been divorced once, and although no one would say anything to her openly because of Yun Shu's intervention, when it came to talking about marriage, those with slightly better conditions would not consider her. Besides, after experiencing the 2 years in Chow's house, she is actually a little resistant to getting married. But if she doesn't get married, what can she do? It seems that my cousin has no idea so far. Yun Shu slowly said, "That's right, I planned to open a restaurant in the capital recently, but I'm in the palace, and I can't solve many things myself. I must have a person in charge outside the palace to help me take care of it. I wonder if my cousin is willing to be the person in charge." Tang Xinhua was a little unsure. "I have never done these things. I heard that noble ladies have to learn how to manage the household and take care of all the affairs of the mansion from a young age. And my cousin, you have taken over the household of the Tang Mansion since you were 10 years old, and you have managed the Tang Mansion in an orderly manner until you got married." Yun Shu believed in her more than Tang Xinhua herself. "The things in my restaurant may be a little more than those in the Tang Mansion, but not much more. Why can't my cousin?" "But..." Tang Xinhua pursed her lips and finally said the real concern in her heart. "I am just a woman. I am afraid that I will bring trouble to you, Your Highness. It is precisely because you are a woman that I hope you can stand in front of people." Yun Shu sighed and said seriously, "Cousin, don't you want to see women walking in this world like men, doing what they want to do, enjoying the same rights as men, without being oppressed by the so-called women's virtues? Tang Xinhua was stunned. Sunny, who had been sitting obediently beside her, also stopped swinging her two short legs and raised her head ignorantly. Just like women could not take the initiative to propose a divorce, let alone divorce their husbands, these are actually not completely unchangeable. Maybe they can't be effective immediately, but as long as someone stands up first, as long as we can persist. Yunshu looked at Tang Xinhua calmly, watching the yearning and uncertainty in the other's eyes gradually covered by gentle firmness, and then heard the words as she wished, "I'm willing to try." Tang Xinhua took a deep breath. She didn't know whether the beautiful scene that Yunshu mentioned could be realized, but she was willing to work hard for it. Instead of living a muddle-headed life, why not fight bravely? If she wins, the world of women will be bright. Even if she loses, she will surely plant a seed in the hearts of women in this world, like a moth to a flame. That seed will take root and sprout one day, and then grow into a towering tree little by little. Her efforts, their efforts, are destined to not be in vain, Tang Xinhua emphasized with a burning gaze. As long as the grand scene mentioned by His Highness can be realized, no matter what it is, Xinhua is willing to give it a try. Can girls really do whatever they want like boys? Sunny came to Yunshu for some unknown reason. She tilted her head and asked seriously, "Then can I be a general?" "He wants to be a general?" This time it was Yunshu's turn to be surprised. "But you don't seem to have ever practiced martial arts." "Because Daddy and the others said that practicing martial arts is too hard and tiring, and it's not suitable for a delicate girl like me." Sunny looked frustrated. "But I really want to be like Daddy and the others, go into battle and kill the enemy, and be a hero who defends Tiansheng." "You have to be brave to go into battle and kill the enemy," Yunshu continued. "At least, you can't be scared to tears by Yunshu. But the sixth prince is a prince." Sunny was even more frustrated. "If he is really angry and wants to order a punishment for me, or even involve my family, I can't beat him." "Yunshu? ? So you have always been afraid of him, because you can't beat him? It's a bit outrageous, but it's also a bit reasonable. What's going on?" Thinking carefully, when Sunny faced Lu Ziming, she was really much more relaxed and not afraid at all. It turned out that it was because Lu Ziming was of similar status to her. Yunshu was silent for a moment, and patted Sunny on the shoulder. "Although I don't know if you can become a general in the future, and I don't know if it's too late for you to start practicing martial arts from now on, but if you have never practiced martial arts, never read military books, and are unwilling to make any changes, then you will definitely not become a general in the future." "I understand." Sunny thought for a while, and nodded vigorously. "I will tell my father when I go back today that I also want to practice martial arts." Chapter 57. If you are in a hurry, you can go back now. Originally, I called Sunny today to plant a seed in the little girl's heart, so that she would not be bullied by Yunshu every day and cry like in the original book when she grows up. Unexpectedly, because the little girl is young and has not been tortured much, she awakens faster than anyone else. The dream that is completely different from her soft appearance really surprised Yunshu. After looking at the restaurant, Yunshu estimated that the little girl would not be interested, so he simply let Sunny go home first. While Yunshu and Sunny were talking, Tang Xinhua's eager and surging emotions calmed down a little, and she began to think seriously about what Yunshu had just said. "Your Highness said before that you wanted to open a restaurant, but have you chosen a location?" "I have someone choose a good place, and I am going to take a look today." Yunshu nodded. "Cousin, come with us." Yunshu just returned to the capital yesterday, and the address of the restaurant was naturally not chosen by her personally. She just wrote her requirements in a letter, and gave it to Wang Gonggong, who had helped her find a manor before. The other party did not disappoint her expectations, and soon found a 4-story building on the most prosperous street in the capital, plus a small courtyard behind it. Along the way, Yunshu had already told Tang Xinhua about her general idea of the restaurant, but she didn't mention how to decorate the courtyard. Tang Xinhua then had a guess. "Does His Highness have other plans for the courtyard behind?" "Yes, the decoration of the backyard will be more unique. I will think about it carefully after I return to the palace." Yunshu didn't really want to hide anything from her, but she hadn't fully thought out some specific contents. While talking, the two of them walked into the empty 4-story building under the guidance of Yunif Wang. They didn't notice that on the other side of the street, Yunshu was crouching behind a stall, holding the mask he just bought in one hand to cover his face, and the other hand was firmly pressing Lu Ziming to prevent him from showing his head. "Don't move. My 5th sister and the others haven't completely entered the door yet. Didn't you come out with the 5th prince today?" Lu Ziming was originally looking at the mask well, but he was suddenly pulled, and then pressed to the ground and fell to the ground. He looked a little miserable, but he couldn't get angry. He could only ask aggrievedly and puzzled, "We didn't do it. What bad things happened? Why do you have to hide? You know nothing." Yun Chuan poked his head out stealthily, and after confirming that Yun Shu and the others were no longer in sight, he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his chin proudly. "The one-show festival will be here soon. I see that my fifth sister seems to have forgotten about this matter at all, and has not prepared any gifts. I don't want to remind her. Just wait and see. This time I will definitely beat her in front of my father, and let my father find her gold." "I don't understand." Lu Ziming was a little confused. "If you don't want to remind me, then don't remind me. You don't need to remind me even if we meet. Why do you have to hide? You don't believe me when I say you are stupid." Unexpectedly, Lu Ziming still couldn't understand such a simple truth. Yun Chuan rolled his eyes at him with some disdain. "You've already appeared in front of her with a gift, so you still don't remind her?" "Gift?" Lu Ziming subconsciously glanced at the things he was carrying for the sixth prince, and was stunned for a moment, completely dumbfounded. "You plan to give these to His Majesty as a birthday gift? Look at you, you're so stupid." Seeing Lu Ziming's current performance, he was even more exaggerated than when he first learned about this matter. "Zhang," Yun Chuan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Don't you understand? What is my father's status? He has seen many treasures in the world, such as night-shining pearls, red corals, and big golden Buddhas. They are just like that to my father. On the contrary, these inconspicuous little things can please my father more." This is also the truth he realized after spending several thousand taels of silver to buy a night-shining pearl last time, but still lost to the pile of junk bought by his fifth sister with 5 taels of silver. He went back and pondered for more than half a month before he realized it. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ziming, this little follower, had a good relationship with him, and was also a member of the Lu family, he wouldn't have said it. So that's how it is. Lu Ziming suddenly realized, but still hesitated. "But you have to present gifts in public on the birthday, and it would be bad to take these things out? What's wrong with that?" Yun Chuan frowned and gave him a proud look that said, "Are you questioning me? This gift from this prince is for my father, not for anyone else. When they see that my father is very pleased and rewards me generously, do you think they can still laugh at me? I'd be so jealous." "Is that so?" Lu Ziming scratched his head. He thought that the sixth prince was the emperor's biological son after all, and he must know the emperor better than he did. After thinking about it, he was finally convinced. "Then, what else should we buy? Let's buy a little porcelain figurine." Yun Chuan thought of the little porcelain figurine of a girl that his father had placed on the table, and soon came up with an idea. "I want to buy a porcelain figurine of a boy." He took Lu Ziming and quickly found a stall selling small ceramic objects, but perhaps because of bad luck, he didn't see the porcelain figurine of a little boy. He couldn't help but feel unhappy. "What kind of stall are you setting up? Why don't you even have a boy?" Boys are auspicious. Many pregnant women or wives who have never given birth to boys like to buy them here. "I'm buying a baby boy here and putting it away." The stall owner looked at the clothes Yun Chuan and the others were wearing, and knew that the young masters of rich families had come out to play. He didn't care about the other party's tone and happily picked the most beautiful ceramic puppy and handed it to Yun Chuan. "Young master, take a look at this. This one is also beautiful." "You are the dog." Yun Chuan was annoyed on the spot. He knew that the little girl given by the fifth sister represented her own meaning. Today he wanted to buy a little boy, also to put something that symbolized him on his father's table. It's fine that the stall owner didn't have a baby boy to sell, but he wanted him to buy a dog. He was so angry. Yun Chuan stared at the stall owner, and was about to explode when a teasing voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey! Isn't this our Xiaolu?" Chapter 58. Third brother? Yun Chuan turned around and looked at the third prince, who was riding on a tall horse and dressed very flamboyantly. He subconsciously blocked Lu Ziming's body, trying to prevent him from seeing the things in Lu Ziming's hands. "Why are you here at this time?" The third prince was a playful person. He used to cause trouble in the palace. After leaving the palace, he was even more unruly and played with cats and dogs all over the city. Emperor Xuanwu arranged him in the relatively idle Honglu Temple. There was nothing important for him to do, but he could tie him to the Honglu Temple with this position, so that he could not wander around all day. In theory, the third prince should stay in the Honglu Temple honestly at this point, instead of suddenly appearing behind him. "Look at you. Can I still snatch your toys?" Noticing Yun Chuan's alert eyes, the third prince almost laughed. "Your third brother has something to do, and I happened to pass by here and saw you, so I said hello." As he spoke, he looked at Yun Chuan with some surprise. "Speaking of which, when did you start to care about these worthless little things? A few days ago, I gave you my Yalan jade flute, but you didn't even look at it twice. The Yalan jade flute that the third prince mentioned was the prize he lost in the autumn hunt. At first, he thought he could get the third place for sure, and deliberately stirred up everyone to make a prize, but he didn't expect that this year's autumn hunt was so exciting. The eldest prince was eliminated early. Yunshu took the first place by digging a pit, Yunshu took the second place by hugging Yunshu's thigh, and the originally confident prince became the third, and he happened to be stuck in the fourth place. When the Yalan jade flute was delivered, he felt pain for a long time. What was even more infuriating was that Yunshu, a rich man who was used to seeing good things, handed the Yalan jade flute to the eunuch who was serving him. No one knew where he put it. In comparison, Yunshu's current situation was particularly wrong. Could it be? The third prince sat on the horse's back and leaned over to try to see the things in Lu Ziming's hand over Yunshu. However, Yunshu was guarding against the thief like a thief. Wherever the third prince went, he went there, determined not to let him see even a single glimpse. TSK. The third prince became more and more curious. What treasure do you hide here? Can I just take a look? No treasure. Yunshu had a sour face and dealt with him impatiently. Don't you have something else to do? No hurry for now. How can a fun-loving person who likes to stir up trouble not be curious? The more Yunshu tried to hide, the harder it would be for the third prince to deal with him. Fortunately, after a stalemate, Yunshu finally realized a fact. This is not Yunshu. The third prince must not know that his father likes these little things. Realizing this, Yunshu immediately relaxed and made way for Lu Ziming, but his face was still very stinky. Look, look, look! Isn't it just a pile of junk? It doesn't cost more than 3 taels of silver in total. I just bought it to take a look. I'm embarrassed to let others see it, but you still have to get to the bottom of it. So it's because you think it's all junk? So you're embarrassed? This reason is very Yunshu, and the third prince didn't doubt it at all. He laughed and joked. What's there to be embarrassed about? I think your mask is quite interesting. Anyway, you don't want it later. Why don't you give it to me? Take it, take it. It's just a paper mask that costs 5 cents. He can just buy another one later. Yunshu impatiently threw the mask to the third prince. Let's go. How can you talk to your brother? The third prince was grinning and didn't care about Yunshu's attitude. After taking the mask, he waved his hand lazily and rode away leisurely. This mask is your apology to your brother. Yunshu, shameless, who apologized to him. With a heavy snort, Yunshu turned around and called Lu Ziming. Let's go, buy another mask. Oh. On the other side, after the third prince teased Yunshu, he went all the way to the palace and met Emperor Xuanwu. What are you holding in your hand? Hearing the voice of the third prince's greeting, Emperor Xuanwu raised his head and saw the mask hanging on his finger. He frowned. Didn't I ask you to stay in the Hongli temple on weekdays? Why did you sneak out to play again? Father, you are wronging me. The third prince grinned and took out a document from his arms. Isn't the Wansho festival coming soon? Baixiang has sent another document. I happened to meet the sixth prince on the way to the palace to present it to you. He repeated everything that happened on the way, including the sixth prince's remarks about rags and sari, word for word. After all, this is the first time that the sixth prince has given me a gift not for birthdays or other reasons. I can't just throw it away, right? Emperor Xuanwu, You obviously forced it, not wanting to bother with the third prince, who was always so unruly. Emperor Xuanwu flipped through the document. He had only glanced at it casually, but soon, his eyes became sharp and angry. Does Baixiang really think that there is no one in Tiansheng? The third prince was startled, and at this time, he stood up straight and acted as an invisible man, not daring to ask more questions. Emperor Xuanwu was full of anger, so naturally he had no time to answer his questions. More than 20 years ago, Baixiang was defeated and asked for peace, and had signed many unequal treaties. For example, they presented 1,000 excellent war horses to Tiansheng dynasty every year. And before this year, Baixiang did abide by the agreement. Before sending envoys to Tiansheng dynasty to congratulate the emperor on his birthday every year, they would send documents to Tiansheng to list the members of their envoys, and the materials they would carry. Those materials were Baixiang's gifts and annual tributes. This is why the third prince was so leisurely on his way to the palace with this document today, because it is the same every year. But this year is obviously different. The document sent by Baixiang this year actually said that Baixiang had some problems this year, and could not provide 1,000 fine war horses, so it planned to replace them with 1,000 retired war horses, not to mention that Baixiang was built on the grassland, Even ordinary people would raise a few horses every year, and there would definitely be no situation where they could not even provide 1,000 fine war horses. Even if they really had problems, what would it matter to use retired war horses to replace them? What's the use of retired war horses for him? Chapter 59. Emperor Xuanwu knew very well that Beixiang dared to do this because it had been recuperating for more than 20 years, and its national strength had gradually become stronger. The shadow of defeat gradually dissipated. It just so happened that Tiansheng had just experienced 2 serious floods and droughts last year and the year before last, and the treasury was not rich. If a war broke out at this time, it would be difficult to sustain. So Beixiang wanted to use this to test the depth of Tiansheng. If Emperor Xuanwu really acted too easy to talk to, Beixiang might directly send troops south in a short time, but he couldn't be too tough. What if Beixiang wanted to start a war from the beginning? His overly tough response might become an excuse for the other party to send troops. Emperor Xuanwu's face was as dark as water. If possible, he really wanted to defeat Beixiang again, like he did more than 20 years ago. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. Recently, the sim selection system, which has appeared more often than in a year, popped up again at the right time. Emperor Xuanwu relaxed his eyebrows and looked up at the light screen. A. Discuss this matter with the ministers in the court. B. Let someone accidentally reveal this to Yunshu when she goes to the stable. C. Take a tough attitude and fight if you want to. Probably because he was holding back a lot of anger and couldn't vent it, Emperor Xuanwu first chose C to feel happy. You chose C, Tiansheng, and the people were living in misery. 1. But not completely. Emperor Xuanwu stared at the words "the people are living in misery" in silence for a long time. The momentary happiness when he made the choice just now was replaced by unpleasant emotions again. Although this was the result he had expected, he was still very depressed when he saw these words. Emperor Xuanwu had a cold face and chose A again. He wanted to see how his beloved ministers would behave. You chose A. 2 years later, Beixiang sent troops. Emperor Xuanwu? What happened after Beixiang sent troops? Who won? What happened after the Battle of Tiansheng? If it was postponed for 2 years, his private treasury would have more money than the national treasury. Even if a war broke out, it shouldn't cause the people to suffer, right? While thinking, Emperor Xuanwu clicked on the second item. You chose B. A large number of retired war horses returned to the battlefield, and the number of Tiansheng cavalry increased dramatically. Bang! The pile of memorials at hand was knocked over by his excitement and fell to the ground. The third prince was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly said, "Father, calm down." Calm down? He was in such a good mood now. Why would he need to calm down? He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the desk. Emperor Xuanwu sat back in his chair and wrote a reply to Beixiang. This document must be delivered to Beixiang as soon as possible. If there is any mistake in the middle, I will only ask you. Your son obeys your order. The third prince was confused and couldn't figure out what happened. His father was still furious not long ago, but now he seemed to be in a very good mood and full of expectations. The emperor's heart is really unpredictable. The third prince took the document carefully and left the imperial study. Completely unaware that after he left, Emperor Xuanwu, who no longer had to maintain his imperial posture, finally let himself go and showed an ecstatic expression. When Tiansheng signed the agreement with Beixiang, why did they prefer to give up the huge amount of cash compensation and ask Beixiang to send 1,000 fine war horses every year? It's simply because the horses of Beixiang are much better than those of Tiansheng. Beixiang is obviously very clear about this. Therefore, all the horses they sent over the years are male horses. Although Tiansheng also tried to breed these male horses, the hybrid horses born are still inferior to the purebred horses of Beixiang. Now Beixiang himself has proposed that there are no excellent war horses in service, and wants to use retired war horses as a replacement. So his request is 10 times not too much, right? If there are mares among the 10,000 retired war horses, they will make a lot of money, even if there are still no mares. With Xiaowu here, these 10,000 war horses from Beixiang can return to the battlefield, which is also a huge windfall for Tiansheng. It's just Xiaowu has to work hard again. Thinking that Yunshu not only has to study low-price paper and prepare to open a restaurant, but also has to take on the important task of letting retired war horses return to the battlefield, Emperor Xuanwu rarely paced a few steps with a guilty conscience. But his conscience only lasted about 2 seconds, and he quickly called the Dragon Shadow Guard and gave instructions. He thought that since the sim selection system mentioned that Yunshu would go to the stable, it should be in the next few days. As a result, after waiting for a long time, 10 days passed, and Emperor Xuanwu not only did not wait for the news that Yuan Shu went to the stable, but also waited for the outrageous event that she demolished Fengyang Palace. Emperor Xuanwu, shock. Please explain clearly, what do you mean by demolishing Fengyang Palace? For the first time in his life, Emperor Xuanwu doubted his ability to understand. She lifted the roof? The roof was not lifted. The Dragon Shadow Guard answered in a serious manner, but the ground was lifted. Could it be that the girl thought Fengyang Palace was too remote and too small, but was too embarrassed to ask him directly, so she simply demolished Fengyang Palace and waited for him to salvage it? Or was it that she was addicted to digging holes in the hunting ground before, and now she was unwilling to let go of Fengyang Palace? Emperor Xuanwu thought about it, and decided to go to Fengyang Palace in person to see what was going on. So, half an hour later, Emperor Xuanwu, who stopped the servants from passing the message, met Yuan Shu in a side hall of Fengyang Palace, who was holding a feather pen and writing on a piece of paper. He leaned over to take a look out of curiosity, but didn't understand. What are you drawing? A mechanism, this. After responding subconsciously, Yuan Shu realized something was wrong. He turned his head and saw the familiar face of Emperor Xuanwu, and stood up quickly. Father, why are you here? I heard that my fifth princess has started to dismantle Fengyang Palace for some reason. As a father, I have to come and take a look. Emperor Xuanwu, who was still looking at the drawings, also stood up with her movements. I just walked over from the front hall, and saw that the ground everywhere in the hall has been dismantled. What? Do you think Fengyang Palace is too small to accommodate your big Buddha? How did you know that your son had just started to dismantle it? Yuan Shu was a little frustrated. Your son was thinking of giving you a surprise if it worked. Surprise? So he accidentally ruined the surprise that Xiaowu prepared for him? Chapter 60. Emperor Xuanwu hesitated. Logically, he already knew that this was a surprise that Yuan Shu wanted to prepare, so he shouldn't continue to ask. But the emperor was also curious. If he hadn't come to see the situation of Fengyang Palace in person, he might have been able to hold back. But he came today. So Emperor Xuanwu finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, what kind of surprise requires so much trouble? I'm not sure if it will work. Yuan Shu shook his head and kept his mouth shut. Anyway, it will be done in 10 days at most. If it works, I will ask someone to invite you to come and see it in person. If it doesn't work, I won't disappoint you. Only 10 days? That's not impossible. Emperor Xuanwu barely convinced himself and turned his eyes back to the drawing he had just seen. You just said, this is a mechanism? This is the design I made for the courtyard behind the restaurant. It is not certain whether it can be made yet. Yuan Shu also did not intend to say more about the unfinished design. You will see it after the restaurant opens. Emperor Xuanwu, Okay. All surprises. Coming in vain, without asking anything. It was only after Emperor Xuanwu came out of Fengyang Palace that he suddenly remembered that he personally went on this trip not just for Yuan Shu to dismantle Fengyang Palace, but more importantly to see if he could find an opportunity to quietly seduce her to the stable. Surprises are important, but the way to get retired war horses back to the battlefield is the top priority. However, at this time, he had already walked a long distance, and turning back seemed a bit deliberate. Fortunately, there was the easy-to-fool old sixth brother. He didn't need to think much. Emperor Xuanwu arranged for someone to say a few words, and on the same day, he heard the news that Yuan Chuan rushed into Fengyang Palace to find Yuan Shu. Fifth sister. Fifth. What's going on? Fengyang Palace is going to be rebuilt? Yuan Chuan almost fell into the pit as soon as he entered the door. He looked at Yuan Shu, who happened to be standing not far away and supervising the construction, with a confused face. Fifth sister, what are you doing? Add some useful little things to Fengyang Palace. Before Emperor Xuanwu came to ask in person, Yuan Shu didn't tell him the news, so naturally, he wouldn't tell Yuan Chuan in advance. After a perfunctory remark, Yuan Shu turned his head and asked, why did you suddenly come here at this time? Oh, I heard that several young masters in the capital will hold a polo match in Nanyuan tomorrow. When talking about the reason why he hurried over, Yuan Chuan's attention was immediately diverted. Fifth sister, tomorrow is a day off. Let's go out and have some fun together. No. It takes 10 days to go to the study room to have 1 day of rest. Yuan Shu just wants to stay in Fengyang Palace and not go anywhere. I don't have time. Why are you busy? Didn't your cousin say that the restaurant business has been handed over to you? Yuan Chuan refused to give up and held Yuan Shu's sleeve tightly. You've been saying you're busy these days, and you haven't taken me out to play for a long time. Isn't it just 10 days? How come it's been a long time? Not wanting to learn from his nagging skills, Yuan Shu directly brought up Emperor Xuanwu. Before you came today, my father also came. He already knew that I was preparing a surprise for him, and he told me to finish it as soon as possible. So I really don't have time. Surprise? Yuan Chuan, who was originally thinking about going out of the palace to watch polo, suddenly became alert. Is this the surprise you prepared for your father's birthday? One show festival? Yes. Isn't my father's birthday half a month before New Year's Eve? She has been so busy these days that she almost forgot about it. According to the time, there is still more than half a month before the birthday festival. The thing she is making in the palace now. It's not that it's bad, but it's really not suitable to be given as a birthday gift. Yunshu pondered for a while, and suddenly raised her hand and patted Yuan Chuan on the shoulder. Do you want to go out of the palace to play tomorrow? Yes. Before he could recover from the bad news that his fifth sister had not forgotten the one-show festival and had already started preparing for a surprise, the topic suddenly jumped back to the matter of going out of the palace to play tomorrow. Yuan Chuan was stunned for 2 seconds before he nodded a little dully. Fifth sister, have you changed your mind? I am planning to go out of the palace. Yuan Shu now made no secret of her intention to use the carriage. So I can take you out of the palace tomorrow, but you have to take a detour and take me to the Ministry of Works first. But if we watch polo, everyone rides a horse, so I will definitely go there on horseback. Yuan Chuan scratched the back of his head. I will lend you the carriage. Forget it if you don't need it. It's okay to use such an expensive luxury carriage, but it's embarrassing to borrow it specially. However, Yuan Chuan reminded her that the small dwarf horse she rode during the autumn hunt before was given to her by concubine Lu. She could ride a horse to the Ministry of Works by herself. By the way, which direction is the Imperial Palace stable? Because Yushu was curious about the royal stable, the next morning, the two did not stand at the palace gate waiting for the palace servants to deliver the horses, but went directly to the stable. At this time, the horses had just been fed by the grooms, and there were only 2 young eunuchs sweeping the huge and magnificent royal stable. When Yushu and the others went over, they could still hear the 2 eunuchs talking. I heard that Beixiang will send 10,000 retired war horses to us this year. Do you think we can get 1 or 2? 10,000? Another eunuch exclaimed. Didn't they send 1,000 war horses directly to the army every year? How come it has become 10,000 this year? It seems that something went wrong in Beixiang, and they can't provide so many active war horses, so they want to use retired ones instead. As a result, our emperor said that retired ones can be used, but they must be multiplied tenfold, so it becomes 10,000. The young eunuch who spoke earlier was somewhat yearning. I have heard that the war horses in Beixiang are much better than ours. It would be great if I could see them with my own eyes. But the retired war horses should be old, right? Another young eunuch couldn't help asking again. Horses that are old enough to be retired may not be as good as the ordinary horses here. How can they be old enough to be retired? I heard that many of those retired war horses are only 5 or 6 years old. The first young eunuch shook his head. If converted to our age, they are just young people in their 20s. Chapter 61. Since they are still so young, why did they retire so early? Of course it's because the young eunuch in front of him was halfway through his words, when he suddenly realized that the voice of the question just now seemed a little wrong. He looked back, and was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck and saluted. Your servant greets the 5th princess and the 6th prince. Get up. Yunshu waved his hand indifferently. Go on. Since those war horses are only 5 or 6 years old, why did they retire? This? I heard it from others before. The young eunuch stammered. War horses in the army are usually trained by special people from the age of 2. A lot of running and insufficient rest will greatly accelerate the wear of the war horse's hoofs. And once the hoof is worn to a certain extent, the warhorse can no longer adapt to the battlefield and can only retire. Just because of this? Don't these warhorses have horseshoes? Yunshu was silent for a while, and suddenly became a little worried. Will my Dudu no longer be able to carry me because of the serious wear of the horseshoe? Dudu is the little dwarf horse that concubine Lu gave her. Because of its round belly and plump appearance, she gave it this name. She directed the eunuchs in front of her. Go and bring Dudu out for me. I want to see if there is any damage to its feet. And my Prince Jinglei. Yuan Chuan hurriedly followed and said, Bring them together. Yes. The 2 eunuchs did not dare to delay, and hurriedly trotted into the stable, and soon they led Dudu and Jinglei over. And according to Yuan Shu and Yuan Chuan's request, the hooves of the 2 ponies were carefully turned over for them to take a look. Is it warm or not? Yuan Chuan didn't really understand. Jinglei should still be able to run, right? Of course it can run. The young eunuch nodded quickly. Your horses are still young and don't run much, so the hooves are well protected. That's good. Yuan Chuan was relieved and no longer concerned about this issue. But Yunshu on the side was still anxious. But it will continue to run in the future, and as long as it runs, it will be worn. No, I have to put shoes on it. The young eunuch was about to say that with her riding frequency, it would be impossible for Dudu's hooves to be worn to the extent of a retired warhorse. The dragon shadow guard hidden in the dark, According to Emperor Xuanwu's request, one of the two dragon shadow guards returned to the imperial study, waiting for Emperor Xuanwu to come back from court, and immediately informed him of the movement here. Emperor Xuanwu, If it weren't for the result of the sim selection system, when he heard the news reported by Dragon Shadow Guard, he would only think that his daughter's strange idea was really outrageous. It was so outrageous that he couldn't pay even a little more attention to it. But now, he really thought about the possibility of wearing shoes for war horses. According to the size of each horse's hoof, a batch of small shoes were specially customized for them. Forget it. No matter how he thought about it, it was outrageous. He could even imagine the scene of war horses running on the battlefield, with their four hooves swinging around and small shoes flying all over the sky, but this is absolutely impossible. If this is true, how can we fight the war? Do we win by making the enemy laugh to death? The sim selection system is not that unreliable. Maybe Xiaowu just said it casually, and the real solution has not been figured out yet. I didn't know that my statement of putting shoes on the horse had reached the ears of Emperor Xuanwu so quickly. After Yunshu left the palace, she first went to the restaurant to make sure that all the decorations in the restaurant were built according to her requirements. Tang Xinhua gradually became proficient in the management of various trivial affairs here. After there was nothing for her to worry about, she went straight to the Ministry of Industry. It was also a coincidence that when Yunshu arrived at the entrance of the Ministry of Industry, Tang Yuanlin's carriage happened to stop at the same place as hers. Tang Yuanlin was surprised to see Yunshu at such a time and place. He was visibly happy. How come you have time to come to the Ministry of Industry today? I have been thinking about how to make low-cost paper. I finally made a thin piece of it 2 days ago. I think it should work, but many things in my palace are not complete, so I thought of coming here today to borrow the resources of the Ministry of Industry. If it works, it will be just in time for the Wansho festival, and I will present it to my father as a gift. As Yunshu spoke, he took off a small package on his back, took out an oil paper bag from it, and handed it to Tang Yuanlin. This is a snack I made by myself. Because I came here on horseback today, it is not convenient to carry it, so I didn't bring much. Please try it. If you like it, I will make more for you next time. How can you trouble the princess to do these for me? Tang Yuanlin took the oil paper bag with joy, thanked him happily, and then couldn't help but said with concern, Your Highness is a princess. It's fine if it's just for a momentary interest, but don't tire yourself out by doing these. Grandfather, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Yunshu nodded, walked into the Ministry of Works with Tang Yuanlin, and asked casually, Is Master Yi here today? He should be thinking about some new things in his office. Master Yi Qing'an was originally from the Ministry of Works, but Emperor Xuanwu remembered his talent, so he temporarily pulled him over to be the master of Yunshu and Yunshuwan. But the actual position is still in the Ministry of Works. Of course, since he became the master, he can only come here a few days a month, so the Ministry of Works has not arranged work for him for a while. Fortunately, Qing'an didn't care at all. He originally liked all kinds of new things. Yunshu's quill pen and printing technology were very novel to him. Later, after hearing Yunshu say the word innovation, he felt even more enlightened. Recently, whenever Qing'an had free time, he would find a quiet place and carefully ponder those things that seemed very strange to others. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the same today. After telling Yunshu about Qing'an's situation, Tang Yuanlin said appropriately, If your highness wants to find him for something, I will ask someone to call him. No need, I just asked casually. Unexpectedly, her young new tutor was also a research and development talent. Yunshu was happy to see it, so she didn't want to disturb him. Besides, I have something to do. Chapter 62. Okay. Tang Yuanlin nodded and personally took Yunshu to a small empty room in the backyard of the Ministry of Industry. Someone has tried this before, but unfortunately it didn't work, but all the equipment is still there. Your Highness, if you need anything, just let me know. Then please find me a trustworthy helper. Yunshu didn't hesitate to say, In addition, I will draw a blueprint later. It's a very simple thing, but I trouble you to find a blacksmith to make it for me. I do it right away. It wasn't a very difficult request, so Tang Yuanlin quickly found someone. Master Yi? Why is it you? Lord Tang said that His Highness needs someone he can trust, so I volunteered. Qing'an's face showed a rare eagerness. I heard that His Highness already has a method to make low-cost paper? Maybe. Whether it will work or not depends on the results of today's production. Asking Yi Qingyan to help get the bark that she had asked the Ministry of Industry to soak in advance 2 days ago, Yunshu drew a simple drawing with a feather pen and handed it to Tang Yuanlin. This is what I just said. Please ask Grandpa to have 4 of them made according to it today. This is simple. Tang Yuanlin agreed immediately. He had been thinking that she might have made something amazing again, which needed to be kept secret. But now, it was just a small curved iron block. Such a thing could be easily made by any blacksmith apprentice. Tang Yuanlin did not ask Yunshu what he wanted the iron for. He took the blueprint and left. Yi Qingyan came in from outside with a bucket of bark, and only had time to see what seemed to be a blueprint, but could not see the specific content. He could not help but feel itchy. Your Highness, in addition to the low-price paper, have you made any other new things? Nothing new, just 4 small shoes. Small shoes? Yi Qingyan was stunned, but did not think much about it. He just thought that the little girl drew beautiful patterns, and wanted someone to help make 2 pairs of shoes. He was not interested in these, so he did not ask any more questions. Instead, Yunshu thought about what Tang Yuanlin had just said to her, and asked proactively, I heard from my grandfather that whenever the master has free time recently, he will think about some strange things? Yes. Unexpectedly, Lord Tang had told Yunshu about him before, and Yi Qingyan felt ashamed. Before I entered the government, the teacher once asked me why I wanted to enter the government. My answer at that time was for the people of the world. Then the teacher asked me what I thought I could do for the people of the world. I am ashamed to think about this question for a long time, but I have never found the answer. Why? Yunshu was puzzled. Doesn't the master know what he is good at? Yes and no. Yi Qingyan sighed with regret. I just think that what I can think of, and what I can do for the people of the world can also be done by others. Judging unjust, false and wrong cases, disaster relief, or managing local government affairs, these are not necessary for me. Yunshu, It was a thought that a layman like her could not understand. But when I first went to the study to teach the 2 princes, the words that the prince said made me suddenly enlightened. Yi Qingyan turned around, and the melancholy on his face was swept away. Instead, he had a love and yearning for the unknown that only a qualified scientific researcher could have. Just like your Highness invented feather pens and printing technology to benefit the world, perhaps what I should really do is to innovate. Turn what I have learned throughout my life into something that can make people's lives better and better. No wonder my father praised Master Yi before, and thought you were different from other ministers in the court. Yunshu nodded approvingly. What a good awareness. What a suitable worker and scapegoat. It's decided to be you. When she thought that she could find a way to let Yi Qingyan make something in the future, she would not have to suffer, nor would she have to worry about my father discovering the fact that she was too good and putting more burdens on her. The praise and smile in Yunshu's eyes became more intense. Master Yi. This bark looks softened. We have to pick out some of the poor quality ones and throw them away. Yi Qingyan, The actual operation steps of bark papermaking are not difficult, but there are many steps in the middle that take a lot of time to wait. It took more than 4 hours for the 2 to finally get a few wet sheets of paper. At that time, the sun was about to set, and Yunshu had no time to wait for the papers to dry completely, so he could only hand over this difficult task to Yi Qingyan. We will know whether these papers are okay or not after we try them out after they are completely dry, but the palace gates will be locked in less than an hour, so I have to go back to the palace first. Please ask Master Yi to make an extra trip tomorrow and bring the dried paper to the palace for me to see. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will stay here today, and will definitely not make any mistakes in the last step. As a scholar from a poor family, Yi Qingyan knows too well the importance of cheap paper, printing technology, and feather pens when combined together. If everything goes well, perhaps the cost of studying in the future will be reduced to a surprisingly high price. By then, perhaps. Yi Qingyan became more and more excited as he thought about it. He sent Yunshu to the door, and was about to turn back and continue staring at the precious wet papers. Before he could turn around, he saw Tang Yuanlin coming over with a few strange-looking iron pieces. Your Highness. Tang Yuanlin handed the 4 iron pieces to Yunshu. Do you see if this is what you want? Yes, this is it. Take the horseshoe and weigh it twice. Yunshu nodded with satisfaction. Where is my horse? Let someone bring it here. I want to put these shoes on it now. Put them on the horse? Shoes? Tang Yuanlin and Yi Qingyan were both stunned, but Yi Qingyan was the first to react. Your Highness, the 4 small shoes you mentioned before, are these? Yes. Yunshu said, as a matter of course. I only heard from someone today that once the hoof of a horse is worn too badly, it will not be able to carry me anymore. So I specially customized these shoes for my pony. When it runs again in the future, it will only wear out the shoes. When the shoes are worn out, I will just replace them with a few more. Chapter 63. That's the truth. Yi Qing'an looked at the pieces of iron in Yunshu's hand hesitantly. But how do I wear this iron shoe? That's easy. Let someone lead Dudu to the backyard, and Yunshu handed the horseshoe to the groom. Here, help me clean Dudu's hoof, and then nail this on its hoof. Nail it on? Tang Yuanlin was shocked. The horse will go crazy if it hurts. Horseshoe nails, aren't they the toenails of the horse's hoof? Yunshu was puzzled. It shouldn't hurt to trim your nails, right? Tang Yuanlin, ? Yes, is that so? Tang Yuanlin was still a little unsure, but Yunshu had already directed the groom to start working. You can tie Dudu to the tree first. Yes, and then you have to trim it a little flat, and then remember to slant the nails a little outward. Yes. At the beginning, Tang Yuanlin and Yi Qing'an were still a little nervous, staring at Dudu without blinking, just waiting for it to stick out its hoof, and they would immediately rush forward to pull Yunshu away. But seeing that 3 horseshoes had been nailed on, and Dudu was still eating carrots contentedly, the two finally shifted their attention from Dudu itself to its hoof. Knock knock knock. The last horseshoe was nailed on smoothly. Yunshu untied the reins tied to the tree and rode Dudu around the yard for a trot. After confirming that there was no problem, she was about to leave when Tang Yuanlin suddenly blocked her way excitedly. Your Highness, wait a minute. Grandfather? Yunshu hurriedly pulled the reins. What's wrong? Your Highness, this piece of iron is very useful. Tang Yuanlin was overjoyed and earnestly urged. When you return to the palace today, you must remember to inform His Majesty of this matter. At that time, His Majesty will definitely. But it will be very late when I return to the palace. Yunshu frowned unhappily and refused willfully. There is no rush at this moment. If grandfather thinks it is important, just submit a memorial tomorrow. Remember not to say that I did it, so that my father will not think that I have nothing to do all day and want to find something for me to do. How can an old minister steal the credit of your highness? How can this be considered stealing? Yunshu leaned down on the horse's back and interrupted him with a smile. This is clearly my initiative. It's for you, you must grasp it. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to say anything more, and pulled the reins to bypass Tang Yuanlin. I'm going back to the palace first, Grandpa, you should go back home earlier. Looking at Yunshu's back, Tang Yuanlin could only swallow what he wanted to say, and sighed helplessly. How can such a credit be given up just by saying so? The realm of Her Royal Highness is really beyond the reach of ordinary people like me. Yi Qing'an, who was watching the whole process, couldn't help but sigh. The wonderful innovation that I have been thinking about for a long time, and has never had, Her Royal Highness can do it easily, and she doesn't care. It is a blessing for the whole world that Tiansheng dynasty can have a person like the princess come out of nowhere. Maybe she is young and her mind is pure, so she is more spiritual. Tang Yuanlin brushed his short beard proudly, turned around and looked at Yi Qing'an. It's getting late, you should go back as well. Master Tang, you should go back first. Yi Qing'an hurriedly bowed. I have to stay here and wait for the newly made paper in the room to dry, so I won't go back tonight. Tang Yuanlin, ? Never mind, young people like to toss around, let them toss around. If one day young people don't toss around, that will be a real headache. At around 4 o'clock in the morning of the second day, Yunshu had already dozed off in the upper study room. Yunshu was probably too excited to watch people playing polo in Nanyuan yesterday, so he hasn't come yet. Lu Ziming sat lonely in his seat drawing a big turtle, and only Cini was alone, obediently previewing what Master Yi was going to say today. But if you move your eyes further down, you can see that there is no chair to support Cini's upright sitting posture. She is squatting with trembling legs. In order to ensure that her posture is standard enough, she even puts a small wooden bowl on one knee. Pop! The small wooden bowl fell down and rolled right to Yunshu's feet. Yunshu reached out his hand in a daze and stroked Cini's little head. If you can't squat anymore, just take a break. Take your time and don't rush. Princess. Cini tugged at Yunshu's sleeve. Master Yi is here. Class is about to start so soon. Opening his eyes reluctantly, he caught a glimpse of a figure in green clothes standing beside him. Yunshu looked up and met Yi Qing'an's excited eyes. Yunshu, did it work? It's done. Yi Qing'an nodded vigorously. His tone was excited, and his usual gentle and calm appearance was completely gone. I have tried one, and there is no problem. That's good. Yunshu nodded calmly. Since Master Yi has tried it, I don't need to try again. Master Yi, remember to keep it a secret for me for a while. Your humble servant obeys. Secret? What secret? Yuan Chuan, who had just entered the study room, happened to hear this sentence before his other foot stepped over the threshold. He looked at Yi Qingyan, then at Yun Shu, his face full of dissatisfaction with being isolated. Why are you still keeping secrets from me? The birthday gift prepared for my father should not be known to everyone before the Wanshou festival. Facing Yun Chuan's accusation, Yun Shu supported his chin with one hand, unmoved. Didn't you tell me the gift you prepared for my father? Yun Chuan, shocked. What does it mean? From what Fifth Sister said, how come she seemed to know that he secretly prepared a birthday gift for father? Could it be? Lu Ziming, you traitor. Didn't I tell you that this is a secret, and you are not allowed to tell anyone, especially Fifth Sister? I didn't. The blame fell from the sky, and Lu Ziming felt very wronged. I didn't say anything. You still want to lie to me? Yun Chuan was furious. You are the only one who knows this matter. If you didn't tell me, how could Fifth Sister know it? I didn't know it at first. Yuan Shu interrupted faintly. But now I know that the gift you prepared for father is also a secret, and it is a secret that I must not know. She deliberately emphasized the word especially. Yun Chuan's face froze with anger, and then recalled what Yun Shu had said before, and realized that it seemed that he really misunderstood, and then he was not careful and blew himself up. Chapter 64. I just feel that the gift I prepared is really a bit inferior to your gift that almost turned the whole Fengyang Palace upside down, Fifth Sister? Yun Chuan said guiltily. That's why I don't want to tell you. That's it. Yun Shu nodded thoughtfully. But what is being made in Fengyang Palace now is not the birthday gift I want to give to my father. It's just that when I was designing the decoration of the restaurant, I accidentally thought of something that can be decorated in Fengyang Palace. As for what I really prepared for my father, it's actually just a little thing that is not worth anything, but it took a little thought. Sixth brother, don't belittle yourself. A little thing that is not worth anything, but it took a little thought. Fifth Sister said this deliberately. Is she pointing at him? Does she still know the gift he prepared? Is he going to lose to Fifth Sister again this time? In the study room, Yuan Chuan was depressed. In Xianzheng Hall, Emperor Xuanwu was in a very happy mood. Yesterday, Long Yingwei had reported that Yun Shu had successfully put shoes on the horse. He also knew that Tang Yuanlin would report the matter today. The Tianshun army had tens of thousands of retired war horses before, plus the 10,000 pure-blood retired war horses that Beixiang was about to send. Tianshun would have 50,000 more cavalry. How could he not be happy? Because of this happiness, Emperor Xuanwu treated those ministers, who were born in aristocratic families, and always made him unhappy with a little more warmth than usual. That obviously abnormal performance also made many ministers in the court murmur in their hearts. The interests of the aristocratic families and the interests of the emperor are actually in conflict to a certain extent. The emperor is so happy today. Could it be that some noble family is going to be in trouble? But I didn't hear any rumors before. Do you have anything else to say? Sitting high on the dragon throne, Emperor Xuanwu had a smile on his lips, and his eyes slowly fell on Tang Yuanlin. As expected, Tang Yuanlin quickly stood up with a tablet in his hand. Your Majesty, I have a memorial. The smile on Emperor Xuanwu's lips became more obvious. Please speak, my dear Tang. Your Majesty, please look at something first. Tang Yuanlin took out a horseshoe from his sleeve and held it in his palms. Li Dihai hurried forward to take it, and then presented it to the emperor. Is this the bit iron you want me to see? Emperor Xuanwu picked up the horseshoe and looked at it with curiosity and surprise. Although he had learned the general shape of the horseshoe from the Dragon Shadow Guard yesterday, he still felt it was magical after seeing it with his own eyes today. Such a small thing could play such a crucial role. Emperor Xuanwu's heart was surging, but he had to pretend to be puzzled. Is there anything special about this piece of iron? Your Majesty, there should be 4 of these things in a set, called horseshoes, made by Her Royal Highness the 5th Princess. Tang Yuanlin said calmly. Her Royal Highness the 5th Princess heard that many war horses in the army had to retire early every year due to worn hoofs, and she felt very sorry. So she devoted herself to research and finally made this pair of horseshoes. As long as it is nailed to the horse's hoof and replaced regularly, it can prevent the wear of the horse's hoof, and even allow some retired war horses to return to the battlefield. What? As soon as Tang Yuanlin finished speaking, the emperor and the civil officials had no reaction, but the military generals could not hold back. Are you serious, Lord Tang? Just a small piece of iron can make retired war horses return to the battlefield? That's right. Tang Yuanlin faced the emperor and bowed again. I dare not bring unconfirmed things to your Majesty casually. After returning yesterday, I specially asked someone to find 2 retired war horses and put horseshoes on them. Now the 2 horses are at the gate of the palace. Your Majesty will know whether they are real or fake. Good. The joyful mood was finally able to pour out without any concealment until this moment. Emperor Xuanwu clapped his hands and laughed. Come here, bring the 2 horses to the front of the palace. Yes. The eunuchs waiting outside the palace hurriedly rushed towards the palace gate. Inside the palace, the eager generals stood on tiptoe impatiently to see what the horseshoe on Emperor Xuanwu's desk looked like. Some brave generals, like General Wei Yuan, directly asked Emperor Xuanwu for it. Your Majesty, can you lend me the horseshoe? Take it. The horseshoe is of great use, but it is indeed just a small, inconspicuous and worthless thing. Emperor Xuanwu generously threw the horseshoe to General Wei Yuan. General Wei Yuan, who got what he wanted, held the little thing in his hands with great care and looked at it over and over again for a long time. His eyes were more affectionate than when he looked at his own daughter-in-law. Good stuff. It really is good stuff. Your Majesty, after this thing is made, the first batch must be given to our Northern Frontier Army. Why should we give it to you, the Northern Frontier Army, first? Other generals were immediately unhappy when they heard this. Our Southern Frontier Army also needs it. That's right, our Western Sea Guards are waiting too. And we? Come on, why are you so anxious? What is Beixiang's hidden intention in exchanging 10,000 retired war horses for 1,000 active war horses this time? I don't believe you don't know. In order to grab the first batch of horseshoes, General Wei Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Directly put the reality in front of everyone. If Beixiang is really not honest, the Northern Frontier Army will be of great use. Enough. What are you arguing about? It's not difficult to fight this thing. I can't do without you. Emperor Xuanwu knocked on the table, signaling this group of rough guys to be quiet. You might as well help me think about it. How should I reward the 5th princess for her great contribution? This? General Wei Yuan hesitated when he heard this. After all, he is the eldest prince's man. Although the 5th princess is a princess, according to the current situation of Tiansheng, it should be impossible for another empress to appear. But what if the 5th princess' presence has not been low at all recently? What if His Majesty has a whim one day and really puts the 5th princess on the list of successors? Wouldn't his help today be a stab in the back of the eldest prince? General Wei Yuan was entangled and fell into silence. But the old manson, the Marquis of Wuhan, had no such concerns. Not to mention that the 5th princess should have been rewarded for making such a divine object as the horseshoe. His precious granddaughter Cini was still thinking about becoming a female general, so he had to help the 5th princess. After all, only when the 5th princess was established, her companion, would have the hope of realizing her almost impossible dream. Chapter 65. Your Majesty, I think that horseshoes can greatly increase the number of cavalry in the Tiansheng dynasty in a very short time. At this critical juncture, the 5th princess's move is an unprecedented achievement. She can be granted a title and a fiefdom as a reward. The title and fiefdom of the princess of the Tiansheng dynasty are just like the title of the prince. Not only will her status be raised to a higher level, but most importantly, she can also enjoy the tax revenue of the fiefdom. When Wen Ho made this proposal, the reaction of the neutral faction in the court may not be very big, but the prince's party, especially those of the eldest prince, suddenly became uneasy. General Wei Yuan even directly stood up and objected. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes. His face was full of joy and anger. Why not? Your Majesty, the Beixiang envoys have not yet arrived in the capital, and the 10,000 retired war horses have not been delivered either. If the 5th princess is rewarded at this time, the news will spread, and I am worried that other changes will arise and add to the trouble. Although General Wei Yuan is a military general, he has been immersed in the court for many years. He knows that the current people hate forming cliques and seeking personal gain the most, and he knows that the eldest prince is now disliked by His Majesty. If he rashly proposes that the eldest prince and others have not yet been crowned as kings, but the 5th princess has taken the lead, it will make the previous princes lose face. Such a rebuttal reason is not only useless, but will also make Emperor Xuanwu dislike the eldest prince even more. So he chose this excuse that can only postpone the matter temporarily as a second choice. Anyway, the Wanshou Festival and New Year's Eve are coming soon. Although the eldest prince was punished to go to Longhua Temple to pray for blessings, he could be pardoned and return for a period of time during such a special festival. As long as the eldest prince can seize this opportunity and eliminate the emperor's disgust for him during this period, everything will turn around. Thinking of this, General Wei Yuan's attitude became more upright, as if he really had no selfish motives when he said these words. The Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment. Although he knew the position of General Wei Yuan, he had to admit that the reasons he brought up did make some sense. He nodded slightly. In this case, let's wait for a few days and reward them together. Your Majesty is wise. General Wei Yuan achieved his goal and returned to his original position respectfully. Marquis Wuan and Tang Yuanlin on the side did not say anything more. After all, the emperor only said to postpone it, and the fifth princess's achievements were here, and they couldn't be erased. At most, they would find an opportunity to bring up the old matter again after a few days. Neither side had any objections. It happened that at this time, the eunuchs were waiting outside the palace with horseshoes from outside the palace. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand and led the court officials out of Xianzhen Hall. As the only person present who saw how horseshoes were nailed on horseshoes, Tang Yuanlin quickly stepped forward and skillfully directed the eunuchs next to him to turn the horseshoes over and show them to everyone. Your Majesty, please look, because these two horses are war horses that retired early due to severe wear and tear of their hooves, deformation and cracking, so before nailing horseshoes, you need to have people trim the horseshoes and then nail them on. Let me see, let me see. General Wei Yuan was originally in the front, but he didn't know if it was a coincidence. But when Tang Yuanlin brought the horse over to show people the horse's hooves, the horse happened to be lying in front of him. Now, he couldn't see the hind hooves even if he stretched his neck. He was so anxious that he quickly changed his position and kept asking the people around him, did it go directly into the flesh? It is nailed on the horseshoe. Tang Yuanlin replied lightly, and the princess also specifically mentioned that it should be nailed diagonally to prevent accidental falling off. Your Majesty, please look. These horseshoes were nailed on strictly according to what the princess said. They are very firm, and will not hurt the horseshoe. Let me try. General Wei Yuan finally squeezed to the front row. He listened to Tang Yuanlin's introduction, and couldn't help but pull it twice. The force was not small, but the horseshoe did not move at all. It's really a good thing. After verifying this with his own hands, General Wei Yuan became more and more excited. He couldn't let go of the horse hoof, and kept touching it. After a long while, he finally couldn't help but speak to Emperor Xuanwu. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to let me see the fifth princess. Aren't the horseshoes here? Why do you want to see her? Emperor Xuanwu also holds grudges. Although General Wei Yuan was not targeting Xiaowu just now, he was Xiaowu's father, so he still remembered this grudge for Xiaowu. If Xiaowu knew that she could have been awarded the title today, but she didn't because of your obstruction, do you think she would want to see you? Your Majesty, I am also thinking about the overall situation. It was a well-known situation, but General Wei Yuan had to say something that no one believed to whitewash the situation. He was really embarrassed. But there was no way. Regardless of which camp he was in, he was still a general. The fifth princess, who could make horseshoes, was too attracted to him. For this, he even learned the art of making empty promises without any guidance. Your Majesty, think about it. The fifth princess just accidentally learned that the wear of horseshoes would cause the war horses to retire early, and she was able to make something as good as horseshoes right away. If I can tell your highness more about the military, will your highness make more magical things like horseshoes? This, Emperor Xuanwu was moved. But he didn't show it at all, and still looked very embarrassed. But Xiaowu is still a child after all. She has made such a great contribution this time, but she got nothing. She has to be bothered by you, an outsider. Even I feel particularly embarrassed. General Wei Yuan, So your Majesty is asking him for benefits for the fifth princess? His. Grand Prince, I have suffered a great loss for you this time. He tightened his cheeks with a toothache. General Wei Yuan, who was very stingy on weekdays, in order to meet the fifth princess as soon as possible, he had to be generous and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I have a few treasures that the little girl likes at home, which should make the princess smile. That would be the best. The Emperor Xuanwu patted General Wei Yuan's shoulder with satisfaction after hearing this, not giving him any chance to fool around. Little Five will have an hour's rest during lunch. You can just go back to the mansion before then and bring those things over. Yes, thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. Chapter 66. Returning to General Wei Yuan's mansion with a gloomy look, General Wei Yuan, who was already heartbroken because of the loss of many treasures, also called his wife, who was of a strong temper, to come when he asked people to go to the warehouse to get things. After a lot of chaos, he finally managed to convince his wife that he had no debts and no mistresses, and that he only wanted to present these treasures to the fifth princess to appease the resentment between Emperor Xuanwu and Her Royal Highness. General Wei Yuan returned to the palace, but found that the study was late. To be precise, it was the fifth princess, who was late because Master Yi wanted to see her. General Wei Yuan, He just stood in the camp of the eldest prince, and delayed the time for the fifth princess to be crowned. He didn't commit any crime that would wrath upon heaven and man. Is it that serious? He sat outside the study room in a cowardly manner and waited for 2 incense sticks of time. Finally, Yunshu came out. At this moment, General Wei Yuan was so excited that he even forgot that he was still sitting on the steps behind the pillar. He turned around and pounced. "Wait a minute, Your Highness." "Who?" Yunshu had just come out of the study room and was defenseless. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly saw a half-man-high black shadow suddenly appear, and she subconsciously kicked someone. "What's wrong with His Highness?" "Your Highness!" Hearing Yunshu's exclamation, Yi Qing'an, who was still in the room, and Ting Xue, who was waiting for her to come out for dinner, immediately ran over, and then saw a tall and burly bearded man lying on his back on the ground, his eyes dull, and his face covered with nosebleed. As for Yunshu, he squatted beside him with a guilty look on his face, and carefully stretched out his finger, and poked the man twice. "Are you okay, General Wei Yuan?" Yi Qing'an recognized the identity of the bearded man, and was shocked. "What happened?" "I don't know either." Yunshu was about to say that she didn't know much, but she stopped talking halfway. "You said he was General Wei Yuan?" "General Wei Yuan, Lu Jingquan." Yi Qing'an nodded. "Any questions?" Yunshu, "No." "General Wei Yuan, isn't this the big prince's party that was killed by the prince in the original book?" Speaking of which, she had taken so much trouble to dig holes in the autumn hunt before, and she saved more than just the prince. More importantly, it was General Wei Yuan, who caused a series of unfavorable events to Tianshan after he was killed. But it is impossible for General Wei Yuan himself to know about this. How could he suddenly appear in this place? And he seemed to have called her just now. "General Lu." Yunshu reached out and poked him twice. "Do you need me to call a doctor for you?" "No need to bother." Lu Jingquan wiped the blood from his nose sadly. This was all retribution. He slowly got up, picked up the bag of treasures he had put aside before, and handed it to Yunshu. Lu Jingquan tore off his sleeves and stuffed his nose with it, and said in a muffled voice, "These are my apology and thank you gifts to the princess." "Apology and thank you gifts?" Yunshu unwrapped the package, and was dazzled by the 2 huge gems on the golden hairpin at first sight, and then she felt uneasy. How much did this person have to do to her to be able to give such a valuable apology? Lu Jingquan continued in a muffled voice. "I heard that the princess knew that many war horses in the army had to retire early every year due to worn hoofs, and she felt very sad. So she spent a lot of effort and concentrated on research, and finally made a magical item like horseshoes. As a military commander, I am extremely grateful to Your Highness." Yunshu? Didn't she say yesterday that she would give this credit to her grandfather? It's fine if her grandfather doesn't want it, but why is he bragging for her? When did she feel so sad and spend so much effort? Studying it carefully? She didn't dare to answer that. Holding the small package, Yunshu silently stretched forward. Feeling guilty after being praised, Yunshu felt that the thing was a little hot. When she wanted to return it, she heard Lu Jingquan continue, "Your Majesty originally planned to divide the fiefdom for Your Highness today, with thousands of households. But I thought that there were still 10,000 retired war horses in Beixiang that I hadn't got, so I stopped him." Yunshu, Oh, it turned out that she was using these things to make up for her financial loss. No wonder. The hand that was stretched out a little was decisively retracted. Lu Jingquan, who did not notice her little movements, continued to speak. "Although I have temporarily stopped this matter, I also know that with your ability, you will be awarded sooner or later. Because your ability is indeed obvious to all. I came here today, in addition to thanking and apologizing, I actually hope that Your Highness can learn more about military affairs, and create more magical objects, like horseshoes, that can solve the military's urgent needs. General Lu overestimates me." Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, it turned out to be another person who wanted to work for her. Yunshu refused without thinking. "I was just lucky to make horseshoes by accident. I can't help with anything else." "Your Highness, you haven't even heard me talk yet. How do you know I can't help?" In order to meet Yunshu to talk about this, Lu Jingquan gave away treasures and got kicked. He definitely didn't want to let it go after all the effort. Seeing Yunshu lift his legs to walk towards the dining hall, he hurriedly followed her and talked about the current situation in the army. "Your Highness, you may not know that you haven't been to the military camp. Not only horses are easily injured, but weapons are also easily injured, and people are more easily injured. In addition, various weather issues are also a big problem. Spring and autumn are fine, but in summer, once someone is injured, the wound will easily fester. As for winter, it is even more difficult. The soldiers are not flexible if they wear too much, and they are shivering if they wear too little. By the way, There is also Yuan Shu. There are so many problems in the army. Is it reasonable for him to rely on her? A 13-year-old little princess? Isn't she from the eldest prince's camp? Go find the eldest prince. Eating lunch expressionlessly, she listened to General Wei Yuan reciting scriptures with a strange look. For the first time in her life, Yuan Shu hoped that the break time would end early. She just wanted to sit in the study and listen to Master Ye's lecture. Your Highness, have you remembered everything I said? Yuan Shu, Lu Jingquan insisted. Your Highness? Yuan Shu, So stop reading. The devil's voice was ringing in her ears, and she almost had the echo of Lu Jingquan in her mind. Chapter 67. Although General Lu's speech was sincere and heartfelt for more than half an hour, Yuan Shu's mood of not wanting to add to her working life was also true. Fortunately, she had almost finished drawing the design drawings of the mechanism in the backyard of the restaurant, and the construction of the same facilities in Fengyang Palace as the restaurant was also completed. I can start to collect money comfortably. Yuan Shu's enthusiasm instantly reached its peak. On the afternoon, when the last floor tile of Fengyang Palace was closed, she just got out of school from the upper study and immediately turned to the imperial study. Father, father, father! Picking up money? So happy. Emperor Xuanwu, who obviously knew what his daughter liked most, raised his eyes as usual. Tell me, what's the matter? Father. Yuan Shu took 2 steps forward, showing an extremely well-behaved expression. Are you cold? What do you think? Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed. It is now the 2nd day of the 12th lunar month, and there is less than a month left until New Year's Eve. The first snow had already fallen 2 days ago, and the branches outside were still hanging with crystal-clear icicles. The palace servants who came and went wanted to hide their heads in their collars when they walked, but the imperial study where Emperor Xuanwu was much better than other places. Not only were there many charcoal basins, but outside the wall behind him, there was a separate fire wall separated by stone slabs. There was a young eunuch who was responsible for the fire wall, watching it all the time, and kept that wall hot, so Emperor Xuanwu sat in front of the table without moving, and didn't feel very cold. However, the farther away from the wall, the lower the temperature, and the disadvantages are still obvious. Yuan Shu secretly moved closer to the wall. Father, do you remember the surprise that I told you when you went to Fengyang Palace a few days ago? It's built. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, and then he remembered that the 10-day deadline had indeed arrived. Do you want me to go to your place again to take a look? Good things must be seen by your father first. Nice words don't cost money anyway. Yuan Shu looked at him with admiration. Father, go and take a look. You are so old and still acting like a spoiled child. Emperor Xuanwu made a disdainful sound, and honestly asked Lady Hai to come, and he couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth that were curled up. Yuan Shu followed him happily. Even when she walked to the door of the imperial study and opened the door, she was blown into a quail by the cold wind. Her crescent eyes, which were curved because of her impending wealth, were still smiling. Emperor Xuanwu, Look at her silly look. Is she so happy that he went to her palace? A warm fatherly heart slowly rose in the cold wind. Emperor Xuanwu, who sat in the dragon chariot, lifted the curtain and looked at Yuan Shu, who was wrapped in a thick cloak and looked like a ball of hair. He raised his voice and said, Why don't you come up? Thank you, father. Who would want to walk in the ice and snow for half an hour when they can sit back in the warm dragon chariot? Yuan Shu didn't say a word of refusal, for fear that if he was a step slower, his cheap father would regret it again. She used her hands and feet to get into the dragon chariot, but she didn't sit down next to Emperor Xuanwu without any ceremony. Instead, she sat down next to the bronze tripod filled with silver frost charcoal, crossed her legs and looked up to talk to Emperor Xuanwu. By the way, father, I have roughly calculated the investment amount required for the hotel building. It's a little too much. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her, smiling. How much is a little more? Just. Yuan Shu's eyes wandered for a moment, and she was a little bit weak when she spoke. Hundreds of thousands of taels. Hundreds of thousands? She really dared to speak. Emperor Xuanwu thought that this number was too outrageous, but at the same time, he felt that it was reasonable to invest hundreds of thousands of taels of silver at the beginning to make his private treasury exceed the national treasury in 2 years. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly thought of another question. But I remember that you should only have a little over 100,000 taels in your hand, right? The little bit of money was his reward, and the little bit earned by the capital weekly. The remaining 100,000 taels was what she got from the fool Lao Lu when she wanted to run the capital weekly. Emperor Xuanwu looked down at Yuan Shu with interest. I still remember that you said before that the future profits of the restaurant will be divided according to the proportion of my investment and yours. Then according to your calculation, The bulk of this restaurant will belong to me, right? I don't mind letting my father take more, but... Yunshu sighed helplessly, expecting Emperor Xuanwu to ask this question. But I am worried that if the ministers in the court know about it, the impeachment memorials will probably pile up again. Besides, I promised you before that this restaurant will definitely be opened in my name. Emperor Xuanwu? ? He almost laughed out of anger. You don't mean to let me pay more money but only get a smaller share? How is that possible? Yunshu seemed quite aggrieved after hearing this. Am I such an unreasonable person? Then tell me, what are you going to do? Emperor Xuanwu was not fooled by her little expression this time, and nodded calmly. Do you have money? If you want to have it. It's not impossible. Yunshu secretly glanced at Emperor Xuanwu, and slowly stretched out a little tail to test. Father, if a bunch of people suddenly come to ask for help from me in a few days, can I charge them? A bunch of people ask her for help? Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously remembered the Wei Yuanda, who came to Yunshu with treasures a few days ago. General Lu Jingquan nodded without hesitation. Why not? I am still your father. If I want to open a restaurant with you, I have to pay for it. Father is right. Yunshu smiled shyly. But they are not my biological mothers after all. I am worried that if I speak rashly, the ladies will be unhappy. Emperor Xuanwu? ? So this kid went around in circles, and finally set his sights on the concubines in his harem? Emperor Xuanwu glared at him, and Yunshu played dumb innocently. Emperor Xuanwu, shock! The king never jokes. After all, it was just what he said, so Emperor Xuanwu couldn't change his words immediately, and slap himself in the face. He snorted coldly, but quickly reacted. My concubines would not come to you for no reason. It must be related to the surprise you begged me to see with my own eyes today, right? Father, you are wise. Yunshu flattered the dragon. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you, father. Chapter 68. Heh! Emperor Xuanwu sneered, and didn't want to pay any attention to her. He didn't understand. Who did this brat take his shamelessness from? Emperor Xuanwu couldn't remember what kind of woman her mother, concubine Lan, was, but even if she was only 1/10 as shameless as this brat, he would have been very impressed. If she didn't take concubine Lan, then she couldn't take him, right? Emperor Xuanwu thought shamelessly. The bright yellow dragon chariot passed through most of the harem, and finally stopped steadily outside Fengyang Palace. Emperor Xuanwu was the first to get off the dragon chariot, and strode towards the main hall of Fengyang Palace. He wanted to see what this shameless little brat had done. He even dared to brazenly conclude that all the concubines in his harem would come to her for help. He walked directly through the eunuchs and palace maids, who were kneeling on the ground. As soon as Emperor Xuanwu reached the gate of Fengyang Palace, he felt a warm wave of heat coming towards him before he even entered. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and he took a few more steps inside. Sure enough, it was even warmer. Unlike the gradual change in temperature in his imperial study, the warmth in Fengyang Palace was like stepping directly from the cold winter into the spring. Every corner was equally warm. The most important thing is that there is not even a pot of charcoal fire in this palace. Emperor Xuanwu quickly thought of the messy ground in Fengyang Palace when he came last time. Did she lay the fire wall underground? But that's not right. For such a large Fengyang Palace, it is impossible to cover the ground with charcoal fire and keep it burning all the time. No wonder she was so confident that she could make money from the concubines. Emperor Xuanwu was secretly amazed in his heart, but he still snorted. Is this the surprise you mentioned? My father, this is called ground dragon, or floor heating. Yunshu introduced actively. Isn't it getting colder and colder? I am also afraid of cold, but each palace only has a small amount of silver frost charcoal. If I use it sparingly, it will still be cold. If I don't use it sparingly, I can only use inferior charcoal later. But inferior charcoal is choking when burning, so I thought about making this thing. It doesn't need something as expensive as silver frost charcoal. Ordinary charcoal or dead branches picked up from anywhere, as long as it can burn, you can put it in. In addition to spending a little money at the beginning, it will not only be more effective in the future, but also save a lot of money. Yeah. Emperor Xuanwu nodded with dignity, and Yunshu even paused and waited for a while, but never waited for him to express any opinions. As expected, she is an old fox. Sighing silently in her heart, Yunshu could only speak reluctantly. Father, do you want to lay this on your dragon seaman palace and imperial study? Why? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her slowly. It's not enough to set your sights on my concubines. Now you want to make money from me. How can you think so? I can't make money from anyone else, but not from you. Yunshu quickly denied. Father, don't worry, The money for laying the floor tiles in the Dragon Seaman Palace and Imperial Study is my filial piety to you, and I will pay for it all. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu was really surprised. He turned his head curiously and looked Yunshu up and down. Aren't you short of money? Why are you so generous? Respecting your father is what I should do. After a skillful fart, Yunshu changed the subject and smiled at Emperor Xuanwu flatteringly. But you know, father, I have been introverted and low-key since I was young, and I don't seek fame. I have never been the kind of person who wants to make everyone know about the little things I have done. So you see, can you not let others know that I am filial to you? Reserved and low-key, I don't seek fame. After repeating these words, Emperor Xuanwu, who had already seen through Yunshu's thoughts, pulled the corner of his lip. Wouldn't it be better to announce to the public that I gave you money? I am timid. Having his little thought seen through, Yunshu simply didn't bother to. Covering up, she changed her route and started to play the victim. Father, you are in charge of the world's affairs, and you are busy with all kinds of things. You certainly can't keep an eye on the movements of the harem all the time. But I am just an ordinary, weak and helpless little princess. If I accidentally offend some queen, I am afraid that I will be worried all day and night, and I can't eat well or sleep well. Okay. Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched. He knew that she was acting, but he still broke the act in a second. He pulled out a purse from his waist that was given by an unknown queen and threw it to Yunshu. I gave money in the first place, so this is not a rumor. Yunshu, how much can this little ragbag be worth? The concubine gave it to the emperor, and she didn't even dare to sell it. It would be better to throw her a copper coin. At least it's really a penny. But if my cheap father insisted on this face, she would give it. Anyway, the purpose was achieved. Yunshu took the purse and stuffed it into his sleeve pocket with a smile, nodding his head quickly. Yes, my father did give money, and it's not a small amount. Emperor Xuanwu. It seems that his concubines will be cheated this time. But it's good this way. Almost all of the concubines in his palace are from aristocratic families, and their family background is very rich. In the harem, he still has a lot of silver in his hand. He doesn't know where to spend it specifically, but it must cost money to buy off the eunuch in this palace today and bribe the little maid next to him tomorrow. If you spend more money like this, there will naturally be more things in the harem. Let Xiaowu do it. How many people can be cheated depends on her ability. If she can cheat all those troublemakers, he will have to thank her. After figuring this out, Emperor Xuanwu completely let it go. So overnight, Princess Wu made something called Earth Dragon. It only needs the most ordinary black charcoal to make the whole palace warm as spring. Even after experiencing it, Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but pay out of his own pocket and let Princess Wu lay Earth Dragon for him in the Dragon Seaman Palace and the Imperial Study. The news spread throughout the harem. Concubine Lu was the first one who couldn't help but let Yunshu ask Yunshu about this when he went to the study the next day. So the story of the Earth Dragon is true? How much does it cost to lay it in our Yahua Palace? Is 100,000 taels enough? Yunshu's shock. He really deserves to be her sixth brother. He started with 100,000 taels. She really wanted to nod, but she couldn't. Huh? Chapter 69. Although most of my father's concubines are very rich, few of them are as rich as concubine Lu. Not to mention spending 100,000 taels of silver to lay the ground dragon. This price is probably only concubine Lu can accept. If Yunshu wants to open up the business, he naturally can't really set the price like this. As for charging concubine Lu 100,000 taels, and less for the others, this is not the way to offend people. Resisting the crazy excitement of the offer of 100,000 taels, Yunshu shook her head. It doesn't need that much. Count how many rooms in Yahua Palace need to be laid with floor heating. Just calculate it at 5,000 taels of silver for one room. So cheap? Yunshu was stunned for a moment, and began to calculate with his fingers. The main hall must be laid, and the side halls must be laid, and then the mother's bedroom, my bedroom, study, and dining hall. Add the room and dining hall where I take classes in the study, and that's only 40,000 taels. He took out a stack of banknotes from his arms, scratched the back of his head, and tentatively said, "Can the left Prime Minister's mansion be laid?" Yes. Good guy. She really didn't let this kid eat and drink in vain these days. She originally wanted to take it step by step. First do the business in the harem almost, and then find a way to expand the market to the houses of the ministers in the court. I didn't expect that Yunshu would open all the doors of the harem and the court as soon as he arrived. Not only that, he even took the study room with him. Yunshu patted Yunshu's shoulder with relief. After you calculate how many rooms there are in the Prime Minister's mansion, just tell me directly. If you have 10 rooms, I will give you a discount. What do you mean by giving me a discount? Yuan Chuan was stunned and a little terrified. Could it be that his legs were broken? Could it be that the fifth sister was not willing to take this job because she thought he had too many rooms to cover? Don't get me wrong, it means a price reduction. Seeing Yuan Chuan's frightened look, Yuan Shu realized that there seemed to be no such word as discount in ancient times. He quickly changed his words and explained, if you can get 10 rooms together, I will only charge you for 9 rooms. 10 will be reduced by 1, 20 will be reduced by 2, and so on. Is that so? Yuan Chuan heaved a sigh of relief, and suddenly realized something, as if he had discovered something new. I think I have already reported 8 rooms, right? So if I pay for 1 more room, can I add 2 more rooms? Yes. Yuan Shu coaxed him with a smile. So you want to add more? Add more. Yuan Chuan slapped his thigh. You must add more. Who can refuse to add more? This kind of happiness that seems to be taking advantage of someone even though you pay for it yourself is undoubtedly very attractive to Yuan Chuan, who is experiencing it for the first time. He added 2 more rooms on the spot that he and his mother usually don't go to, and then happily counted out 45,000 taels of silver notes, and handed them to Yuan Shu. The money is right, right? Can we start adding more today? Tomorrow. Yuan Shu nodded calmly. The construction of the ground dragon is not particularly complicated. When she was laying the ground dragon for Fengyang Palace, she considered that she wanted to make money from it later, so a construction team was indispensable. So she gathered all the trustworthy people in Fengyang Palace, except for Ding Xue, who had to take care of her personally, and taught them carefully. Now they can be divided into several groups, and each team can be led to carry out the construction. According to the current situation, she can ensure that at least 7 construction teams will start working at the same time. Of course, this is only inside the palace. Outside the palace, the laying of the floor dragon at the restaurant should have been completed, and it is just right to arrange to take over the work of Zhuxiangfu and other places. Yuan Shu was thinking about the construction team in her mind. Yuan Chuan next to her said that he would go to her Fengyang Palace to experience the floor dragon in person after school today. She absent-mindedly agreed. As a result, when school was really over, the situation changed again. Your Highness the 5th Princess, the Queen wants to see you. Now? Yuan Shu paused. During the autumn hunt before, she did meet the Queen, who looked a little serious from a distance, but she had never been alone with her in private. Although she had thought that the Queen would definitely summon her after she found the Earth Dragon, Yuan Shu was still a little nervous when the moment came. You know, this person who was nominally called the Queen Mother, but had no blood relationship with her, was also a ruthless character in the original book. Emperor Xuanwu had many concubines in the harem, more than 30 of whom could be named, and he was very particular about treating everyone equally. Even if he favored 1 or 2, he would never forget the others. However, more than 20 years later, Emperor Xuanwu only had 5 princes and 1 princess. Could it be that the concubines' bellies were unlucky? Just think about it, and you will know that it is impossible. In addition to the intrigues between the concubines, in the original plot, the prince was crippled and deposed, and the ambitious queen had no hope, and was even crazier than the prince. The prince at least only targeted the eldest prince, who harmed him, but the queen wanted to directly and equally punish everyone. If she was not good, others would not be good either. So the eldest prince's biological mother, concubine Shu, was the first to suffer the bad luck. She died after being disfigured. At that time, the 4th prince's biological mother, concubine Liang, might have felt that the prince and the eldest prince were both useless, and the 3rd prince was a playboy who was not capable of taking on the responsibility. Her son had great hope, so she was a little arrogant, but she also offended the queen, and the queen found a way to send her to the end of falling into an icy lake in the winter and freezing to death. The 3rd prince's mother, Hui Bin, was smarter. She knew that she couldn't afford to offend the queen, and she couldn't afford to offend a crazy queen even more. She was very careful in the harem every day, but the queen still disliked her because the 3rd prince was still fine. After some manipulation, Hui Bin was sent to live with a green lamp and ancient Buddha. Even concubine Lu and Queen Yuan Chuan were not spared, but because Yuan Chuan was the male protagonist of the original book, he only suffered a little in. Became more cruel. Oh, by the way, there is also the original owner. The original 5th princess would also be sent to Beixiang for marriage at the age of 15, and then she died halfway. Yuan Shu, It's really hard for her not to be scared when she is about to meet such a ruthless person. Fortunately, the prince is still fine now, not lame or deposed, and the queen should not turn into a madman like in the book. Otherwise, she might not dare to go to Fengyang Palace alone today. Chapter 70. Thingy Palace is not too far from the upper study. Yunshu followed Sulian, the senior maid sent by the queen, and arrived outside Thingy Palace in just 20 minutes. One word difference, Thingy Palace looks more than 10 times more luxurious and solemn than Fengyang Palace. Yunshu tightened her fox fur cape and was about to go in, but an arm suddenly crossed in front of her. Fifth Prince, please wait outside the palace for a moment. Let me go in first to report. Yunshu, It was freezing and snowy, and she could go straight into the house to see her father. The lousy queen is really not a good bird. Standing outside Thingy Palace with a grudge, Yunshu lowered her eyes slightly. In order to prevent her emotions from leaking out, she began to empty her mind and counted silently in her heart. 1, 2, 3. 99. Is the queen sick? She counted to 100 at a very slow speed, but no one in the queen's palace came out to call her in. Yunshu's forced calmness was instantly broken. Okay, you're trying to show off your power, right? You're looking for trouble, right? This crazy bitch better not mess with her later, otherwise she let the queen see what it means to not mess with a delicate little girl. Gnawing her back teeth unhappily, she turned back and continued to count silently from the beginning, until she finished 2 rounds of 100 at a very slow speed, and finally an inconspicuous little palace maid came out of Thingy Palace. Fifth Prince. The queen invites you in. She followed the little palace maid and finally entered the queen's Thingy Palace. The exquisite sandalwood carved door closed behind her, isolating the wind and snow from the outside world, and also adding a bit of disturbing heaviness to the already depressing main hall. Yunshu calmly raised his eyes to look at the empress sitting in the main seat, dressed in a dignified manner, and then performed a standard and impeccable ceremony. Your son pays homage to the queen, and may the queen be blessed with good health. Get up. The unpleasant eyes looked Yunshu up and down, and the queen lowered her eyes indifferently, playing with the armor on her little finger, and said nonchalantly, I heard that you recently made an object called Earth Dragon, which caught the eye of your father, and even paid you to lay a set in his palace. To reply, mother, it is true. Yunshu folded his hands in front of him and responded honestly, as if he was completely unaware of the queen's unfriendly attitude. This is interesting. The queen sneered, saying it was interesting, but there was no smile in her eyes. As a child, it is natural to respect your parents, but you have turned it into a business. It seems that without the protection of a powerful mother family, even a princess may not have an easy life. What does this crazy woman want to say? Yunshu didn't say anything, but fortunately the queen didn't want her to respond at this time. She slowly stood up, walked in front of Yunshu, gently touched a drop of cold water on Yunshu's hairpin, and suddenly spoke in an ambiguous tone. I remember that you will be a virgin in a year or less, not 2 years, right? That's great. You're going to get married and become a big girl. She suddenly mentioned whether to get married or not. Is this crazy woman trying to do something with her marriage again? Yunshu's heart was alarmed, and she couldn't help but raise her head. With a naive and stubborn expression, she corrected him. Father promised me that he gave me the freedom to marry, so I can choose not to marry. As expected, without the guidance of your mother, you are just ignorant. You are 13 years old and still childish. How can a girl not marry? The queen chuckled, and the hand that touched the water droplet slowly moved down, and finally landed on Yunshu's cheek. The action seemed to be caressing, but in fact, it felt like a venomous snake sliding across, making people uncomfortable. Thinking carefully, it is actually because I, as a mother, have not done a good enough job. I have neglected you over the years. But it is not too late now. As long as you are willing, I can fulfill my responsibilities as a mother to you at any time. By then, you can have money, power, even a powerful family, and a prince brother who is willing to protect you at all times. It turned out that it was to make her the prince. After listening for a long time, Yunshu finally understood the purpose of the queen's coercion and inducement. It seemed that the fact that her father almost allocated her a fiefdom because of the horseshoe incident a few days ago still attracted the queen's attention. Even though the queen thought that she, a princess without a powerful maternal family, could pose little threat to the prince, the queen still cautiously decided to get rid of her hidden danger first. But perhaps because she was quite capable of printing horseshoes and earth dragons, and was still relatively favored by Emperor Xuanwu, the queen's current method was to win her over rather than attack her directly. Unfortunately, she was timid and always kept a distance from the cruel and ruthless crazy critics. As if she didn't understand the queen's almost explicit words, Yunshu raised his hand and scratched the cheek that the queen had just touched, his eyes looking a little confused. I don't think your mother has been negligent in anything. Your mother has done a good job. This time, when I made the ground dragon, didn't you summon me as soon as possible to support me? And the second prince, although I don't have much contact with him, he was also very nice to me during the autumn hunt. Are you trying to play dumb in front of me? Not being able to hear the answer she wanted, the queen's expression suddenly sank. She herself was a master of palace fighting, so she naturally didn't believe that a person who had been unknown for 13 years, and who could immediately gain the emperor's favor in the shortest time after appearing one day, would really be just a simple and almost stupid little princess. Stupid people can't stir up so many things. Glancing at Yunshu with a cold look, the queen raised her hand and waved casually, and her trusted maid Su Lian immediately came over with 50,000 taels of silver notes. This 50,000 taels should be enough to lay a ground dragon in Fengyi Palace. Originally, I took advantage of Yunshu's earth dragon business to summon him from the upper study. No matter what, the money still needs to be paid. Taking the banknotes and personally stuffing them into Yunshu's arms, the queen slowly adjusted her clothes, but her tone became more and more stern, and finally threatened. As for what I just said, you can go back and think about it carefully. But it's best not to think too long. After all, my patience is not very good. Chapter 71. Coming out of Fengyi Palace, Yunshu covered her lips and coughed. Tingxue, who was waiting outside, saw this and hurried forward to help her gather her cloak. If your highness feels cold, why don't you go to the nearby palace to rest for a while? I will go back and get you a thicker cloak. No need. Yunshu shook her head. Just go back. On the way back, Yunshu walked faster than when she came, but even so, when she returned to Fengyang Palace, it was still dark. It gets dark so early in this season. A sighing voice came from the side. Yunshu paused while untying her cloak, and turned to look at Yunshu in surprise. Why are you still here? Isn't it because you are so comfortable in the palace, fifth sister, that I accidentally stayed a little longer? After Yunshu was called away by the queen in the afternoon, Yunshu, who was eager to experience how comfortable the earth dragon could be, ran happily to Fengyang Palace with his people. It was icy and snowy all the way, but after entering the door, it seemed as if he had instantly arrived in another world, with warmth like spring just behind the door. The contrast was so sharp that Yunshu fell asleep on the soft couch in the side hall. The sky gets dark early in winter. When he woke up from a comfortable sleep and saw the dark and cold sky outside, he didn't want to step out of the door at all. He immediately moved closer to Yunshu and smiled flatteringly. Fifth sister, it's already dark. How about I stay here with you tonight? This kid wants to stay overnight? Yes. That's no problem. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms in her Fengyang Palace, and with him here, some words may be passed to the ears of the chief father more naturally. Such thoughts quickly passed through her mind. Yunshu did not show it on her face, just covered her lips and coughed twice. It's up to you. Don't forget to ask someone to go to Yahua Palace to tell concubine Lu. I let Xiao Anzi report this to my mother. I didn't expect that the overnight stay would be so easy to do. Yunshu was happy, but he didn't forget to care about Yunshu. But fifth sister, why are you coughing again? You were fine in the study today. Maybe when I went to see my mother just now, I stood outside Fengyi Palace for a little longer. Yunshu pressed one side of his temple, looking tired. I have a headache, so I won't eat dinner today. Ask someone to cook whatever you want in the small kitchen. Well, I go to sleep first. You're not going to eat? Don't you need to call the imperial physician? Yunshu whispered behind her. The queen mother is really scary. Fortunately, I didn't go with her today. With his back to Yunshu, Yunshu couldn't help but secretly curl his lips, but didn't comment on his next sentence. He just responded softly. No need, I just rest for a night. Oh, then I won't disturb fifth sister's rest. All that should be said was said. Yunshu watched Yunshu's back disappear in the front hall, turned around and ordered dishes excitedly. For dinner today, this prince wants fried chicken legs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, fried spare ribs, and... After ordering all the fresh dishes he had eaten at Yunshu's place before, Yunshu was still not satisfied, and finally added, if there are any other new dishes, give them all to this prince. Usually when the fifth sister was here, she always said that two people couldn't finish so many dishes, and he was not allowed to waste them here. Today was a rare opportunity, so he had to eat as much as he could. Hee. It's a pity that his fifth sister couldn't eat all these delicious foods today. Yunshu, who was still secretly boasting in his heart, didn't know that Yunshu, who was lying drowsily on the bed in his imagination, was very uncomfortable at the moment, with no appetite. At this moment, she actually let her consciousness enter the villa happily. With a cup of iced cola in her left hand, and a Big Mac with full stuffing in her right hand, she lay on a lazy sofa as soft as a cloud, and crossed her legs comfortably in front of the super large movie projection screen. It was a rare opportunity to skip class openly. How long had she not stayed up all night? After playing in the villa until more than 3 o'clock in the morning, Yuan-Shu, who finally felt a little sleepy, laid down comfortably in her luxurious bedroom with a starry sky roof. At the same time, Tingxue, who came to wake her up as usual, also walked into the fifth princess' bedroom quietly. "Your Highness, it's time to get up, Your Highness. If you don't get up, you will be late for the study." "Your Highness?" After calling Yuan-Shu several times, Yuan-Shu on the bed did not move at all. Tingxue helplessly stretched out her hand and gently pushed him twice through the quilt. "Your Highness, it's time to get up." Yuan-Shu still did not move. Tingxue finally realized that something was wrong at this time. Her face changed slightly. She quickly reached out to feel the temperature on Yuan-Shu's forehead. It was not hot. On the contrary, Yuan-Shu's body temperature was obviously much cooler than normal. "Someone! Call the imperial physician." Tingshua's slightly panicked voice made the Fengyang Palace, which was originally quiet, brightly lit in an instant. Even Yuan-Shu Huan, who had just gotten up, heard the noise. He kicked away the boots that Xiao Anzi was about to put on him with some displeasure. "What's wrong with the servants here, fifth sister? They are so noisy so early in the morning. It seems that the fifth princess is sick." After all, Xiao Anzi had just come in from outside and had heard a little bit of the news. "The doctor has just been summoned, but he hasn't arrived yet." "Is she really sick?" Yuan-Shu Huan was stunned for a moment. "Didn't they say that she would be fine after a good sleep?" "I don't know about that." He picked up the boots and gave them to Yuan-Shu Huan again. Chu Huan dressed up, helped him wash up, and had a simple breakfast. Then Xiao Anzi picked up the bookcase. "Your Highness, Fengyang Palace is a little far from the upper study. We should go out." "Go out? What do you mean?" Yuan-Shu Huan shook his sleeves and said righteously, "The fifth sister is too sick to go to class. How can this prince have the heart to go to class alone? You go to the upper study and tell Master Yi that the fifth princess is sick. This prince is worried and wants to take care of her personally. I won't go to the upper study these days." Xiao Anzi, I am worried and want to take care of her personally. Do you believe this? Why are you standing there? Go quickly." As if he saw Xiao Anzi's true thoughts from his silence, Yuan-Shu Huan was angry and kicked Xiao Anzi on the butt. "Are you asking for a punishment? I go right away." Xiao Anzi put down the bookcase and ran away. Chapter 72. When Yuan-Shu Huan went to Yuan-Shu's bedroom, the imperial physician had already arrived. The old imperial physician felt Yuan-Shu's strange pulse, and was so worried that he pulled out 2 hairs of his beard. He had been a doctor for many years, and had never seen such a situation before. "You said she had caught a cold, but her pulse was actually quite healthy. But you said she was fine, right?" She was indeed unconscious, and her temperature was obviously low. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out anything. As a last resort, the old doctor could only ask Tingxue again, "Are you sure that the princess didn't feel any discomfort when she was in the study yesterday? Was it that she caught a cold later, so she had a cough and headache?" "That's right." Tingxue nodded with great certainty, looking anxious. "The princess coughed after coming out of Fengyang Palace yesterday, and said she had a headache after coming back, couldn't eat dinner, and had to rest early. I didn't think much about it at the time, until this morning when I came to wake the princess up, but found that she couldn't wake up no matter how I called her." "Can't wake her up?" Yuan-Shu Huan was also shocked. He originally thought that the so-called illness of the fifth sister was nothing more than a cold, coughing and headache, etc. Why did it sound so serious? He couldn't help but get close to Yuan-Shu's bed and stretched out his hand to push twice. "Fifth sister?" There was really no response. Yuan-Shu Huan looked horrified. Could it be that the Queen Mother poisoned the fifth sister? "Sixth Prince, be careful what you say." The old doctor was shocked and quickly explained. "I checked the pulse of the fifth princess and found no signs of poisoning." "Then why is the fifth sister unconscious?" The old doctor was also silent. Could it be that he was not good at medicine and failed to detect that the princess was poisoned? No, this must not be the case. The queen poisoned the princess. How could he interfere? The cold sweat on his forehead oozed out, and the old doctor stretched out his hand and pressed on Yuan-Shu's wrist again. After a while, he stood up tremblingly and bowed. "Sixth Prince, I think the reason why the fifth prince is unconscious is probably because of overwork. Plus, he happened to be infected with a cold, and his body is weak. Maybe he can wake up after sleeping for a few more hours." "You mean we can only wait for the fifth sister to wake up?" Yuan-Shu Huan frowned, obviously very dissatisfied with the doctor's words. "Then what's the use of you? Old, I can prescribe a prescription for the fifth prince to recuperate, and the princess can drink it after she wakes up." The cold sweat on the old doctor's forehead became more. Although Yuan-Shu Huan still felt that the old man was useless, he knew nothing about medicine, so he could only wave his hand impatiently. Why don't you start the medicine? Yes. The old doctor heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and quickly turned around to write down the prescription and handed it to the palace maid beside him. A group of people were worried about Yunshu, but Yunshu herself slept very comfortably. Because every time she let her consciousness into the villa, her body would lose consciousness and enter a sleeping state, and her behavior in the villa would also have a certain impact on her body. For example, when she was sweating profusely while exercising in the villa, her body outside might also get hot and sweaty. For example, when she fell asleep in the villa, her body outside would enter a deeper state of sleep, and even her breathing speed and body temperature would drop a little. Before, in order not to scare Tingxue and the others, she had not enjoyed the soft and comfortable big bed in the villa for a long time. This opportunity was rare, and Yunshu slept until noon. At that time, even Emperor Xuanwu had been alarmed. When Yunshu woke up in the villa, he could still hear Yunshuan complaining to the emperor. This sister was very uncomfortable when she came back yesterday. I was concerned about her, but fifth sister said that it might be because she stood outside Fengyi Palace for a while, and she would be fine after a rest. But now that I think about it, I feel something is wrong. It was obviously the Queen Mother who asked the maids around her to invite fifth sister over, so why did fifth sister have to stand outside Fengyi Palace after she arrived? Could it be that fifth sister was invited by the Queen Mother? Punished? Standing outside in such a cold weather, it is possible that she is overworked and caught a cold. But father, the fifth sister has been sleeping for so long. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Father, is the fifth sister really poisoned? Yunshu, ha ha ha. It was indeed the right decision for her to leave her behind yesterday. Good boy, make skewers for him later. But before that, she has to toss it again to make father more deeply aware of how fragile she can be when facing the queen. Otherwise, without the protection of Emperor Xuanwu, when the queen really decides to attack her, she may not be able to cope with it alone. Quickly climbed up from the bed in the villa and turned into the gym next door. From brisk walking to jogging, and then to sprinting, the value on the treadmill kept increasing. At the same time, in Fengyang Palace, the unconscious fifth princess on the bed finally had a fever. The princess seems to have a fever. Tingxue, who was trying to feed Yunshu medicine, watched the sweat on her princess' forehead. She just took out a handkerchief to wipe it, but was caught off guard by the temperature on Yunshu's cheek and burned her hand. She was so anxious that her eyes suddenly turned red. Imperial physician, please come and take a look. The imperial physician did not dare to delay, and hurried over to squeeze Tingxue away, and took Yunshu's pulse. Well, it's good, healthy and strong, as if she had just done intense exercise. Imperial physician, he's done. He actually felt the pulse of the princess, who had been lying unconscious in bed for a whole day, as if she had just exercised vigorously. The imperial physician screamed in despair in his heart, but Emperor Xuanwu was standing behind him at the moment, anxiously asking about the situation. How is the fifth princess? Your Majesty, the princess may have caught a cold, causing her body to be hot and cold. After biting the bullet and making up a few slightly plausible reasons, the imperial physician hesitantly concluded, the princess still needs to rest more. Hasn't the fifth sister rested long enough? Yunshu was really anxious at this time. Although he always wanted his father to find the fifth sister and then reward him, and even today when he heard that the fifth sister was sick, he was happy that he could use this as an excuse to skip a day's class. But he actually still liked the fifth sister very much. The fifth sister was smart and interesting, and could always make all kinds of delicious and fun things for him. You quacks. Chapter 73. Imperial Physician, To be honest, he himself is quite doubtful about his medical skills now. Could he really be a noob? In the villa, Yunshu was still working diligently. When she was tired, she would rest for a while, and when she was rested, she would run again. People outside did not understand the reason, but they only knew that the fifth princess had a fever repeatedly, so repeatedly that Emperor Xuanwu, who was not particularly worried because of the cheat, was not so sure. The life choice simulation system did say that Xiao Wu would make his private treasury more money than the national treasury in the next 2 years, right? Doesn't this mean that she will be fine for at least 2 years? It is impossible. She just started it, and she collapsed before the restaurant officially opened. Your Majesty. Lady Hai walked in from the outer room quietly and whispered, the Minister of Rights, Lord Li, wants to see you. He is waiting outside the imperial study. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously glanced at Yunshu, who had not woken up yet, and turned to leave when he heard Tingxue's exclamation behind him. The princess is awake. Imperial physician, please come and see. Finally awake, Emperor Xuanwu paused and turned around to see that his little boy had indeed opened his eyes weakly, and was somewhat confused as he let the imperial physician feel her pulse. "Father." When her slightly confused eyes met his, she seemed to suddenly realize something, and she turned down her mouth and called him aggrievedly. Emperor Xuanwu sighed helplessly, tilted his head and whispered, "I will go there later." "Yes." Li Dihai responded and bowed his waist and retreated. Emperor Xuanwu walked back to Yunshu's bedside. "How is the princess now?" "Your Majesty, the princess' pulse is stable now. As long as there is no recurrence of fever within the next day, there should be no problem. After all, Yunshu had a fever not long ago and just woke up from a coma." Even if Yunshu's pulse was normal, the imperial physician did not dare to say anything. In order to appear less useless, he even prescribed a prescription that would not cause any problem for a normal person. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu did not ask more questions. He saw that Yunshu seemed to have something to say. After confirming that she was fine, he asked the imperial physician and Tingxue to leave. "How do you feel? Is there anything else that's uncomfortable?" "No." Half of her face was covered in the quilt, revealing only a pair of aggrieved big round eyes. Yunshu spoke some plain words that no one else would ever say in front of the emperor. "Father, yesterday the queen wanted to win over me and let me support my brother, the crown prince." Emperor Xuanwu, Should I say she is worthy of it? The dispute between the prince's factions is such a sensitive topic, only she dares to speak it out in front of him. For a moment, helpless, funny, and a little relieved. The complex emotions even overshadowed the anger towards the queen. Emperor Xuanwu simply pulled a chair and sat down beside her bed. "If you want to win me over, how can you be so angry that you don't even call me mother? Maybe mother actually looks down on me in her heart. Anyway, her relationship with the queen is destined to be bad, and Emperor Xuanwu should be happy to see it happen." Yunshu simply didn't hide it at all. With her childish temper, her intention to complain was very obvious. "You obviously want to win me over, but you have to show me your power first." Then she mocked and threatened me in a sarcastic way, not only scolding me for not having my mother's education, but also saying that you promised me that I could marry freely, and she had plenty of ways to deal with it. Finally, she told me kindly that as long as I was willing to stand on the side of my brother, the crown prince, the entire right prime minister's mansion could become my backer. Did the queen really say these words? Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, his face obviously darkened. How is she going to deal with what I promised in person? Anyway, that's what my mother said. Fearing that Emperor Xuanwu would not believe her, Yunshu carefully repeated the queen's conversation with her yesterday, sentence by sentence, and finally, she looked out from under the quilt with a sad face. She stretched out a small hand and tugged at Emperor Xuanwu's sleeve. "Father, can you send me some secret guards? I'm scared." "What are you afraid of? You are my princess. Even the queen can't do anything to you easily." Angrily pulling back his sleeve, Emperor Xuanwu's anger was directed at someone unknown. "Look at your lack of ability. I'm only 13 years old." Yunshu felt even more wronged. "I'm still weak. I just stood at the gate of Fini Palace for a little longer yesterday, and I fell down when I came back. What if the Queen Mother lets me stand longer next time? Won't I be finished?" "What nonsense are you talking about? The imperial physician said you're fine." With a stern face, Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment, and suddenly stared at her expressionlessly, and said, "If you are so scared, why didn't you just agree to the queen yesterday? I just stood in the snow for a while longer. It's not like snow got into my brain." Yunshu muttered in a low voice, "Who will be the crown prince of Tiansheng dynasty? Isn't it up to you, father? I am a son who has nothing better to do than to get involved in such things. Winning may not bring any benefits, but losing will definitely bring no good results. Such a thankless job. Even a dog would not do it." Emperor Xuanwu, Forget it, she is already 13 years old, and she probably can't stop talking without a sense of control. It doesn't matter if she is not serious, at least this kid is still clear-headed at the critical moment, and knows what can and cannot be done. It is much better than the queen, who is so strict and dignified in front of him that there is no flaw, but behind her back she is ambitious and dares to do anything. Glancing at Yunshu unhappily, Emperor Xuanwu stood up and said calmly, "I will warn the queen. Just take a good rest and recover from your illness. Don't always think of random things and scare yourself." "Oh." Yunshu propped up his arms, poked his head out, and looked at him eagerly, still unwilling to give up. "Can't you really give me a few secret guards?" "Here." Emperor Xuanwu was almost laughed at by her. "Cover yourself up. Do you still want to have a fever?" "No, don't I have a floor heater in my room?" The secret guards he had been thinking about finally came to him. Yunshu was so happy that he couldn't see his teeth. "Father, remember to give me more." "You wish." This time, Emperor Xuanwu really left without looking back. For at most, forget it if you don't want it. Yes, yes, yes. Yunshu wrapped himself in the quilt and smiled happily. 4 is 4. Chapter 74. After lying in bed for a day and a night, this body has not eaten anything. Not long after Emperor Xuanwu left, Yunshu asked Tingxue to serve dinner. The little girl was probably frightened by her illness today, and she was taking extra care of her at this moment, fearing that if she was not careful, her delicate princess would lie down again. Yunshu felt guilty being stared at, but she couldn't explain anything to her, so she could only try to change the topic and divert Tingxue's attention. Where is the sixth prince? Has he gone home? You were unconscious today, and the sixth prince didn't go to the study room. He said he would stay here to take care of you, but after his majesty came, he thought the sixth prince was too noisy and would disturb your rest, so he had him sent back to Yahua Palace. Tingxue put the back of her hand on the wall of the bowl to feel the temperature, and then put the bowl of medicine that was just ready to eat in front of Yunshu. Your Highness, the imperial physician said you have to drink this bowl of medicine before eating. Yunshu, is this the price of pretending to be sick? Pinching her nose and reluctantly taking a sip of this bitter toy. Yunshu, who really didn't want to drink the second sip, put down the bowl and started to think of ways to get Tingxue away. It's still a little hot. Let it sit for now. That? I have something else I need you to do now. Now? Tingxue was stunned for a moment. What is it? Didn't I get sick today? I guess many people in the harem know this news now. Yunshu touched her chin. She was just trying to find an excuse, but now she really had a good idea. You should find a way to spread the news that I had a fever again and again today. The more dangerous it is, the better. You must let people know. If it weren't for the floor heating in Fengyang Palace, the whole room was warm. Maybe I really couldn't hold on. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Tingxue couldn't stand hearing those words at all. She didn't even care about the hierarchy and interrupted Yunshu's words. How can you say such unlucky words? Hurry up and pooh, pooh, pooh. Fake news, it will definitely not come true. Yunshu urged after a few words of coaxing with a smile. It's best to spread this news today. It will seem a bit deliberate if it's later. But Tingxue was still a little reluctant, but Yunshu had made up his mind, so she could only get up and go out reluctantly. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she went out, Yunshu, who was sitting at the table, quickly picked up the soup and walked to the window, opened the window, and poured the medicine in one go. Because the action was too fast, she didn't have time to take it back, so she could only watch the bowl of soup splashing evenly on the four expressionless men in black. Yunshu, it can't be. Such a coincidence? Maybe these people are just here to assassinate her? Your subordinates pay their respects to the princess. Not giving her any chance to hope for luck, the four men in black all knelt on one knee and saluted. How come her father is so efficient? Isn't he going to see the Minister of Rights? It's not impossible for the secret guards to be sent over tomorrow. Yunshu put down the bowl awkwardly. Since you were sent here by my father, you should be my people now, right? Yes. You all have to obey my orders, right? Yes. Then, Yunshu said slowly, I order you to forget what happened just now, and not to mention it to anyone. Yes. Okay, that's fine for now. I didn't expect these secret guards to be so easy to talk to. They really agreed to everything she said. Yunshu was instantly happy again. You should change your clothes first. Don't catch a cold in this winter. Yes. The four secret guards responded in unison like robots without any thinking ability, and disappeared from her sight in a flash just like when they came. Yunshu closed the window with satisfaction, and put the empty bowl back on the table. She just waited for Tingxue to come back, and she told him that she had finished drinking the medicine. As a result, after sitting for about 3 or 5 minutes, Tingxue didn't come back, but a man in black came back, and he had a bowl of bitter soup in his hand that was very familiar. Yunshu? ? Take it away. Yunshu's face turned black. When did I ask you to bring the medicine? His Majesty ordered us to protect His Highness' safety, and supervise His Highness to drink the medicine. The person who was thought to only say yes finally said something different, but Yunshu didn't want to listen at all. She couldn't ask Emperor Xuanwu how he guessed that she would not be willing to drink the medicine, so she could only glare at the man in black in front of her. So you want to disobey my order? Your Highness, please forgive me. The man in black admitted his mistake straightforwardly, but the bowl of medicine was still placed in front of her without moving. It was obvious that he could admit his mistakes, but he would never change. Just at this moment, Tingxue's footsteps were heard outside. She was worried that if the stalemate continued, Tingxue would know that she refused to take the medicine, and would start crying and trying to persuade her. In the end, The noble fifth princess took the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one gulp while holding her breath. Did you secretly add cactus root to it? Why does this taste even more bitter than the previous bowl? After drinking a bowl of medicine, Yunshu's facial features were almost wrinkled. He stuffed the bowl back into the black-clothed man's hands and gritted his teeth in anger. Hurry up and leave. The black-clothed man took the bowl back silently and disappeared in a flash just as Tingxiu had pushed the door in. Because of the serious illness just now, Emperor Xuanwu specially gave Yunshu 3 days off so that he didn't have to go to the study room to study. This made Yunshu want envious. The next afternoon, as soon as the class in the study room was over, he rushed to Fengyang Palace again. As soon as he entered the yard, his voice reached Yunshu's ears. Fifth sister, are you feeling better today? Why are you here? Yunshu, who was calculating how much money she had earned today, looked up at the voice and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Yahua Palace has started laying the floor heating today. I thought you would want to go back and take a look. What's so good about the mess on the ground? It's more comfortable here, fifth sister. He took out a few more banknotes from his arms and handed them to Yunshu. Yunshu Wan laid down on the soft couch skillfully and sighed. By the way, this is the money for laying the floor heating in the Zhuxiang mansion. 60 rooms, fifth sister, take a look, right? 60 rooms? Even though she knew that the Zhuxiang mansion had money, Yunshu was still shocked when she heard this number. This is too much. It's more than the total amount of orders placed by the concubines here today. Chapter 75. The message Yunshu had Tingxiu spread yesterday was still very useful. In this era where a severe cold can become an incurable disease, the fifth princess' serious illness is so severe that she is unconscious and has repeated fevers. Under normal circumstances, such a combination of cold and heat in the middle of winter will only make the condition worse, or if it is delayed for too long, it will leave a permanent root of the disease. But because the fifth princess had installed floor heating in her palace, she was no longer affected by the cold after she fell ill. She stayed in a warm and comfortable environment and recovered in just 1 or 2 days. It can be seen that floor heating is not only for winter enjoyment. To some extent, it can prolong life and even save lives. So, the concubines who originally planned to install floor heating in their own palaces became more generous. And many of the concubines who had previously thought that winter only lasted for a few months in a year and could just deal with it with charcoal basins, gritted their teeth and took money out of their not-so-rich treasury to install floor heating in their own bedrooms. There were also some who had a decent relationship on the surface, and even several sisters put together in order to get a discount of 1 10-point discount. In short, Yunshu stayed comfortably in Fengyang Palace today without leaving, and received a lot of floor heating orders sent under the guise of visiting the sick. Yunshu Wan had just counted before she entered the room. In addition to the orders placed by concubine Lu and the queen, the other concubines had placed orders for a total of 48 rooms today. 220,000 taels of silver, plus concubine Lu's 45,000 and the queen's 50,000. This was already 315,000 taels. According to Yunshu's original budget, if she wanted to open a restaurant all over Tiansheng, the initial investment would only be 600,000 taels. She contributed 60% and Emperor Xuanwu contributed 40%, which means the money she earned from the concubines, plus what she already had, was enough to cover this expense. And the orders from people outside the palace, such as Prime Minister Lu, were pure profit. Yunshu calculated the extra silver in her small treasury after this round of business, and smiled. Okay, I will leave the palace in 2 days, and personally arrange for people to go to Prime Minister Lu's mansion to lay the floor tiles. Fifth sister, are you going to leave the palace again? Hearing this news, Yunshu Wan was so anxious that he scratched his head. But there are still several days before the day of rest in the study. Fifth sister, can you help me ask for leave from my father? I also want to go out of the palace. Just wait until you have a rest before going out. Yunshu thought he was completely whimsical. Ask for leave to go out of the palace to play. Do you think my father will agree? But I heard that the envoys from Beixiang will arrive in the capital in the next 2 days. Yunshu Wan himself actually felt that there was little hope. He buried his head in frustration in the soft pillow that Yunshu had specially placed on the couch, and said in a muffled voice, I still want to join in the fun. Don't the envoys from Beixiang come to the capital before the Wanshou festival every year? Yunshu was a little confused. What's so good about this? It's different in the past 2 years. Perhaps he felt that if he could come up with a reason that could convince Yunshu, there would be hope that Yunshu would agree to help him ask for leave. Yunshu Wan got up and said indignantly, I heard that Beixiang has been very dishonest in the past 2 years. Ziming told me that my grandfather and uncle would talk about the Beixiang envoys every day when they returned home recently. Last year, The Beixiong people seem to have clashed with several people in the capital, and this year they couldn't help but make a test in advance with war horses and other things. My grandfather said that if nothing unexpected happens, the Beixiong envoys will definitely make a bigger fuss this time to test our bottom line. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and looked very unhappy. A group of barbarians, letting them come to Tiansheng to celebrate the birthday and the new year for my father is giving them face. If you ask me, if these people dare to make trouble, they should all be killed. So you want to follow me out of the palace, so that you can kill everyone when they make trouble? Yunshu raised his eyebrows, and Yunshu Huan, who was full of momentum just now, instantly wilted. I do want to, but if I really do this, I will definitely be beaten by my father. Then what are you making a fuss about? After talking nonsense for so long, Yunshu sighed. If I see it, I can only be helpless and furious. It's better to not see it, and not be upset. Yunshu Huan, ? It seems to make some sense. A little bit? Yunshu Huan was silent. 2 days later, Yunshu Huan was still in the study room, and Yunshu took Tingxue and the secret guards out of the palace alone. The restaurant is now basically decorated. Because Tang Xinhua knew in advance that Yunshu would go there, he specially asked someone to warm up the floor heating. When Yunshu walked in from the outside, wrapped in a thick cloak, he could hear the surprised shouts of many people who came to apply for jobs at the recruitment area on the first floor. It's really warm in here. If there were no snow outside, I would have mistaken it for spring. It's not this warm even in spring. It feels almost like summer. But why don't I see any charcoal basins? Really? There isn't even a charcoal basin here. Isn't it said that this restaurant is opened by the 5th princess? Because His Majesty dotes on the 5th princess, he has invested a lot of money in it? Do you think that this place is blessed by dragon energy and full of yang energy, so it is so warm? Oh my goodness! If we can really work here, won't we be able to get some dragon energy every day? God bless me. Let Lu Taiju become rich and powerful. Yunshu, If the warm air coming out of the earth dragon can be considered dragon energy, then these people are not wrong. Shaking his head helplessly, Yunshu slowly walked up to the 4th floor, took off his cloak, and smiled softly at Tang Xinhua and Sini, who had been waiting here for a long time. Cousin, Your Highness. Tang Xinhua hurried forward, looked Yunshu up and down with concerned eyes, and then breathed a sigh of relief calmly. I heard that your highness was ill 2 days ago, and my grandfather sent a letter to the palace, wanting to go and see him. But His Majesty said that you need to rest, so he didn't. Agreed, grandfather was so worried that he didn't sleep well. Fortunately, you are blessed by heaven. Princess, you are really too weak. Sini also suggested worriedly, why don't you practice martial arts with me in the future? Make your body stronger, and you won't get sick easily anymore. I'm not the type to practice martial arts. The desire for light skills didn't make her suffer from practicing martial arts, let alone a fake illness. Chapter 76. Waving her hand casually, indicating that she had just caught a cold before, but now she is well, Yunshu sat on the Chinese-style sofa chair that she had drawn and had someone make, and casually asked about the recruitment situation. Tang Xinhua also answered truthfully. According to what you said before, people have advertised the restaurant's recruitment at the entrance of the restaurant, at the place where Beijing Weekly collects interesting news, and even in the tea house where Beijing Weekly is read. Both men and women are welcome, and there is no age limit. As long as they are quick and can work, they will be fine. The requirement has been emphasized many times. In recent days, many women have indeed come to ask, but most of them are still men, and some men will say something unpleasant when they see women coming to ask, so then emphasize one more point when recruiting. The idea that men should be responsible for the outside and women should be responsible for the inside, and women should be trapped in the back house, has been engraved in the bones of too many people in this era. Yunshu was not surprised. She just said calmly, tell everyone that the employees of Time Weishan restaurant are equal in gender. You are not allowed to insult or discriminate against others because of their gender, even if it is just gossiping behind their backs. If you are found, you will be expelled from Time Weishan immediately. Yes. Tang Xinhua's eyes lit up a little more when she heard the words equality between men and women. After telling Yunshu about the situation in the main building of the restaurant, she mentioned the courtyard at the back. I have also shown the drawings you sent to the craftsman in the courtyard. Because it is really complicated, it will take at least 3 months to make those things. By the time they are all installed, it will probably be summer. No problem, the main building can be opened first, it won't affect anything. Face-to-face communication is always more convenient than having a middleman pass messages back and forth. Taking advantage of this trip, Yunshu explained all the things about the restaurant clearly, and also handed over the matter of laying the ground dragon outside the palace to Tang Xinhua. When all the business was done, Yunshu wanted to check how the chef his father had dispatched from the imperial kitchen a few days ago was learning the recipe she gave him, when the street outside suddenly became noisy. You could vaguely hear someone shouting, "The envoy from Beixiang is here." Yunshu's mind moved, and he remembered what Yunshu Wan said 2 days ago, and couldn't help but walk to the street side and open the window. "Your Highness, you have just recovered from your cold." Tingxue hurriedly chased after them with a cloak, and wrapped her tightly while complaining, "What's so good about a group of northern Xiang barbarians? It's so cold by the window." "It's okay, the house is warm. The 4-story Tine Weishan is already the tallest building on this street." Yunshu stood at a great view, and could even see the end of the street at a glance. But because the distance was a bit far, she could only see a group of people riding tall horses, and there seemed to be a few carriages in the middle, slowly coming towards this side. There were also officials wearing Tiansheng court robes, who went to greet them, but she couldn't see what they looked like, let alone hear what they said. Yunshu poked her head out to look for a while, and simply asked Tingxue to bring her a chair. Perhaps because she was particularly interested in this, Sini also dragged another chair over and sat down next to her. "I heard that the people coming from Beixiang this time are their eldest prince, and the Prince of Lian. The grandfather of the Prince Lian, that is, the old Prince Lian, was the commander of Beixiang who was defeated by our Tiansheng more than 20 years ago." "How do you know so clearly?" Yunshu was a little surprised. "Wenho told you?" "They were defeated by my grandfather back then." Sini proudly puffed out her chest. "This time, His Majesty specially sent my grandfather, the third prince, and the minister of the Honglu Temple to pick up the Beixiang delegation. My grandfather is over there now." Yunshu, puff. "She is worthy of being the one who can make the secret guard stare at her, and drink 9 meals of soup for 3 consecutive days. Her father is really mean. Beixiang has made frequent small moves, and even took the initiative to send the grandson of Prince Lian as an envoy to Tiansheng. Isn't it just to tell Tiansheng that Prince Lian's defeat is a thing of the past, and they are now strong enough to no longer avoid this matter? As a result, Emperor Xuanwu sent Wenho, who defeated them that year, to silently cheat her from a distance. Is it really not going to break the defense again? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that I can't see the expressions of Beixiang people at the first time. It must be very exciting." Yunshu held his face, and began to regret not getting the telescope out earlier. On the other side, the moment the Beixiang envoys saw Wen Marquis, their expressions were indeed as Yunshu guessed. Even the prince couldn't hold back and took the initiative to ride forward 2 steps, and raise the corner of his lips sarcastically. "Generalson, can you still eat?" The first sentence, when meeting, was to mock the other party for being too old to eat. This way of greeting is worth being beaten up no matter where it is. Fortunately, although Wenho has a bad temper, his rationality is always online. He just glanced at the other party lightly, and there was even a bit of doubt in his expression. "Who are you?" He thought that Wenho might be angry, and he also thought that he might try to prove that he was still sharp. The prince even imagined the scene of Wenho swallowing his anger. But he never thought that the other party would be so frivolous, and seemed to be very dismissive of him. After a brief surprise, he was angry and embarrassed. The prince was about to speak, but the third prince, who came with the minister of Honglu Temple, suddenly interrupted with a smile and helped introduce. "Wenho, this is the grandson of Prince Lian of Beixiang, the Prince of Lian, Hu Yeni." "Prince Lian?" Wenho frowned, as if trying to recall something. "It sounds familiar." The third prince also cooperated very well, and continued to laugh and responded, "You are. It sounds familiar. More than 20 years ago, you led troops to fight against the Prince Lian." "I see." Hearing this, Wenho nodded indifferently to the Prince Lian's son. "Please forgive me, Prince. I have been a soldier for half my life, and have defeated too many opponents. Now I am old. Although I can still eat 10 bowls of rice a day, my memory is getting worse. Didn't you ask me if my appetite is still good when I am old? I will tell you now that it is very good. I can still eat 10 bowls a day, but I can't remember your useless grandfather very well. After all, there are too many useless people who lost to me, and your old man can't even be ranked." Chapter 77. Although there was a smooth and EQ Honglu Siqing who was trying to smooth things over, Beixiang was able to save some face in the end. However, the two sides were at a disadvantage in their first verbal confrontation, especially since the other side was Wenho, who had defeated Beixiang and caused Beixiang to pay tribute to Tiansheng for more than 20 years. It would be strange if Beixiang could swallow this breath. The group found faults along the way, but the current appearance of Tiansheng Imperial City although it still had many shortcomings in the eyes of people like Yun Shu who came from the future, was still easy to win compared to the more backward Beixiong. Even the prince and his group had to think about their own situation before finding a fault. They racked their brains and even picked out a tree on the roadside that was a little crooked and said a few sarcastic words, but it was quite weak. Wu Ho and his group were too lazy to care at all, so the more they found the faults, the more unhappy they were. The entire Beixiong envoy group was holding their breath until they saw the recruitment sign at the entrance of Tian Weishan restaurant, and a group of people became visibly excited. Recruiting kitchen apprentices, dishwashers, waiters, senior waiters, both men and women, no age limit, require quick work, willingness to endure hardships, and willingness to learn. Reading the content written on the sign word by word, the eldest prince was the first to laugh. I didn't expect that women in Tiansheng now have to work outside to support their families, like men. This is interesting. It was not easy to catch a real pain point, and even the prince's son immediately followed suit. This prince remembers that one year Princess Baza was curious about the scenery of Tiansheng and accompanied the envoys to Tiansheng. After returning, she was sulking for 3 days, because the people of Tiansheng were too conservative. Princess Baza wore our Beixiong clothes, but she only showed a part of her arms, but was criticized by the inflexible and old-fashioned scholars as being immoral. Later, I learned that the status of Tiansheng women was very low. They were men's private property. Even a small part of their wrists could not be easily exposed to outsiders. Even when seeing a doctor for pulse diagnosis, they had to be separated by a layer of scarf. The most important thing is that it is said that only when there are no men in the Tiansheng dynasty will women go out to earn money to support the family. I originally thought that the capital was the most prosperous city under the feet of the emperor, and such a situation should not occur. But I didn't expect. He sighed in a pretentious manner, and then turned his head to look at the third prince with worry. Third prince, I wonder what happened in the Tiansheng dynasty in the past few years, and how could the men of the Tiansheng dynasty be almost dead? When saying the last few words, the Prince Lian deliberately emphasized the tone of his voice. Even a 3-year-old child could hear the malice in it. On the Tiansheng side, the expressions of a group of people including the third prince finally changed more or less at this moment. Although the words spoken by the eldest prince of Beixiong and the Prince Lian this time were a bit harsh, but at the root of it, they themselves had similar dissatisfaction in their hearts. It was just that women's virtues and female precepts were not something that could be discussed openly in the Tiansheng dynasty, and the Emperor Xuanwu was behind the restaurant, so they did not dare to say anything against it. Now Beixiong used this to mock them, and they were angry and annoyed, but they didn't know how to refute. The situation on both sides suddenly changed at this moment. Even the prince swept away his previous depression, glanced at Wu Ho proudly, and sighed sarcastically, "This is really such a pity. Why are you sorry?" In the angry silence of the Tiansheng officials, Wu Ho suddenly spoke calmly. Listening to what the Prince Lian said just now, he should also feel that the attitude of the Tiansheng dynasty towards women in the past was too harsh. Now that the Tiansheng dynasty can realize this, accept it calmly, and actively change, isn't it a good thing? Wu Ho's words make sense. Upstairs, Yun Shu, who had never expected that he could hear such a gratifying speech just because he was a little slow in speaking, finally couldn't help laughing happily. The girl's unique clear voice came from above his head. Wu Ho and others below looked up and saw the slender and tall figure in the window on the 4th floor without surprise. "Your Highness, I greet your Highness the Princess." "Princess?" The eldest prince of Beixiong raised his eyebrows, looked up at the black-haired and white-clothed girl upstairs, who was already stunning at first sight, and subconsciously posed in a posture that he thought was very attractive to women. However, Yun Shu did not even spare him a glance, but only smiled and said loudly, "I have always believed that those who dare to face their own shortcomings and make good changes immediately are the real strong ones. This is true for people and countries. Our Tiansheng dynasty is vast and rich in resources. In the past, only men could play their strengths and contribute to the development of Tiansheng dynasty, which made Tiansheng ahead of the surrounding countries. Now women will also join the great cause of developing Tiansheng. 100 million laborers have become 200 million. How prosperous will Tiansheng dynasty develop in the future? I am looking forward to it. Yes, if women can also work, wouldn't the labor force of Tiansheng dynasty be doubled?" The officials of Tiansheng dynasty, who had never thought of such an angle before, fell silent again. Yun Shu's words obviously had a certain impact on their long-standing cognition. Even though most of them would not immediately change their views because of these few words, at least at this moment, her words were very beneficial to them. Ridiculous. Seeing that this good situation was about to change again, the Prince Lian said angrily, "How can women be compared with men? What's the labor force of 100 million becoming 200 million? Do you believe that all the women on the street combined are not enough for this prince to fight with one hand?" Prince Lian is wrong. Yuan Shu laughed. Not to mention that Tiansheng has always been a country of etiquette. There are many jobs in the world that require people to do, and there are not only brute force, but also people. Everyone should do their job. Just like the civil official like the minister of the Honglu Temple in our dynasty, who can receive foreign envoys and handle diplomatic relations between countries, he is already an excellent minister of the Honglu Temple. Who would demand that he must beat a black bear in the mountains? How dare you insult this prince, and compare him to a black bear in the mountains? The prince was furious. You know, even the Marquis of Wuhan didn't dare to insult him so bluntly before. A mere woman who can't even lift a knife, what right does she have? Chapter 78. TSK, I didn't expect the other party to hear that she was scolding him. It seems that this person still has a little bit of brains. Yuan Shu was relieved and skillfully showed an innocent expression. I have never said that. Why did Prince Lian slander me? You? Okay. The eldest prince of Beixiang looked at Yuan Shu deeply, and then retracted his gaze, interrupting the words that Prince Lian was about to blurt out. He knew too well how much Prince Lian weighed. A simple-minded guy with strong limbs, who always thinks highly of himself and is irritable. If it weren't for his special status, and Beixiang also intended to use the prince to test Tianqing's bottom line, such a person would never appear on the list of envoys to other countries. This little princess of Tiansheng dynasty was unexpectedly eloquent. Seeing that as she continued to talk, it would only be the face of Beixiang that would be lost, the eldest prince of Beixiang had to speak up and take over the conversation. I have heard of the name of the third prince of Tiansheng dynasty for a long time. I learned that the third prince would receive us this time. Before this prince went on a diplomatic mission, I did a lot of homework. But I didn't expect that when I met her today, I knew that the fifth princess was not inferior in any way. It seems that the Tiansheng royal family is really full of talents and enviable. The third prince, who was suddenly named, ? Is this eldest prince sick? I'm afraid his homework was in vain. Such blatant provocation, if it was used on other princes? He is a dandy and useless prince known to everyone in the capital. I really can't be provoked at all. The third prince, who was not fooled at all, was amused. He even turned his head with some anticipation, his eyes full of surprise. Has the eldest prince really heard of me before? How did you guys spread the word? Why have you heard about it for so long? The eldest prince, ? No, this third prince is sick. One by one, they didn't go as expected. The eldest prince was silent for a moment, and he couldn't understand why there was such a prince who was so self-righteous. So much so that he didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only pull the corner of his lip perfunctorily. Didn't you just say that the post house is coming soon? Where is it? The third prince, ? Good guy, it seems that you can't trick him, and now you don't even want to make up a few lies to fool him, right? What a ruthless dogman. For the time being, there is no more trouble with the Beixiang delegation. On the way to the post house, they finally quieted down a lot. The minister of the Honglu Temple breathed a sigh of relief. Looking forward to the days to come, these Beixiang barbarians can also stay as honest and quiet as they are now. But I didn't know that on the other side, a certain little ancestor, who was very good at making trouble, returned to the palace and changed the content of several articles that were originally scheduled to be published in the Beijing Weekly overnight. So, when the Beixiang envoys rested in the post house for a night and decided to go out and walk around to see what the situation was like in Tiansheng dynasty, they heard people talking about the articles in the new issue of Beijing Weekly everywhere on the streets and alleys. Hey, have you heard that article? The whole world is silent, listening to the sound of the Lian Prince's defense breaking? What does that defense breaking mean? You only heard the title and left without listening to the content, right? I think it's actually very clear in it, hee. Brother, you just came out of the tea house, but have you heard the content of the latest issue of Beijing Weekly? I heard that there seems to be an article in this issue called Shock. Lian Prince doubts that all Tiansheng men are dead. But is it true? It's true. I heard it. I also heard the answers from Marquis Wuhan and the fifth princess. Now I feel very... What do you mean? Well, I can't explain it clearly, but I decided not to stop my wife from working at the Tianweishan restaurant. I feel it would be embarrassing to stop her now. Because it costs money to enter the tea house and listen to people reading the Beijing Weekly, many people who are reluctant to spend the money just overheard it by accident, and then curiously asked around. So much so that the eldest prince of Beixiang and the Prince of Lian were also confused and didn't understand clearly. The only thing that can be confirmed is that, how dare the Beijing Weekly to fabricate this prince so blatantly? Grand Prince, we can't just stand it. We should submit documents immediately and ask to see Emperor Tiansheng, so that he can severely punish those bastards who dare to fabricate this prince and Beixiang. No hurry. The names of the series of articles just heard seem to be only related to Prince Lian, and have nothing to do with him. The Grand Prince analyzed very calmly. We don't know what is written in these articles now. Even if we report to Emperor Tiansheng, I don't know what to say. I still have to go to the so-called tea house in person to hear what's going on, so that I can make the next plan. You don't need to listen to know that it must be some slanderous words. The prince was not willing to spend money to listen to people scolding him. He held the handle of the sword at his waist with one hand, and angrily crushed a small porcelain jar in his hand that he had just played with, and had not paid for with the other hand. He was full of the momentum of a rough man. If you ask me, you are not unaware of how much the Tiansheng dynasty attaches importance to the 1,000 war horses that we send every year. We refused to give it this time, and Emperor Tiansheng did not dare to force it. He just wanted to save face, and asked for 10 times the retired war horses. Nowadays, even women in Shengjing have to work to earn money to support their families. They are so embarrassed, but they have to make up a good name to cover up the unbearable facts. It can be seen that the Tiansheng dynasty is no longer prosperous as before. Now it is Tiansheng who is afraid of us Beixiang. We are the boss. In this case, even if there is no reason, we just want Emperor Tiansheng to execute a group of lowly civilians. Will he refuse? Emperor Tiansheng is not a fool. Even if what you said is right, he can't show it so obviously. It's better to be cautious. Whether it was for the sake of caution, or for selfish reasons, or to further anger the Prince of Lian, so that the Prince of Lian could do more things to test Tiansheng's bottom line. When he was so angry, the eldest prince had already booked the tea house. Not giving the Prince of Lian a chance to continue to object, the eldest prince put his hands behind his back and turned to the direction of the tea house. Although the Prince of Lian was dissatisfied, he did not dare to really disobey the eldest prince, so he could only vent his anger on the innocent stall owner, who was trembling on the side, and overturn the other party's stall selling small ceramic jars to the ground, and everything was smashed to pieces in an instant. Chapter 79. Although ceramics are very popular these days, a small ceramic jar can still be sold for 30 or 50 coins, and more exquisite ones can often be sold for 80, 90, or even hundreds of coins. There were at least 30 pieces of porcelain on the stall that was overturned by the Prince of Lian, which could be worth more than 2 taels of silver. For ordinary people in Tiansheng, this was enough to support the basic living expenses of a family of 5 for more than 2 months. The stall owner was an honest man. After his stall was overturned, his eyes turned red in an instant, but he was afraid of the identity of the Prince of Lian, so he didn't dare to stop him and ask for compensation. He could only wipe his tears and silently try to find out if there was anything that could be barely used in the pile of ceramic fragments. Even if he couldn't sell it, he could take it home and use it, which would at least make up for some of the losses. The old man in his 60s squatted on the ground helplessly, and silently shed tears. Anyone with a conscience would feel sorry for him. But the Prince Lian obviously enjoyed the pleasure brought to him by the scene. A bunch of Tiansheng lowly people should live by the nose of their Beixiang, and let them decide their life and death. How dare they frame him? With a sneer of contempt, the Prince Lian kicked away the fragments that flew in front of him and followed the pace of the eldest prince. But his pleasure was destined to not last long. When the group went to the tea house and spent a few taels of silver, they finally knew the specific content of those articles, and the relevant information of the Beijing Weekly. The smug smile on the face of the Prince Lian was replaced by a ferocious anger again. 5th Princess. It's that 5th Princess again. Are they crazy in Tiansheng? They actually let a princess stir up trouble in the capital. That 5th Princess is indeed not simple. When the eldest prince learned that someone was making up unfavorable remarks about the prince, he secretly laughed at the person behind the scenes. His methods were childish and clumsy, and he was really not worthy of being on the stage. But now, he realized that he was too happy too early. The other party never made up a word, but just wrote down what happened yesterday and read it to everyone. The news that he, the Beixiang envoys, was inferior to Marquis Wuan and the 5th Princess of Tiansheng on the first day of entering the capital was spread to everyone in the city within one day. The fists hanging on his knees slowly tightened, and the eldest prince said slowly with a cold expression, "You have heard what those people said just now. The Beijing Weekly was created by the 5th Princess and the 6th Prince. It has been published for many issues before, not after I came here. Moreover, it is common for the princes and nobles of Tiansheng, and even the emperor of Tiansheng to appear in the article. It is reasonable that she is writing about us, the Beixiang envoys, who are on a mission to Tiansheng. The most important thing is that everything she wrote is true. We want to use this incident to criticize her, but it is not tenable, and will not succeed. So is that the end of it? The Prince of Lian slapped the table hard. Even if the content of her article is all true, isn't her title blatantly mocking me? The eldest prince was silent. It is also amazing to say, the whole world is silent, listening to the voice of the Prince of Lian's defense breaking. This strange and confusing title does not need any explanation at all, as long as you listen to the whole article. Especially when coupled with the Prince of Lian's eyes that want to eat people, he inexplicably understands it, and can't understand it anymore. There is indeed a strong element of ridicule. But it is still true. The eldest prince glanced at the son of the Prince Lian coldly. It happened that at this time, the storyteller in the tea house happened to read the news that the Tine Weishan restaurant announced its official opening in a few days. The eldest prince lowered his eyes and picked up the teacup, taking a sip nonchalantly. Why rush? Anyway, there is still half a month between the Wanshou festival and New Year's Eve, and we are not leaving immediately. The son of the Prince Lian was slightly stunned. Prince, what do you mean? Outside the palace, there are people who hate Yunshu and are secretly planning to find fault with her. Inside the palace, there are also people who want to get rid of Yunshu and are carefully calculating something. However, as the object of the joint calculation, Yunshu herself is still in Fengyang Palace happily counting the large amount of silver bills she has just earned recently. The fixed act made Yunshu one, who had never lacked money, envious. He couldn't help but exclaimed in the most simple way, "So much money. I can actually hear such an emotion from you?" Yunshu glanced at him curiously. "Do you usually feel so emotional about your pocket money?" "Things are different now." Yunshu sighed deeply, and looked at Yunshu with a bit of resentment in his eyes. "Isn't there a villain named Huahai in your recent story serialized in the Beijing Weekly? Huahai was born in a noble family, was favored since childhood, was the best at squandering money, and was not very smart. He always did stupid and vicious things, and ended up with a miserable end." Some people also sighed, and said that if Huahai's family could guide him well instead of blindly indulging him, maybe Huahai would not have come to such a conclusion step by step. So? Yunshu didn't understand what this had to do with the villain she wrote. So? Yunshu lay on the table weakly, sighing. "My mother said that I can't follow Huahai's path. She will restrain me from now on, and only give me 10,000 taels as pocket money every month." As he spoke, he suddenly sat up angrily. "Fifth sister, do you know how excessive my mother is? She actually said that before Huahai was clearly written as a villain, every time she saw Huahai's plot, she would put me in it." Yunshu, Fortunately, Yunshu didn't know that when she wrote Huahai, she actually used him as the prototype in the original plot. TSK, the action of counting money stopped with a little guilt. After a pause, Yunshu coughed lightly. 10,000 taels a month is not a small amount. You usually spend a lot of money in the study room. Who said it's not much? As expected, Yunshu attention was quickly diverted, and he argued, "Fifth sister, do you know that the crown prince, the third brother, and the fourth brother are going to look for a marriage partner with you soon? If you are going to get married in the future, do I not need to send a gift? Doesn't the gift cost money?" Yunshu, ? No, wait a minute. Didn't she just hear that she seemed to be going on a blind date, and the crown prince and the others were together? How could she not know about this? Chapter 80. I never thought that eating a melon would end up on myself. For a moment, the banknotes in Yunshu's hand didn't seem to attract her that much. Who told you that? Yunshu was shocked. How come I didn't know that I was going to look for a marriage partner? Didn't you know? Yunshu was also shocked. My mother ordered it, saying that the crown prince will be 19 after the Chinese New Year, and it's time for him to have a wife. My third brother, fourth brother, and fifth sister are also almost at the age to get married, so we can take this opportunity to meet them together. When my mother went to pay respects to my mother's palace a few days ago, my mother specifically mentioned this matter, and asked my mother and others to tell their own families that those who are of the right age should come out and show their faces when the time comes. So when is she going to arrange it? The longevity festival. Yunshu said, as a matter of course. Before the longevity festival dinner, don't young people and elders always play separately? Yunshu, The last time the queen tried to win her over, she threatened her with her marriage. Later, her father warned the queen for her. Although she didn't think the queen would stop there, she was still surprised that she had a new move so soon. Where did the queen get the confidence to ignore her father's warning? She quickly recalled similar plots in the novel she had read. It seemed that there would be a big drama of catching an adulterer. After Yunshu left, Yunshu looked around worriedly. Come out quickly. The 4 secret guards hidden in the dark looked at each other from a distance, not sure if Yunshu was calling them. The next moment, Yunshu, who failed to call out the people, clapped his hands again. My 4 guardians. Where are the secret guards? The 4 secret guards, For figures appeared silently in front of Yunshu, bowed their heads, and waited for her order. Yunshu paused, and before she started to talk about the business, she couldn't help but interrupt. I forgot to ask before, what are your names? Please give me names, Your Highness. The 4 secret guards were all directly selected by Emperor Xuanwu from the Dragon Shadow Guards. Their previous names were the rankings in the Dragon Shadow Guards. Now that they have come to Yunshu's side, their names must be changed. But this was a bit difficult for Yunshu. After all, she was bad at naming. She had to rack her brains to come up with a nickname for her social account before. Now she had to name 4 secret guards. Since you are sent by my father to protect me, you have to give me names that make me feel safer. Yunshu thought about it seriously, and arranged new names one by one from left to right. Mukong, Chi-Tian, Aries, as for you. Her eyes slowly fell on the black-clothed secret guard on the far right, who was staring at her for 3 days of drinking medicine. Yunshu said slowly with a vengeance, Aku. Thank you for the name, Your Highness. The name was just a code name. The faces of the secret guards, including Aku, did not show any fluctuations. Yunshu curled her lips, feeling a little unhappy because her bad taste did not get the response she wanted, but it was only for a moment, and she quickly became serious again and talked about the things that really needed to be explained at the moment. I suspect that someone might want to harm me on the day of the One-Show Festival. So you can't just hide in the dark like you do now, and only show up when you see someone trying to assassinate me. You need to pay attention to whether my food has been drugged at any time. If there is anyone who is plotting against me or trying to seduce me, you must stop them all. After hearing Yunshu's last words, the dark guards, who were originally determined and unyielding, showed some confusion in their eyes. They have been receiving strict training from the Dragon Shadow Guard since they were sensible. In order to ensure that they will not reveal what they should not say when they fail to perform their missions and are captured alive, they have long abandoned emotions, which are unnecessary for them. What does plotting against me and trying to seduce mean? I don't understand. In the past, when performing missions, there has never been a situation like this where I couldn't even understand the orders. Aku pursed his lips and hesitated for a while. Your Highness, how can we be sure that the other party? Is he plotting something bad, or trying to seduce you? Yunshu was also speechless for a moment. Anyone should be able to see the coquettish look of a male peacock spreading its tail. How could she describe this? How should I put it? She tried to find the right words in her mind. If there is a man who is not too much older than me, and can be my consort, and tries to get close to me and please me, such as giving me flowers, showing himself in front of me for no reason, trying to come up to me and have an awkward chat, or even trying to have physical contact with me, or playing a hero saving a beautiful woman. All of these can be classified into this category. In such a situation, you just need to sabotage it, and never let the other party succeed. Yes. What Yunshu said this time was very specific. The 4 secret guards, who felt they understood, nodded and agreed. A few days later, the One-Show Festival arrived as scheduled. Yunshu's usual cloak was replaced with a fiery red fox fur cloak. Relying on the excuse that Fengyang Palace was in a remote location, and she was not walking fast, Yunshu dragged on until the last minute and slowly appeared in the Imperial Garden. At that time, the young men and women from the families of the ministers had already arrived, and they were gathering in groups of 3 or 5, chatting with a smile. The third prince was dressed like a butterfly, strolling around the place, chatting with everyone, and there were laughter and joy wherever he went. On the contrary, the serious and upright. The fourth prince standing by the lake. The fourth prince is a rather old-fashioned and boring person, and his serious expression is not much different from the elders of the young people present. Even though he is of noble status, there are still only a few people who are willing to approach him. The crown prince and the eldest prince, who was temporarily pardoned and returned to the palace, have not arrived yet. As for Yunshu looked around, and was searching for Yunshu's figure everywhere. Suddenly, a hearty and somewhat intimate voice came from behind him. Why is your highness the fifth princess standing here alone? But you haven't found a companion yet. If so, why don't you go with us? The eldest prince? Turning around, Yunshu recognized the identity of the person and paused, Thank you for the invitation, eldest prince, but my friend may be waiting for me somewhere else, so I won't disturb the eldest prince's interest. Chapter 81. Yunshu has no doubt about the influence of the capital weekly in Tiansheng capital. She had just mocked all the people from Beixiang in the weekly a few days ago. How could the eldest prince of Beixiang still be so enthusiastic about her? It's obvious that there must be a trick. Yunshu was busy dealing with the queen today and had no time to deal with this group of people. After the polite talk, she turned around and was about to leave, but the eldest prince stepped forward, seemingly polite, but actually blocking her way. Princess, wait a minute. Yunshu paused and the smile on her face faded a little, but the eldest prince seemed not to see it and continued to smile. We came from Beixiang and don't know anyone in this capital. The only one who is a little familiar is the fifth princess. It would be our honor to travel with the princess and meet her friends. Why? Excuse me? From what the eldest prince said, you must go with me? The other party was so persistent that he didn't look like he could be easily sent away. Yunshu glanced at the Prince Lien, who was following behind the eldest prince, and his lips curled up, and his attitude became impolite. But seeing the look in the eyes of the Prince Lien, who wanted to kill me, it's really hard for me not to doubt your purpose of insisting on going with me. Aye! As if he had just noticed the unfriendly look of the Prince Lien, the eldest prince turned around and scolded, and then showed an apologetic expression to Yunshu. Actually, Ai's dissatisfaction with the princess is largely due to me. The princess's guess is correct. I do have something to say to the princess. Then you say. As if she didn't see the affection that the prince deliberately showed, Yunshu nodded calmly, and couldn't help but talk about her 4 unreliable secret guards in her heart. The intention of the Beixiang prince to seduce her was almost written on his face. Why didn't they make any moves? Could it be that they were sleeping in the dark? Yunshu kept complaining in her heart, but she didn't know that Wukong had quietly moved from his original place to Aku's side, and was seriously discussing this issue with Aku. Is this what your highness said about plotting against her and trying to seduce her? No. Aku analyzed it very seriously. Your highness said that it was a man of the same age as your highness, who could be your highness's consort. The eldest prince of Beixiang is 26 this year. If he is a few years older, he can be your highness's father. He must be impossible. Are you sure? Wukong's perception of emotions is a little stronger than Aku's. He hesitated, but the eldest prince's eyes are not right. It's indeed a little bit feminine. Aku frowned. Do you think he is a woman in disguise? Wukong, ? I didn't know that the gentle and affectionate affection he had carefully designed, in Aku's eyes, actually became evidence of his woman in disguise. The eldest prince chuckled dotingly. Some words are not suitable to be said in front of too many people. Princess, if you don't mind, please follow me. He didn't even need to call himself this prince, and directly said I thought Yunshu was just a 13-year-old girl, at the age of falling in love. Even though she was smarter than her peers, she was still blank in terms of emotions, and easy to fool. As the eldest prince of Beixiang, he was of noble status and good-looking. If he acted gentle and affectionate, it would be easy for Yunshu to fall in love with him. The eldest prince was full of confidence, but he didn't know that in Yunshu's eyes, his peacock-like appearance was not only uncool, but also greasy and uncomfortable. Which serious 26-year-old man would hook up with a 13-year-old girl? In modern times, she has only graduated from elementary school for a year. Yunshu refused without thinking. I mind. The eldest prince, ? The princess seems to have some misunderstandings about me. The smile on his face almost didn't hold back, but fortunately the eldest prince reacted in time and barely maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, chuckled and sighed. Is it because of what happened when we first met? Maybe. Yunshu used to be so straightforward in front of Emperor Xuanwu, not to mention the eldest prince of Beixiang. She responded casually, without any intention of leaving room for both parties. I feel that you are quite unfriendly to Tiansheng, and always want to see Tiansheng in trouble. The eldest prince began to regret it. No one had told him that the fifth princess had such a temper. Will their plan really succeed? Why is the eldest prince silent? Seeing his silence, Yunshu began to be aggressive. Because I am right? Yes, I admit it. It doesn't matter if she's difficult to deal with. Even if she's difficult to deal with now, after she marries him, he can do whatever he wants to her. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Thinking of what that person said and the promise he made, the eldest prince gritted his teeth and actually admitted it. But I think the princess should understand. Realizing that Yunshu might prefer a more straightforward approach, the eldest prince now changed his strategy and said frankly, Beixiang and Tiansheng used to be hostile, but later Beixiang lost and has been paying tribute to Tiansheng for years. Ask yourself, If you were born in Beixiang, would you really hope that Tiansheng would be good? If I were from Beixiang, I would really understand you. Yunshu nodded slightly, which was so annoying that he was dying. Although he was actually a head shorter than the eldest prince, he inexplicably gave people a feeling of being superior. But I am from Tiansheng, so I particularly like the way you can't stand it but can't get rid of Tiansheng. Don't go too far. When Yunshu said this, the eldest prince himself didn't react, but the Prince Lian was so angry that the veins on his neck popped out. Aren't you just relying on the eldest prince's love for you? We are the Beixiang envoys, who came to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Tiansheng. We are guests, you are so. Enough. Deliberately waiting for the Prince Lian to finish what he should say before interrupting, meeting Yunshu's ambiguous eyes, the eldest prince smiled bitterly. Princess should feel very unbelievable, right? In fact, these days, I stayed in the inn by myself, and it took me a lot of time to accept this fact. Maybe. This is what is called love at first sight. It's so domineering that it doesn't make any sense. Chapter 82. The eldest prince casually picked a plum blossom blooming in the snow, and sent it to Yunshu. In the dark, the 4 secret guards, who were still struggling with whether he had bad intentions, and tried to seduce Her Royal Highness the Princess, had their pupils trembled instantly. Sending flowers. Does this need to be analyzed again? This is one of the behaviors that Her Royal Highness the Princess specifically singled out. Aku silently bit his fingers. Here, the eldest prince, who didn't know that he had been targeted, was still expressing his love affectionately. The princess may not know that since the first glimpse of you on the street that day, you have taken root in my heart. You are like this beautiful plum blossom, different from other ordinary flowers. Even in such a cold winter day, you can bloom proudly, tenacious and unbreakable just like... Snap! The plum branch in the eldest prince's hand suddenly broke without warning. Yunshu suppressed the corners of her lips that wanted to curl up and her face turned cold. It's broken. This. Even with the eldest prince's ability to respond, he was a little unable to react at once. The branch shouldn't break suddenly for no reason, but if someone secretly attacked, he didn't notice it at all. Could such a top master be hidden by the side of a mere princess? It should be. No, maybe it's just a coincidence. The eldest prince just compared me to this plum branch, and then broke it. Is he trying to hint something to me? Noticing that the eldest prince stared at the plum branch for a little longer, Yunshu sneered. Why bother? The eldest prince, if you have anything to say, just say it. The princess misunderstood. Without thinking about anything else, seeing Yunshu turn away with a cold face, the eldest prince hurriedly followed, and at the same time, he did not forget to secretly gesture to the Prince Lian and others, indicating that they didn't need to follow. The plum blossom branch just now was just an accident. I am really sincere to the princess. Sincerity? Yunshu sneered. Can the eldest prince express his sincerity with his mouth? Of course not. After denying reflexively, the eldest prince looked around and started to worry again. Sincerity. Let alone that he didn't have it. There is no room for him to show his sincerity in this imperial garden. Fifth sister. Just when the eldest prince was in trouble, Yunshu came out from nowhere, saw Yunshu with sharp eyes, and ran over happily with 2 skewers. Fifth sister, what are you doing here? Who is this? The eldest prince of Beixiang. After introducing him casually, Yunshu's eyes fell on the 2 skewers in his hand, and she felt a little unbelievable. Where did you get these? We grilled them ourselves. When Yunshu heard that the big guy next to him was actually the eldest prince of Beixiang, he immediately... She lost interest in him and started to share the skewers with Yunshu with great interest. Simming, Tsini, and I came early, and there was nothing fun after we arrived. There happened to be a pile of dead branches gathered there. I remembered that you, fifth sister, brought me to eat skewers 2 days ago, so I simply asked someone to send some food over and grilled them with Simming and the others. Just now we were wondering when you would come over, and now we meet fifth sister. Why don't you come too? I guess this is the 6th prince? When Yunshu talked to Yunshu, he did not avoid the eldest prince. After hearing Yunshu's invitation, the eldest prince's eyes brightened up. He said actively, Didn't the princess just say that she wanted to see my sincerity? I know that men in Tiansheng all believe in the saying that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, and only women should wash their hands and cook soup for men, but no man has ever cooked for women. As the eldest prince of Beixiang, I would never do such a thing, but for the princess, I think I can try it. The eldest prince's suggestion is interesting. Yunshu pulled the corner of his lip. The dead branches in the imperial garden are indeed cleaned regularly. Sometimes they are not cleaned up in time, so they are piled in an inconspicuous corner first, and then taken away later. It is normal. But today is the Wanshou festival. knowing that a group of young men and women from aristocratic families, even princes and princesses, will appear here in the afternoon, which palace servant dares to be so careless and leave a pile of dead branches here? You know, all the affairs of this palace banquet are handled by the queen in the central palace, who can't tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes. Queen, the eldest prince of Beixiang. The other party may have even calculated Yun Chuan's reaction. It seems that the queen's desire to get rid of her is much stronger than she thought. Glancing at the eldest prince with a smile, Yunshu finally agreed. Since the eldest prince is so thoughtful, I will wait and see. I will definitely not let the princess down. The eldest prince's performance was indeed like a young man who finally got the opportunity. He was surprised and happy, and he wanted to perform well. I wonder what ingredients the sixth prince has. I was worried that I would not be able to get used to the food of Tiansheng when I went to Tiansheng this time, so I specially brought some of my favorite food from Beixiang. If the two princes don't mind, I can have someone bring some over so that we can all taste it together. Brought from Beixiang? Yun Chuan, who was still wondering why the eldest prince of Beixiang wanted to show his sincerity to his fifth sister and cook for her, was immediately attracted by this sentence. Is it not available in Tiansheng? It should be. Already knowing that the sixth prince had a good relationship with Yun Shu, the eldest prince was also quite nice to Yun Chuan. Some of the ingredients I brought this time are unique to our Beixiang, and some I have eaten elsewhere before and found that they tasted very good, so I brought them back to Beixiang on purpose. They are all very rare ingredients. Then you should have someone send them over quickly. Yun Chuan nodded repeatedly. Although the place we found is relatively hidden, if someone finds it and tells my father and mother, we probably won't be able to roast it. We have to eat more before we are discovered. I have someone prepare it right away. The eldest prince naturally agreed. The man said before that he would find a way to create an opportunity for him to drug Yunshu before the dinner, but he still didn't believe it. I didn't expect. She is worthy of being the queen. Such a scheming method is really amazing. If he hadn't known part of the inside story in advance, I'm afraid he would have thought that all this was just a coincidence, right? It's ridiculous that the fifth princess would never have dreamed that she would end up in the hands of her own people. Chapter 83. The speed at which the eldest prince delivered the ingredients was much faster than expected. While he was handling the ingredients himself, he shamelessly continued to get closer to Yunshu. Does the princess like to eat this kind of skewers? It's okay. Yunshu sat next to him, picking up the so-called specialties that the eldest prince and Yunchuan only had elsewhere. As long as it's delicious, I like it. Then the princess can really go to Beixiang to play. The food there is very good. While Yunshu's attention was completely not on him, the eldest prince cut a hole in the empty shell cake in his hand, quickly sprinkled some medicine powder into it, and then brushed a layer of oil on it as if nothing had happened, and sprinkled a few sesame seeds as a mark. He still laughed heartily. It can be said that it is a kind of fate. The skewers made by the princess are actually made in a similar way to our traditional Beixiang cuisine. They are all grilled over an open fire. As he spoke, he put all the empty shell cakes brushed with oil together and grilled them on the fire. These empty shell cakes are actually already made, but brush them with oil again, heat them up, and sprinkle some of your favorite seasonings on them, and they will taste different. Then it's still a cake. Compared to other ingredients he had never seen, the appearance of the empty shell cake was ordinary, and really did not arouse Yunchuan's interest. He dug out a small black jar from a pile of ingredients, uncorked it and smelled it, and almost died on the spot. No, why do you Beixiang still eat shit? The sixth prince is joking. Seeing that Yunshu and the others also showed obvious disgust, the eldest prince quickly took the small black jar and put it away. This is a kind of pickled fish meat, which can be stored for a very long time. Although it smells a bit bad, it still tastes very good. It's so delicious, you should keep it for yourself. Yun Chuan smelled his hand that had just pulled the stopper of the black jar, and always felt that it was stinking. It can't be washed off. It can't be washed off at all. After emptying the water in 3 water bags in a row, the stench on his hands still followed him like a shadow. Yun Chuan collapsed and raised his hand in front of Lu Ziming. Smell it for me. Is it really stinky, or is it my illusion? This. Lu Ziming was also very honest in front of Yun Chuan. He took a deep breath and tried to comfort her. It's okay, I don't feel. Not so. You? Yun Chuan, shock. Tsuni, She covered her nose with one hand, and held the food she had just found with the other hand. She quietly leaned towards Yunshu and whispered to Yunshu what she had just found. Princess, look at this dried mushroom, it's so cute. This is. Yunshu's attention was originally on Yun Chuan. When she heard Tsuni's words, she just glanced at it casually. But the next moment, Her eyes were fixed. This cute little thing. Why does it look so familiar? Oh, this is a kind of mushroom I ate in Nanhua when I represented Baixiang to congratulate the new emperor of Nanhua on his accession to the throne. Tender and juicy, fresh and fragrant, soft and chewy when chewed, it is really delicious. It's a pity that it seems to only grow in the mountains of Nanhua, and it can't be planted in Baixiang. But I really like it, so when I came back from Nanhua, I specially asked someone to get some dried and brought it back to Baixiang. Not long after I returned to Baixiang, Tianqing's birthday festival was coming again, so I brought it here again. Seeing that Yishu was interested in the little mushroom, the eldest prince hurriedly took the opportunity to show his sincerity. Because I didn't bring back much, I only ate it once along the way, and I ate less. But if the princess likes it, I will soak it and roast a few for the princess in a while. No need. Good fellow, he dared to make the green stalks into dried mushrooms. Isn't this like an old man hanging himself to seek death? Yuanshu waved her hands hurriedly. Since the number is so rare, I won't take away what others like. I am also happy to share my favorite food with the princess. How can this be called taking away what others like? Thinking that Yuanshu was really being polite to him, the prince generously grabbed 5 green stalks and put them in the bowl to soak. Then he took down the previously baked empty shell cake. The empty shell cake is already baked. Princess, you try it first. Crack! The branch with the empty shell cake was baked above the fire for so long and it was fine, but when the prince took it down to pass it to Yuanshu, it broke inexplicably. The golden and crispy empty shell cake rolled on the ground, and was soon covered with dust. Yuanshu sighed with some regret. It broke again. My great prince, is this a warning from heaven to me, that the great prince is not a good match for me? It was just an accident. How can it be said that it is not a good match? The eldest prince chose to forget that he had even made up a lie that Yuanshu was destined to be together when she grilled a skewer. He laughed awkwardly, and took out a few more empty shell cakes. Then, when everyone's attention was not on him, he prepared another empty shell cake with ingredients for Yuanshu in the same way. A few minutes later, before the empty shell cake was delivered to Yuanshu, it accidentally fell to the ground again, because the eldest prince accidentally stepped on a stone and sprained his foot. The eldest prince, ? Is it really so weird? The guess that there was a master protecting Yuanshu in secret once again came to his mind. The eldest prince vaguely felt that this was the real answer, but he was also confused. If that was the case, the other party probably saw him drugging Yuanshu. Why not just catch him in the act? What is the eldest prince thinking? When the empty shell cake was knocked down for the first time, Yuanshu noticed that the one that the eldest prince put in the front, which was originally intended for her, was sprinkled with some black sesame seeds. Because Yuanshu had been to the grassland in the modern times, she had eaten the most authentic empty shell cakes, and knew that there were actually no sesame seeds on them. So she took a special look at the other cakes that fell. There were no sesame seeds on those cakes. At that time, she only had a little snack, but she was not sure of anything. Until this time, seeing that the empty shell cake that the eldest prince almost handed to her just now still had more sesame seeds as decoration than the other ones, Yuanshu's eyes deepened and suddenly laughed. Does the eldest prince also think this is a warning from heaven? How could it be? The eldest prince forced a smile. It's just, there are more coincidences today. Chapter 84. Then I'd like to try and see how coincidental it can be. Yuanshu stood up and took out a few more empty shell cakes from the ingredients. We each bake a few this time. I don't believe it. Could it be a coincidence that the cake in my hand and the one in the eldest prince's hand would fall to the ground together? But she was going to do it herself. How could she eat his special version with added ingredients? The eldest prince quickly stopped her. It was agreed that I would show my sincerity to Her Royal Highness the Princess this time. How could I let Her Royal Highness do it herself? It doesn't matter. It's a matter of reciprocity. At most, the empty shell cakes I baked will be given to the eldest prince. When Yuanshu really wanted to fool people, that innocent expression on her face could easily let people down their guard. Just like now, she opened her round little deer eyes and tilted her head slightly. The arrogance on the surface would not disgust people at all, but would make people want to smile knowingly and agree to all her requests. Although the eldest prince did not have any good feelings towards her because of the previous incident, he subconsciously put his mind at ease and pretended to be flattered. Then, thank you, princess. It's not for you. Yuanshu snorted disdainfully. I just want to try and see if there is such a coincidence. She turned around with the cake, imitated the eldest prince's previous actions, brushed a layer of oil on the empty shell cake, and then quietly sprinkled some black sesame seeds on the cake that was in the middle, and not easy to see. Secretly, Aku, who noticed this scene, silently loosened his hand holding the small stone. So, this time, the eldest prince's empty shell cake with added ingredients, which had gone through many twists and turns, was finally successfully delivered to Yunshu's hand. On the plate beside him. "It's too hot now. Leave it for me to eat later," Yunshu said, as she slowly brushed a layer of oil on the empty shell cakes she was baking. "It just so happens that these ones of mine haven't been baked yet." She tilted her head, as if attracted by the soaked green onion in the bowl beside her, and scooped another one on the cake and baked it together. "Princess, do you want to taste the taste of this South Vietnamese mushroom?" The eldest prince's grill was also empty at this time. He took all the remaining 4 green onions and brushed them all with the seasoning he carefully prepared. He didn't notice that Yunshu took advantage of this opportunity to remove all the sesame seeds on the empty shell cake with added ingredients, and then replaced the empty shell cake with a cake she secretly added sesame seeds. "Fifth sister, you." Yunshu accidentally glanced back, and happened to catch a glimpse of Yunshu changing the cake. He just opened his mouth to ask, and saw Yunshu turn around and quietly made a hushed gesture to him. "Yunshu, question mark. Yunshu, shock. I don't know what he imagined in his mind. After a brief moment of confusion, he covered his mouth excitedly. "Your Highness the Sixth Prince, what is this?" Sometimes, things are just so coincidental. Yunshu happened to see Yunshu changing the cake, and Yunshu's excited mouth-covering action was also seen by the eldest prince. He suspiciously followed Yunshu's line of sight to look at Yunshu, and saw Yunshu slowly turning over the giant shouting on the cake. This mushroom. Realizing that he had attracted the attention of the eldest prince, Yunshu suddenly had an idea and shouted excitedly, "It looks really unusual." "Yunshu, He should just shut up." Shaking her head helplessly, Yunshu picked up the empty shell cake sprinkled with sesame seeds and took a slow bite. As expected, the eldest prince's attention was successfully diverted by her in an instant. With a smug smile from the heart, the eldest prince raised his eyebrows slightly. "How is it? Does this cake suit the princess's appetite?" "It's okay." Yunshu nodded casually, picked up the cake she baked, and handed them to the eldest prince. Reciprocity. "Since it is a kind gesture from the princess, I will not refuse it." Thinking that his plan had succeeded, the eldest prince was still immersed in the joy that Yunshu finally fell into his hands, unaware that the empty shell cake with added ingredients he made by hand had been eaten up by him without a single bite left. This mushroom should be healed too. The one who wanted to harm her has already suffered the consequences of his own actions. Yunshu slowly ate the last bite of the empty shell cake and slowly stood up. "But I'm full, so I won't eat it." "Then Yunshu still remembered what the eldest prince said about how delicious this thing was. He took a step forward and reached out to take the mushroom off and give it to himself to eat. As a result, Yunshu grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back halfway. "You are not allowed to eat it. Last time we had hot pot together, you ate a bite of mushroom and a rash broke out on your body?" Yunshu's eyes widened, and he was about to ask when that happened. Sunny beside him also reacted and whispered, "Sixth Prince, the imperial physician also said that you can't eat mushrooms at that time." Yunshu was dumbfounded, "But I know you like to eat, but you can't." Decisively interrupted what he wanted to say, Yunshu said firmly, "It's settled, at worst, we can't eat with you." "Yunshu, Finally realizing something belatedly, Yunshu said dejectedly. Yunshu patted him on the head helplessly. "Isn't it just that you can't eat mushrooms? We have been here long enough. It's time to go out and show our faces." "Prince, excuse me." "Princess, please." The purpose of drugging has been achieved, and the prince naturally doesn't care whether Yunshu will leave him separately. To be precise, it's better if they leave. After all, the number of South Vietnam mushrooms he brought back from South Vietnam was really small. These 5 baked ones didn't need to be divided, so he could eat them slowly. Walking out of that secret little corner, Yunshu looked back at least a dozen times, until he was sure that no one else around could hear their conversation. He finally stopped and grabbed Yunshu's cloak impatiently. "Fifth sister, why didn't you let us eat mushrooms just now? And that cake, did you secretly spit in it?" Yunshu, Although it is impossible for her to carry any poison or croton with her, and give it to the great prince of Baixiang at this time. But what the hell is spitting? This is too tasteless. Chapter 85. I just don't trust the cake made by the eldest prince, so I changed it. As for the South Vietnamese mushroom, I seem to have seen it in a book before. Yunshu is too unstable. Yunshu is afraid that telling him the truth will easily expose the truth, so he only explained half-truthfully. "I remember that the book seems to say that this kind of mushroom is fine to eat when it is fresh and cooked, but if it is not cooked well, it is poisonous. Poisonous? Yunchu-wan really exclaimed. Then, the eldest prince will not die, right? Today is the birthday party. He is going to die in the palace, how unlucky. The focus is really strange. Yunchu sighed helplessly. If you don't eat much, it's not particularly serious, and you shouldn't die. But there may be some special circumstances. Special circumstances? Yunchu-wan was a little curious. What special method? I'm not sure if it's true yet. Seeing that someone was already walking towards this side not far away, Yunchu didn't want to say more, and walked slowly, and continued to stroll forward. Anyway, if there is anything, you will be able to see it at the dinner later. Although the news released by the queen vaguely revealed some news that she wanted to meet the prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and even Yunchu. But the young men and women who were invited to the palace on the day of the Wansho festival were either children of aristocratic families or important officials in the court. They had also heard about the promise that Yunchu had asked Emperor Xuanwu for at the royal hunting ground before. The girls might still envy Yunchu for being able to live as he pleases without caring about worldly eyes, but those young masters all stay away from Yunchu. You're kidding, Yunchu is just a princess, not an empress. They are both of high status. Wouldn't it be good to marry a wife who is well matched, and find a bunch of beautiful concubines who can please him? They would rather give up such a happy life, like a god, and go to Shang Princess to be a consort, and from then on, they can only take care of the princess alone. If they do something wrong, they might even receive a divorce letter, which will be embarrassing. They are not crazy. Thanks to the unwillingness of these young men to give up the whole forest for a big tree, Yunchu strolled in the imperial garden for an afternoon, and did not encounter any annoying guys who wanted to hook up with her. In sharp contrast to her, the prince was constantly encountered by the noble ladies all afternoon. Yunchu saw no less than 10 of them. However, most of the girls could only stay by the prince's side for a while. Only one girl in a pink dress, with a beautiful face and a pitiful temperament, followed the prince almost from beginning to end. Judging from the situation, the position of the future crown princess should fall on her head. In modern times, through people around her and TV networks, Yunchu has seen all kinds of CPs that make people want to die. Yunchu can't stand this kind of love that requires girls to follow the prince step by step, pay attention to the other party's various emotional changes at any time, and respond quickly, and never forget to please the other party. After a few uninterested glances, he retracted his gaze, and even didn't bother to gossip about the girl's identity. The lights were on, and Yunchu, who was forced to walk around the imperial garden for an afternoon, finally sat comfortably in the palace with 4 dragons. Emperor Xuanwu and the empress had not entered the palace yet, so everyone was relaxed. After being led to their respective seats by the palace servants, they began to enjoy the singing and dancing, toasting and chatting. Because Yunchu was a princess, her seat was not arranged with the ordinary female relatives, but at the end closest to Emperor Xuanwu, side by side with Yunchu-wan. Fifth sister, Cini and Lu Ziming had already returned to their parents. Yunchu-wan was probably bored, so he glanced around and then leaned over to Yunchu's ear and whispered, "Why do I see that the eldest prince is fine? He doesn't look like he was poisoned. Maybe it's not time yet. Even if the hand smoke thing is not handled properly, it will not be poisonous immediately after eating. There is always a process in between." With one hand on Yunchu-wan's head, Yunchu pushed him back and whispered helplessly, "Take your eyes off, it's too obvious." I didn't stare at him all the time, and there were many other people in his direction. How could it be obvious? Yunchu-wan argued in a low voice, unconvinced. I was about to say something else, but suddenly a sharp announcement came from outside. The emperor has arrived. The queen has arrived. The originally bustling hall immediately became quiet, and even Yunchu, who was originally lazy, stood up with everyone else, straightened the wrinkles on his clothes, and then bowed to the bright yellow figure. Long live the emperor. Long live the queen. Everyone, please stand up. Emperor Xuanwu seemed to be in a very good mood today, and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Today is the birthday banquet. Everyone doesn't have to be restrained. Just enjoy it. As he finished speaking, the hall was filled with singing and dancing again. But the voices of the crowd laughing and talking were much quieter. Obviously, even with that sentence, everyone still didn't dare to really relax in front of Emperor Xuanwu. Except Yunchu. She didn't look very serious when she went to the imperial study, let alone at this kind of dinner. The dancers carefully trained in the ancient palace all had great figures, especially after Emperor Xuanwu and his men came. The singing and dancing they performed was even better. Yunchu's eyes were full of beautiful young ladies, and she looked more exciting than those unmarried young men present. Unfortunately, they danced for less than half an hour, and these dancers, who would be the top dancers in modern times, withdrew with their light long sleeves. It was time to present birthday gifts to the emperor. The prince took the lead in standing up from the first position on the right-hand side of Emperor Xuanwu, and walked into the hall. Two young eunuchs carefully walked in from outside, carrying a base that was about 1 foot long and wide. The item on the base also looked only slightly larger than an adult man's fist, but it was covered with a red cloth, so people couldn't see what it was. It's so small, but you have to ask 2 people to carry it. Yuan Chuan couldn't help but lean over and whisper to Yuan Shu, obviously one person can bring it up. They had to arrange 2 people for the sake of pomp, and the base was so small that their hands were almost touching each other. Isn't it embarrassing? Chapter 86. The prince, who didn't hear Yuan Chuan's words, was indeed not embarrassed. With a seemingly humble but actually proud attitude, he had the red cloth lifted, revealing the green base on it, and most of the above was pink and white jade. This is... Emperor Xuanwu leaned forward and took a closer look. The prince suddenly had a smug smile on his face. Father, this is a piece of natural jade that I found by accident before. It is not only translucent, but more importantly, it absorbs the essence of heaven and earth and grows into the shape of a longevity peach without the need for carving. The first time I got it, I felt that it should belong to my father. So I brought it here today, wishing my father great fortune and longevity. Okay. The emperor who was shouted "Long live the emperor" every day was naturally the one who wanted to live as long as the sky the most in the world. Emperor Xuanwu was very pleased and rewarded the prince with some small things before letting him leave. The second person who came forward to present the gift was the eldest prince. It had been a while since the autumn hunt, and Emperor Xuanwu's anger had actually subsided a lot. Looking at the eldest prince, who had just returned to Beijing yesterday and had obviously lost weight, he couldn't help but wonder if he had punished him too severely. After all, he had truly loved his first child. Unfortunately, later on, the smile on Emperor Xuanwu's face faded a little. At the same time, the gift presented by the eldest prince was also delivered. Why are there 2 little eunuchs again? Yuan Chuan continued to complain vaguely while chewing on the cake. Big brother, this is even more unreliable. He messed with 2 people for just 1 scroll. I saw them bumping shoulders with each other, and they could hardly walk. Yuan Shu, With the prince's tricolor jade in front of her, she no longer dared to laugh at others' grand display. What if this is something priceless? Well, ancient paintings are different from jade. This thing can indeed be easily picked up by one person. Yuan Shu silently stuffed a piece of plum blossom pastry into her mouth, but her eyes were still staring at the scroll that was slowly opening. It was different from the painting with superb painting skills, exquisite layout, and wonderful conception that she imagined. At least in Yuan Shu's eyes, it was a mess, with a lot of strokes here and there, and the words and paintings were not words, but they were so dense that people would have claustrophobia. But it was this ugly thing that made Emperor Xuanwu show an excitement that he had never had when he saw the emerald peaches just now. Is this the Book of the People? My father, this thing is the Book of the People. The eldest prince bowed his hands and looked at Emperor Xuanwu at the top, his eyes full of admiration. Before, when I was ordered by my father to go to Nanyang County to treat the disaster, I often saw the local people affected by the disaster. After receiving the relief food, I kowtowed towards the direction of the capital to thank the emperor for his grace. It was just that after the disaster, I was in a hurry to return to the capital to report to my father, so I didn't stay for too long. It was not until a few days ago that I received this letter from the people of Nanyang County, which they asked me to pass on their behalf. I learned that the local people felt that they were deeply grateful to the emperor, and after the disaster, they spontaneously organized themselves and signed this thank you gift that carried the people's true feelings. Today, I am offering flowers to the Buddha, on behalf of myself and the hundreds of thousands of people in Nanyang County. I wish my father's holy body eternal peace. Good. The prince is thoughtful. If the previous gift from the prince was a successful way to please the emperor, then the gift from the eldest prince really touched the emperor's heart. After all, everyone knows that auspicious words like live, as long as the sky can only be heard, and it is impossible for anyone to live to be 10,000 years old. But as an emperor, his achievements were recognized by the people, and he even received the Book of the People from the people. This can be recorded in the history books and help him go down in history. Even if it is hundreds or thousands of years later, when future generations mention him, Emperor Xuanwu, they will also praise his wisdom and benevolence. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The look in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes, when he looked at the eldest prince, became softer, My son went to Longhua Temple to pray for blessings this time, and he looks a lot thinner. I will reward you with a 500-year-old ginseng. Thank you, father. The father was able to take the initiative to mention that he went to Longhua Temple to pray for blessings, and also rewarded him. This clearly shows that his attitude has loosened. The eldest prince was overjoyed, and quickly thanked him for his grace. With the eldest prince and the crown prince as examples, it would be difficult for the latter to surpass them. Fortunately, the third and fourth princes had a clear self-awareness. They never thought of suppressing the two in front of them. The gifts they gave were quite standard. Although they were not outstanding, people could not find any faults. Emperor Xuanwu also gave them some small gifts symbolically, and then let them return to their seats. Next, it was Yunshu's turn. Unlike the crown prince and the eldest prince, who were particular about pomp and circumstance, Yunshu's gift was easily brought by one person. Without any foreplay, the red cloth was lifted, and a plain and featureless paperweight that was worth at most 1 or 2 taels of silver on the market appeared in front of everyone. The queen was furious because the gift from the crown prince was suppressed by the first prince. Yunshu, who also disliked her, happened to be in the crossfire. The queen couldn't help but put on a hypocritical and kind smile and mocked, "Paperweight? Xiaowu's gift is quite original. It's a pity that I am short-sighted and can't tell which famous artist made it. It's normal that your mother can't tell." Yunshu smiled shyly. "Isn't it just acting? Who doesn't know how to do that?" Rolling her eyes silently in her heart, Yunshu's expression was flawless, as if the queen's previous threat to her had never happened, because this paperweight is indeed just a very ordinary paperweight that I picked up casually. "Oh! What do you mean, Xiaowu?" I didn't expect her to really dare to admit it. The queen raised her eyebrows and became more sarcastic. Could it be that Xiaowu has spent all the money he has earned from laying 4 dragons for people recently on the restaurant he opened outside the palace, so he has no money to prepare a gift for your father? "Mother, you misunderstood." Yunshu turned around, picked up the paperweight in the middle of the tray, and handed it to the palace servant next to him, and then picked up the thin papers under the paperweight. "The paperweight is very ordinary because it was not originally a gift that your son wanted to present to your father. The real gift is this." "Queen, ? What the hell is this?" She actually mocked the wrong thing. Chapter 87. Some rare papers are really expensive now, but that is only relative to other papers. What's more, Yunshu only has a few pieces of paper in his hand? How expensive can it be? The queen's expression froze for a moment, and soon she chuckled indulgently. "It turns out that I misunderstood. I didn't notice that there were a few more pieces of paper underneath. I guess Xiaowu also spent a lot of effort to get these unusual papers?" She deliberately paused before saying the word unusual, and sure enough, many people stretched their necks to see how special this paper could be. But just a few pieces dared to present them to the emperor as birthday gifts. Replying to the queen, "I really put some thought into it." As if he didn't hear the sarcasm in the queen's words, Yunshu held the pieces of paper in front of him so that the Xuanwu emperor could see it more clearly, and his face was undisguised. "Father, I promised you the low-priced paper, and I have fulfilled your promise." "You really made it?" Although when he saw these pieces of paper, the Xuanwu emperor thought that it might be the low-priced paper that Yunshu had been clamoring to make before. But even so, he only dared to think in the direction of semi-finished products, but now listening to Xiaowu's words, why does it seem like it has been completed and no need to continue to improve? Unconsciously holding the edge of the dragon table with both hands, the Xuanwu emperor's breathing became a little faster. "Then have you ever calculated, if this paper is sold outside, how much money should it sell for to avoid losses?" "Father, this question has been calculated by Master Yi." Yunshu continued to boast with a beaming face. "The price of a cut of low-priced paper should be around 5 coins. Tiansheng dynasty cut one cut into 25 sheets. In the past, even the worst kind of paper would cost at least 50 coins. The quality of the paper in Yunshu's hand was obviously much better, but the price was 10 times lower. Emperor Xuanwu stood up suddenly and walked to Yunshu in person. He couldn't wait to take the pieces of paper in his hands like treasures. He first felt the quality of the paper by rubbing his fingertips, and then turned back and ordered Li Dihai, "Go and give me a pen." "Yes." Li Dihai looked at Yunshu gratefully. No wonder when Her Highness the 5th Princess met him 2 days ago, she told him to prepare pens and ink in advance on the day of the Wanshou festival. Maybe he could use it. It turned out that she had thought of this long ago. Let someone get the pens and ink as quickly as possible. The Empress' eyelids twitched, as if she had realized something. She was about to say something, but Emperor Xuanwu had already put down his pen and laughed out loud. "My 5th daughter, Yunshu, is gifted and virtuous. She can share the country's worries and benefit the people. She is truly a heaven-sent unicorn girl. I now grant her the county of Gyeongju County and confer her the title of Princess Shunghan. Thank you, father. Yunshu herself had never expected that the title and fiefdom that had been taken away by General Wei Yuan would be unexpectedly obtained today. Gyeongju County is not far from the Gyeongnan area, with an excellent location and good economic development. The annual tax revenue from that fiefdom must not be too low. Yunshu had another income for nothing, so he was naturally overjoyed. The others present, especially the queen, hated it so much that their teeth were about to break, but because Emperor Xuanwu had never discussed it with them, and said it directly in front of so many people, they could only suppress their ideas one by one and shouted in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Okay, let's continue the banquet. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand, obviously in a very happy mood. Although Yunshu felt a little regretful, and knew that he would definitely not be able to beat Yunshu this time, he had a good mentality, and felt that it was also good to be able to surpass his brother, the Crown Prince, so he happily sent his gifts up. Unlike the Crown Prince and the First Prince, whose small things had to be carried by two people, Yunshu things were a big box that required two people to carry. Emperor Xuanwu, who was in the upper position, didn't think that the gift from this kid could make him happier than Yunshu, but he still looked over expectantly. It wasn't because of anything else. The main reason was that the Lu family was really rich. Even the birthday gifts that Lao Lu gave him every year were very valuable. For example, the half-human high pure gold Buddha statue in his private vault. I don't know what's in this big box this year. It just so happened that he had just spent hundreds of thousands of taels of silver to invest in Xiao Wu's restaurant a few days ago, and now he is short of money. Father, please look. The red sandalwood box was finally opened as Yunshu finished speaking. The smile of expectation on Emperor Xuanwu's face froze, and there was silence in the hall. Even Yunshu, who was lazily stuffing cakes into his mouth, widened his eyes in surprise. Why is this kid going crazy? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Everyone looked at Yunshu in shock, but this fool still felt good about himself. He took out a paper mask from the box and said proudly, "Father, do you think this mask looks like me?" Emperor Xuanwu? Perhaps because he was too shocked, he didn't know what to say for a while. Emperor Xuanwu silently turned his head and looked at concubine Lu, whose seat was one step lower than his own, and asked her with his eyes, "Have you seen the imperial physician for your son's condition?" Concubine Lu, She didn't know why Juana was like this. Originally, she would help with the annual gift, and even prepare it directly for Yunshu. But this year, the boy suddenly changed his attitude and said mysteriously that he had prepared the Emperor Xuanwu's favorite gift, and refused to let her interfere. She was still thinking that the little guy had finally grown up, and was sensible, and knew how to surprise his father. Who knew that he would do such a thing today? How could His Majesty like such an inexplicable birthday gift? Lu Guifei was silent for a moment, and then she began to smooth things over for her son. "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Your Majesty. I only told Juaner before that the birthday gift for Your Majesty must be the best, but I forgot that Juaner is still a child. In his heart, the best things may be what these children like." Chapter 88. That's not true, Mother. He was afraid that the gifts he had prepared with his intelligence and wisdom would be misunderstood by his mother's words. Yunshu hurriedly shook his head and denied, "These gifts sent by your son are all your father's favorite." While he was talking, he did not forget to ask Emperor Xuanwu for confirmation. "Father, don't you think so?" Emperor Xuanwu. Your head. How could he, the emperor, like such things that only children can play with? He really wanted to open this boy's head and see what he was thinking in his mind. After staring at Yunshu for a while with a bad face, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly felt that the mask in his hand looked familiar. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere not long ago. Where is it? In his mind, the memory of a month ago suddenly emerged. Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "These things should be bought from outside the palace. Why don't I know when you bought them?" "I bought them last month when I went to the study to rest, and I went out of the palace with my fifth sister." Yunshu smiled and praised his wit. "These things, I have been picking them for a long time." Yunshu, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, ? I really don't know about this. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's dark eyes turned to him again, Yunshu hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. "I was busy in the Ministry of Industry to tinker with the method of making low-cost paper that day. After the sixth prince left the palace, he and I acted separately." "That's right." Yunshu proudly raised his chest higher. "My fifth sister knows nothing. All these gifts were selected by my son alone." "Really?" Emperor Xuanwu sneered. If he hadn't summoned the third prince to the palace that day, and the third prince had just happened to meet the sixth prince on the way to the palace, I'm afraid he would have been fooled by the sixth prince today. The third prince clearly said that day that this stinky boy bought a bunch of junk on the street, and he didn't even dare to show it to the third prince because he thought those things were too tattered. So now, he is secretly tired of playing in the palace, and doesn't know how to deal with these junk. So he just recycles them, and collects them all together as a birthday gift for his father, right? Okay, today is the birthday of the emperor. In front of so many people, he can't let outsiders know that his unfilial son can do such a thing. So he will let this kid go for the time being. When there's no one else around, see how he deal with this bastard. She accepted Yun Chuhuan's gift expressionlessly, and the birthday banquet finally became lively again, except for Yun Chuhuan, who was sullen and sat next to Yun Shu complaining with an unhappy face. Fifth sister, I feel like my father is targeting me. Ahem. Nearly choking on a mouthful of tea, Yun Shu put down her teacup, stifled a smile, and turned her head away. Why did my father target you? You all got rewards after giving your gifts. As the music started again, Yun Chuhuan said indignantly, Fifth sister, forget it, your cheap paper sounds very impressive. My eldest brother's book of all people is barely okay. But my prince brother's peach is obviously not as good as mine, right? And my third and fourth brothers, there's nothing special about them at all. Why can they get the reward, but I can't? Maybe. For the sake of the fake brother-sister relationship, Yun Shu whispered, Father may not like these little things you gave him? Impossible. Yun Chuhuan frowned, with a look of don't try to fool me. Fifth sister, the porcelain doll you gave to father before is still on the table in father's study. How could father not like it? Yun Shu, Suddenly I realized it. No wonder this kid suddenly had a seizure. It turns out that this matter is really related to her. Silently holding his forehead, Yun Shu was conscientious for a rare time, and was about to tell Yun Chuhuan that this was not the case, but the melodious sound of stringed instruments in the hall suddenly stopped. She looked up in confusion, and saw Emperor Xuanwu cheerfully pointing out the prince's name. Prince, I heard from the queen that you already have a candidate for the crown princess in mind. Replying to father, I do have a candidate in mind. When the prince stood up, he hesitated for a while. Others might not be able to hear it, but he knew that his father's seemingly kind question actually contained a warning. After all, before this, his father had told him that his crown princess could be anyone except the Shin family, although he was unwilling to believe that his father had begun to be wary of him and the Shin family. But the facts were in front of him. It was obvious that his marriage with his cousin could tie the right prime minister's faction more firmly to his big ship, and all the benefits were obvious. If it wasn't for fear, how could his father not agree? Now his father, mother, grandfather, and cousin are all waiting for his answer. Who should he choose? It was only a few steps from his seat to the front of the palace, and the prince's mind was in a state of confusion. In the end, he lowered his head, and slowly said his final answer. Your son and my cousin Shin Jingshu have a good relationship, and I hope your father will help us. What did you say? Emperor Xuanwu slowly put away his smile. He didn't expect the prince to dare to defy him so blatantly. Is it because he didn't explain the reason when he talked to the prince about this matter before? But that's because this matter involves too many things. The people he sent out to investigate and collect data can't come back for a while. The book Xiaowu had read before has long disappeared. She has no evidence, and his life choice simulation system is a secret that cannot be told. Besides, if he didn't explain the reason, could his father's words be ignored? Emperor Xuanwu looked at the prince angrily and decided to give him another chance. Tell me, who are you in love with? Reply to your father, your son. Emperor Xuanwu was furious. It was absolutely impossible for the prince to say that he was not afraid at all. But historical lessons told him that once the emperor's fear of the prince was born, it would be difficult to disappear. If he still holds on to the hope at this time, abandons the Shin family, and separates himself from the Shin family in an attempt to dispel his father's fear of him, he will probably end up in an embarrassing situation of being empty-handed. By then, his position as the crown prince will also be shaky, until he eventually loses it. No, he absolutely cannot lose the position of crown prince. The crown prince mustered up his courage and insisted on his previous choice. Your son and my cousin Shin Jingshu. Chapter 89. Enough. He had already given the prince a second chance, but the prince still didn't cherish it. Emperor Xuanwu suddenly turned cold and shouted, Since the prince is drunk, go down and rest first. Father! Okay. Seeing that the prince was still not knowing how to speak, the queen quickly interrupted him. Little noble, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take your master back to rest. Yes. The eunuch beside the prince didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly stepped forward to help the prince out of the hall. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. No one expected that such a thing would happen in the middle of this good birthday festival. Why did the emperor oppose the prince and the Shin family girl being together? Could it be? A group of people with 800 minds gathered together, and no one knew how many ideas came up in their minds at this moment. But the queen was undoubtedly the one with the biggest emotional fluctuations. Although the prince had actually told him before that Emperor Xuanwu didn't want him to marry the daughter of the Shin family. But the queen felt that as long as the prince mentioned this matter in public, Emperor Xuanwu would not refuse even if he was reluctant. After all, with Emperor Xuanwu's temperament, he certainly didn't want the court officials to know that he was actually an emperor that even the prince would be afraid of. Unexpectedly, she miscalculated. Has the emperor's fear of the prince and her family reached such a point? Because of her clenched fists, the nails on both of her hands almost pinched into her palms. But no matter what, in this situation, she still had to maintain the calm on the surface. The queen even tried to squeeze out an apologetic smile. Your Majesty, calm down. You know, Chang'er is the most respectful child to you on weekdays. It must be because today is the birthday party. He is really happy in his heart, so he drank a few more glasses, but he didn't expect. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at the queen calmly and said nothing. Obviously, both of them knew the truth. The emperor just gave her a little face, so he didn't tell her directly. But if the queen still wanted to fool him with this kind of words, he might break the last layer of window paper. When their eyes met, the hypocritical smile on the queen's lips finally couldn't be held. She turned her eyes away first, and the embarrassment and anger continued to ferment in her heart, but in the end, she just calmly gestured to an inconspicuous little palace made in the corner. The latter received her instructions, and quickly walked towards the beige young prince with a pot of wine. So, when another song ended, the eldest prince, who had been keeping a low profile for a long time, finally stood up from his seat with a wine cup in his hand. Respected Emperor Tiansheng, on behalf of our beige young, I offer you a glass of wine, wishing you good health and long-lasting blessings. The eldest prince is thoughtful. Although Emperor Xuanwu was still in a bad mood because of the prince's affairs, he still had to give face to the envoys of other countries. He also raised the wine cup and touched it with the eldest prince in the air. Emperor Xuanwu only touched his lips and took a sip. Just as he was about to put the cup down, he saw the eldest prince drink the wine in one gulp, and suddenly threw away the wine cup in his hand, his face flushed. Your Majesty, you are so beautiful. This prince has never seen a man as handsome as you. Puff. Yuan Shuhuan, who was next to Yuan Shu, couldn't hold back a mouthful of tea and sprayed it out far away. But no one cared about him at this moment. Everyone looked at the eldest prince with horror, and Emperor Xuanwu's face turned black in an instant. Please respect yourself, eldest prince. Self-respect? The eldest prince laughed foolishly after hearing these two words. He walked out from behind the table and wanted to go directly to Emperor Xuanwu, but was hugged by the Prince Lian's thigh tightly. Prince, please wake up, that's Emperor Tiansheng. Get out of my way. The peerless handsome man was right in front of him, but he was hugged by the leg and couldn't get away. The eldest prince was so angry that he raised his fist and punched the Prince Lian. What ugly frog dares to jump on my leg? I beat you into a frog sauce. What frog? The Prince Lian was hit several times unexpectedly, but he couldn't fight back. He could only defend himself with tears. I am Hu Yenny, the eldest prince. Hu Yenny. The eldest prince was confused for a moment, and didn't understand why frogs still have names these days. But he soon realized. Even if you become a spirit, so what? This prince can still beat you into mud. I'm not a frog. The Prince of Lian was about to collapse. Don't hit me. The field was in chaos. After Yuan Shuhuan's initial shock, he soon thought of something and whispered to Yuan Shu. Fifth sister, is this what you said before? The special situation that may occur after eating the South Vietnam mushroom? Yes. Yuan Shu watched the show in amazement, and also lowered her voice, and responded softly. If you are poisoned by that thing, it is indeed possible to have hallucinations. He should now think that the Prince of Lian is a big frog. This poison is really terrible. Yuan Shuhuan was still in fear. If it weren't for the fact that Fifth Sister read a lot of books and happened to have seen this kind of mushroom in a book, if she had gone crazy in this palace today, there might be another one of him. Taking a sneak peek at the eldest prince of Beixiong, who had been controlled by the guards ordered by Emperor Xuanwu, but was still struggling and shouting that he would never obey the toad's wish, and that he only wanted one peerless beauty. And then taking a sneak peek at Emperor Xuanwu, whose face had turned as black as ink, Yuan Shuhuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva at first, and then he pushed Yunshu with his shoulder. So his illusion also made him see his father as a peerless beauty? Maybe. But it doesn't feel like it is completely true. After all, when the eldest prince toasted Emperor Xuanwu just now, he looked normal. But after drinking the wine, his face immediately turned abnormally red. If nothing unexpected happens, that glass of wine is more or less problematic. It was a pity that she was so busy watching other things that she didn't notice who was sending wine to the eldest prince. As if she heard the regretful sigh in her heart, the Prince Lien, who was finally rescued from the eldest prince, suddenly knelt down in front of Emperor Xuanwu with a messy hair after being destroyed. Emperor Tiansheng, the eldest prince, didn't deliberately misbehave in front of the emperor, he was drugged. It was your queen of Tiansheng who drugged our eldest prince. Don't slander me. The queen, who had never expected that things would turn out like this, was also panicked and quickly defended herself. Your Majesty, I don't know why the Prince Lien suddenly attacked me, but I really don't need to do this. Chapter 90. Because when you first approached us, you clearly said that you wanted to deal with the fifth princess. Beixiang and Tiansheng didn't get along well. As long as they didn't suffer any loss, what did it matter to him if the other party was in such a mess? Even the prince betrayed the queen without hesitation, you said. Enough. A good dinner party. First the prince's incident, and then the eldest prince's absurd incident. Now even the scandal of the queen trying to assassinate the princess has been exposed. At this point, this dinner party obviously can't continue. Emperor Xuanwu barely suppressed his anger and asked all the guests present to leave, leaving only the Beixiang delegation, a queen, and Yunshu. Why are you still here? After everyone else left, Yunshu, who he didn't mention, but was still standing beside Yunshu, became particularly conspicuous. Emperor Xuanwu stared at him unkindly. Why, you are involved in this matter? Father, I have been with my fifth sister since we were in the Imperial Garden today, and I do know some things. In order to stay and see the queen in trouble, Yunshu spoke very actively. I know that the eldest prince of Beixiang did something that seemed to poison my fifth sister today. Poison Xiaowu? Emperor Xuanwu's expression changed, and he looked at Yunshu quickly. Come here, call the imperial physician. Father, I should be fine. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu was so angry and still had to worry about her, Yunshu hurriedly explained. Today in the Imperial Garden, the eldest prince suddenly ran out inexplicably and said that he liked me. In order to show his sincerity to me, he also baked their Beixiang empty shell cakes by hand for me to eat. But maybe because of my good luck, the empty cake failed to reach me twice. Instead, I accidentally discovered that every time the eldest prince wanted to hand me a cake, he sprinkled some sesame seeds on it. I didn't know if it was some kind of mark. I thought that I had some unpleasantness with the Beixiang envoys before, so to be on the safe side, I secretly baked a cake for myself and replaced the one given by the eldest prince. This short paragraph revealed so much information that even such an outrageous thing as Imperial Garden pancakes became a minor issue that could not attract any attention. Emperor Xuanwu was glad that his little boy was still alert and knew not to eat anything given by others, and he glanced at the queen with an even colder look. At this point, what else can't be figured out? The empty shell cake that should have been eaten by Yunshu was obviously eaten by the eldest prince in the end. So that's how it is. Sure enough, the Prince Lien, who was still being forced to kneel on the ground, murmured, and suddenly struggled excitedly. When the queen gave us the medicine before, she said that the medicine was actually divided into two parts. If ordinary people only take one of them, there will be no reaction. But if one of them takes the medicine, and then the other takes the medicine, the former will be attracted to the latter immediately after smelling it, and may even do something uncontrollable. Our eldest prince loves your Princess Saint, and heard that Princess Saint, and has received your golden words, and can marry freely. So he was persuaded by the people sent by the queen, and agreed to this matter in a moment of confusion. But I didn't expect Princess Sheng'an to be so vigilant that the eldest prince now took two kinds of medicine. Your Majesty Tiansheng, please ask your imperial physician to treat our eldest prince as soon as possible. Because of the defeat more than 20 years ago, the life of the Lien Prince's mansion in Beixiang has not been easy in recent years. If something happened to Tiansheng this time, and the eldest prince got into trouble under his nose again, the Lien Prince's mansion would be completely finished. No matter how impulsive and stupid the Lien Prince is, he can't figure this out. He is now. She was eager to exonerate the eldest prince, at least to get Emperor Xuanwu to agree to treat the eldest prince. But the queen on the side obviously didn't want them to succeed. She was still trying her best to deny it. Your Majesty, they are clearly trying to exonerate themselves. Xiaowu is your daughter, and naturally she is also my daughter, because concubine Lan had a difficult birth and died early when she gave birth to Xiaowu. I have more pity for Xiaowu than for other children. There is no reason for me to help the eldest prince deal with Xiaowu. Check. The queen's tearful performance did not move Emperor Xuanwu at all. He just thought it was ridiculous. Did the queen think that he had forgotten so quickly that she had threatened Xiaowu to interfere in Xiaowu's marriage a few days ago, and even forced Xiaowu to fall seriously ill? She actually had the nerve to pretend to be a loving mother in front of him, and he, after so many years, actually thought that the queen was as virtuous as she appeared to be, and had the style of a mother to the world. Is he blind, looking at the queen in front of him, who seemed to be very different from his memory? With a strange look he had never had before, Emperor Xuanwu said word by word, "I will definitely investigate this matter from beginning to end. I will never wrongly accuse any innocent person, nor will I let any guilty person go." It was already late, and Yunshu and the others didn't need to get involved in the following matters. When Yunshuwan and Yunshu left the palace together, he felt a little regretful. Isn't the truth of this matter obvious? In my opinion, my father should have abolished the queen directly. If others heard what you said, you would probably be the one to be taught a lesson. After reluctantly reminding him, the two turned a corner and walked to a very empty place. Yunshu paused for a moment and couldn't help but feel curious. But why don't you like the queen? Why should I like her? Yunshu just felt that Yunshu asked a very strange question. My mother goes to the queen's palace to pay respects to her on the 1st and 15th day of every month, but 9 out of 10 times she is not happy. She must be angry with the queen, and when I went to see her before, she was criticized almost every time. Especially when my father was around, it was as if my existence was only to highlight the excellence of my brother, the crown prince, and last time, didn't she almost kill you? She is so annoying, of course I don't like her. Well, the reason is very sufficient. Yunshu was even a little relieved that one of the reasons why this kid didn't like the queen was for her. It's not easy. Chapter 91. The palace where the banquet was held was a little far from the area where the harem was located. In addition, the road was slippery, and it was dark. Yunshu and Yunshuwan walked very slowly. It took them more than 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the East Palace. It's too dark here. Yunshuwan complained in a low voice. Today is the Wanshou festival. Even if something happened at the banquet, the lanterns on the road should not be extinguished, right? According to Tiansheng tradition, on the day of the Wanshou festival, a lamp should be lit every 3 meters in the entire palace, even on the most remote paths, to symbolize longevity and endless life. But now, in the area they walked, let alone 3 meters, it felt like there was not a single lantern within 30 meters. Could it be that the crown prince's brother failed to marry his cousin, so he turned off the lights in a rage? The slippery ground became even more difficult to walk on because the road conditions were not clear. Yunshuwan angrily snatched the lantern from Xiao Anzi's hand and shone it under his own feet. Brother Crown Prince is too bold. If my father knew that he dared to turn off the lantern, he would definitely. Shoo! As soon as he noticed something was wrong, he covered Yunshuwan's mouth and turned off the lanterns in his and Tingshua's hands. Yunshu crouched and hid behind a rockery, suppressing his voice to a whisper. The Crown Prince is out. They were just behind the rockery on the side of the East Palace. Because of the rockery, people from the East Palace would not notice them unless they turned their heads to look over. But Yunshu walked here and occasionally saw the situation in the East Palace with the lights on through the gaps between the rockery. Just now, she just glanced casually and happened to see the prince, who was supposed to stay in the East Palace, hurried out, without even a little eunuch, and went alone to the dark place in front. What's going on? Although Yunshuwan didn't understand, he also lowered his voice with Yunshu. Did the prince receive the news and go to the queen to plead for mercy? I don't know, it shouldn't be. After all, if he was asking for mercy, the direction the prince went was not quite right. Besides, this sneaky behavior was obviously to do something shameful. Yunshu was just unwilling to stand on the side of the prince before, so she could attract the queen, the crazy one, and the prince of Beixiang to drug her together. If she ran into the prince's things again, it would be a fight to the death. Yunshu had no intention of getting involved in this kind of mess. She just wanted to hide behind the rockery until the prince was done, and then leave quietly. As for what the prince was doing at night, she was not interested, and she didn't want to know. Sometimes, she didn't eat melons, but melons came to her. Yunshu was squatting far away from where the prince went, but perhaps because the prince felt that it was not safe enough, it was better to go to the rockery. There was only one road, and if someone passed by with a lantern, they could find it in the first time and hide in the rockery immediately. So, a few minutes later, when Yunshuwan was getting impatient, the prince grabbed another person's wrist and took her to a place only 10 meters away from Yunshu and the others, with a low tone mixed with anger and dissatisfaction. There is no one here, now you can tell me. Why are you here? Can't you see that my father was furious just now? At this time, you dared to leave the table and come to me. You know that your behavior is just like roasting me on the fire. Your Highness, Sure didn't leave the table on her own. After all, from the moment she was born, she was carefully cultivated by the Shin family as the future queen. Even at this moment, Shin Jingshu still patiently listened to the prince's accusations without explanation, and then explained with a little grievance and worry. It was my grandfather who asked Shure to come and tell you that your majesty knew that my aunt and the eldest prince of Beixiang intended to drug Princess Shengyan. This time, your majesty was furious, and my aunt was afraid that she could not escape the blame. Did the queen mother drug you, Shu? The prince didn't know about this before, and now he just felt it was absurd. She is just a princess, and she doesn't have a strong family to support her. Why did the queen mother deal with her? This question is not important now. Shin Jingshu said worriedly. The important thing is that His Majesty is wary of your highness, and now he is going to take action against my aunt. What's next? Will he gradually disintegrate your power in the court, or even directly attack the Shin family? Your highness, these are the issues you should consider most now. Impossible. The prince subconsciously retorted, as if to comfort himself. The eldest prince has tried to kill me before, and has no brotherly love. He is brave but lacks strategy for governing the country. The third prince is a playboy who can't be helped. The fourth prince is too rigid, and his mind is only filled with his nonsense. Obviously, he is not suitable to be an emperor. Although the sixth prince is still young, judging from his posture, he will probably be similar to the third prince when he grows up. If father doesn't choose me, will he choose them? Yun Shu, Although she is very lazy, and has no interest in the throne. But he analyzed the third prince and Yun Chuan, but skipped her. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to mention her? After all, this dynasty has produced a female emperor. Yun Shu silently complained in her heart, and the next moment, she heard Shin Jingshu suddenly ask outside, Your Highness, why do you think your aunt would attack Princess Shengyan? She deliberately emphasized the word Shengyan, as if to deliberately reminding the prince that Yun Shu, whom he despised, was the first and only one among the other children of Emperor Xuanwu to have a title in fiefdom. Sure enough, the prince's tone changed instantly. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Shin Jingshu asked back. Because Princess Shengyan does not have a powerful in-laws? But what if? This is exactly what your majesty likes? Sensing the prince's emotional fluctuations at the moment, Shin Jingshu slowed down her tone and continued to analyze in a soft voice. Your Highness, the power of the right Prime Minister's faction may make your majesty afraid, but now it is also your greatest reliance. How could the prince not know the importance of the Shin family to him? If he really didn't know, he would not have insisted on marrying Shin Jingshu at the banquet today despite the anger of Emperor Xuanwu. Just looking at the current situation, how difficult it is for him to successfully marry Shin Jingshu. Chapter 92. After all, it was in the palace, and it was so late, Shin Jingshu couldn't stay too long. The two of them had said almost everything they needed to say, and soon left. Yun Chuan rubbed his legs that were numb from squatting and staggered out from behind the rockery, but his spirit was extremely excited. Fifth sister, did you hear it just now? Did they mean that the emperor wanted you to be the princess? How is that possible? Yun Shu's mouth twitched. What do you mean that the emperor is afraid of the prince? If others don't know, how can she not know? Emperor Xuanwu didn't let the prince marry Shin Jingshu, obviously because she had said before that people with close kinship should not marry each other. In fact, she was the one who was wronged. Although she had just complained in her heart that the prince did not respect her, her request was just to make the prince mention her name when he mentioned other candidates with disdain, and she did not want the other party to take her seriously enough to treat her as a strong opponent. Why do these two people like to imagine opponents for themselves? Yun Shu was very distressed. But there was another problem that was more worthy of distress. The two lanterns that Xiao Anzi and Tingshu had brought out before were just extinguished by her, and now there were no other lanterns lit here, which means that they had to grope forward for at least 70 to 80 meters in the dark. Yun Shu, She knew that she and the queen were not compatible. A road that could be walked in just over a minute on weekdays took them 10 minutes this time. When the lanterns in Tingshua's hands finally borrowed fire from other lanterns and lit up again, Yun Shu and Yun Chuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Finally we got out? Yun Chuan looked around. But do we seem to have taken the wrong road? Did we take the wrong road? Yun Shu was confused. She was actually a little bit directionally challenged. In the eyes of a directionally challenged person, the way back and the way out look different, and the way in the day and the way at night are even more different. She looked around and felt confused. Are you sure? Princess, We did take the wrong road. Tingxue also looked around with a lantern and confirmed with certainty. But it's not too far wrong, it's just a little off the direction. Just walk a few more steps and go back. No, why go back so quickly? Yuan-Chuan also remembered where he was at this moment, and he suggested excitedly, Fifth sister, why don't we just go a little further in this direction? That's where Shishing Tower is. If nothing happened tonight, after the palace banquet, my father would take everyone to Shishing Tower. We went to the Xinglo Tower to watch the fireworks. Now that everyone else has left, it's just the two of us, so the view must be better. Father won't come, so there won't be fireworks, right? Why don't we just go over and let someone set them off? Yuan-Chuan said, as a matter of course. Isn't it just a few fireworks? They won't be worth much even if they are all set off. Is it a matter of money? Yuan-Shu was helpless. What I mean is, so many things happened today, and the palace banquet ended hastily. Father must be in a bad mood now. If he sees us setting off fireworks here again, wouldn't it be bad? Father is not here. How can he see us setting off fireworks? Yuan-Chuan was a little surprised. Father doesn't have clairvoyance. Yuan-Shu? Father doesn't have clairvoyance. But even if he can't see the fireworks exploding in the sky outside in the house, he can still hear the bang 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 sound, right? Okay, why do you think so much? Fireworks should be set off on the longevity festival. Father doesn't have time to set them off now. Isn't it good for us to set them off for him? Maybe Father will praise us when he knows. Before Yuan-Shu could say anything else, Yuan-Chuan's specious arguments convinced her. Fireworks should be set off on the longevity festival. Emperor Xuanwu didn't want too many people to know what happened at the palace banquet tonight, so he ended the banquet early and let everyone go home. As long as the guests who came to the palace banquet were not 24K pure idiots, they would not talk nonsense outside. But there were so many people in the capital who couldn't attend the palace banquet. They should all know the tradition of setting off fireworks on the palace's birthday. If they didn't set off fireworks this year, it would probably cause a wave of groundless speculation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the fireworks really had to be set off. She didn't object to Yuan-Chuan's proposal, and followed him to the highest Shishing Tower in the entire palace. If you ignore the northwest wind blowing on her face, it's actually quite interesting to overlook the palace at night from this place. Yuan-Shu turned her back and rubbed her hands, wrapping herself tighter with her cloak. Why haven't you started setting off fireworks yet? Soon. Yuan-Chuan looked down. It's already been lit. Ready? Hearing this, Yuan-Shu turned around again, facing the cold wind, and looked up at the sky. Crack! It seemed like there were sounds of firecrackers exploding and sparks flying, and she did feel that the light in front of her eyes had become much brighter. But, where are the fireworks? Yuan-Shu stared at the stars in the sky in a daze. The fireworks are invisible? Fifth sister, what are you doing? Look! Yuan-Chuan turned his head excitedly, originally wanting to side with Yuan-Shu that the fireworks were really beautiful. But he found that his fifth sister was looking up at the sky, not watching the fireworks at all. He reached out and pulled Yuan-Shu in confusion. If you want to see the stars, look at them normally. Stars are common, but fireworks don't get the chance to be set off every day. Huh? Yuan-Shu was pulled back by him, and she glanced unintentionally, and then she found that sparks were flying below, which looked a bit similar to the iron flowers she saw in modern times. Oh no, electric welding. Yuan-Shu? No wonder Yuan-Chuan said before that his father didn't have clairvoyance and couldn't see them setting off fireworks. It's all because of the movies and TV shows that misled people. She almost forgot that the colorful fireworks that exploded into the sky in modern times actually appeared very late. The real fireworks in ancient times were all blown on the ground. What's so good about this? If everything went well today, Emperor Xuanwu would have brought so many people here, making such a big show, and in the end they only saw this thing. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Yuan-Shu was embarrassed for others. Will this firework last for a long time? She shrank her neck. She really didn't have much interest in this super concentrated mini version of the ground-based small fireworks. She just wanted to go back to Fengyang Palace to rest as soon as possible. It's really cold in the wind. Chapter 93. Yuan-Shu looked at the tiny fireworks in the cold wind. On the other side, in the Linda Hall, Emperor Xuanwu sat at the head of the table, looking at the Empress and the Prince of Lian who were kneeling below, as well as the eldest prince of Beixiang who had been knocked unconscious by the guards, and was lying on the ground receiving treatment from the imperial physician not far away, with a gloomy expression. Everything that happens must leave traces. When he really wants to investigate something thoroughly, even the Empress cannot escape. The maid who secretly left the palace to deliver a message to the eldest prince had slipped and fallen into the well 2 days ago, But everything about her past was already being investigated. The maid who brought wine to the eldest prince today was also taken away for interrogation. It was only a matter of time before the final evidence was found. The only thing Emperor Xuanwu had to consider now was how to deal with the Empress and the eldest prince. The Empress was easy to deal with. If she could take action against Xiaowu today, she could naturally take action against the other princes in the future. For this reason, she even colluded with the prince of the enemy country. This is the most intolerable thing for Emperor Xuanwu, so he will definitely take back the queen's right to continue to manage the harem. Of course, considering the prince, he will not directly depose the queen, but will only send the queen to Longhua Temple to pray for the country for a few years. If she is truly repentant, he can consider bringing her back to the palace in a few years and let her be a queen who cannot hold power. But if the queen still goes her own way, letting her die of illness in Longhua Temple is also not difficult to operate. The real headache for Emperor Xuanwu now is how to deal with the eldest prince. In the previous life choice simulation system, regarding the issue of Beixiang wanting to replace the current war horses with retired war horses, the simulation results when he chose to take a tough attitude are still vivid. Tian Shun won, and the people suffered. Just an attitude on the issue of war horses can lead to such a result. If he really did something to the eldest prince of Beixiang, wouldn't Beixiang immediately send troops to Tiansheng? The people suffered. These 4 words are really too heavy. But if he is punished leniently, the prince of another country came to the Tiansheng palace and drugged the princess, and then he, as a father, treated him leniently, not to mention whether he was worthy of Xiaowu. Even if he stood at the national level, what he did was no different from putting the face of his country under his feet. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. Just when Emperor Xuanwu was distressed about this, the familiar light curtain appeared again with a mechanical sound. Emperor Xuanwu was refreshed and looked at the following options quickly. A. Severely punish the eldest prince of Beixiang and the prince of Lian. B. Lift high and put down gently. C. Do not deal with it for the time being, and directly hold the king of Beixiang accountable. D. Ask the eldest prince of Beixiang and the son of the prince Lian to apologize to Yushu until Yushu agrees not to pursue the matter. Emperor Xuanwu decisively chose a for fun. You chose A. The 2 countries go to war, Tiansheng wins, and the people suffer. Sure enough. With a silent sigh in his heart, Emperor Xuanwu clicked down. You chose B. The 3 countries go to war, Tiansheng wins, and the people suffer. Emperor Xuanwu. ? How did the 2 countries become 3 countries? Could it be that seeing that he did not deal with the eldest prince of Beixiang and another country that is not yet known thought that Tiansheng was in trouble, Beixiang immediately raised troops, and the other country also took advantage of the situation to rob and gain some benefits? This is simply outrageous. Fortunately, his Tiansheng was strong enough. And faced with the attack from the 2 countries, it still won, however. Emperor Xuanwu frowned silently at the strange symbol that had obviously changed behind the words "the people are living in misery." He intuitively felt that the appearance of this symbol should indicate that the degree of misery after the 3 Kingdoms War was more serious than the misery caused by the war between the 2 countries. Emperor Xuanwu pursed his lips and continued to read. You chose C. The 2 sides fought for more than 3 months. The 2 countries went to war, Tiansheng won, and the people were living in misery. Emperor Xuanwu. Okay, there is no essential difference between this and the first option. Directly crossing this option, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes slowly fell to the last line. You chose D, successfully solving the problem of more than 90% of the people's hard winter next year. Emperor Xuanwu. Shock. No war, and another big problem has been solved. You should know that most of Tianqing's territory is very cold in winter. It would be fine if they had money. After all, fox fur, mink fur and the like are still very warm. Especially now that Xiaowu has invented the Earth Dragon. Once it is popularized, these people will have a better winter in the future. But ordinary people can't afford animal fur. When it's really cold, they have to wear layer after layer of clothes. They want to put all the clothes on themselves, which is so difficult and inconvenient to move. Some people who can't bear it bite their teeth and buy a mink coat. The whole family lines up, and whoever goes out wears it. After decades, it will even be passed down to future generations. However, this is still good. In fact, every winter, there will be a group of really poor people who never see spring again. As an emperor, wouldn't he feel heartbroken when he saw his people living such a hard life? Of course, he felt heartbroken. But he was powerless. Eat well, and wear warm clothes. This has been the common expectation of all people in the world since ancient times. It is also the goal that every wise emperor wants to achieve. And now, This problem has finally been solved. What are you waiting for? Emperor Xuanwu was overjoyed, and for a moment, even the anger of the mess of the birthday banquet on the Wanshou festival was almost dissipated. Isn't it just a banquet? If he could get such a big gain by messing up a banquet, he would even be willing to hold a banquet every day. Emperor Xuanwu stood up suddenly, and under the uneasy eyes of the queen, he walked to the side of the imperial physician who treated the eldest prince, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Your Majesty, the effect of the medicine injected by the eldest prince will disappear after 12 hours, and there will be no hidden dangers. There is no need for me to prescribe any additional prescriptions." But the imperial physician glanced at Emperor Xuanwu cautiously, and then glanced at the Prince Lian on the other side, hesitating and not speaking immediately. Emperor Xuanwu frowned and urged dissatisfiedly, "But what? Just say it." But the imperial physician had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. "I found that there seems to be another toxin in the eldest prince's body. It seems to be—" "What?" Hearing this, the Prince Lian struggled in shock and anger. "How could there be another toxin? How dare you, the Tiansheng people, poison our eldest prince?" Chapter 94. I tell you, the eldest prince is the eldest son that our Beixiang king values the most. If anything happens to him, there will be a war between our Beixiang and Tiansheng. Hold him down. Emperor Xuanwu frowned, and signaled the guards to hold the excited Prince Lian tighter. The fact that the eldest prince of Beixiang had another toxin in his body was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, the life choice simulation system just now did not mention this matter from beginning to end. That is to say, at least, the eldest prince should not die in Tiansheng. At best, it just caused him some trouble. Emperor Xuanwu turned back to look at the imperial physician again, with a slightly unhappy tone. Next, what about his other toxin? Can it be cured? Not serious, can be cured. The imperial physician nodded quickly. This toxin is also not serious. It will only cause the poisoned person to feel dizzy and nauseous, and may also have a short period of insanity. Insanity? The Prince Lian instantly thought of the scene where the eldest prince insisted that he was a big frog and punched him with his fists, and almost cried out. He said that he didn't look like a big frog at all. Does the bastard who poisoned him know how badly he was beaten just now? There is still a black eye socket now. The Prince Lian, who was just pressed back to the ground, was sad, wronged and angry, and was so excited that the two tall and strong guards almost couldn't hold him down. "You are so vicious. How dare you blame us? It is obvious that your people poisoned the eldest prince first." "Your Majesty." Lady Hai, who had been invisible for a long time, finally bent his waist and walked to Emperor Xuanwu quietly, using a voice that everyone present could hear. "Actually, when I sent Princess Sheng'an and the others away, the princess told me something." "What is it?" "There have been so many times in the life choice simulation system. As long as the word Yunshu appears in the options, there will be good news." When Emperor Xuanwu heard about something related to her, his brows relaxed unconsciously. What did the kid say? Her Royal Highness said that the eldest prince brought back a kind of food from Nanyue that is said to be delicious. But because the mushrooms have been dried, and the eldest prince mentioned that he had eaten this kind of mushroom on the way to Tiansheng, Her Highness was not sure if it was the variety she had seen in the book before. Lady Hai said respectfully. The princess said that the book mentioned that this kind of mushroom is very delicious when it is fresh and cooked, but if it is eaten uncooked, or overnight, or something else that is not fresh and not cooked, it is very likely to cause poisoning. At the mildest, it will cause nausea and vomiting, hallucinations, and at the worst, coma or even. Lady Hai did not say the rest of the words out of taboo. But everyone present knew what he meant. Even the prince was the first to express his disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. If so, the eldest prince had eaten it once on the road before. Why didn't this happen then? Princess Sheng'an has something else to say. Lady Hai responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. The princess said that if anyone does not believe it, you can ask me on their behalf. The eldest prince ate 5 South Vietnamese mushrooms today. How many did he eat on the road before? The princess also said that if the other party still does not believe it, the Beixiang envoys must have some South Vietnamese mushrooms that have not been eaten. If he eats a few more, he should believe it. Prince Lian, The eldest prince loves food, and those South Vietnamese mushrooms are his treasures. The last time on the way to Tiansheng, the eldest prince searched for a long time, and only threw one into his own soup. Indeed, he did not eat much. Could it be that what Princess Tiansheng said was true, and there was really something wrong with the mushrooms? Prince Lian was silent for a moment, and this time he finally stopped insisting that it was impossible. He knelt forward half a step in anger. In that case, please ask your majesty to call the prince's accompanying servant. It was he who suggested that the prince bring back the dried mushrooms, and he has been keeping those mushrooms with him all this time. Let him come today, and eat those mushrooms in front of everyone present. If there is really a problem with the mushrooms, the servant deserves to die. If there is no problem with the mushrooms, please Emperor Tiansheng must give me Beixiang an explanation. Go. His baby Xiaowu said that there is a problem with the mushrooms, so there must be a problem. Emperor Xuanwu was not panicked at all, and immediately sent someone to bring the servant into the Linda Hall, and at the same time he very thoughtfully prepared a big pot. The prince finally brought it back from Nangui, and the several kilograms of dried mushrooms that he had been stingy and reluctant to eat during this period were all soaked in water and poured into the pot. Because the amount was too much, this time there was no need to wait for long. The servant fell down while eating. What was there to not understand? Even the prince closed his mouth with a sullen look, while Emperor Xuanwu praised Yunshu to Li Dihai happily. I didn't expect Xiaowu to know so much. If she hadn't seen this poisonous mushroom in a book, I'm afraid people would really blame us for this. It is said that like dragons, like phoenixes, and Princess Shungin is so smart, I guess she inherited it from you, your majesty. Li Dihai flattered the dragon skillfully, and both the master and the servant were happy, except for the queen, who was completely ignored on the other side, with a resentful look. Everything was good for Yunshu. The emperor praised, and Li Dihai, the lackey who understood the emperor the most, also praised. If this trend continues, will the emperor think that Yunshu is the best among his children, and even give the throne to his best daughter, Yunshu? If she had known earlier, she should not have let this bastard grow up safely just because she was a girl. She had a hunch that if she was not removed, she would become a big trouble for the prince in the future. The queen was thinking quickly about how to eliminate Yunshu in the future. At the same time, the person who was previously sent by Emperor Xuanwu to investigate the queen and the eldest prince drugging Yunshu finally returned to Linda Hall. The maid who had secretly left the palace to find the eldest prince had been favored by the queen. Her family was in the suburbs of the capital, and had been killed 2 days ago. There were signs of being searched in her home. The dragon shadow guard found a pair of earrings of the queen under a brick under the bed in her home. They should be the queen's reward to the maid for helping her with things. Because it was hidden secretly, the people sent by the queen to kill her and clean up the mess failed to find it. Chapter 95. The maid who served wine to the eldest prince at the banquet today also confessed. It was indeed the queen's order, and there was even some medicine left in her room. In addition, a lot of fragmentary evidence of crimes was found in the queen's palace. The evidence was irrefutable, and the queen had no way to defend herself. There was no point in refusing to admit it. Emperor Xuanwu did not even give the queen a chance to beg for mercy. Once the evidence was confirmed, he immediately announced the decision he had made long ago. Your Majesty. Even when all the evidence was presented just now, the queen had never been so frightened. Isn't Yunshu fine? Aren't the unlucky ones the Beixiang prince and her? How can his majesty be so partial? The queen's eyes turned red with hatred, but Emperor Xuanwu really made up his mind this time. He directly ordered people to take the queen back to Fengyi Palace first, and send her to Longhua Temple as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. He didn't even want to wait a few days until after New Year's Eve. Even the princes and sons saw that Emperor Xuanwu was so ruthless in punishing the queen, and their confidence was not so strong. While Xuanwu was at it, Emperor Wu's golden words had not yet been spoken to him, so he hurriedly defended himself and others. Our eldest prince has never thought of harming your country's 5. Princess Shungin. The eldest prince just liked Princess Shungin too much, so he did something wrong in a moment of confusion, but now Princess Shungin is unharmed. But the eldest prince has been poisoned by 2 kinds of poisons and lost his face, which can be regarded as paying the price for this. If your Majesty Tiansheng is still not satisfied and insists on severely punishing us, I am afraid that it will hurt the harmony between the 2 countries. You can drug me if you like me? Emperor Xuanwu shouted angrily. What do you think of me as the princess of Tiansheng? After all, he had been the emperor for so many years. When Emperor Xuanwu really turned cold, his imperial majesty was still extremely terrifying. The Prince Lian was frightened and trembled, and his voice suddenly weakened. The eldest prince was just confused for a moment. We will never do it again. Will you dare to do it again next time? The voice of Emperor Xuanwu suddenly rose, and the Prince Lian was so panicked that he almost shook his head and left a residual shadow. No, there will definitely not be a next time. I don't think you dare. With a heavy snort, Emperor Xuanwu seemed to calm down for a while, and then he continued with murderous intent. My Xiaowu is innocent and kind, and has never encountered such a chilling malice before. Your actions have probably left a knot in Xiao's heart. Even if I kill you, the knot may not be untied. Your Majesty is right. The Prince Lian knelt on the ground with sweat all over his head, and this time he really didn't have any arrogance at all. If Emperor Xuanwu was full of murderous intent at the beginning, then he might just be emotional and impulsive. After calming down, there is still room for maneuver. But Emperor Xuanwu's murderous intent was clearly after he calmed down. What does this mean? It means that Emperor Xuanwu still thinks they should be killed after careful consideration. Even the prince was so scared that he started to stutter. But, Your Majesty, don't you have a saying in Tianxing that the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it? Maybe we can help Her Royal Highness Princess untie the knot in her heart. Just you? Emperor Xuanwu first looked at Prince Lian carefully from head to toe with suspicion and disdain, and then reluctantly gave in half a step, as if because of his concern for his daughter. In this case, I will give you this opportunity. If you can let Shu'er forgive you and untie the knot before you leave, this matter will be written off. But if you can't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will do our best to help Her Royal Highness the Princess untie the knot. The string in her heart finally relaxed, and even the prince, who survived the disaster, felt that the air became fresher. So, at noon the next day, Yunshu, who returned to the upper study to study, finally waited until lunchtime. Before she even entered the dining hall, she learned that the Beixiang envoys had sent her a lot of apology gifts. Just sent apology gifts. Didn't say anything else? Yunshu went home late last night, and got up early in the morning to attend such a long class in the upper study. She didn't know how Emperor Xuanwu finally dealt with the queen and the eldest prince yesterday. It's impossible. Did my father just let them send me some apology gifts, and that was it? They also sent someone to bring a message. Tingxue said without hiding anything. They said that it was indeed the eldest prince's fault to drug him, but the poison in his body has not completely subsided yet, and he is still in a coma. I can only send some apology gifts first. I hope your highness will like them, and I hope you can forgive their mistakes. If you refuse to forgive, they will continue to find ways to show you their sincerity in their apology until you agree to forgive them. Why do you want to show your sincerity again? Yesterday, the eldest prince also shouted that he wanted to show his sincerity to her, but his real purpose was just to drug her. Today, the Beixiang envoys came to her on behalf of the eldest prince to tell her that they wanted to show their sincerity. What is their purpose this time? Fifth sister, why don't you come over? Just when Yunshu couldn't help but start a little conspiracy theory, Yunchuan, who had just run into the dining hall early because he was hungry after class, finally remembered her fifth sister and turned around and called out loudly, "There are still radishes to eat today." Yunshu, After all, he is a prince. Can you not treat a radish as a treasure? Although there is no refrigerator here, and it is impossible to have fresh vegetables all year round, we can only store vegetables such as cabbage and radish that are relatively easy to store in the cellar in advance. But every time she heard that Yunchuan, a wealthy man who could spend 100,000 taels of silver notes, as if they were waste paper, would actually shout and groan for a radish, she always felt incapable of accepting it. Shaking her head helplessly, Yunshu walked to Yunchuan and sat down, picked up the chopsticks and said casually, "I have to go to the imperial study in the afternoon, so I won't play cards with you." "Don't." When Yunchuan heard this, the radish in his mouth suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Since he came back from the last autumn hunt, he liked playing cards. When he had nothing to do, he would often play with Yunshu, Lu Ziming, Cini and others. Chapter 96. A few days ago, Yunshu developed a game where 4 people formed teams of 2. Because Yunshu and Cini's card skills are much better than Yunchuan and Lu Ziming, after they were beaten several times, now Yunshu and Yunchuan are on one team, and Cini and Lu Ziming are on the other. Yunchuan likes the feeling that he hardly needs to use his brain, and is always inexplicably led by Yunshu to win over Cini and the others. But if Yunshu doesn't want to play anymore, who else can take him flying? What fun can there be at father's place? Yunchuan tried to dissuade Yunshu. "You don't have anything important to do that you have to see father." "Who said I don't have anything important to do?" Yunshu picked up a wilted radish. "Yesterday, the eldest prince of Beixiang said he wanted to show his sincerity to me, and you all saw what happened later. Today they sent a lot of apology gifts to my palace, saying they wanted to show their sincerity. Who knows what they want to do? I have to go to father to find out what's going on, right? Apology gifts?" Yunchuan, who used to have no concept of money but now only has 10,000 taels of pocket money a month, stood up when he heard these 2 words. "Xiao Anzi, has our palace received any apology gifts?" "Your Highness, I haven't heard about it." Xiao Anzi was cautious, and didn't say no directly. But Yun Chuan knew that just like the palace servants from Fengyang Palace came to inform Tingxue, if his palace also received an apology gift, someone would definitely come to inform Xiao Anzi. Xiao Anzi didn't hear about this, which proved that Beixiang didn't think of him at all. How ridiculous. Yun Chuan, who failed to take advantage, was furious. The eldest prince of Beixiang almost fed me poisonous mushrooms yesterday. Why doesn't he give me an apology? Fifth sister, after school today, I will go to see my father with you. Yun Shu, whatever. Beixiang is going to be sued anyway, so what does it have to do with her? She was very happy to see Beixiang being picked on. So, that afternoon, Yun Shu entered the imperial study room, as if she was familiar with the way. Yun Chuan followed her, his mind full of what he wanted to tell his father about how much apology he wanted the Beixiang delegation to give, and he forgot to observe which foot Yun Shu took when she entered the door. Until the moment he was about to step in, his scout tightened reflexively, and he remembered to ask Yun Shu, but at this time Yun Shu had already entered the inner room of the imperial study room, and he couldn't call her out. What should I do? Yun Chuan stood outside the door in annoyance, hesitating. Li Dihai, who was planning to close the door as soon as he came in, could not help but remind him softly, Your Highness, His Majesty is waiting for you. You let me think again. Eunuchly? Yun Chuan's eyes lit up, full of hope. You should have seen which foot the fifth sister entered the door first, right? Eunuchly? ? As smart as Li Dihai was, after a brief shock, he immediately realized why Yun Chuan asked this question. He secretly lamented that the sixth prince was still too naive. He had not figured out that His Majesty cared about which foot was not the first one to step in. He bowed apologetically. Your Highness, please forgive me. I was only busy welcoming the two of you into the door, and didn't pay much attention to these things. Why don't you look? The hope of finding outside help was shattered. Yun Chuan complained and made up his mind. Never mind, since neither the left nor the right is right, then I will. He put his legs together, bent his knees slightly, and jumped over the threshold with a not-so-light movement. Then he walked into the inner room with a brisk pace, feeling relieved. Your son greets the Emperor. Why are you here too? The Emperor Xuanwu, who was still smiling at Yun Shu the moment before, immediately thought of the basket of birthday gifts he received yesterday when he saw Yun Chuan. His face suddenly became not so good. He was so busy that he didn't think of looking for this kid, but this kid was so stubborn that he came up to him. The Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, and said in a bad tone, What were you lingering at the door for so long just now? Most of the heat in this room has gone away. Your son was thinking about the Beixiang envoy. Although Yun Chuan was not very smart, he was not stupid enough to do it. Without mentioning the matter of taking the first step, he took a step forward with a well-behaved and flattering smile. Father, why do you think the envoys from Beixiang only sent an apology gift to my fifth sister, but not to me? The eldest prince was planning to give me the poisonous mushroom yesterday. The eldest prince of Beixiang didn't know that the mushroom was poisonous before, and he ate it himself, and now he is still lying there. If you also want a compensation gift, you can wait until he wakes up and ask for it yourself. If you can get it, it is also your ability. Seeing that he really didn't have anything serious to say, Emperor Xuanwu said a few perfunctory words, and then continued to explain to Yun Shu. In short, if you want the benefits from Beixiang, take them, and if you don't want them, refuse them. Whether to forgive them or not is entirely up to you. This is the power I give you. You don't need to worry about anything. I understand. Thank you, Father, for helping me vent my anger. No wonder the Beixiang delegation suddenly became generous. It turned out that her father was awesome. Yun Shu, who was a little worried that Beixiang was plotting against her, was relieved. Father, can I write an article in the Beijing Weekly tomorrow to talk about the eldest prince's hallucinations caused by mushroom poisoning at the palace banquet yesterday? You want to write about this? Emperor Xuanwu paused, obviously thinking of something unpleasant again, and his lips began to flatten little by little. I promise that I will only write about the eldest prince and the Prince of Lian, and I won't mention a word that shouldn't be said. Understanding what Emperor Xuanwu was unhappy about, Yun Shu quickly added, It's mainly because the palace banquet ended early yesterday. Although the guests must know what to say and what not to say, those who don't know what happened can't help but guess a bunch of messy things. I wrote about the poisoning of the eldest prince's mushrooms, so that they don't have to think too much. Besides, although the South Vietnam mushrooms don't seem to be found in our Tiansheng territory, what if? I remember that the book about South Vietnam mushrooms actually recorded several other similar mushrooms. I thought that if more people knew about this, it would prevent similar situations from happening again in the future. Chapter 97. Since you know your limits, do as you wish. As long as he didn't mention the disrespect that the eldest prince of Beixiang showed to him after being poisoned, and the fact that the queen actually teamed up with the eldest prince to drug Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu didn't care much about the rest. Yunshu got his approval, thanked him, and happily turned around and left to write the article that would be printed in the Beijing Weekly tomorrow. Emperor Xuanwu wanted to mention another thing to her, but he didn't bother to mention it. He let Yunshu's back disappear from his sight, then he retracted his gaze, and continued to review the memorials he had not finished reviewing. You, fine 500, go back. Yunshu won, ? He looked around and confirmed that there was no one else in the room. After confirming that Emperor Xuanwu's words were directed at him, he felt bad. No, father, you had a reason before. I didn't do anything this time. Why find me again? You need a reason? Emperor Xuanwu didn't even raise his head and cooperated to ask the familiar question again. The question was, which foot did you step with first when you entered the door just now? He knew it. Yunshu Huan's face turned bitter, and he pursed his lips and said, Son. Emperor Xuanwu, you are impolite in front of the emperor. Yunshu Huan, ? He hasn't said which foot he stepped with first. Did the emperor guess his choice in advance? Here, Yunshu Huan, who didn't get the compensation gift from Beixiang and paid 500 gold instead, was still doubting his life. On the other hand, after Yunshu returned to Fengyang Palace, she finished the article she wanted to reprint as quickly as possible, and had someone send it out of the palace. Only then did she remember to go and see the pile of compensation gifts sent by the Beixiang delegation. So many! Although she had previously learned that Beixiang sent her a compensation gift, which was the result of Emperor Xuanwu's pressure on the Beixiang envoys, she had thought that this compensation gift should not be small. But this is too much. Yunshu walked to a jade ruby with a transparent and moist texture in surprise. Besides being amazed, she was more puzzled. Is this really sent by the Beixiang envoys? They went on a diplomatic mission to another country and brought so many treasures with them just in case. Princess, that is the compensation gift sent by the Beixiang envoys. Tingxue pointed to the pile in the corner. This is the reward sent by His Majesty today. Reward? Yunshu was stunned. I just went to the imperial study, and I didn't hear my father mention it. It is the reward for you to be named Princess Sheng'an. Tingxue held the imperial edict with both hands and explained, yesterday. After all, it was just a verbal statement at the dinner on the 2nd. After the imperial edict was delivered today, the matter was truly settled. No wonder. She was wondering why Beixiang was so generous. She directed her subordinates to put the things given by Emperor Xuanwu into her small treasury first. Looking at the pile of small pieces left at the end, the strong contrast made Yunshu's face reveal a very obvious disgust. What are these? A string of small pearls, 2 small bells, a horse-head fiddle. Is he treating me like a child? He might as well replace them all with dried beef. At least it's edible. She had never seen such a stingy compensation gift. Even if this is possible, it is because the Beixiang envoys came from afar, and the valuables they brought with them were either annual tributes to Tiansheng or birthday gifts to Emperor Xuanwu. The rest were just some small things they brought out just in case they might need to exchange gifts with other people in Tiansheng. But since they came to ask for her forgiveness under the order of the emperor, wouldn't it be possible for them to take the money and buy some good things in the capital? It's outrageous. He casually opened another small bundle without much interest, and the small black particles instantly fell to the ground. Tingxue bent down and picked up a few. Princess, this looks like a seed. Weaving shells? Perhaps because they thought that Yunshu, a princess who grew up in the deep palace, would definitely not be able to tell what these little black beans were. They also stuffed a note in the bundle containing the seeds, which not only wrote the name of the seeds, but also introduced the appearance of the seeds after they germinated and grew up. Weaving shells are a rare flower that does not exist in Tiansheng. The flowers bloom in 7 colors. They are white at first, and then gradually change into other colors, red, purple, pink, or yellow. When the flowers wither and bear fruit, the fruit is white and soft like clouds, in a ball-like shape, and can be pulled into threads. Why does this introduction sound so familiar? Not only does the flower change color as it grows, but the fruit is white and soft, in a ball-like shape, and can be pulled into threads. Is this cotton? Let Tingxue help pick up the seeds that were scattered on the ground, and Yunshu returned to the room alone. Under the cover of lying on the couch with his eyes closed, Yunshu quickly let his consciousness enter the villa and picked up his phone to check the name Jibei, the ancient name of cotton when it was introduced to the border areas of China. Cotton was first introduced to China during the southern and northern dynasties, but for a long time afterwards, It was only planted in a small number of border areas. It was not until the end of the Song dynasty and the beginning of the Yuan dynasty that cotton was introduced into the interior in large quantities. In the beginning of the Ming dynasty, it was strongly promoted by Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty, and cotton began to be widely promoted in the country. The truly systematic cotton industry was established in the late Qing dynasty. She also briefly read the history of cotton development in her world. For the sake of caution, Yunshu also found the cottonseed pictures and compared them carefully. After confirming that the exotic flower seeds sent by the Beixiang mission were indeed cotton, Yunshu did not even dislike their stinginess. Cotton is good. The last time General Wei Yuan came to her, she was dizzy and wanted to escape for more than half an hour, but she actually listened to a lot of what the other party said. General Wei Yuan said that the soldiers in the army were generally most afraid of winter, because it was cold in winter. Most of the ordinary soldiers came from poor families, and could not afford fox fur or tiger fur. Ordinary linen clothes were not cold resistant, and could only be worn layer by layer. However, wearing too much would cause inconvenience in movement, and make it impossible to carry out daily exercises. So they could only wear less, and keep themselves warm by constantly moving. But this was only possible when there was no war. In fact, although Tiansheng had not had any major battles with other neighboring countries in recent years, various small frictions along the border had almost never stopped. Once it was time to go to war, these soldiers were even more miserable. They fought in the ice and snow wearing thin clothes. Occasionally, when they had to fight an ambush, they might freeze to death before the enemy arrived. Chapter 98. Because of her past experience in modern life, Yunshu has a very high favorable impression of soldiers. It is inevitable that heroes who defend their country will shed blood and sweat on the battlefield, but what if they are frozen to tears in the ice and snow because they are too thin? It was fine before that a good cook could not cook without rice, but now the cotton seeds have been found. She has to think of a way to get as many seeds as possible before spring sowing. Yunshu supported his head with one hand and began to think about how to ask Beixiang's group of idiots for more cotton seeds. At the same time, the eldest prince of Beixiang, who was still unconscious in the post house, suddenly sneezed loudly in his sleep. Chu! The eldest prince. Thinking that the eldest prince had finally woken up, the Prince of Liang came forward quickly, but found that the eldest prince still had his eyes closed and showed no signs of waking up. He paced back and forth anxiously, and in a hurry, he couldn't help but grab the collar of the accompanying medical officer again. Didn't you say he would wake up today? It's almost dark now. When will the eldest prince wake up? Prince, the poison that the eldest prince was poisoned with would take at least a day to completely eliminate. This time, two poisons collided together, so it is normal for him to be unconscious for a while. The medical officer, who had been grabbed by the collar no less than 5 times today, was also helpless. You don't have to worry too much. The eldest prince will definitely wake up tomorrow at the latest. You said he would wake up today. Why tomorrow again? I didn't expect that this question would come up with a new excuse. Even the prince didn't listen to the medical officer's explanation at all. He grabbed the other party's collar and became even more angry. You quack doctor. Medical officer, Because of the presence of the prince, who obviously didn't understand, but was more irritable than anyone else. The post house, where the Beixiang envoys were located, was in turmoil for a day and 2 nights. It was not until the next morning that the eldest prince finally woke up from his coma. He finally calmed down a lot. He hurried to the eldest prince and cried, and took credit for himself. You finally woke up, eldest prince? You don't know? That day, when Emperor Tiansheng learned that you and the queen had colluded to drug Princess Shengyan, he was so angry. He even drove his own queen out of the palace. They almost killed us. If I hadn't been smart enough, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Did Emperor Tiansheng know that I drugged Yunshu? The eldest prince had just woken up, and his consciousness was still stuck in the moment when he toasted Emperor Xuanwu at the dinner. He was confused and didn't know what happened. Even the crying of the prince's son made him even more annoyed. Stop crying. Tell me clearly, what happened? That day, after being yelled at by the eldest prince, even the prince's son didn't dare to continue to express himself like he did just now. The very full emotion suddenly dropped to only 2 or 3 points of emotions. He quickly and carefully recounted the whole incident. After learning that the drug he gave to Yunshu that day was secretly returned to him by her, and even that she knew that the mushroom was poisonous, but didn't remind him a word, the veins on the hand of the eldest prince, holding the quilt, were already bulging. When he heard the Prince Lian say the words of Emperor Xuanwu, my little five is innocent and kind, and has never encountered such a chilling malice before, he was so angry that he laughed instead. Innocent and kind? So you think that an innocent and kind princess can plot against this prince when faced with a plot? This? Prince Lian was speechless for a moment. The Emperor Xuanwu was so powerful yesterday that he had no way to think normally. Besides, even if he could detect this problem, what would it matter? They were in the wrong, and Emperor Tiansheng was just looking for an excuse to punish them. So, Emperor Tiansheng could say whatever he wanted. You? The eldest prince was annoyed when he saw Prince Lian's unreliable and stupid look. It was not the first day that he knew that the other party was strong but simple-minded, so it was useless to get angry at him at this time. The eldest prince barely suppressed his anger and asked, "So? You sent a compensation gift to Yunshu yesterday. Did she respond? I have been watching you from yesterday to today, and I haven't had time to ask about this. I just sent someone to keep an eye on it." After realizing that he had said the previous sentence, the eldest prince's face became more and more ugly. Even the prince turned his head and called the person he sent to keep an eye on this matter into the house. "Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the situation of Princess Shengyan before, and bring any news to you in time? Are you coming back? What's the situation now? Any news?" "Yes." The man who was summoned in was embarrassed, but it didn't come from the palace. "Not from the palace?" The Prince Lian looked puzzled. "Princess Shengyan is in the palace, so where else can the news come from if not from the palace?" "It's this." Gritting his teeth and handing over a book that was much larger than an ordinary book, the man lowered his head and said tremblingly, "In the latest issue of the Beijing Weekly, there is an article about you, the eldest prince." "About this prince?" When the Capital Weekly was mentioned, the eldest prince immediately remembered the article. The whole world is silent. Listen to the sound of the Prince Lian's defense breaking that they had just read not long ago. It was not enough that the Prince Lian, who mocked him last time, dared to mock him directly this time. The eldest prince's face darkened, and he took the Capital Weekly and opened the first page. The first thing that caught his eye was a few huge headlines. The last 3 days of the opening of Tin Weishan restaurant countdown. 500 coins. Only 500 coins, you can taste 100 dishes. The dishes of Tin Weishan restaurant are delicious after eating them. Imperial preparation, are you really not going to try it? Big promotion on the opening day, you can draw a free meal for 1 penny. Opportunity. 500 coins, 100 dishes? Seeing that the eldest prince's eyes stayed on this page for a while longer, the Prince Lian couldn't help but lean over and complain. This Princess Shengyan is really out of touch with the world. With this price, it's a miracle that her restaurant can stay open for more than 3 days. The eldest prince didn't say anything, but continued to flip back with a cold face. Soon, he turned to the article about himself at the last page, shock. The eldest prince of Beixiong actually mistook the Prince Lian for a big frog at the palace banquet and beat him up in public. The eldest prince, shock. Chapter 99. The Beijing Weekly, worth 1 tael of silver in his hand, was soon crumpled into a ball. The violent ups and downs of the prince's chest, and the bulging veins on the back of his hand showed his extremely uneasy heart at the moment. He stared at the Beixiong soldier, like a jackal that could attack at any time. "Are there any rumors about this matter outside now?" "This?" The soldier hesitated for a moment, and when he raised his eyes, he noticed the terrifying look on the prince's face, and quickly lowered his head again. "When I went to buy the Beijing Weekly, it was still early, and I didn't hear any rumors." "You dare to deceive this prince." He smashed the crumpled weekly newspaper in his hand heavily on the other party's forehead. The prince was not fooled at all, and was so angry that he almost stood up from the bed. "If you didn't hear any rumors, why did you buy this Beijing Weekly? Could it be because you like to read it? Please forgive me, prince." The lie was exposed on the spot, and the soldier knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. The Prince Lian, who was still happy that this article had not attracted much attention, was slow to react. He realized that the soldier had not really heard any rumors. On the contrary, he had heard a lot of remarks that would definitely make the two of them furious, so much so that he didn't even dare to say them in front of them. "Prince Lian, He was furious and said with frustration, "What should we do now? I have already lost face twice. Princess Saint and almost slapped me in the face, but I still have to hold her in my arms and beg her to forgive us. I'm almost going to be a coward." "Who told you to hold it in?" The eldest prince, who was already angry, heard the cowardly words of the Prince Lian, and he was even more furious. "It's obvious that the Tiansheng Emperor didn't dare to do anything to me, so he just found an excuse and let you take me away from the Tiansheng Palace unharmed. Only you, a stupid thing, took it seriously, and you are still thinking about how to please Yunshu. Just an excuse?" The Prince Lian's expression was confused, and the eldest prince wanted to slap him twice to wake him up. What else? If the people of the Dayton tribe dared to drug me, do you think my father would immediately execute the people of the Dayton tribe? The people of the tribe? Or let them come to make this prince happy and ask for this prince's forgiveness? The Dayton tribe is a small tribe deeper in the grassland that does not belong to Beixiong. Its strength in all aspects is far from Beixiong. Prince Lian didn't need to think much. He knew that the answer must be direct execution. So, he was really fooled by Emperor Tiansheng? Knock knock knock. Just when Prince Lian was about to be convinced, someone knocked gently on the door outside. The Beixiong envoy Uma Kelly pushed the door in lightly and whispered, "Grand Prince, Prince Lian, Emperor Tiansheng just sent someone here, saying that he wanted more weaving shell seeds, because Princess Shengyan wanted the colorful weaving shell flowers to bloom all over Tiansheng." Are you sure it was said by Emperor Tiansheng, not Princess Shengyan? Prince Lian couldn't help but stand up when he heard it. Weaving shells are not food. If we really want to plant them all over Tiansheng, how much arable land will be wasted? How could Emperor Tiansheng agree to such a ridiculous thing? It was indeed said by Emperor Tiansheng. I have seen that little eunuch behind Emperor Tiansheng before. Uma Kelly also thought this was outrageous. But at the same time, he thought this was actually a great opportunity. Prince, I think we can agree to this. And not only should we agree, but we should also try our best to send as many weaving shell seeds as possible. Such a huge number of weaving shell flowers. If we really want to plant them all, we must let the people participate in it. Ordinary people only have so much land in their homes. If a part of it is planted with weaving shell flowers, there will be less land left to continue to grow food. By then, the people will definitely have complaints in their hearts. If it gets worse, it may even cause a surge in food prices, and ordinary people won't be able to afford food. By then, there will be no need for Beixiong to intervene, as Tiansheng will be in chaos. Master Wuma is right. The eldest prince nodded, and following Uma Kelly's words, he thought that Yunshu, as the culprit of the Tiansheng civil strife, would certainly not escape the blame, and his mood suddenly became much smoother. In that case, let Master Wuma handle this matter. Yes. Uma Kelly clasped his fists in response, and turned to leave, but was stopped by the eldest prince. Master Wuma, wait! There is one more thing. The eldest prince paused, thinking of the incident that made him furious, and his face unconsciously became a little uglier. This prince had hallucinations due to poisoning at the Tiansheng Palace banquet the day before yesterday, and beat up the Prince Lian as a frog. I'm afraid that it will soon spread to everyone in the capital. This prince hopes that Lord Uma can find a way to make these damn Tiansheng people stop paying attention to this matter before then. Let them all pay attention to the upcoming opening of Time Weishan restaurant. If this was in Beixiong, the things that the eldest prince told him to do would not be difficult to do. After all, his Uma family has been officials for generations, and it is still easy to guide the people to say such a small thing. But now they are in the capital of Tiansheng. With the few people he has now, it is really... Imakili hesitated for a long time, but finally bowed deeply. Don't worry, eldest prince, I will do my best to handle this matter. Watching the back of Umakili leaving, the prince was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but bring up the old things again. Eldest prince, look at how much the emperor of Tiansheng dotes on Princess Shengyan, and even the absurd thing of planting flowers in Tiansheng can be agreed to. Is it possible that his request for us to ask for Princess Shengyan's forgiveness is not an excuse, but a way for Emperor Tiansheng to coax his daughter? So what if it is? So what if it is not? The expression that had just been relaxed by Uma Kelly, after hearing what the Prince Lian said, his eyes became cold again, and even his tone became much colder. You really deserve to be the grandson of the old Prince Lian. More than 20 years ago, your grandfather surrendered to Tiansheng. More than 20 years later, you were repeatedly humiliated by Yunshu, but until this moment, you still wanted to please her like a dog. I'm just talking about the facts. I didn't expect that he just asked a reasonable question, and the other party even dragged out his grandfather to curse together. The Prince Lian clenched his fists in anger. Chapter 100. If everything the Emperor Tiansheng said that day was true, what would the eldest prince do? This is Tiansheng's territory after all. Isn't the eldest prince afraid that the Emperor Tiansheng will really use us as a sacrifice? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have come. The inn hadn't been installed with floor heating yet. Even with the doors and windows of this room closed, it was still so cold that people wanted to shiver. But the eldest prince was probably really provoked by the son of the Lian prince. When he was excited, he actually lifted the quilt directly, stood up in a single layer of clothes and strode in front of him. Don't forget what the purpose of your trip is. Grabbing the collar of the son of the Lian prince, the eldest prince's eyes were sinister. This is your only value. If you can't even do this well, Even if you can go back alive this time, a useless Lian Prince mansion, what do you think father will do? What will he do? Of course, uproot them without mercy. The son of the Lian Prince fell silent. He is really afraid of death. Who wouldn't be afraid? But if he was destined to die, between taking his family and taking Tiansheng people, he would choose to take Tiansheng people with him without hesitation. The heart of the Prince Lian, who was awakened by the cold water poured over his head by the eldest prince, suddenly calmed down. After a long while, he slowly said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want me to do?" 3 days later, the Tian Weishan restaurant finally opened on the day. Yunshu specially asked for a day off from Master Yi, and took Yunshu out of the palace and headed towards the restaurant before dawn. I thought that since she went there so early, there would be no one outside the restaurant. But when she arrived, she found that the street in front of the Tian Weishan restaurant was blocked by 3 layers of people. All kinds of noisy discussions could be heard clearly from a distance of dozens of meters. Oh my god, why are there so many people? Although 500 coins for 100 dishes is indeed ridiculously cheap, are there so many people who can easily spend 500 coins to eat at a time? It really deserves to be the capital. What can you pay? We are all here to try our luck. Isn't it said that as long as you can I get a chance to eat for free with just 1 penny? The number of places is limited, so we must come early to wait for a chance. Are you all here for the food? I heard that this restaurant is protected by dragon energy, and it can be as warm as spring in the winter without even a charcoal basin. Is it true? Is this impossible? It's not true. The sister-in-law of my neighbor's sister works at the Tian Weishan restaurant. It is said that the restaurant can be so warm because of a kind of thing called the princess invented by Her Royal Highness. Earth dragon stuff. If you ask me, the most attractive thing about this restaurant is its dishes. It is said that these dishes were only available to the emperor before, and ordinary people like us have never seen them. Hee hee hee, I have been hungry since the night before yesterday for this meal. There are too many people. Yun Chuan sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain and watched for a while, and swallowed nervously. Fifth sister, what do you think of my luck? Yun Shu, ? Why do you ask that suddenly? Just. Yun Chuan pitifully took out a copper coin from his belt, looking extremely sad. I actually wanted to try to see if I could get a free meal. Her stupid brother was swapped. He used to throw away 100,000 taels of silver notes without blinking an eye. Even if his pocket money is now reduced to only 10,000 taels a month, it is still a huge sum of money. How could he only have 1 copper coin? Yunshu glanced at him with disdain. If you regret it, and feel that your pocket money has become less now, and you don't want to fulfill the previous agreement to support my Tian Weishan restaurant, just say it directly. Who are you trying to get rid of with a copper coin? No. How much do I love eating fifth sister? You made it out? You know the new dish is coming? Yun Chuan, who had never been so poor before, clutched the copper coin in his hand and almost cried out, I really only have this much money on my body. This penny was picked up by me accidentally in the crack of a brick. Otherwise, I don't have a penny. The expression of the naughty child was sincere and sincere. Yun Shu, who knew that he didn't have such a good acting skill, was really confused. Then where is your money? Didn't you say that you can get 10,000 taels every month? In the end, he still had to tell the fifth sister about his shameful punishment. Woo-woo, the fifth sister must be very proud. She has never been punished. I heard that when the emperor sent her the imperial edict of reward 2 days ago, he also sent her a lot of rewards. Those rewards might be filled with his fines. Yun Chuan clutched the copper coin he had picked up, and his defense was completely broken. I was fined again. 500 gold. Woo, my father is so cruel. He fined me 5 months of pocket money right away. My mother is even more cruel. I said I would pay it back in 10 months, and she only needs to give me 5,000 taels of silver every month in the next 10 months. But she still refused to agree, and made me go without a penny for 5 consecutive months. Woo. Yun Shu, Okay. She held back her laughter, and seeing that this naughty boy was really generous to her in the past, she patted his shoulder comfortingly, and then handed him a silver note of 100 taels. Here, dividends from the capital weekly. Dividends? Suddenly, a huge sum of 100 taels fell from the sky. Yun Chuan held the silver note, and his confused expression looked a little silly. Didn't you invest in the capital weekly before? Yun Shu raised his eyebrows and explained. Because the initial investment was a little bit too much. So far, there is almost no profit. Originally, I thought that after the low-price paper came out in large quantities, I could change the capital weekly to the capital daily, and take the path of small profits but quick turnover. When I make more money, I will give you a large amount at once. But I didn't expect that you are so short of money now, so I have to give you the dividends from the previous period first. Yuan Chuan didn't actually understand what small profits, but quick turnover meant. He only knew that he had only made a name for himself, and never thought of making money from it. Now, it has really given him a huge surprise when he needs it most. Yuan Chuan happily took the silver note that he used to think was too small, and looked at it again and again. Finally, he handed it to Yuan Shu with great pride, and handed it to him with a posture of 1,000,000 taels. Isn't a meal only 500 coins? I buy 10 meals first. Chapter 101. Are you sure you want to buy a meal for 500 yen? Yuan Shu stretched out 2 fingers with a smile, pinched the banknote, and pointed in the direction of Tine Weishan restaurant. See, the 4th floor. I know. Yuan Chuan didn't react to what he meant, and said, as a matter of course, it's not like I can't count. I mean, the meal for 500 yen is only on the 1st floor. Raising his finger lightly, Yuan Shu explained slowly, the dishes on the 2nd floor are more exquisite and delicious, and the seats are not as crowded as those on the 1st floor. It is relatively more elegant, but the price is 10 taels of silver per person. So expensive. Yuan Chuan was shocked. Then the 3rd floor will cost 100 taels? About the same. The starting price for a table on the 3rd floor is 100 taels. The specific price depends on the customer. It's rare to see Yuan Chu Huan was shocked by the strange scene of 10 taels of silver. Yuan Shu smiled and took the initiative to quote the price of the last floor. The minimum consumption for the private room on the 4th floor is 500 taels. Yuan Chu Huan, So he couldn't even sit on the 4th floor with this 100 taels of silver. At best, he could only afford the minimum threshold of the 3rd floor? When the 5th sister was so poor that she only had 3 copper coins left, he was still spending money like water. Now that the 5th sister has opened a restaurant, he is so poor that he can't even go upstairs. Yuan Chu Huan, who was hit hard, took the silver note between Yuan Shu's fingers back, and put it in his arms as a treasure. He gritted his teeth angrily. Then I have to see if the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors are worth the price first. Okay. Tine Weishan restaurant will not officially open until 10 o'clock. She came so early today to see how the restaurant is prepared before the opening. She just deliberately quoted all the prices just to tease Yuan Chu Huan. After all, she has been with her for so long, and it is no problem for her to treat him to a meal in her own restaurant. She asked the driver to make a circle, and got off the carriage outside the side door of the unfinished backyard. Yuan Chu Huan followed Yuan Shu and walked along the road, curiously looking at the scattered and strange things in the courtyard. 5th sister, is this the courtyard you mentioned before that is connected to the restaurant but will open later? Why is there not even a plaque on the door outside? And it doesn't look very attractive here. The attractive things haven't been made yet. It's just an ordinary courtyard now. Of course it can't attract you. As for the plaque. Yuan Shu raised her leg to cross the round stone door connecting the courtyard and the Tine Weishan restaurant in front, turned back and pointed. Because it hasn't been built yet, only this part inside is temporarily. The plaque was hung up. Xianting? Yuan Chu Huan looked up and glanced at the 2 characters written in a flamboyant style on the plaque, and shook his head solemnly. Why did you choose such a name? It doesn't sound like a restaurant at all. Don't be surprised by praise or criticism. Just watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard. Don't care about staying or leaving. Just follow the clouds rolling and unrolling in the sky. Pushing open the back door of Tine Weishan restaurant, Yuan Shu casually explained, Xianting and Tine Weishan are a perfect match, and the most important thing is that you can associate my name with it as soon as you hear it. Is this a poem you wrote yourself, 5th sister? Yuan Chu Huan muttered softly. Besides you, who else can think of them together? Yuan Shu, I forgot that Tiansheng dynasty didn't have these 2 sentences. Forget it, it's not important. Calmly walking into the restaurant. It's different from the freezing cold outside. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's early summer in the restaurant. The waiters in uniform are earnestly making the final preparations before opening. The kitchen has already prepared the cold dishes that can be kept for a little longer, put them in pots early, and neatly placed them in a long row of special shelves, which can't be moved easily, let alone knocked over. This is too inelegant. Yuan Chu Huan suddenly understood why the 1st floor only costs 500 coins per person. There's not even a nice-looking plate, all the dishes are in pots. And so on. Yuan Chu Huan suddenly realized, with an expression that said, 5th sister, you are such a person. 5th sister, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You put the dishes in a bowl, so that the guests couldn't finish one dish, and wouldn't think about the 99 dishes later. In other words, your 500 coins for 100 dishes is just a gimmick. In fact, Even if a person can eat a lot, he can only eat 2 dishes at best after spending 500 coins. If we really do what the sixth prince said, our Tianwei restaurant will probably go bankrupt in one day. When Tang Xinhua came over, she happened to hear Yun Shuhuan's words, and couldn't help but chuckled. We said 100 dishes, and it means 100 dishes. But Yun Shuhuan still looked confused, and Yun Shu could only remind him helplessly. Didn't you notice that all the dishes were put together in this area? There are actually plates too, under the shelf. Sixth prince, you can look over there. Tang Xinhua also pointed to the entrance. There was a huge sign over there, with a few lines of big characters clearly written on it. Each person should not stay for more than 1 hour at a time. Take as much as you can eat, do not waste, do not take away, and violators will be fined 100 coins. There was also a waiter standing next to the sign. Oh, fifth sister said that was called a waiter. If nothing unexpected happened, this person's job was to inform all customers of the words written on the sign. Our first and second floors are all self-service. After paying, guests can pick up their own food here. They can eat whatever they want, and as much as they want. Tang Xinhua explained carefully. If there are guests who like the dishes of our Tianwei restaurant, but don't like the self-service format, the third floor is the same as other restaurants, and they can order dishes individually. As for the fourth floor, there are 10 private rooms, which are suitable for guests who pay more attention to privacy, and don't like to appear in the hall with too many people. Tianwei restaurant strives to meet the needs of all guests. Fifth sister, let's go upstairs and take a look. Yun Shuhuan still remembered Yun Shu's previous quotation, 500 wood per person on the first floor, and 10 taels of silver per person on the second floor. Since they are both self-service, he wants to see what the difference is between the dishes on the second floor and the first floor, excitedly turning around and going up to the second floor. Yun Shuhuan's first feeling is that the overall environment on the second floor is indeed much more elegant than the first floor. Sets of carved tables and chairs were neatly arranged in the hall. There was an empty space in the front, where a semicircular platform was built with a thin tool. If nothing unexpected happened, there would probably be performances by musicians or dancers. Chapter 102. But Yun Shuhuan was not interested in these. He grew up in Yelhua Palace. He had seen Concubine Lu's extremely luxurious palace for so many years, and was almost tired of it. No matter how exquisite the layout of the second floor of Tianwei was, could it be as exquisite as Yelhua Palace? If it was in the past, it would be fine, but now, he only had 100 taels and a copper coin. If he had to spend 20 times more to go upstairs to eat buffet just for this elegance, he would definitely not do it. Without lingering on these elaborate arrangements, Yun Shuhuan went straight to the food pickup area. Because there was still more than an hour before the restaurant officially opened, many hot dishes had not been served yet, but the cold dishes alone looked more delicious than those on the first floor. In addition, there was a row of shelves with various pastries near the wall. There were cakes he had eaten in the fifth sister's palace before, but there were more cakes that he had never eaten before and looked no worse than cakes. Gulp. Yun Shuhuan swallowed his saliva loudly. He took out the precious 100 taels from his arms, without hesitation, and stuffed it back into Yun Shu's hands. His eyes were still on the pastries, never moving away. Second floor, I buy 10 meals first. Is this the performance of a rich man suddenly becoming poor, indirectly stingy, continuously extravagant, can't save a bit at all? Yun Shu laughed. Okay, then I ask someone to apply for a membership card for you later, and put the 100 taels in it first. As for today's meal, I treat you. Fifth sister, you are so kind. Yun Shuhuan cheered, and his first reaction was that he didn't have to spend money on this meal. His second reaction was confusion. What is a membership card? If you deposit 1,000 taels of silver, you can apply for a silver card membership. People with silver card membership can enjoy a 10% discount no matter whether they consume in Tianwei restaurant or Xianting in the future. If you deposit 10,000 taels of silver, you can apply for a gold card membership. People with gold card membership can enjoy a 20% discount. Of course, the membership card is for personal use only. Yun Shu raised his eyebrows. Although you only have 100 taels, I will make an exception and give you an extra gold card because we have a good relationship, and you are also my partner in Beijing Weekly. Fifth sister. You are so nice. Thank you, fifth sister. He counted on his fingers and found that if he got a 20% discount, his 100 taels would be enough to eat 10 times on the second floor. Now he could eat 12 times with some left. Yun Shuhuan cheered again. Can I eat now? Let's go to the kitchen today. Yun Shu nodded. Today is the first day of business. It will definitely be very lively. Go to the kitchen to see if there is anything you want to eat, and have someone send it to the private room on the 4th floor. We will eat there later. Okay. Thinking that there must be more food in the kitchen than what was already displayed outside, Yun Chihwan's eyes became brighter. He didn't even need Yun Shu to point the way. He ran towards the kitchen, accurately following the fragrance. At 10 o'clock in the morning, to be exact, the main door of Tine Weishan restaurant was finally opened slowly. The heat in the building rushed towards the people closest to it, causing another round of exclamations. It's really warm. Everyone, please be quiet. Tang Xinhua stood on the steps at the door, trying her best to make her voice heard by everyone present. First of all, I am very happy that you can come to Tine Weishan restaurant today. I am the owner of Tine Weishan, Tang Xinhua. I know that most of you here are here for 500 coins and 100 dishes. Please rest assured that 100 dishes are definitely more than enough. But, after loudly speaking the rules of the buffet, she also briefly introduced the general situation of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. At the end, she raised a smile and asked someone to move the lottery turntable prepared in advance to the outside of the door. Now, guests who want to eat directly can go to the counter to buy a menu card. Guests who are willing to spend a penny to participate in the lucky draw, please go this way. After all, behind Tine Weishan restaurant, Princess Yun Shu and even the Emperor are backing it. Whether it is ordinary people or nobles, they all follow Tang Xinhua's process honestly, and do not cause any trouble. Yun Shu sat in a private room on the 4th floor, opened the window, and looked at the lively scene below. The corners of her lips were originally raised, until she saw the carriages of the Crown Prince and the eldest prince parked outside the restaurant at the same time. Crown Prince and eldest prince are here too? Yun Chihwan had just finished eating another egg tart, and looked over in surprise following Yun Shu's line of sight. It's okay for the eldest prince, he has been busy trying to please the Emperor recently, and this restaurant has a share for the Emperor, so it's quite normal for him to come and show his support. But the Crown Prince. He lowered his voice, and under the warnings from his mother recently that he should not hang around the Crown Prince, his IQ was rarely online. 5th sister, do you think he is here to mess things up? Didn't you just say that my father also owns a share of this restaurant? So it's impossible to destroy the place directly. But in the final analysis, the fact that the queen was sent to Longhua Temple was related to her. People like the prince would never think that it was their own fault, and would only blame all the problems on her. So, a coup. Yun Shu said softly, go and help me keep an eye on the prince to see if he has any moves to frame me. There was silence in the private room. After a long while, Yun Chihwan finally realized, 5th sister, you have secret guards? No way, there are too many people who want to harm me. Yun Shu leaned back on the chair and sighed. People really can't be too good. Yun Chihwan, ? He took a bite of pudding and looked out the window again. The eldest daughter of the Shin family is here too. Why did Sunny come with Wu Anho? Don't eat. Yun Shu, who also noticed Wu Anho, patted Yun Chihwan on the back of his head. Go down and show your face. Oh. Yun Chihwan hurriedly put down the small spoon in his hand, and followed Yun Shu downstairs. Wu Anho. When the two arrived at the 1st floor, Wu Anho and his friends were already at the counter preparing to apply for a card. Hearing Yun Shu's voice, Wu Anho quickly turned around and bowed to Yun Shu and Yun Chihwan. Your Highnesses. No need to be polite, Wu Anho. Yun Chihwan quickly waved his hand. Chapter 103. Yun Chihwan himself didn't know why. He was never scared when he saw the Emperor's father, but when he met Wu Anho, he felt uncomfortable all over. After saying this, he retreated behind Yun Shu again. Fortunately, neither Yun Shu nor Wu Anho paid attention to his abnormality at this moment. The two of them just said hello, and the important officials in the court, who came here after changing clothes after the court, like Wu Anho, also arrived one after another. The first to arrive was Xiang, who came with Lu Ziming. Probably because it was difficult for civil officials and military generals to get along peacefully since ancient times. Lu Xiang and Wu Anho were old enemies. After simply greeting Yun Shu and Yun Chihwan, Lu Xiang glanced at Wu Anho nonchalantly and said in a sarcastic tone, which floor are you going to go to later, Wu Anho? Wu Anho ignored him, but took out a silver note of 1,000 yuan and handed it to Tang Xinhua. Apply for a silver card membership. What silver card membership? General Wei Yuan also appeared at some point, and happened to hear what Wu Anho said, and took out half a tael of silver from his arms with a confused look on his face. Didn't you say that you can have a meal for 500 yuan? It's written on the sign at the door, didn't you see it? Although General Wei Yuan was also a military general like her grandfather, this man had previously prevented the princess from being conferred a title. Sunyi didn't like him very much, And when she explained the rules of the restaurant for Yun Shu, her tone was unusually aggressive, not as soft as usual. The first floor is 500 wood per person, the second floor is 10 taels of silver per person, the third floor starts at 100 taels, and the fourth floor has a minimum of 500 taels. If you deposit 1,000 taels, you can get a silver card membership and enjoy a 10% discount. If you deposit 10,000 taels, you can get a gold card membership and enjoy a 20% discount on each consumption. General Wei Yuan, No, it starts at 100 taels, and there is even a minimum of 500 taels. This price is too outrageous. Lord Lu looks embarrassed. While speaking, another official who did not get along well with General Wei Yuan came in and laughed. Who doesn't know that Lord Lu is a henpecked man? He could only take out 500 coins from his body, and I don't know how long he has been secretly saving them. Asking him to take out 1,000 taels of silver at once. What's the difference between that and asking for his life? Who said I can't take it out? Being poked in the sore spot by his colleagues, General Wei Yuan's old face turned red with embarrassment. I'm just picky about food, so I have to taste it first before I can decide whether to apply for the gold or silver card. You all have time to watch me apply for the card, but have you already applied for it? Well said, that's how it should be, so that everyone feels embarrassed not to apply for the card. Yun Shu, who was standing quietly watching the show, interrupted with a smile. Because the craftsmanship of the membership card is more delicate and the production speed is also slower, I only have 50 cards each for the time being. In addition, today is the first day of opening, and my father is also paying more attention to it. He specifically told me to bring the account book back today for him to personally review. So the application time for the card today is until Shin time. I hope you can forgive me. What? There are only 100 gold and silver cards in total, and they are limited in supply. This must be done. Let's not talk about whether it's a face or not. Who doesn't know that there is the shadow of His Majesty behind this Time Wei Shan restaurant? The national treasury is empty, and His Majesty's private treasury is also not rich. Why did Princess Sheng'an specifically mention this sentence, saying that His Majesty wants to check the accounts? That might be a warning to them on behalf of His Majesty, so that they have some idea in their minds. His Majesty's place. Who dares not to praise it? If they really dared not to praise it, they would not be here today. The noisy scene suddenly quieted down with Yun Shu's words. Among the people present, there were a few who didn't want to spend too much money, and their faces were obviously stiff for a moment. Lu Xiang was the quickest to react. He turned around and handed over 5 silver notes of 10,000 taels. Your Highness just said that a deposit of 10,000 taels is only for the qualification of gold card membership, so I guess it should be no problem to deposit 50,000 in this card. Of course. As expected of the richest man in Jiang'an, he is generous. Yun Shu smiled and gave Tang Xinhua a look. The latter took the silver note and picked up the pen while writing down what she wrote in a voice that all officials present could hear. The thing was read out. Right, Prime Minister, deposit 50,000 taels of silver and get a gold card membership. Other ministers, Aren't you so unrefined in doing things? Why do you have to read it out? Can't you do it secretly? It makes those who just want to give a minimum price as a token of respect feel so embarrassed. Obviously, when Mu Anho applied for the card just now, he didn't read it out like this. Some people who were unhappy couldn't help but hide in the crowd and whispered something, which happened to be heard by Yun Shu. But she didn't look guilty at all, and she was still calm. In fact, we wouldn't read it out loud like this at ordinary times. Today's situation is special. So many people are here, and there is a lot of money involved. If something goes wrong in any link, it will be difficult to explain it at that time. Reading it out clearly like this is also for secondary confirmation. If there is any problem, it is convenient to point it out on the spot and correct it in time. So, I hope you will forgive me. She has said this. Who dares to say that she doesn't want to forgive me? Even if they knew that she did it on purpose, didn't they still have to jump into the trap she dug? For the first time in their lives, these officials who didn't want to pay were somewhat envious of those officials from humble backgrounds. Why should they be cheated just because they were born into aristocratic families and had money, Your Majesty and Princess Saint, and were really biased? Many people secretly complained in their hearts, but on the surface, they had to pretend to be happy and lined up to apply for the cards. Even those who didn't bring enough money secretly asked their servants to go back to the mansion as quickly as possible to get it. For a while, the counter for card issuance became more and more lively, and from time to time, the sound of officials who were not on good terms with each other could be heard. Why did Lord Wang only pay 15,000 taels? A few days ago, I heard from my wife that your son spent a lot of money in Wanhua Tower. How come your son spent all the money? Lord Chen is so rich, but he only deposited 18,000 taels. It's only 3,000 taels more than this official. Does he look down on Her Royal Highness the Princess or? Don't talk nonsense. This official is. Chapter 104. The competitive hunger marketing is really addictive. Even General Wei Yuan couldn't help but pick up the food on the first floor. He walked around the dining area for a few times and finally patted a sturdy man at the table who had piled up his plates. How is it? How does it taste? Delicious. The sturdy man had been sitting in the corner eating hard and didn't notice what happened at the counter at all. Naturally, he didn't know the identity of General Wei Yuan. He just thought he was an ordinary person who wanted to eat but was reluctant to ask how it tasted first, so as not to waste 500 coins. He immediately persuaded him with a beaming face. Brother, if you can afford this money, you really should come and try it. I have never eaten so many delicious foods. I heard that these were things that only the current emperor could eat before. The emperor's life is really enviable. General Wei Yuan, To be honest, he has eaten palace banquets many times. But he had never seen many of the dishes in this restaurant at a palace banquet. But it should be true that they are delicious. After all, everyone here is enjoying the food without stopping. The first floor is so delicious. What about the second floor? Slurp. General Wei Yuan swallowed his saliva unconvincingly. Why don't he go back and try to talk to his wife about applying for a silver card first? It can save 10% of the money. General Wei Yuan is tempted. It seems that the heat is enough. She still has some talent for business, well, although these are all common routines in later generations. Looking at General Wei Yuan's tangled expression, Yuanshu nodded with satisfaction and returned to the private room on the 4th floor with success. Your Highness. Almost at the moment when Yuanshu returned to the private room, Aku's figure flashed before her eyes. But Aku did not speak directly, but took 2 steps forward and leaned over to whisper a few words in Yuanshu's ear. Yuanshu, Can't you let her rest comfortably for a while? Dog Prince, I knew he must have bad intentions when he came here today. Find a way to replace the thing without making a sound. She also lowered her voice and gave an order. After Aku left, she first drank a sip of tea expressionlessly, and then put the teacup heavily on the table in the curious eyes of Yunchuan and others who wanted to ask but didn't know if they could ask. This is simply unreasonable. I'm going back to the palace to complain to my father. Yunchuan, Cini, Lu Ziming, ? Why? He wanted to drink tea to calm down his anger, but he failed to do so and got angrier the more he thought about it. Yunchuan, who had already eaten and drunk enough and was happy to watch the excitement again, was the first to jump up. Fifth sister, I will go back to the palace with you. No need. Yuanshu said stiffly. I don't know what will happen here in a while. You guys help me keep an eye on it, so that there will be no unruly people who want to murder me. Yuanshu ? He wanted to ask more, but Cini pulled his sleeve and pulled him back to the chair. When did this crybaby's hand become so strong? The base of his tail was heard by the collision, and before he could catch up with his fifth sister's back, Yuanshu glared at Cini fiercely. What are you doing? Cini shrank her neck subconsciously at first when he yelled at her, but then she remembered what Yuanshu had told her before, that as long as Yuanshu was still around, Yuanshu would not dare to do anything to her for some trivial matters. She clenched her fists and secretly encouraged herself in her heart. After about a few seconds, Cini bravely yelled back, Why are you so fierce? Can't you hear what the princess said? We have to help her, keep an eye on her here. Yuanshu shock. This time, not only was Yuanshu dumbfounded, but even Lu Ziming and Xiao Anzi beside him were dumbfounded. This time, the young lady of the Xin family was not only not so angry that she was about to cry, but she also yelled at the sixth prince in return. How amazing! Yuanshu was still immersed in the shock that the timid crybaby turned into a hot-tempered little pepper, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. After yelling, Cini, who opened the door to a new world, felt refreshed. If she had known that she could actually fight back against the sixth prince like this, she would have endured it for so long in vain. Glancing at Yuanshu and snorting coldly, Cini straightened her small back and said seriously, Your Highness Princess has just said it very clearly. There are bad guys in this restaurant who want to harm her. In the private room, Yuanshu, who was half a beat slower in reaction, finally came to his senses. Several little guys, who were no more than 25 years old in total, gathered together to seriously analyze who the bad guy was. On the other side, another secret guard, Wukong, was also given some small tasks. Yuanshu, who was already sitting in the carriage, relaxed her expression instantly, and was not as angry as she had just shown in the private room. The prince plotted against her? This was expected. What is there to be angry about? The one who should be angry is the prince whose plan today is doomed to fail. Yuanshu staggered back to the palace without stopping for a moment. After getting off the carriage, he went straight to the direction of the imperial study. Father, you have to make the decision for your son. Click. Yuanshu's aggrieved but full-hearted voice came from outside the house. Emperor Xuanwu's hand holding the pen trembled, and a ball of ink immediately destroyed most of the painting he had finally found time to draw on a whim. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he put the pen aside in annoyance, looking up at Yuanshu, who ran in angrily to complain to him. Didn't you say that the restaurant would open today, and you would be there to watch it in person? What's going on now? Father, the crown prince seems to want to frame me. When Yuanshu made this accusation that sounded like it hadn't been thought through, the originally gentle expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face suddenly became serious. Do you know what you are talking about? What do you mean by seem to want to frame you? Don't tell me that you don't have any evidence. It's all just your imagination. Although I'm not very reliable, I'm not that unreliable, am I? The complaint was questioned. Yuanshu said angrily. If you don't believe me, you should believe the secret guard you sent me, right? Today, the restaurant opened, and I saw that the prince also went to support it. I was really uneasy, so I asked you to send me a secret guard to protect him secretly, in case a killer suddenly appeared and hurt the prince. I, the princess who had conflicts with the queen, became the first suspect. As a result, after the secret guard went there, he didn't see any killer, but happened to see the prince drugging his food. Chapter 105. Father, tell me, if it wasn't to frame me, why did the crown prince drug himself in my restaurant? After Yuanshu's well-founded complaint, he suddenly changed the subject and said angrily, although I have secretly had the drug dish replaced because he is your most important son, and I don't intend to make a big deal about it, but we can do it behind closed doors, and treat it as a family affair. You should make the decision for me, right? Who said the crown prince is his most important son? Such a thought flashed through his mind, and Emperor Xuanwu didn't think about it carefully. He just frowned and grasped the real point in Yuanshu's sentence. You replace the drug dish? If you don't replace it, won't you really be framed by the crown prince? There are so many people in Tianweishan restaurant today, and most of the important officials in the court have arrived. Maybe even the envoys from other countries will go there to find out what happened. Once the crown prince is poisoned in the restaurant, this matter will really become a big deal. What if father you? Yuanshu swallowed the rest of the words back into her stomach as Emperor Xuanwu looked at his increasingly gloomy face, but she would secretly glance at him from time to time, and her cunning and slightly aggrieved expression clearly conveyed her true thoughts without omission. What if father favors the crown prince, and in order to protect the crown prince, he sacrifices his son to heaven? Emperor Xuanwu, this heartless brat, when has he ever wronged her because of favoritism? And the prince? How old is Xiaowu now? She knows how serious this matter will be if it really gets out. How could the prince not know? Obviously, the prince also knows. The prince, this bastard, simply wants to kill Xiaowu. The prince he has cultivated with all his heart and soul over the years is such a narrow-minded guy who can't even tolerate his own sister. The Emperor Xuanwu became more and more angry, but Yuanshu looked at his face and tentatively asked, Father, the replaced Kairchen has also been brought back. How about letting the imperial physician come to see what medicine is in it? Okay, call the imperial physician. Emperor Xuanwu agreed immediately. He also wanted to see what medicine the prince wanted to use to frame Xiaowu. The emperor summoned, and the imperial physician came quickly. Speaking of which, this is an old acquaintance. When Yuanshu hid her consciousness in the villa and pretended to be sick, it was this imperial physician who was busy and pulled out a lot of beards for her strange pulse. At this moment, he came in from outside with a medicine box. The moment he saw Yuanshu standing in the room, his scalp numbed reflexively. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty, long live your princess. All right, get up and see what kind of poison has been put in this dish. The bastard prince had just done something bastard, and Emperor Xuanwu didn't want to talk nonsense at the moment, but this opening of his mouth frightened the imperial physician again. The dish is poisonous. Whose dish is this? Your Majesty's or your Majesty's? Ah. Why does he always encounter such terrible and deadly things? He walked over tremblingly and picked up the dish. He first put it under his nose to smell it, and then picked up a small piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. 2 seconds later, the old imperial physician's face changed. After spitting out the dish, he still felt it was not enough. He found a cup of tea and rinsed his mouth twice. Finally, with a red face, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, this dish is Spring Breeze Banquet. Spring Breeze Banquet? What is that? Yunshu blinked in confusion, waiting for the old doctor to answer her. However, after the old doctor finished speaking, he lowered his head and acted like a quail. Even Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting at the top, had a face that showed no expression and did not say a word. Spring Breeze Banquet, Emperor Xuanwu was indeed familiar with this medicine. After all, one of his concubines was banished to the cold palace because of giving him this stuff. His good prince is really good at calculating. He wants to kill two birds with one stone by using a medicine that will make people unable to control themselves after taking it, but can quickly return to normal after venting, and does not leave any sequelae? That evil creature has a beautiful idea. Emperor Xuanwu slammed the table fiercely. When he was furious, he heard a noise outside. Then, Li Dihai came in with his head down and small steps. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the First Prince, His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince, the Right Prime Minister, the Left Prime Minister and Mission's legitimate daughter wants to see you. So many people? Yunshu paused, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward to put the dish with added ingredients on the table back into the food box, and then whispered, Father, can this imperial physician leave for a while? As soon as Yunshu said this, Emperor Xuanwu immediately knew what she was planning. But he still nodded, and waited until the imperial physician, carrying a medicine box and a food box, walked around and stood behind the screen, and then asked Li Dihai to call everyone in. The prince walked in the front, and when he came in and found Yunshu was also there, he was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it, just thinking that Yunshu came to report the opening of the restaurant to Emperor Xuanwu. His eyes quickly swept over Yunshu and quickly moved away. Father, please make the decision for your son. Yunshu, This line sounds familiar. Watching the prince kneel down facing Emperor Xuanwu, not far from him, Yunshu silently moved aside for several steps, and then saw Shen Jingshu and the eldest prince also kneeling down one after another. Old minister, son, your daughter pays homage to your majesty. Father, the prince behaved improperly and framed your son. Please help your son. Yunshu looked at the one whose line was out of tune with the others in surprise, thinking. Emperor Xuanwu's face turned cold, and he suddenly shouted, What are you talking about? What happened? Sixth brother, you tell me. When the eldest brother, the crown prince, and even the left and right prime ministers were all here, the emperor actually called his name. Yunshu Huan's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his head proudly, replying to the emperor, I originally planned to have dinner with my 5th sister, Sinyi, Lu Ziming and others in the private room on the 4th floor of Tine Weishan restaurant today. But later, the secret guard of the 5th sister said something to the 5th sister, and the 5th sister left angrily. Before leaving, she said that someone wanted to harm her. Yunshu also had a secret guard, the time when she left the restaurant today. Could she have discovered it at that time? No, absolutely impossible. The prince was shocked and quickly comforted himself that he must have thought too much. Chapter 106. I am worried about the safety of my 5th sister, so I want to find the thief who tried to murder her. Not knowing what the prince was thinking at the moment, Yunshu Huan continued, but I don't know how to find him, so I took Ziming and the others out of the private room, thinking that we could walk around and maybe run into some sneaky guy. As a result, I didn't walk 2 steps, and I happened to see my eldest brother sticking to the door of the prince and eavesdropping on something. I am innocent! The eldest prince cried out in injustice. In all conscience, although he really disliked the prince, the queen was recently driven to Longhua Temple, and the prince was not liked by his father because of his request to marry the daughter of the Shen family. While he was happy, he did think about whether to add fuel to the fire and make the prince lose power further. But because he has not completely gotten rid of his own trouble so far, and it is time to improve his father's favor recently, so after hesitating again and again, he decided to be honest and do nothing else except to please his father. As for going to the prince's door to eavesdrop today, I just thought that the restaurant of my sister was really good, so I wanted to walk around and take a look. I didn't expect that when I passed by the door of the prince's private room, I happened to hear some strange sounds inside. I was curious for a while, so I couldn't help but go over. Who would refuse the handle that the opponent delivered to the door? The eldest prince really felt very wronged. I just listened for a while, and the 6th prince and his brothers came over. After that, the 6th prince might also want to listen, so he pulled the young master of the Lu family and the young lady of the Sin family together. Unexpectedly, he rushed too fast, and the 3 of them couldn't keep steady and directly knocked the door open. Then I saw. The eldest prince was hesitant to speak, but Yunshu Huan, who knew nothing, yelled out. Then I saw the crown prince and Miss Shen fighting. When we broke the door open, Miss Shen was already crying, The clothes were messy, and there was still enough. Emperor Xuanwu interrupted him rudely, without even looking at Shen Jingshu, who was so ashamed that she almost buried her head in the gap between the tiles. He just picked up a memorial with an angry face and smashed it on the crown prince's head. "Prince, you are so bold. I am innocent." All this development was actually different from what the crown prince expected. Originally, he thought that after everything that should have happened between him and Shen Jingshu in the private room of the restaurant, the two of them, then they came to the emperor privately to plead guilty, saying that they were already married because they were drugged, and asked His Majesty to grant the marriage. At the same time, they could also frame Yunshu or the eldest prince. He had already prepared false evidence. No matter which one was successfully framed, it would be a good thing for him. But unexpectedly, things turned out to be different. He and Shen Jingshu had not finished their business yet, and the eldest prince and the sixth brother broke into the room directly. The noise they made the left and right prime ministers unable to help but come out to investigate the situation. Now Shen Jingshu's reputation is completely ruined, and I don't know if it will affect the relationship between him and the right prime minister. The prince looked sad, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Father, I was drugged." "Someone wants to frame me, father." "Drug?" Emperor Xuanwu sneered. "Do you have any evidence?" "Yes." The prince nodded quickly and said, "After I woke up, I asked someone to bring all the dishes on the table, and they were arranged in front of the left prime minister, the right prime minister, and the sixth prince. There was absolutely no substitution." "Okay." Emperor Xuanwu stared at the prince expressionlessly and said slowly, "Send the dishes in." "Dr. Sun." "I'm here." Dr. Sun, who was called, did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly walked out from behind the screen. The prince was suddenly startled again. He didn't understand why Dr. Sun came out from behind the screen, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at him sarcastically and signaled to Dr. Sun, "Check all these dishes. I want to see who is so bold as to give the prince drugs." "Yes." Dr. Sun wailed in his heart and cursed madly. "You royal family members are really good at playing." He did not dare to show any real emotions on his face. He just walked over and checked every dish. Finally, he wiped a thin layer of sweat on his forehead and whispered under pressure, "Your Majesty, these dishes are all fine." "This is impossible." The prince was shocked and frightened, and immediately retorted, "You must have made a mistake because of your poor medical skills." "You are so sure?" Emperor Xuanwu, who had been holding back for a long time, finally broke out completely at this moment. He picked up the pen holder on the table and threw it at the prince, angrily scolding, "Are you still wondering why you put the drug into the sweet and sour fish with your own hands? But it is gone now, because that dish had already been replaced." Father even accurately said the name of the dish he had drugged. The prince's face changed drastically. His mind was in a mess. He didn't know how much father knew, let alone how he would respond at this moment. Or the right prime minister saw that the situation was not good and tried to help explain, "Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. How could the prince drug himself?" "Then you have to ask him." Emperor Xuanwu slapped the dragon table with one palm. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Disloyal, unrighteous, unkind, unfilial, unreasonable, unwise, and untrustworthy. The prince I raised is actually like this. A person with all 5 evils. "Your Majesty, calm down. There must be a misunderstanding." The right prime minister was horrified. If Your Majesty's comments on the prince were to spread, the prince's position would definitely be in jeopardy. He hurriedly pushed the prince, wanting him to cheer up and defend himself. But perhaps because of what Emperor Xuanwu said before, the prince realized that his father already knew everything. He knelt on the ground in a daze, and after a while, he suddenly smiled bitterly, and there was even a bit of despair in that smile. "Father, you really wanted to abolish your son a long time ago." "How outrageous." Emperor Xuanwu was even more furious. "You bastard, you did something wrong. Not only did you not repent, but you also wanted to shirk responsibility. Isn't what your son said the truth?" The prince also raised his head suddenly. "You were the first to suspect your son and the Shen family. Your son was just trying to protect himself. What crime have I committed?" "His." Is the prince's mentality broken? Sure enough, the prince, who has always been firmly chosen by his father and has almost never encountered any setbacks, has a bad psychological quality. Chapter 107. But he collapsed at the right time. Yunshu tilted his eyes, and saw that the anger on Emperor Xuanwu's face froze. Although he was still angry, he had more complicated emotions than before. When Emperor Xuanwu did not allow the prince to marry the daughter of the Shen family, but could not provide evidence to explain the reason, he did not think that the prince would misunderstand. But he felt that he had given the prince enough sense of security in the past. So out of some unspeakable psychology, he did not explain anything, just to see whether the prince would choose to listen to him, the father, or disobey him, the father, for the sake of the Shin family and the power of the Shin family. In all these years, this was the first time that Emperor Xuanwu tested the prince on such a matter. He did not expect that the prince would disappoint him this time. Do you think I am suspicious of you? Emperor Xuanwu thought it was ridiculous. Then do you know that children born from close relatives within 3 generations are very likely to be disabled? That's impossible. The prince subconsciously retorted, how many people in the world marry cousins? I have never heard of such a ridiculous statement. I knew you would not believe it. Emperor Xuanwu looked at the prince indifferently. But it's too late to say this now. Since you would rather disobey my order and use such dishonorable means to marry the daughter of the Shin family, then I will do as you wish and let Shin Jingshu, the legitimate daughter of the Shin family, be your prince's concubine. After all, he had carefully cultivated the prince for so many years, and he had never made any big mistakes until this year's Wanshou festival. Emperor Xuanwu was somewhat reluctant to abolish the prince just because of this matter. So he decided to leave it all to fate. If there had been no intervention from the life choice simulation system, he would have granted the prince and Shin Jingshu a marriage after the autumn hunt. A year later, because the legitimate son born by Shin Jingshu was a disabled person, it was considered a warning from heaven, which led to the court officials, who were not on the side of the prince, taking advantage of the issue and eventually causing the prince to be deposed. Now, the time for granting the marriage is already a few days later than originally planned, and the child of the prince and Shin Jingshu may no longer be the one that appeared in the life choice simulation system. Of course, it is also possible that nothing has changed. But that is the prince's own choice. Emperor Xuanwu said coldly. In addition, the prince has lost his moral integrity and will be fined for 3 years. Before the wedding, he must be confined to the East Palace and cannot take a single step. TSK. He is indeed the son that his father values the most. He has done such an immoral thing, but he is only fined and confined. Well, as compensation, the 3 years of salary that the prince was fined were divided between her and the eldest prince. Yunshu walked out of the imperial study with emotion. Along with her came the distraught prince, the eldest prince, who was in a good mood, the gloomy right prime minister, Shin Jingshu, who was sobbing because she failed to steal the chicken but lost the rice, and the left prime minister, who was worried that Yun Chuan would suffer a loss and followed him all the way from Tianweishan restaurant into the palace, but finally found that he was useless. All the prince's calculations were directly disintegrated by a move that no one knew about, and Yun Chuan, who was still confused and just waited for the prince to walk away, and then immediately pulled Yun Shu's sleeve and asked questions. Fifth sister, you came early, you must know, right? What did the crown prince put in his own dish? Why did he know nothing about the replacement of the dish he drugged and still beat up Miss Shin? Why did father not say a word of comfort after Miss Shin was beaten, and even did not give the crown prince the position of principal wife, but only gave her the position of concubine, and ahem. Originally, Lu Lian was still thinking about whether the person who replaced the crown prince's dish today and easily caused the crown prince to fall into trouble was Princess Sheng'an, a seemingly harmless girl. Unexpectedly, when he heard the questions asked by Yun Chuan, he coughed and interrupted. Sixth Prince, Princess Sheng'an has been busy for most of the day, and she must be very tired. Let her go back and rest early. Hasn't the fifth sister gone home yet? Her personal maids aren't here yet. Yun Chuan was a little unhappy, and wanted to clarify all his doubts, while Yun Shu frowned slightly. Ting Xue was her personal maid. Under normal circumstances, Ting Xue would not leave at will unless she ordered her to do so. When she entered the imperial study before, Ting Xue was clearly waiting outside, but now she was nowhere to be seen. I'm afraid something happened. This thought, in Ting Xue's mind, Xue came over from the other side anxiously, and got confirmation. Your Highness, something happened at Tianweishan restaurant. What happened? When Yun Chuan heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward. However, Ting Xue had no time to explain anything to him at this moment. She leaned close to Yun Shu's ear and whispered in a voice that only she and Yun Shu could hear. Someone from the restaurant just now reported that not long after the prince and others left Tianweishan, the eldest prince of Beixiang and the son of the prince Lian also went to the restaurant to book a private room. After a few drinks, the prince of Lian was proud of his status and insisted that Miss Tang go to the private room to serve him personally. Miss Tang didn't want the matter to get out of hand, so she wanted to go up and settle the matter, but she didn't expect that the prince of Lian was so bold that he actually tried to flirt with Miss Tang. Then what? I had expected that the eldest prince would not give up after waking up, but I didn't expect that they would choose a more despicable method than before. Yuanshu clenched his fists and his face suddenly sank. Is my cousin injured? It is said that her clothes were messy, and she almost. Fortunately, the third prince happened to pass by at the critical moment and saved Miss Tang. Tingxue looked reluctant, but it is said that Miss Tang is not in good condition now, and the Prince of Lian and his group have returned to the post station. Lord, Princess. Tingxue hadn't finished speaking. Yuanshu was already filled with anger, and turned around without looking back towards the palace gate. She hurriedly trotted after him. Behind him, Yuanshu, who didn't know what was going on, subconsciously wanted to raise his legs, but was stopped by Lu Xiang with a serious expression. Your Highness, you can't. Why not? Fifth sister is obviously going out of the palace again, and this prince. This matter is very serious, Your Highness, please listen to me. Lu Xiang didn't have time to explain anything to Yuanshu. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and asked to see Emperor Xuanwu again. Emperor Xuanwu, who had just sent off a large group of them, and had not yet calmed down, said, Chapter 108. Your Majesty, I suspect that something has happened to the Beixiong envoys again. Knowing that Emperor Xuanwu definitely didn't want to listen to his nonsense at this time, Prime Minister Lu went straight to the point after entering the door. Just now, after the maid of Her Royal Highness the Princess came to tell the Princess a few words, Her Royal Highness the Princess left with murderous intent. I am worried that if I leave it alone, something big might happen. Full of murderous intent? Is he referring to his little Wu who was almost framed by the prince, and only ran to him to complain, but in fact, that little emotion was just said and passed, and he didn't take it to heart at all? Emperor Xuanwu frowned. What did her maid say? Did you hear it, my dear? Your Majesty, the maid deliberately avoided the side when talking to the princess. People, this old minister dare not eavesdrop. However, this matter is of great importance, and Prime Minister Lu dare not hide anything. This old minister vaguely heard the maid say something about returning to the post station at the end, and this old minister guessed that the people from the Beixiong envoys must have done something to annoy Her Royal Highness the Princess, and returned to the post station. Outside the palace, how could a child as kind as Xiaowu be killed? Emperor Xuanwu did not have time to think about it, and ordered Prime Minister Lu to lead a palace guard to the post station first to act according to circumstances. After that, he still felt unsafe, and summoned 2 additional dragon shadow guards. You 2 quickly go to the post station where the Beixiong envoys are located. Remember, no matter what happens, you must keep Princess Shunyan unharmed. Yes. 2 black shadows flashed out of the imperial study, and disappeared in an instant. On the other side, Yuanshu had also walked quickly to the palace gate at this time. The carriage of Prime Minister Lu's residence was parked outside the palace. Yuanshu walked over with a cold face, and pulled out the guard's sword. Before anyone could react, he cut the rope between the horse and the carriage with a single stroke, then turned over and rode away. All the movements were done in one go. When the Lu family coachman reacted, he could only stare blankly at Yuanshu's back as he rode away. Lend me your horse. Lu family coachman, Will it work if he doesn't lend it to her? Tingxue, who was chasing after her, could not catch up with her on foot, so she stamped her feet anxiously at the palace gate. The 4 secret guards given by Emperor Xuanwu were much stronger, and their light skills were at their fastest, just able to keep up with Yuanshu's riding speed. Luckily, Yuanshu's riding skills have indeed improved a lot in recent days in order to be more comfortable when leaving the palace in the future. Now she was galloping across the street with her fiery red fox fur cloak fluttering behind her, but her figure on the horse was still steady. The girl in red clothes and black hair rode through Chang'an with a cold face. Although she did not hurt anyone, she was definitely eye-catching. Whose girl is this? Why, she's like a man. Hush, be careful. Some people who recognized her hurriedly said, That's Princess Shunyan. Princess Shunyan? The man who spoke earlier was shocked. But the princess who invented the feather pen printing technology and the capital weekly, and opened a restaurant so that women can make money outside like men? The current emperor has only one princess. Who else can it be besides her? The person who spoke later nodded, and couldn't help but show off. I saw her once at Tien Weishan restaurant today, and even the prime minister was there at that time. Speaking of which, the dishes at Tien Weishan restaurant are really delicious. 4 many dishes, not to mention the cooking methods. I have never seen them before, even the ingredients themselves. I really envy those nobles in the palace, who can eat such fascinating delicacies every day. Aren't they just a few dishes? No matter how delicious they are, how delicious can they be? Limited by his own knowledge, the person who said it earlier really couldn't imagine what the dishes in Tien Weishan restaurant tasted like. In his opinion, the most delicious one was the boiled fat meat in clear water that could only be eaten during the Chinese New Year. Maybe the dishes the emperor eats are as delicious as this. Thinking so, he paid more attention to Princess Saint, Anne, whose back was completely invisible at this moment. Don't you think Princess Saint Anne looked like she was rushing to deal with someone just now? Could something have happened? She passed by on horseback in a flash. What else can you tell from this? The other person sneered as the thing he showed off didn't get the praise he wanted. Retorted disdainfully, who needs Princess Shungin to deal with personally? Is there anyone so brave? Prince Lien, who was so brave that he needed Princess Shungin to deal with him personally, was toasting with the eldest prince in the inn to celebrate. You did a good job today. Patting Prince Lien's shoulder with satisfaction, the eldest prince said approvingly. It should have been done long ago. What the eldest prince said is right. Prince Lien seemed to have forgotten that he was threatened by the eldest prince by the collar a few days ago. After drinking the wine in the glass, he laughed out loud. This Tiansheng is really as the king and the eldest prince expected, only the prosperity on the surface remains, and the inside has long been useless. When I tore the girl's clothes just now, I was really shocked when the third prince of Tiansheng suddenly appeared. As a result, that waste, as a prince, went out without even a servant. Later, when we were about to leave, he didn't even dare to fart, and pretended that he was worried about the girl, so he didn't have time to take care of us. It was really ridiculous. I heard that woman is Yunshu's cousin. The eldest prince also sneered. It's a pity that Yunshu was not there at the time. Otherwise, this prince really wants to see her helpless and furious. Bang! The sudden loud noise outside made the two people in the room stop raising their glasses at the same time. The eldest prince threw the wine glass with a snap, stood up and was about to roar and ask what happened, but before he could open his mouth, the door was kicked open from outside. Yun? Princess Shungin? I didn't expect that Yunshu would really appear in front of him just after he said a sentence, and in such a face-saving way. He kicked the door open. The eldest prince's eyes darkened, and he angrily said, Princess Shungin, what do you mean? Before he finished the last two words, Yunshu suddenly drew out the big knife he had grabbed from somewhere, and a cold light flashed. Yunshu didn't even look at him, and without saying a word, he went to the side of the Prince Lien. Clang! The eldest prince and the Prince Lien saw that the situation was not good, and they immediately drew their weapons. But Yunshu never dodged or evaded, and only stared at the Prince Lien. Chapter 109. The secret guards assigned to her by Emperor Xuanwu may not directly help her to deal with Prince Lien, but they will definitely protect her when someone wants to hurt her. Yunshu knew this clearly, so she became more and more reckless in her actions, and the big knife in her hand was only aimed at Prince Lien from beginning to end. The eldest prince and Prince Lien initially thought that Yunshu was just angry because he knew about Tang Xinhua and wanted to scare them and vent his anger. But as Yunshu approached them with one slash after another, despite having no rules, they finally realized that Yunshu seemed to be serious. Are you crazy? After narrowly avoiding Yunshu's attack again, Prince Lien was obviously really angry. Didn't I just touch the shopkeeper of Tian Weishan restaurant? I didn't kill her. What are you crazy about here? Yunshu didn't say anything, but raised the big knife in his hand again, with a murderous and cold face. You really think I dare not fight back, right? Seeing that she couldn't communicate at all, Prince Lien was furious and raised his weapon in his hand. Clang! Almost at the moment when Prince Lien decided to fight back, two black shadows suddenly rushed into the house. One blocked the eldest prince, and the other blocked Prince Lien's attack. At the same time, the shrill screams of the Prince Lien almost penetrated the entire inn. Even the few dragon shadow guards, who usually had no emotional fluctuations, subconsciously tightened their legs when they saw this scene. Yunshu looked expressionlessly at the blood-soaked clothes from the Prince Lien's lower abdomen to the upper thighs, and finally sneered and said the first sentence after entering the door. Didn't I just give you a knife? I didn't kill you, why are you screaming so loudly? Yunshu, you are so brave. Even though the prince was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, the eldest prince, who had come to his senses, stared at Yunshu in shock and anger. We are here on behalf of Beixiang to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Tiansheng. Your actions today clearly show that you don't take Beixiang seriously. Aren't you afraid that the two countries will go to war because of this, and you, Princess Shungin, will become the center of Tiansheng? It's really ridiculous to hear these words coming out of your mouth. Yunshu remained calm, and was not frightened at all. On behalf of Diao Beixiang came here, but dared to drug Princess Tiansheng, and allowed a mere prince to flirt with the family of Tianqing's important ministers. If the two countries really go to war, who do you think is the real culprit? As she spoke, she took 2 steps towards the eldest prince, raised the blood-stained sword in her hand, and patted his cheek with the side of the sword. I will warn you for the last time, be honest, if I dare to abolish him today, I will dare to abolish you tomorrow. Her tone was very calm, but the threat in her words could not be ignored at all. After saying that, she threw away the sword with a clang, and left without looking back. The little girl, who was less than 14 years old, had a childish face, but at this moment, no one dared to step forward to stop her. Yuanshu soon walked out of the post station smoothly again, and turned over and sat back on the horse. Ah Ku! I'm here! The secret guard, who had just been forced to show up, had not yet returned to the dark. Yuanshu slightly turned his eyes, and said in a low voice, Go, and tell my cousin that the prince has been deposed. I will go to see her in a few days. Yes. Aku bowed and replied. Yuanshu then pulled the reins, and rode back to the palace as he had done when he came, heading straight for the imperial study. Outside the imperial study, Uniquely saw Yuanshu coming back again, and thought that she had been persuaded to come back halfway, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, you are finally back. Just now, after you left in a rage, His Majesty was extremely worried, fearing that you might accidentally get into trouble. Is the Emperor still in there now? Yuanshu had not regretted rushing out in anger to castrate the bastard, the Prince of Lianqin. Just thinking about meeting Emperor Xuanwu soon, she still felt a little guilty. Would you help me inform him? No need. Li Dihai smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. His Majesty said that you should go to see him immediately after you come back. Yuanshu, Will her father beat the child? It seems that the original book didn't mention it. Walking into the imperial study with a little trepidation, Yuanshu lost all the prestige she had at the post house. Father, I am here to apologize. What are you apologizing for? When he heard Lu Xiang say that this kid left with a murderous look on his face, he was really shocked. Seeing that she was still the same as before, still obedient and timid, Emperor Xuanwu, who had not received any feedback and did not know what happened, snorted softly because Yuanshu acted too quickly. You ran out of the palace in anger, but ended up not accomplishing anything, and then came back halfway in a cowardly manner? Why does this seem a little different from what she thought? Yuanshu's heart moved, and he cautiously tried to test. Father, what you mean is that the eldest prince of Beixiang drugged me first, and then the prince flirted with the family of my important ministers. I should be stronger, and not be too timid and cowardly like a turtle. I was bullied like this, but I still shrank my head and dared not fight back, right? What else? Yuanshu's words were really unpleasant, and the Emperor Xuanwu, who was originally just a little speechless, really heard some anger at this moment. Look at you. The daughter of the Emperor, the Princess Shengen, who was personally conferred by me. How can you be so insecure? You either don't go out, or you go out and turn back halfway. If people know about it, they will think that Tiansheng is really weak and can be bullied by anyone. Then, I won't apologize. Yuanshu straightened his back quickly. Father, you are right. I can't be a coward, so I was brave just now. Emperor Xuanwu. ? What does it mean? How brave was she? How brave was she? Why did it sound so wrong to him? Did this kid set a trap for him again? Emperor Xuanwu paused in his reprimand, and his mind quickly reviewed the conversation between the two just now. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Weren't you persuaded by Prime Minister Lu to come back? Prime Minister Lu? Yuanshu blinked in confusion, and after a moment, he suddenly realized, I did see Prime Minister Lu leading a group of people on the way back, but I didn't stop at that time because I was in a hurry to come back to see you. Chapter 110. So this brat really came back after finishing his work. No wonder, she said, she wanted to apologize to him. As soon as she entered the room, Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath. If he had known about this from the beginning, he might have been a little angry. After all, the situation between the two countries is very tense now, and he has learned from the life choice simulation system many times that once the two countries go to war, although Tiansheng can win, it will inevitably lead to the consequences of the people's misery. No one knows whether Yuanshu's impulsive actions will become the fuse that leads to the war between the two countries. But because of the episode just now, he couldn't get angry now. Just like what the kid said, Beixiang has been bullied for several times. If they still don't react, and insist on being a coward who allows others to bully and dare not fight back, then let alone a war between two countries, I'm afraid that the three-country war that appeared in the life choice simulation system may even be a war between 4 or more countries. Thinking of this, Emperor Xuanwu's mood calmed down a lot, and he even had the mood to pick up a cup of tea. Tell me, how did you go back and forth just now? Your son. Prince Lian. Considering that this is the Tiansheng dynasty, no princess should have done such a thing before. In order to take care of her father's not-so-young heart, Yuanshu deliberately vague when talking about the key words. Emperor Xuanwu didn't hear clearly, frowned and snorted. Say it again. What did you do to Prince Lian? Your son castrated the Prince of Lian. Speak clearly. Your son castrated the Prince of Lian. Pa! Emperor Xuanwu's hand trembled, and the teacup fell straight to the ground, breaking into pieces with a snap. Yuanshu silently took a half step back, remained quiet for a moment, and then looked at him timidly. Father, you just said it yourself. I should fight back against him, not back down. I just asked you to fight back. I didn't ask you to do that kind of thing yourself. Seeing that she dared to use his words to stop him, Emperor Xuanwu was almost furious. Do you want to be the first princess in history to be named because of this? Judging from the things I have done before, I will definitely not be named in history just because of this. Yuanshu whispered. This is at best a small anecdote. Very good. She didn't forget to bring out her previous achievements to remind him, so that he could control himself. This brat is really full of tricks, and he doesn't even restrain himself in front of his father. You? Emperor Xuanwu wanted to say something, but Yuanshu hurriedly added, and father, look at what the prince did. This kind of punishment is indeed the most appropriate. The most important thing is that this is cruel enough to deter the other party. It can let Beixiong know that we Tiansheng are not easy to mess with, but it won't make the king of Beixiong so angry that he will go to war with us without caring about anything, right? Although the brat is really annoying, what she said is true. Beixiong had been submissive for so many years, because of the defeat of the old prince Lian more than 20 years ago. He didn't believe that the king of Beixiong could really pay much attention to the Prince Lian's son. He was just an unpopular prince, and he was the one who made the mistake first. Xiaowu only castrated him, not killed him. As long as the king of Beixiong was still clear-headed, he would never go to war for this matter. But no matter what, he still couldn't accept that his seemingly obedient little girl had done such a shocking thing in less than half an hour of going out. He angrily slammed the dragon table. How dare you say that? Go back to your Fengyang Palace and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to come out until New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. How many days are left until New Year's Eve? Yuanshu counted on his fingers and bargained carefully. Father, can you reflect on your mistakes again from tomorrow? I want to go see my cousin first. I heard that I will get out now. Before she finished speaking, she saw Emperor Xuanwu had picked up the memorial on the table, as if to hit her head with it. Yuanshu immediately hugged her head and ran away. I will leave. This little bastard. He never calmed down when he was angry with him, but he was very nice to his cousin who she had only met a few times. After throwing the memorial back on the dragon table angrily, Emperor Xuanwu did not stay still in the imperial study for long. He soon waited for the eldest prince of Beixiong, who came to the palace with Prime Minister Lu to ask him for an explanation. Faced with the eldest prince of Beixiong, who dared to drug his daughter before, and later condoned the Prince Lian to do such a thing, and now dared to appear in front of him to accuse his daughter, Emperor Xuanwu obviously did not have the same good temper as when facing Yuanshu. After a rude outburst, the eldest prince of Beixiong left with his tail between his legs in anger and helplessness. But this was just the beginning. Because the old-fashioned people in the court and the people of the prince's faction knew about this, and they sent piles of memorials to impeach Yuanshu to the imperial study. Emperor Xuanwu scolded this and that, and was very angry all day long. Fortunately, from beginning to end, he never took his anger out on Yuanshu. Even the fact that he was venting his anger everywhere was told to Yuanshu by Yuanshuhuan. Fifth sister, you don't know that these days, I really run away in advance when I see the figure of my father from a distance, for fear that I will be caught by him by accident, and I will be fined hundreds of dollars for which foot to step first. I am really poor now. Even the copper coin I picked up last time was somehow known to my mother, and she asked for it back, saying that I still owed her 40,000 taels of silver. As long as I could pay it back in advance, there would be. Every penny counts. She wants it all. Then you dare to come to me? Yuanshu half lying on the couch, crossing her legs and reading the storybook, she was so happy. I am still in the period of confinement. Father only forbids you to leave Fengyang Palace, but he didn't say that others can't come in. Yuanshuhuan said confidently. Besides, I am here to pass on a message to you on behalf of Sini. Because Yuanshu was under house arrest, and didn't have to go to the study room for the time being, Sini, the companion, was naturally suspended from classes recently. She couldn't openly go to the palace to help Yuanshu with the excuse of visiting Yuanshu, so she relied on Yuanshuhuan and Lu Ziming to pass messages between the two sides these days.